send it to our listeners that okay, let's see if this synchronizes with the live studio, and we'll take it from there. Live streaming. Okay, and if this is going through on the live studio, we need everyone to confirm whether or not they can hear Aristides and Aaron, because Aaron and Aristides are basically going to be holding at least the first 25 minutes at an absolute minimum, more like half an hour to 45 minutes. So in the interim, all of you need to give us feedback, and we'll take it from there. Let's see if this connects at all to the other things that go on with production. And we're going to forewarn, of course, Aaron and Aristides about several factors. One is, of course, that I'm going to presume that they're going to be here for the normal amount of time that Peter Moon was always here, meaning about 3 hours. And, of course, I'll do my best to check in with them while I'm taking care of the last-minute things I have to take care of that I couldn't take care of because of everything possibly going wrong. In the interim, with the situation as it is, let me turn this on, see if I hear a voice. And right now it's on mute. About 3 hours. Okay, good. So we heard a voice there. And I'm glad to see both of you have given a thumbs up, or at least people listening are. So we're going to check in with live stream again, and we're going to see if anyone's giving us any feedback. El Nemo says, hear you loud and clear. Okay, now we're going to need you to confirm whether or not you can hear Aristides and Aaron loud and clear. So both of you gentlemen say hello.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
All right. Hello, everyone. Hello, Nemo.
That's very creative, Aristides.
Right.
You do need some public speaking training. That's
Hey.
I guess they don't provide that in engineering school.
Hey.
So at any rate, what I do want to explain to everyone is, as always, we'll start with the formalities. Just hit the upvotes because we are hit with downvotes as soon as we start transmission. The moment we start transmission, there are Autobots that are unleashed, literally automated bots that hit us with so many downvotes that they take us off search engines. So it's up to you to fight this war and get us back on searches again. Okay, El Nemo says, I hear them fine. Excellent. Okay, that's an excellent start because they're going to be holding at least the first, as I said, half hour. So just to remind everyone that this is a censored and suppressed transmission. This is considered an enemy transmission by the deep state. So they hit us with everything they've got. And most of the time, this involves the Autobots because they're the easiest and the cheapest. But they've tried other things as well, just so people know. Why don't they try other things like physical sabotage and electronic sabotage? All that goes on regularly. So you don't need to worry about that. The deep state does everything in order to suppress and censor this transmission. So as far as the deep state is concerned, you are listening again to an enemy transmission during wartime. That's as far as they're concerned, this is how they're operating. So you have to realize this is your war and you have to fight it. And the way you can start is by hitting as many upvotes as possible from as many IP addresses as possible. And that gets us back on searches so other people can hear about us. This is guerrilla warfare, and this transmission is our bomb. So make certain that you spread it, or the collateral effects of it, by sharing it. But beyond that, give it an upvote so it appears on searches, because unfortunately YouTube operates on a popularity aggregate. And the more popular you are, the more they disseminate you. It's as simple as that. So with us, we get no dissemination because we're hit with downvotes, like 600 of them as soon as we start. The YouTube ultimately filters them out, but it takes an hour or two to do that. So we need you to hit us with real upvotes, but from your PC, your tablet, your laptop, and your cell phone, and whatever else you've got that's got a different IP address, including different computers or different systems around the house, whatever you've got. And that's the only way that we get back on searches at all. And that, of course, is how I survive, and how ultimately you or your children's children or whoever you care about will survive, because ultimately what I'm talking about does impact the entire world. That's why it's suppressed, or they wouldn't go through this effort to suppress it to the lengths that they do. So David Fitzsimons says, hear all three of you. Excellent. Marky Milk says, loud and clear. Blessed be thy Douglas D. Thank you. My heart's out to all of you gentlemen. Hugs to all of you. Welcome aboard. And that way we know we've got a solid core audience for these two gentlemen to be speaking to. So just to basically tell you the most immediate issue that I was dealing with is a sleep deficit. So unusual for me. I get quality sleep, or make certain I get quality sleep whenever I can, due to, but it all depends on the electric blankets working. And when I get back from setting up or establishing this throne of pillows, because I have to sit here the next 12 hours if I carry through the entire transmission, I need to explain to people that I need the electric blankets to do that, etc. And so obviously what happened was Clarice Claudette went out of her way, risked her life in what was very high degree heat, literally risked her life, because she was suffering from apparently heat stroke or some kind of heat exhaustion. But she was traveling all over the place to find a blanket she could afford to send me. I, of course, am grateful for that. Unfortunately, these electric blankets that she sent, one of them will prove useful, perhaps. It's too small to use otherwise. It'll just take the place of my butt heater, essentially, what I put on the pillows beneath my ass, which is essentially what she said before anyway, was one of those that has lasted me for years, and it needs replacement ultimately, but I'm going to use it like I do everything until it dies. So I might try to circulate them or something, extend the life of one or the other, but there was no time for that today. But since the blanket died on me repeatedly throughout the night last night, then my sleep was repeatedly interrupted. So it's like sleeping inside of a, if you're in a snowbound cabin where you're off the grid and you just have a wood heater, and you wake up and you have to keep feeding wood into the pot-bellied stove that's next to you. At some point, the higher percentages are anyone can predict how you're going to die, which is basically at some point you're going to oversleep and not wake up in time to feed wood into that pot-bellied stove, and you will freeze to death. That is the equivalent of what I deal with these electric blankets. Make no mistake about it. If anyone speaks out of ignorance about San Francisco and its temperatures, and all they need to do is take a look over the past, few months, and every night it's just another record low. It's just every night it's record low. It's record low for July, record low for June. It's people freeze to death on the streets of San Francisco every night. But compounded by that is, as I said, the supernatural element, which many people might dismiss, but if they do so, they're fools. There's a reason people don't camp out in graveyards, despite the fact you see people go on haunted houses trips, like everybody takes their infrared glasses and they go through a haunted house and all this bullshit. You never see them say, okay, we're going to take our infrared glasses and we're going to camp out in graveyards. It's just...
No, they pack up and go home.
Yes.
Especially on the full moon like it was last night.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's it. Yeah. It's seriously, there's a reason people don't sleep in graveyards, and that's is the dead leech your warmth, believe me. And I've got, we're built on top of a Russian Hill cemetery, all the buildings here, which is why most of them have lain abandoned for years, even though we're in a high business area, quote unquote. So it's just it's a nightmare scenario, and you feel it when the electric blanket dies. You feel it. If you were here lying down beside me, God forbid, the majority of you, then you would feel it the moment the electric blanket dies. All of your body, it just starts leaching. All of the warmth from your body, you feel it. It's just being sucked out of you by desperate spirits that are just craving warmth. Okay, so what I'm going to do is set up my throne of pillows. I am at that point. Then I have to set up the little table. I put you see, if I had just a middle-class life and we're living with someone in a normal environment, then I would have just a room in which to sit down and do a transmission like this in. But no, I do it off what Judith Agert called my deathbed. Since I broadcast on that, I have to set the pillows up, and it takes a while to do that, and heating pad under the ass and all the rest of that. So what I'm going to do is do that as quickly as possible, but I need to do it efficiently. I need to make certain that it's tucked in enough to last throughout the night. Now, the way that I managed today is I have basically reanimated Brooke Gibson's blanket, which, as I said, no offense towards Brooke Gibson, and hopefully she doesn't take offense, but she sent me an electric blanket immediately without consulting me. It is the worst electric blanket I've ever had in some regards, but nevertheless functional. It is functional. It doesn't hold a fold. It's like but it's still functional as whacked as the function is. The controls are like close to the blanket itself, so I can't reach them from where I normally sit, and I have to like move around to it goes without saying, there's reasons why it's bad. But it works to the way it works. And so I got that up again. I tried to open up the new blanket. That a second one reached me from Clarice Claudette that was misdelivered. What happened was a senior citizen opened it, saw that, guaranteed it was a senior citizen. There's no one else that would do this. It was misdelivered to someone else's address. They opened it and then dropped it off at my door weeks later, apparently when their children were taking them on a shopping run or something. No one other than a senior citizen would appreciate someone else's need for an electric blanket. So they basically opened it, saw what it was, and said, God, the poor dope who needs this will die without it. And then basically taped it up hurriedly. And then the next time their kids took them on a shopping run or something, then they dropped it off at my door. So that's the little heating pad for my ass that will take the place of the one that Clarice sent me before. But as for the blanket itself, I had to fall back on what Brooke Gibson sent me. So thank God I did not return it. I knew I couldn't afford to return it. I offered to send her a money order in its place, but we'll see if she, accepts that. Annie Como says, like Vermont, yes, of course. And Clarice Claudette says, oh, I'm sorry it didn't work for you. Can you exchange it? Did you plug it back up? So, honey, Clarice Claudette, what we're going to try to do is get you your money back. Send me the QR barcode, which is like, the square barcode, the QR code. And we'll return it. Should be within its warranty because it died. It's been dying repeatedly, so there's no hope for it. It's just it's beyond redemption, honey. So we're gonna try and get you your money back. And so God knows, like I said, she went through every effort to get this to me, but that's the tragedy of it. Okay, so everybody's heard me bitch enough. These two gentlemen are going to take over for a period of approximately 15 minutes. At which point I will check in approximately 15 minutes. Then I will try and, work my way back into the show. But everybody understand what I'm contending with. Asmer Straw says, love you, Douglas. I love you too, honey. Love you, all three of these wonderful ladies that have come in. Amy Como, Clarice Claudette, Asmer Straw. God bless you all and keep you in good health. So when I come back, of course, then what I'll try and do is provide the hyperlink to both Aaron and our man Aristides, and they can place that wherever they see fit, if they place it at all. And in the interim, what you gentlemen can do is kind of introduce yourselves as you see fit. And I have every confidence that both of you gentlemen can handle this, that both of you are capable of holding a... oh, by the way, our dear Clarice says, you probably fixed the electricity. Yeah. Well, it's, like Samuel Rolla said, there's one thing that haunted houses are infamous for. They kill the electricity. So electrical appliances normally have a very short lifespan. But this was ridiculous.
It's also a particularly difficult full moon. I don't think many people slept well last night, considering it. Either way.
Oh, I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah, no, fried. She said fried the electricity is what she means. Yes, thank you, honey. Got it. Yeah, it's definitely, there's plenty of things around here that do that. And as for the full moon, yeah, your point's well taken. Normally, that would not bother me. Honestly, if it weren't for the blanket and my having to get up repeatedly, I would have been fine. I'm not the same kind of stuff as the average human being. But such being said, I do see the irony and I do see the humor in somebody who is a quarter vampire being drained dry by ghosts. Yes, I can find somebody could do a cartoon on that. But, all of that being said, these two gentlemen are, their lives are cartoons unto themselves as well. And they will basically introduce themselves over the next 15 to 20 minutes. And I know they got more than enough in their lives to keep each other busy with their conversation. And I know you guys have got this. And I know you guys don't even need me to say one of you start first. I'm sure both you guys can handle this quite well. And just introduce yourselves. And so I'm going to go mute. I will be back checking in about 15 minutes. And then, hopefully by that time, I'll be closer to done than not. Okay. Bye for now.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I'm Aaron, and I've been on before. Been a few years, but it's good to be back. And go ahead, Aristides.
Okay. I'm Aristides. I was only on last transmission, but I've been following for several months now intently. And I came on because I was a follower of Peter Moon's and the whole story of the Montauk Project and the subsequent discoveries. And he started emailing out, hey, I'm going to be on this, transmission with this guy, Douglas. So I started checking it out, and, it's just so utterly fascinating. You just can't peel yourself away.
You can't peel yourself away.
No. In fact, I endeavor to, they're awfully long transmissions, but, I'll usually start out live and then at some point peter out, but luckily you can go back on the YouTube and pick up where you left off, and usually listen at I don't know, whatever speed is comfortable, 1.5 or something, or depending how fast your brain's working. And I go back and I listen to it all, so there's very interesting tidbits amongst all the other antics, even after the Peter Moon hour. So there's always some tidbits, and there's always a point where I slow it down from 1.75 back to 1 and go, oh my God, what did he just say? And and listen to it again. I know sometimes I have to go back like 3 and 4 times, listen to the same thing, be like, what?
Yeah, so that's always fun. And the top news stories of the day is a Pennsylvania State professor was caught on surveillance camera having relations with his dog. So that it could be worse, I suppose.
I thought I saw that a little while back. Is this another one?
Maybe I just saw it late because I'm really not too connected with the news, and I was just so flabbergasted by it. And I guess he had begged the people that I think it was like the state police there or whatever to shoot him because he's finished. Can you imagine the embarrassment? I mean, it's just like the world is just
I think it's the same one. I'm putting in Google right now, and it immediately pops up. I put in Pennsylvania professor, and then dog is the next suggested word.
Yeah, so it's just so horrible. It's so horrible.
Oh God! And this is the guy. Sounds like he's got a Greek name. So right away, I have to say that this doesn't represent all Greek people.
Absolutely not.
And I'm sure he's a very troubled person.
Yes. Yes. But
and he was an academic, and they're weird people.
Yeah, that's and there you have it. But
and I know a lot of them, and I work with a lot of them. So and I like many of them.
So I didn't ask the last transmission. What part of, I believe you're an engineer. What part of engineering are you in? What is your specialty? What do you do? I'm curious.
So trained degree in mechanical engineering. Just
awesome.
Just a 4-year degree, but I do a lot of work with people with advanced degrees and various research in materials.
Okay, so more material aspects, so like developing materials for building or manufacturing type.
Yeah, high-end stuff. Stuff that typically very customers with a lot of money want to pay for. Aerospace, military grade type,
Gotcha. So the kind of
carbon
stuff,
fiber and stuff.
Yeah. The kind of stuff that you can't really talk about a lot. The metallurgy. Yeah.
I mean, there's some of that, but it's just there's people with a lot of money that'll pay for lighter, faster, stronger. Unfortunately, usually it's the military, but
yeah. Well, did I had to sign off because I had to get to sleep the other night. Did I miss anything super exciting after I signed off, or was the highlight right up to 11:30, or what? How did the rest of the night go?
Oh, pretty good. I'm trying to think if there was any huge revelations. I don't know. Nothing comes to mind.
Right.
I just finished last transmission like literally half an hour ago.
Okay. Yeah, I was shocked. I hadn't heard Douglas go into the Hollywood segment as deeply as he did, and it was enlightening. And I have friends who were in the music industry and are around the music industry, and I know that the music industry is exactly like that. And I don't know why it's like that, but it does seem to be the same way. So it's always interesting when you get firsthand accounts of the price that's paid for fame, and it's, everybody says like, oh, it's satanic, oh, it's evil, and quite honestly, it's not really. I mean, it is, but it isn't. I mean, it's not Satan that's exacting the toll. It's a director, it's a producer, it's a guy in a room that someone's willing to pay the price to. It's not like the devil himself. So it's always interesting. And I find the same, I find the same thing with government. It's like everybody's like the government's evil, and well, the government's the government. In reality, the people in government are the ones that make the policy changes, and the people in government are the ones that crave the power, and the people in government are the ones that maybe have somebody that can pull their strings because they got blackmailed through a video they shouldn't have been partaken in, or whatever the case may be. But it's never really the government. The government's always the infrastructure that houses everything, but it's always the people in the positions that are flawed human beings that exact the toll on society. So I find that interesting. Once you get down to it, it's just flawed people at the top of the ladder rather than some evil conspiracy organization. And when you look at it like that, it's still disappointing and depressing, but it's a little less overwhelming, let's put it.
Right. Well, true. I mean, I think at the top of some things, I mean, there could be some pretty extreme evil,
Oh,
I mean, we've heard,
yes, of course.
Edomites and such, and whatnot. But I think it's a very layered thing where lower levels really are not very aware of what's going on at the higher levels, and you really might know about stuff 1 or 2 levels above you, but not much more beyond that, and you just kind of going along to ensure your success or whatever.
Yes.
Whatever we need to do, but there's a lot of weird symbology, though. I mean, if you look at all, like, you see some of these videos, like, like the super, like, you might do okay, not really playing into their game too much, but you're never going to be a superstar.
No, you're never gonna. Yeah, you'll never make it to the top.
Right?
When you see the pictures of everybody with the black eye, and I don't know if you heard, Douglas's explanation of that. It was not that long ago either. It was within the last few months, and I lose track of time. Time goes so fast. But were you able to hear the explanation of that?
What was it again? I'm aware of the black eye thing. But
it's basically there's no way to gently put it, so I'll just put it bluntly. It's a particular anal manipulation through the rape that happens that actually triggers the black eye.
Right.
Yeah.
This is adults and children. Or is this only children?
I'm sure it's both, but you see, I mean, every world leader has a picture where they're on the cover of a magazine with a black eye, and it's like, well, why? And that, so it's always interesting, but
there's a good collection of them out there. I've seen it all. I get around online and everybody, George Bush and you name it,
Justin Trudeau, and all of them. All of them. But and that's why I'm grateful to have somebody like Douglas to honestly describe what the situation is, because he's got intimate, knowledge of it, and things like that. So I'm curious, I did grow up in upstate New York, and I lived there the overwhelming majority of my life. And my family roots are in Long Island, which is right near Montauk. So I have like an invested interest in the Montauk Project and Peter Moon's research. So what was it that drew you into Peter Moon's research that invested you to the point that you are now co-hosting Douglas' show? Because I don't think you live near there. There's not like, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I'd love to hear.
I mean, I was, like I said, it was in engineering, and that was right about the time the internet started, blowing up. Where you could, there was a time when the people still didn't really have it hardwired at home. They had to dial in, but the universities had it.
Yes.
And so, it was like a whole new world. You could go park there at the computer lab and you'd be like, really? I can type in search for anything I want? It's like, oh, wow. And it just comes up and you don't have to wait like 10 minutes for the modem to load. So, being engineering, it's pretty, just pretty naive youngster. And somehow I got some inkling Nikola Tesla, like, who's this, and
okay.
And what's this? And I noticed, like, I forget exactly how I got this idea that it was like, some kind of, he was some kind of suppressed, mad scientist or something, but I was like, well, let me search for, that's odd. There's only a couple brief mentions in my engineering books of them. And it's like, they just glossed over that and kept right on going. And I'm like, well, let me find out more here. And I started, searching there on the brand new internet and finding all this stuff. And there were some early sites that I guess they were carryovers from old BBS sites. I mean, I don't know how old you are if you remember all that, where, people used to have you'd call in with your modem and that's how they networked all this stuff. And, once it got to internet, they started having it just right on the internet. You didn't have to call in anymore. And, all these, like, what was one of them? KeelyNet? I don't know, for any of these tech people out there. They were one of the early ones that was like talking about like all the suppressed science, Tesla, and Keely was another guy, and Wilhelm Reich, and it goes on and on. So it just, once you see that there's a rabbit hole there and you look in and you're like, oh wow, I'm very curious about that. It's just, it's all in from there,
Yeah. So for me, the cult I was raised in, if you remember David Koresh, you'll remember he was on the radio and he was preaching about the 7 seals of revelation. So the cult I was raised in had a particular teaching on it from the teacher they followed. So when I saw Peter's book that was sent to me, The 7 Seals of Synchronicity, that was something that kind of hooked me in and got me to read the first book, which led me to read every book he wrote. So was there a particular phrase or subject that got you hooked enough to get through the first book? What was it that hooked you in when you were on a mass search for data?
I guess I was, I described some of this to a couple people there I was in college with. And, I started to get, I went through a whole thing being disenchanted with the traditional, like academic thing. And it's like, you get to a point of dismay where they're like, you can't believe they're hiding it. Like, I'm like, wow, Tesla invented all this stuff. Who are these people that would hide this from us? Well, what else are they hiding? So I must have mentioned some of this to, the fellow students or whatever. And one guy was a little bit older, who was in college with us. He was like, he's like, he walked in one day. He's like, you should check these books out. And it was like, I think the first and third original Montauk book. And like, I got a hold of that and it was like, whoa, and of course a lot of the, in the very first, was, the stuff you read the first book. I haven't in a very long time, although I did just buy the 25th anniversary edition.
Yep.
And I hope to get back to that. But the whole description of the project and Preston's work. And of course, coming in from the engineering angle, I found that very fascinating, which is kind of something I wanted to like circle back with you about, because you went and you met him and you saw, like, right. You were there in his place in Cairo, right?
Yeah. I was there several times. Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm jealous. I would have loved to have seen all this gee whiz equipment and all this stuff. And,
it was, it was interesting. So, I grew up in a group of people that were geared towards conspiracy. And I hate, again, as yourself, I hate to use that word, but the church. So basically before the internet, the churches were the dissemination of the information. So if you had something to expose, you did the church circuit typically. You know what I mean? Like you were invited to the church, you would speak. And this was only if the church or the group of people was open to that type of information. So the group of people I was amongst were conspiratorial minded based on the apocalyptic mindset. Okay. So I grew up with the Clinton conspiracies, the cocaine, the Arkansas garbage, all of that. The Jesuits, and I forget, the one particular priest had come to the church to talk about the Jesuit order and their participation in it. And, and then I became a young man and I went to college and I'm like, listen, I have to live life. This is all interesting, but I have to live life. So, but then I go to college and my college calculus professor is a gentleman named Lodato, and he doesn't really teach us calculus. He just talks, and he talks about how he helped invent the neutron bomb, how he invented cold fusion. I think it was the 70s. He invented cold fusion. And national security showed up at his house and took his notes. And they said, you can think like this, but you can't put it on paper. And they gave him an instant government job and a 33rd degree Mason card. So that's where he conducted a good majority of his career. And I actually have the copy of the New York Times magazine article of his story. They printed this story. I have it in print. You can't find it anymore, but I have it in print. So in this class, he also talked about, and it was one of the earlier conspiratorial books called The Octopus Files. I don't know if you've heard about it. Have you heard of The Octopus Files?
I don't think so.
Okay, so The Octopus Files was about a gentleman named Danny Casolaro, and he was an investigative journalist. And what he was researching was, it was software. So basically, it's kind of like it ties in with the FBI and the police departments. Before this particular, where I can't remember if it's called Prime, but what the name was, a local police jurisdiction couldn't really find the overlapping data of international or national criminals, because everybody wanted the crime bust, everybody wanted the glory. There was too many egos involved with the individual police departments. So basically, this software, as the internet was coming about, was the only thing that could merge all this data. So all of a sudden, you had real-time, hands-on data to someone from California through Arkansas, through Florida, through New York, or whatever town they go through. So it was groundbreaking technology. And the subterfuge in this software was so great, and it was supposedly purchased from the people that developed it, but it was stolen from them. Danny Casolaro got his hands on it, and then in the middle of his investigation, supposedly slit his wrists in a bathtub in a hotel in the city he was investigating it. So obviously that went awry. So my professor's alerting me to all this. In the meantime, he's telling me about his interlude with the government. And every time he would come visit my house, the black helicopters would fly overhead, and it was very interesting. And it's because he's got cold fusion in his head. So how is he not a national security threat? I mean, if China picks him up, they've got cold fusion, right?
Right.
So that's kind of how I got into that portion of it. And then as I got older, I saw the seventh seal of synchronicity, and that kind of hooked me in. And then I realized, the greatest conspiracy of all time was really right in my own backyard, Long Island, which was the Montauk Project. And the atrocities committed there that really have gone unanswered was quite breathtaking, to be quite honest, very breathtaking. So I read all of Peter's books, and as yourself, I emailed him. I said, I have a friend who sent me your information. I've read these books. This is my history. I'd love to go to lunch with you. So I drove down to Long Island. We did lunch, and we've been friends ever since. And I think it's been 9 years now. And that's how we became friends. And I'm very big on, once I trust somebody, I trust what they say, because I don't have the time, the energy, or the intellect to vet everything in this entire world. So when Peter says very specifically and emphatically, all of my work has led me to Douglas, and Douglas information is the most important thing right now, then I take him at his word, and here we are.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, it started with him investigating, Montauk Project, but he does a really good job of tying in the context of just about everything in the world. So, which is no easy task.
Yeah. No, it's no easy task. Yeah. So that's kind of how I got into this position. And Douglas continues to expose things that are just not talked of. And I find that people who seek information, they seek it to the comfort of the level of their ability to digest without being attached to it, because you've got a lot of Q followers who are just so benign, and they can't understand that there's not like a big group of good guys fighting for them while they're listening to these radio broadcasts.
Oh gosh, the Q people.
It's like right. So I feel like there's two branches. There's the ones that realize, like, well, we need a divine act of intervention to save humanity from the corruption that is ensuing upon it, versus the people that are like, oh no, there's a big group of good guys. The white hats are coming to save us all. So those are the two groups that I see. But Douglas is fearless, and he's one of the few that, and this is why I say to donate to evil despite his personal persecution. So when I say donate, like, it's like so emphatically important. Like, he needs some help. Like, he doesn't have working blankets, and he's freezing his ass off in San Francisco in a haunted house. So it could be a lot worse for everybody. I'm sure everybody has a $20 bill they could spare to help out.
No, absolutely. And I've been sending money in a little bit, and he had to laugh at me because I asked him, I think it was on the 1st. I'm like, hey, did you make rent? He's like, well, nice of you to ask, the day it's due. But I will take care of him, somehow. I was digging around for electric blankets here. I know I got a couple that I'm never going to use. So I'll just send them off.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's the littlest thing. The littlest kindness can take somebody through the darkest of times. And I've thoroughly enjoyed all of the information, and he's so honest and open about it. It's like, his final rant about Hollywood. It's just like, here's my life, and this is why I think things. You could be part of some things that are questionable for most people that live in the Bible Belt region, and say, and I'm still not okay with the way they conduct themselves in this world. And it's like, wow, like that's just pure open-hearted honesty, and that's what I get from it. And you've got Peter, who's more right wing, and Douglas, who's left wing, and yet they get along and share the stage to get information out there. So it's important.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, when I started realizing, like, some of the, even just the historical stuff, like, I mean, I can't imagine someone who would just be able to accept everything Douglas says, because, I mean, how many people out there are both, supporters of Adolf Hitler and transgender people? There's not many.
No, they're typically they're opposing factions.
Right. So I mean, so there's gonna be something that makes you uncomfortable, but and I'm sure we've all reached those points, but I mean, just the historical info alone, just mind-boggling. It just I mean, it's very hard to get at this stuff. It's been so suppressed, and maybe through a better understanding of the history that's been kept from us, we can come to more equitable solutions now. I mean, I think it's all been used against us. So,
well, the World War II alone, with losing to the Japanese, I always, the older I get, right, the more problem I have with the History Channel still parading Hitler as the pariah. It's like every year there's new Hitler shows, and it's like, the war supposedly ended in 1945. I mean, how long are they going to parade this caricature across the screen to new generations. Like, the people aren't perpetrating this; it's the media themselves.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, I mean, you know, you wouldn't probably be so hateful of all that if it wasn't constantly shoved in your face, you know, or people, right? I mean, not us.
We're approaching 80 years,
right?
And before you know it, it'll be 100 years removed, and yet they're still doing documentaries on the man every year on the History Channel, which is highly suspect to me. Like, if you've got to push an item that hard, then obviously there's something missing in the narrative. But then the exposing the truth of vampires and the Magi was like, that was kind of mind bending for me. It took me a couple months to actually digest a lot of that info and wrap my head around it.
It could. I mean, I didn't grow up with a religious, being religious or made to be religious at all. So I guess for some people who were raised in very certain, you know, traditions of that, I mean, some of that info can be challenging or you know, kind of mind blowing. Although when he explained all that, it's like, even as crazy as it sounds, like sometimes the explanations you're like, wow, you know, that makes sense of things though.
Yeah,
you know,
it's really does.
It's like, you know, it makes things simpler somehow. It's like, oh, that just, you know, you just kind of intuitively know, like, that explains some things, and as weird as it sounds, it makes more sense than anything else. So
it does. And so you weren't raised, so despite the Greek origin, you weren't raised religious with Greek Orthodox?
No, because, well, it's kind of mixed. My whole family's not Greek, so.
Okay. So yeah, so the, you know, it's more like, I find the Roman Catholic is at odds with the Greek Orthodox, and the Greek Orthodox is very specific, and I find a lot of things I like about it.
It's similar. I guess all the Eastern Orthodox are somewhat related. I mean, you know, I had been to some of the, you know, churches and stuff when I was young, but didn't really grow up in it. But
do you have a spiritual path now, or you're more agnostic or atheistic? What is your personal? If you don't want to answer, that's fine.
No, that's fine. I mean, I think. Okay. I think you can find a spiritual path if you just because you weren't raised in religion. You know, you can find that. I think.
Sure.
Actually, I think that's what Douglas is good at, because, you know, you get a lot of people. I mean, there's so many people at odds out there. You know, we're Christians and we're pagans and we're atheists and F all y'all but, you know, he's given validity to all that, and kind of, in fact, that's something I kind of want to talk to him about. Like, I mean, if you ever had the time, we kind of need a theory of everything, you know, for this stuff, you know, where it's like you can appreciate it, you know, how it all fits together, you know, whether you're a Christian or whether you want to worship the elder gods or whatever, and maybe all these, you know, there's a validity in all these things, and you know, it doesn't have to be so at odds, like, you know, pick your team and that's it, and we're fighting.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly. So have you bumped into? He's kind of quiet now. Have you bumped into the researcher Freeman? Was it Freemason? No, Freeman. Have you ever heard Freeman?
Freeman. Yeah. What was it? What was the full name? Freeman. I know who you're talking about.
Freeman. I forget his full name. He was raised in a magical family. He's got a lot of connections. He ended up marrying a Christian girl, but he was bringing a lot of information forward, and then he kind of slid.
You're right. I haven't thought about. He was. I went to some oddball little conference years ago. Was he there? I think.
I'm sure he was.
He might have been
at a lot of them.
He might have been there.
He had Freeman TV. He started with
the first guy.
Freeman TV.
That guy. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking. I haven't thought about him in years. I'm trying to look it up. Whatever happened to him, I don't know. I haven't seen anything from him. I feel like, you know, you would have seen something forwarded around if he was still doing stuff. But I don't know. It's a big internet out there.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think he was at this thing. Who else did I meet there? Douglas talked recently a couple of times. Yeah, Andy Passaggio was there.
Oh yeah. I was on the phone with Andy Passaggio a few years ago. Yeah. He's very out there, and he's like, hey, I'm going to run for president. Would you like to campaign in New York for me? And I'm like, I guess.
I had to laugh.
Yeah,
I'm like, come on. It's like, he's not going to get it. It's like, like,
oh yeah.
And that like none of these upstart people. I mean, Dr. She was running for president, and so they're never going to get it. It's just, but I think it's more just getting yourself on the map. You're not going to win the race, but
he sold out too, because I remember what he did. I don't know if you know how he kind of went down in flames with the alternative community, but he had the whole story of the government secret technology of teleportation, and he was one of the test children because his father was a high-ranking official.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went on the Art Bell show and was, how they had the big like cliffhangers for the commercials. We're going to drop a bomb. We're going to drop a bomb this episode, and the bomb he ended up dropping was that when he went through one of the teleportation devices, he remembers seeing Art Bell as one of the control people who was monitoring the device. And it was like, really? You really went there. And it was like, so disappointing. It was like, wow, like at least come up with a really good cover story to end this fantastic story.
Yeah. And then I turned around and Barack Obama was there.
Yeah, exactly. It was so bad. But, did you get into Fritz Springmeier's work at all in the early days?
Not too much. Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, he was at this conference I was at too. What was it called?
Okay.
Free Your Mind or something. It was years
ago. Free Your Mind. Yeah. So I'm back.
He was there. We're talking about some characters here. Andy Passaggio, you there?
Yeah, no, you're doing great, both of you. I mean, I could tell that just the moment that I came back, I could tell that you both are on a roll. So please continue. I'm so proud of both of you.
Okay, yeah. So Springmeier, he was one of the people at this. I remember a good impression of him, but not too many details of his work.
He was very religious based. So if you're not religious based, it's very hard to follow. But then he was put in prison for something he really didn't do, and when he came out, he was just a different person, like gone. Oh
my God! What? Yeah. Tell me about this. Oh, this sounds horrible.
Yeah. So basically, Fritz wrote the 13 Bloodlines of the Illuminati, and it was a very deep work, and it took a good portion of his life and energy. And he wrote about, I believe, one of the castles in Germany, Douglas, where the rituals are performed.
Okay.
And I'll have to I have the book. It's not in storage anymore because we just emptied our storage unit. So I have the book. I'll get the page. And the opening few pages talks about how because he disclosed this one location and this one ritual, at the time, Hillary Clinton was very high ranking. And they actually had to change the location of the ritual because of his exposing of it.
And they never forgave him for it, no doubt.
never forgave him. So the next thing that happened was he was a very religious man, and somebody needed a place to stay. He knocked on his door and said, "Can I stay here?" And being a very open-hearted guy, he let the man stay there. Come to find out, the man had robbed the bank supposedly, and because he was aiding and abetting a federal criminal, they put Fritz in prison, and I think he was in there for 8 years or so.
Holy shit!
Yeah, so I was in touch with his wife through the 8 years. I bought a couple books from her, and it was very hard to get in touch with her. And he's not with her anymore. But that's how Fritz went down in flames. But yeah, they were very perturbed. They were very perturbed. And it's a very boring book, but it's a good reference book because when you want to look something up, you can Abraham Lincoln was really not much in and of himself, but he married into the Todds, and the Todds were related to the DuPonts. And the DuPonts, basically, the DuPont family manufactures every chemical in the world that's under your sink. Every sink in every house throughout the world has probably 5 chemicals that are manufactured in the DuPont chemical factories. That is the Todd family.
Oh, wow.
So
plus gunpowder.
Right, plus gunpowder. So that's some of the weird connections over the years that I've found. And these are mundane, not too exciting points, but they're very real points that not a lot of people point out anymore. Now it's all fantastical. Like everything is, oh my God, we ripped a hole in hell at CERN, and it's like we're getting sucked through a vortex through the hell. In reality, it's very dollars and cents based with families that just want to make a lot of money and maintain control. Yeah. So
what happened to all down to earth conspiracies?
Right.
But Douglas, I was talking. Aaron brought up, was it Freeman? This guy Freeman, it used to be. Yeah. I don't know if you'd heard of him. And then I was like, I think he was at this conference I went to. And I don't think I'd ever told you this, but there was a few characters there. Andy Passaggio, I met him briefly. And I got to laugh because a couple times you talk to him, you're like, that poor little bastard. He was just, I mean, I almost felt bad for the guy because he just is this kind of frumpy, very short, unassuming guy. And it was almost like, here's my story of how I was in a secret project. And it was like, he's like very, I mean, it was funny. I mean, I don't know. You got to wonder, although, like Aaron said, some of the stuff he cooks up and you're just like, is this, I mean, like, what put this, do you believe this? What put this in your head? Like, I don't know. Who else was there? Let's see, you mentioned Fritz. I think Fritz Springmeier was there. Laura Eisenhower was there.
Of course, that goes without saying. Yeah. I mean,
it's... You know, I mean, she's okay. She's kind of a space cadet, but she's very sweet. She's very sweet. Yeah. But she was very sweet when I met her.
Yeah. I mean, she used to be like, as Peter Moon corrected me, I said she was once Miss America, but apparently she was like in the running. She was she made the queen of some state. I don't know which state it was, but obviously she would have to have some modicum of social bearing in order to carry that out.
Really, so. Miss America? I don't know. I'm trying to place that.
So one of my first interactions with Douglas, you may not even remember, this was many years ago when Peter first turned me onto your show, and I was explaining to Aristides that, I trust Peter, he's a friend, and he said, all of my work has brought me to Douglas, and Douglas's information is the most important. So I take him at his word, and here we are. But one of the first threads that I commented on, and you very graciously reposted something for me, it was Alex Jones had exposed, what was his name? The one who wrote the original conspiracy book.
To put that in perspective so that it sounds better so people get the actual message, because I know Aaron TICE is trying to convey this in one way, but it comes out sounding like another. So basically what happened was that the man who wrote the book Behold a Pale Horse, William Cooper.
Yes.
William, quote unquote, Bill Cooper was a individual who had his own radio show for years called The Hour of the Time. He was, just so people understand this, I spoke with William Cooper at great length more than once when I was working at the Presidio Military Base Library, because as a veteran, he had some access to a degree, to certain privileges, and to tell you the truth, I presume he was in long enough where he would have been able to have legally visited the base. Now, just so people understand this, and this is important and it's relevant, when somebody just goes into the military for a few years and like does a single hitch or less, or even 2 hitches maybe, this does not mean that you're capable of entering military bases the rest of your life. Far from it. Basically what happens is that most of the time you're given VA or Veterans Administration treatment the rest of your life. That's purely civilian, has nothing to do with the military, and you are at that point just pretty much severed. Everybody will argue that you're on this like ready reserve, like my father was for years after he retired. And actually saw the horror of them calling up during the Korean War, people on ready reserve who he said were just basically belonged in hospice and shit on life support that he had to literally deliver meals to the ship in the Navy and shit, because these were like guys who were practically bedridden. Okay, these nightmares do happen, but the majority of time these days they wouldn't bother to do that. So all of this is important because your average person who's been in the military is there for a stint and they're done. And if they're involved with the VA, at that point you can just count out everything they're saying. Just so people get a better idea of this, if they're in the VA, this means that they're there for psychiatric problems. Half of everything they're going to say is bullshit. They make a living off of crying and pretending to be traumatized, because that's how they get free drugs up the ass, which they then sell to other people on the street for astronomical profit. And because the VAs have no record-keeping system, which I've explained at length before, because the government's at the absolute bottom of the record-keeping system and they have no ability to keep track of the drugs that they're prescribing, these people will live in a car and go from state to state and collect drugs from VA until they have like literally a ton of drugs in their car that they can sell on the street for just volumes of money that you can't dream of. And all of this is based on their crying and saying they're psychiatrically disturbed. So if they're going involved with the VA, forget it. Nothing they say is going to be true. So if someone's a career military man, then they're going to have access to a military base. And that means that as a career military man, when they retire, they will have access to that base when they retire. Totally different. Career military is completely different from somebody who's been in the military and is going with the VA. VA is welfare state. It's civilian. Has nothing to do with reality. Anything they say, you just take it and shit can it, flush it down the toilet as fast as you can. Nothing real will come from that. When it comes to the career military man, I think he was in long enough, or I never really bothered to follow up, where he might have had some kind of access to the base. Either way, nobody was really checking on him. And so he called the military base a few times, the Presidio Library, and was trying to do some research. So whether he actually had the inability to get on the base, say for instance he didn't have the access anymore, he knew enough about the workings of the military because he was in the Navy long enough where he knew how to swing it. So he might have been VA and he might have been, career, I don't know. But when he called, I never bothered to follow up or do a security check on him because I didn't give a shit. And was just relating to what he was speaking about at length, which was UFO conspiracies. And so when I set him straight with the knowledge that I had, that was when he changed his entire career. So like I said before, to people who are unaware of this, at the time that bookstores still existed, I mean, sure, there's still bookstores, but at the time they really existed, and you had entire franchises like Barnes & Noble, complete with restaurants inside of them and all kinds of crap, when books were a business, before everything could be bought online. That was when they had to keep track of inventory. And when it comes to inventory, the most stolen book in the world is the Bible, because nobody feels that they should pay for that. And so they always have to keep track of their Bibles. And for decades, the second most stolen book in the world after the Bible was Behold the Pale Horse, written by William Cooper. And that was because everybody considered aliens to be the next best thing to God, or the next thing after God. And so, or basically God's replacement was, they gave up on God and they believe in aliens have created humanity, that kind of crap. And so when it came to everybody stealing Bill Cooper's book, Bill Cooper was someone who was profoundly influential. But if anyone truly follows his career and see his output, just follows his output, it was after he spoke to myself in the 90s, his entire direction changed. And that was because he related to me deeply, because I was a hybrid child who was half Asian, half American, and his children were half Asian, half American. So he thought his children could potentially grow up to be like myself, or certainly had elements similar to myself. And so he related to me profoundly. And when I explained to him the Roswell deception before, generations before we got it published as a book, which still needs enormous expansion and revision, he was completely swayed. He realized that he had been misguided all of his life. Now, this is not to say, of course, say, for instance, and again, to qualify here before I forget, and it is important, it's relevant, believe it or not, on reviewing the recent investigation by the House Subcommittee and the government into UFOs, many of these people who were bringing up their sightings, everything that they're saying that I caught, or at least what I caught, was quite relevant. These are people who say, for instance, when they're talking about the ships were swarmed by undersea UFOs, that came out of the water, and that's what Bill Cooper saw, because Bill Cooper was in the Navy, and what he saw was a USO, an unidentified submersible object, something that comes out of the water. All these people are seeing what I've said for years was originally investigated by by Ivan Sanderson, who was a British intelligence officer and later on was dealing with the thesis that he was trying to expound upon and is most outlined in his book titled Invisible Residents, which is printed with several subtitles, different subtitles. There's different subtitles, which is very bizarre. But the main title is Invisible Residents, where he concluded quite rightly that we have an undersea civilization that was pre-human, that is essentially a post-singularity civilization that is far advanced beyond ours. A relic population. So what I've brought up in the past about relic populations still stands, and that's what these Navy guys are reporting. When they're reporting shit like, oh, this UFO parked itself over the Persian Gulf and fucked up all our radar and it hung out there for weeks with impunity, then they're talking about the 1,000-year Reich in exile, the Third Reich, the breakaway civilization. Okay, there's nothing that these guys are covering that I have not covered before. It's just that none of these people have the pieces of the puzzle, and they're throwing it out like, what's going on? And everybody comes back to the same bullshit that the government and the military want you to come back to. See, they can throw out all the shit and have these guys throw out all the shit because they can afford it, because they can redirect you all the time back to other stars, other planets. It's these other civilizations out there. And like I said, aside from supermassive unicellular animals, believe me, there's nothing out there. So the whatever's out there is from the future when we've populated it, and our ancestors, or rather our descendants, are coming back to visit their ancestors, really. So all that I've articulated in the past, and within that shall we say context, you have the answers. Of course, nobody wants the answers. They don't want to live alone in the universe. But with Bill Cooper, he understood. He understood because he had been in the Navy, and he realized he'd been misdirected, because he told me, oh my God, they really fucked my mind. Because he said, I saw what I saw, but then I was given all these documents where they just left them out for me to find, where it was all pointing to it from outer space, and I bought into it, and he felt awful. He felt used, and after that, he completely reoriented his attack against the deep state. So the Bill Cooper from Behold the Pale Horse was a Bill Cooper that was pre-Dietrich. The AD, or after Dietrich, was the Bill Cooper that began to attack the deep state. And that's when he began to say, they're going to take down the Twin Towers, and they're going to frame Osama bin Laden, or they're going to blame him. And what happened was that at that time, he was targeted, fingered, and he was assigned a asset who was assigned to take him down, and that was Alex Jones. Now, Alex Jones had worked with the CIA for years out of KJFK in Texas, and KJFK in Texas was literally in the city of Texas where they blew Kennedy's brains out. The CIA established a radio station, KJFK, as in John Fitzgerald Kennedy, just as their own sick joke. And so the guy who worked at KJFK forever was Alex Jones, and he was working directly for the CIA. So then they assigned him to Bill Cooper and said, take him down. And what he did was he came in as an intern, quote unquote, a volunteer, stole everything that wasn't nailed down, and then set Bill Cooper up for the fall by reporting him to the police falsely as beating his wife, saying, oh yeah, he's constantly beating his wife and all this stuff, which his wife vociferously denied. But what this gave was an in for the police to investigate him. And what happened was the police used that as an excuse when he finally couldn't take anymore and told them to get off his property. There was no reason for them to be there. They killed him and said, oh, he was resisting arrest, and we had to take him out because he was a threat. Now, you're talking about a man with one leg. The man had one leg blown off. He had a wooden leg. He was no threat. He was not waving a gun. This is one of those cases where the police literally planted a firearm in his hands. I mean, this was admitted later on by several other parties, etc. But the person who was responsible for it all was Alex Jones. And you know that for a fact because Alex Jones then came on. And by the way, anybody who checks this will find it out themselves. The Hour of the Time, in some of the last 3 episodes, it was like basically the last 3 episodes of the Hour of the Time, which was Bill Cooper's program, he fingers Alex Jones and says, Alex Jones was assigned to me as a government asset. He is an agent. He has been assigned to take me down, and he is the enemy. And by God, he's going to have me killed. Okay, all of this is articulated in the last 3 episodes of his show. Then he gets killed. And then Alex Jones, and by the way, and again, anybody just listen to the last episodes of his show, even prior to those last 3 episodes. If you listen to the last several months of his show, you'll hear him articulate in extraordinary depth how the Twin Towers are going to be taken down and they're going to finger Osama bin Laden. And before that, he impressively analyzed the bomb at Oklahoma City and basically was analyzing the kind of explosives used in taking down the federal building. He pointed out the fact that the fertilizer truck could not do the amount of damage that was done to the Edward P. Murrow Federal Building in Oklahoma City. And he pointed out the fact that these were all set charges, that the set charges brought everything down. He pointed out the fact that every armed agency, that means ATF or FBI or U.S. Marshals, every agency that was armed, all their personnel were vacated. Anybody who was an armed agency, all their personnel were vacated from the Oklahoma City building. They all were given advance warning. They made certain that the children stayed. They made certain the children in the daycare center stayed. They made certain that everyone who was an unarmed federal worker like IRS or anybody else stayed. And they all vacated so everyone else could die and they could make them martyrs for the government. This is what our man Bill Cooper exposed in grotesque detail. To his credit, he exposed it all in excruciating detail. And then he went on to expose what was going to happen next with the Twin Towers. He said, this is what they're going to do next. And it's going to be just place charges. And he said that you will be able to tell it's a controlled demolition. It'll be painfully obvious. And then he gets killed. And then Alex Jones goes on to predict it. So Alex Jones, then he starts up, and this is what makes Alex Jones's career. This is what's so unbelievable to me, is the stupidity of the American public. So when Alex Jones took over and basically started saying everything that Bill Cooper had said, but somehow when Alex Jones says it, it's cool. When Bill Cooper said it, it was subversive and evil. But when Alex Jones said it, it's cool and he's right on and everybody, you got to listen to this guy. And the reason you know he's deep state, the reason you know he's a government asset is because look at the case of Bill Maher. And Bill Maher is no sympathetic figure. Bill Maher is a loudmouth Jew. And I use that term pointedly. He's just a Jewish guy with a loud mouth who's racist as hell. His sex trip is to date black women and completely abuse them by telling them how stupid they are. And this is what black women who have been dated by him report, is that he's psychologically abusive. He just tells them, he'll basically sit there for hours and call him a stupid nigger. And that's his sex trip. That's what he gets off on. So you're talking about a complete pervert, a Jewish person who's the absolute worst in every stereotypical fashion is embodied in Bill Maher. There's nothing positive to say about this individual. And yet the one thing to point out is that when he was on Politically Incorrect, and he has this yellow house nigger named Dinesh D'Souza on there with him, this guy's going rah, 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 waving the American flag, and we got to kill all these Muslims and shit. He's Hindu. He doesn't give a shit. So he hates Muslims anyway. So he's up there doing this. Of course, walking down the street, nobody could tell him apart, and they'd kill him just as easily if, he didn't have a big button saying, I am not a Muslim or something. But, that's your typical house nigger is like that. So Dinesh D'Souza was doing all this, and Bill Maher shut him up and said, look, at least these guys had the guts to kill themselves for what they believe in, whereas Americans are so chicken shit, all they do is bomb the enemy from 60,000 feet where they can't be touched and then fly home and have dinner. It's so when he said that, they fired him. And so every once in a while, you'll hear him when he, of course he got back onto some other shticks later because nepotism, right? I mean, he's Jewish, he's rich, he's got connections. But he'll speak the truth. He's speaking absolute truth when he'll point out that he was the only person who was ever punished for 9/11. That nobody got busted, George Bush Jr., any of the other guys involved, Osama bin Laden didn't die. Nobody killed Osama bin Laden. It's and for anybody who believes they killed Osama bin Laden, your head is up your ass. I mean, I pointed out, and it was printed, and it was published, and it went on record that, the guys who quote unquote killed Osama bin Laden, SEAL Team 6, that everyone involved with the operation was placed on a single helicopter that got shot down
and died. Everyone died.
Everyone died. That was reported. That was on record. Then years later, they bring up some guy who said, I killed Osama bin Laden. And said, this is SEAL Team 6 guy, and he's the guy who killed Osama bin Laden. He's going around doing interviews. I'm saying, how can you? I mean, the balls. Just the balls.
Yeah, it's short-term memory, but it brings me back, and this is a point that it takes, Douglas, communication with you is an acquired thing, because I remember the communication you so graciously put up for me, and you speak like a computer, and you write articulately well like a computer. And at the time, I just couldn't fathom, who is this person, Douglas, who's communicating with me in archaic language as if he's memorized these things as a computer. And now I understand, because I understand the Artilect and the interchange there. But at that time, I did my research, and I actually found a video, at the time it was available on YouTube, where Bill Cooper actually, somebody asked him what his biggest regret was, and he very honestly said, my biggest regret is that I thought it was aliens, and I apologize, I was wrong.
Thank you.
And he said that, and shortly after that, it was gone. I should have I should have screen recorded that. It was really something else, because he literally went on record, and not many people do that. And even if they do, it gets ripped down anyway.
Yes.
But the other thing Bill Cooper did, which was beneficial, was in the Hour of the Times, he pointed something out, because he was a Bible scholar.
Yes.
And he pointed out that anything that Paul said in the Bible points out that Paul was not truly a follower of Christ. Mm-hmm. And he pointed it out so poignantly. Like, I was like, oh my God, who is this guy? And the only other person who validated that take was Red Elk, when I went to train with Red Elk in Washington State. But Bill Cooper was intellectually knowledgeable enough of the Bible to say, everything Paul says in the New Testament makes me know that he did not love and follow Jesus Christ. I don't listen to him. I followed the words in red only. So those were the two things that I take away. Number one, it's you have to understand how Douglas communicates, which is you have to understand his intellect. And number two, Bill Cooper was an honest enough person to go out there and say, I was wrong, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And those are two huge things, because Bill Cooper was the first proponent that made it, I would say, worldwide with his book talking about aliens coming out of the ocean when he was in the Navy. He was one of the leaders of the conspiracy genre back then. And that book was huge. That was a huge book. Everybody wanted that book. I remember everybody wanted that book.
Yeah, thank you. No, that was profound, and I thank you so much for that. And it was so tragic, so sad that when Bill Cooper was taken down, then Alex Jones, when Bill Cooper was no longer alive to defend his own name, Alex Jones besmirched him, smeared him, defamed him, slandered him, and basically said he was an alcoholic wife beater. And so everybody should know that about Alex Jones, that there's nothing here that's redeemable in any way, shape, or form, that this individual is just pure garbage. And when he made his reputation on predicting the downfall of the Twin Towers, what's so important about the Bill Maher example is not just some opportunity to slam some Jewish guy. It's the fact that what he points out is that he lost his job immediately for what he said about the Americans doing their trip, which is just bombing from the stratosphere. But the point is that when he says it was the only one to pay a price for the Twin Towers, think about what Alex Jones was doing. When Alex Jones was saying what he was saying, the first thing that should have happened was Alex Jones should have been several weeks off the air while the FBI arrested him and took him in for questioning, because how would he know this? That would be the first thing that should have happened, is why did the FBI and every other federal agency from the NSA to the CIA should have had turns questioning Alex Jones, saying, how on earth did you know this? Did you know this was going to happen? Because automatically he should have been a suspect. So for someone like Bill Maher to just say Americans are cowards compared to the suicide bombers and get fired, and then this guy, Alex Jones, is saying, I can tell you what's going to happen and who's going to get blamed, but nobody questions him, and they just leave him alone. How is it the American public just ate this shit up without asking any questions? They just take the shit you serve them, and they eat it. And that is what's so horrific to me. So not only he was doing that all the while he was slandering Bill Cooper. So this is the insanity of the situation. And this was what makes it so hideous. So, and when I first came out against Alex Jones, I was attacked vociferously, but you know who supported Alex Jones? The man who promoted him the most, George Norrie.
Of course.
George Norrie would bring Alex Jones on, and I remember distinctly whenever anyone said anything against Alex Jones, George Norrie would immediately attack them. Like, how dare you say anything about my friend? He's the greatest. And of course, then he would actually put up footage of him and Alex Jones drinking together. And he thought it was, see, this will make us look so cute. Look, and there was a time when Alex Jones and him were getting so drunk that he literally fell into a mud puddle, George Norrie. And so then he said, it's cute. People think Alex pushed me, but Alex would never do that. And of course not. He wouldn't need to. You were bending over for him to butt fuck you, and you just bent too far. Anyhow. What happened was that when he's showing shit like that, okay, this is beyond normal professional relationship, obviously. So when somebody's out drinking with somebody to the point where both of them get pig-faced drunk, this is not some guest who's randomly appearing on the show anymore. This is like these guys are practically in bed with each other. And so, but George Norrie was the guy who promoted him from the beginning, pushed him. And the guy who was also pushing him, the guy who was giving him the firsthand information was, that Jewish guy who for years was doing his own show. And he was trying to look like an old-fashioned reporter, had the old press hat and everything, and he was trying to make a deal of looking old-fashioned. I can't even remember his name anymore, but there was a bunch of people behind Alex Jones that were just like the support network that were promoting him. And you have to ask, why? Why would they give this fat, bastard all this backup? Where did all this backup come from? And so everybody just took it that he was this young and upcoming star because he's some, Super Joe, and, people need to acknowledge him or something. It was bizarre to me. But there you go with that. But please, whatever else comes to mind.
And that's why I say you graciously posted the information for me, because it was the first I had heard of it. I messaged you about it, and you posted it to me. Now, you could have thought I was another troll, attacking you for it, but I wasn't. I was actually interested, and you shared the information, and so that was our first interaction with data. Yeah. But Aristides, if you like another avenue to investigate with your engineering mind, one of the people overlook. Douglas, have you heard of Victor Schauberger?
Yes, of course. I mentioned him just the other day when we were talking about Unterland.
So this is, I think Aristides would love researching him, because Victor Schauberger was kidnapped by Hitler to work on anti-gravity technology for the Virile. And once the war was over, America kidnapped him back. And so all of these things were terrestrial, not extraterrestrial. Like Victor Schauberger was a forester, I believe, from Austria.
Yes.
And he observed the streams and the memory of water. And if people research IBM, they know that the first hard drives were housed in water because water has such a memory. And Victor Schauberger built such strong centrifuges for the plumbing in his hometowns in Austria that he would actually rip the pipes out of the ground. Like he would spin the water so fast to reset the memory to make it clean. It would rip the pipes out of the ground. And there's pictures of him near his centrifuges. Callum Coates writes about it. I think a really good book by Callum Coates is out there. But Victor Schauberger is a fascinating study and kidnapped by every government. It was heartbreaking because he wanted to go back to his homeland to die, and America tricked him and kidnapped him, and he couldn't go home, and he died heartbroken in a land where he didn't even speak English. So that's a whole nother avenue to delve down. But those are some of the things I came to mind with that recent discussion we brought up. It's just fascinating that you have knowledge of all this and you have recall of it instantaneously.
No, it's fascinating. Yeah, no, Schauberger. Yeah, I mean that's all very fascinating to me. It's like, but yet nobody knows who he is, and everybody knows who Alex Jones is. Unfortunately,
right? It's just, yeah, it's so sad. Yeah,
millions of people, and it's what's funny is how when do people not get? They're like, oh, this guy, he's doing so much damage to the deep state, and then he's allowed to have millions of followers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, he was given, I think his next. So the two things he threw William under the bus for his first in, but then to really get into the in crowd of conspiracy guys, they gave him the picture of the ceremony in the forest. What was that picture of the altar that Alex Jones had? That really was his ticket. Right. That was his ticket to superstardom in the conspiracy world. You know what I mean? That was his next big ticket.
That was, again, the insanity that's involved here, just so people understand the story behind that. And it's, that was Alex Jones and Ron Johnson. It was Alex Jones and Ron Johnson were basically, like I said, when I was sent by the Department of Defense to quote-unquote infiltrate Sonoma State, find out how they got information on the HAARP project, because basically, so people understand this, for whatever reasons that I don't know or understand or comprehend, the only university in California, granted only one university would do it because who's going to get it? Like, who wants a master's degree in library science? But the only university that provides a master's degree in library science is San Jose State. So the University of San Jose has got this this degree, and as I said, I never completed mine by turning in my master's thesis, but I got the credit equivalent of it. And then for whatever reason, I guess these universities have to survive by picking up some kind of specialty. For whatever reason, a bunch of reporters like Walter Cronkite and Ted Koppel and John McLaughlin, a bunch of others got together and they said, oh, let's start up a Project Censored so that young promising journalism majors can prove their mettle by outing the most underreported story of the year every year. And so Project Censored is, God knows why, centered in Sonoma State. So that's why I was sent there for a year to, quote unquote, infiltrate Project Censored, find out what these people were doing in how they were getting their information. So, by the way, just so people know, Sonoma State is out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, quite literally. It is like it is like literally the armpit of Sonoma County is Sonoma State. And it's wine country, so it's some of the most beautiful country in the world is California wine country. But Sonoma State is the armpit of that. It is in Rohnert Park, where the Ronertians come from. And it is, Rohnert Park is like, for some reason, everything that grows everywhere else in wine country doesn't grow in Rohnert Park. It's like it was like nature's biological waste dump or something. And so, as a result, they were going to build a woman's prison there. And so all of the residents got together, all these farmers and hippies and shit, and they all protested violently to the point where the government gave up on it and said, okay, we won't build a woman's prison here. And I guess they did the next best thing. They instead established a university called Sonoma State. Seriously, all of the dorms are what were supposed to be these prisons. And so they are the most, it's just like, even my dad said when he saw that, he said, I've seen prisons that have better accommodations than this shithole. So all of these dorms that were supposed to be prisons were all named like after wines. Zinfandel Hall, Port Hall, all this shit. But they really ought to have been named after, the wino drinks like Night Train and, all that shit. But so all of these kids, it was just, all they did was drink, no surprise. But the horror is that I couldn't have wasted a year of my life more uselessly. But at the time that I was there, trying to infiltrate Project Censored, I did whatever reporting I could, and this was supposed to get me a promotion and a career, and of course it didn't. And it was just all part of this nightmare of working with the U.S. government. But my point with Project Censored and all that shit is that it was, they had reported on HARP, and then I was sent there. Oh, yeah. So since I was there for a year, and there's nothing to do, it's a former prison. It's one of those odd places where people would, because all they have to do is drink, they would do odd things. And so it was like, oh, let's go visit this guy in prison. And I said, okay, nothing better to do, and rode up with a bunch of guys to visit people in prison and shit like that. And so at one point, while I was investigating Project Censored, it seemed to be within my purview of duty to basically join Ron Johnson, who was there for this Project Censored, and Alex Jones. Because they had come by to drop in and visit and said, oh, we're going up to Bohemian Grove. And so I said, by the way, be aware, I still worked for the government at that point. And so when they said, well, we're going up to Bohemian Grove, and we're going to do filming all this stuff. And so I said, okay, I'll go with you. So I was there when Alex Jones and Ron Johnson went to Bohemian Grove and took the footage. So when it came to Bohemian Grove, they got up there and they're trying to approach this like it's a commando raid. And they're like saying, oh, hey, let's, and by the way, they're not dressed for this. It's not like we're all in camouflage and we got toolkits and shit like this where we can clip through electric wire fencing and all the rest of that. So I don't know.
T-shirts.
Yeah. I don't know what these fuckers had in mind, but it didn't make any sense. And so basically I'll get us in. And so I just said, hey, I need to talk to Colonel Aquino. And they said, who are you? I said, just tell them it's Douglas Dietrich. And then Colonel Aquino came to the gate, and I said, these guys want to come in. And he said, well, both these guys work for me. And he said, come on, what are you guys even doing here? Do you not remember? He looked at them both like they're idiots. He said, do you not remember that you ultimately work for me? Wow. And they both just like, yes, sir. And he said, then come on in. And after that, he walked away. That's how we got in.
Wow. Well, now, that answers that.
Yeah. And so then, they went in, took this stupid footage, and they were still acting like they're on a commando raid. And I was going around helping myself to drinks and, food, and these guys are going around like they're sneaking around like nobody can see them, and everybody's pointing at them and laughing, but it's like they thought they were invisible. And I'm like, hey, is it mind control? Are they just clowns? I thought maybe they were a joke and that they were going to pull into a routine and they were part of the entertainment. That's what I assumed that this was.
Wow.
And so they're traipsing around. Everybody saw them. And what I couldn't understand was, I said, when they start taking out these pocket cameras, and, Ron Johnson had this, like, pocket little camera, like a film camera. And I said, why don't you just get something on a tripod? You could probably borrow something here. I don't get it. And the footage that Ron Johnson later presented, I snuck into Bohemian Grove, and it's all this grainy-ass footage and shit. You can't even tell what's going on.
Oh, my God.
And you're wondering, why did he bother? And then with Alex Jones, it's this stupid little photograph that he didn't even take. Like you said, that was probably given to him. And then he just, later on says, I got this. Well, I was there with both of them. But, if you ask both of them about it, I'm sure both of them would deny ever seeing me. But at the same time, after a certain point, it was like they didn't know each other. And I swear to God that when we were driven back home towards Sonoma State, where they took off in their own cars from there, because we had to have somebody from Sonoma State drive us up there because they didn't know the road to Bohemian Grove. So it took somebody from Sonoma State to drive them up there. They didn't go up there by themselves, just so people know that. I was there in a car with some other kid from Sonoma State drove us up there. And so what I couldn't understand was when they were doing what they were doing, why on the way back, it was suddenly like they were in different worlds. It was like they didn't know each other. And it was like they didn't talk to each other. It was like they couldn't see each other all of a sudden. It was just absolutely bizarre. So they were like under some form of fucking mind control. They were, just like, I'm sure if you asked either one of them about Aquino, they'd probably say they saw him there, but couldn't describe anything else. And so in terms of, but both of them were ultimately, as he said, working for him. And it was quite obvious because he said they both work for me, let them in. And, and of course I was just let in, as if I were employed as well. And obviously I worked for the government, and technically I also worked for him. But he didn't need to vouch for me. It was like everybody just assumed I was his illegitimate son anyway. So when it came to these two, they were like, the bizarre thing was that they felt that they needed to pretend that they were sneaking and peeking and doing something subversive. And that was how they got off. But they're really just, were let in from the front door, and they were, expected to take photographs and everything else. So all that being said, that's back to the both of you. I mean, it's always, whenever I speak of these things, the more disgusted I get. And,
well, let's segue then. I brought something up while you were setting up your cushions, and it's something. And I hope your ass is nice and warm.
It is. I've got the heater on beneath my butt. Yes.
Awesome. So one of the earliest books I got, and it was from my professor who told me about it, and he's got a whole wonderful history. He invented cold fusion. National security took it away. He said you can't talk. You can think like that, but you can't put it on paper.
Holy shit.
I have the New York Times article to prove it, even though you can't look it up anymore. But it was the Octopus Files with Danny Casolaro as the leading investigative journalist. And it's something that really isn't talked about anymore. And this is how all the police departments now communicate. And it was a software that connected all of the police departments, small and large. And I don't know if you've ever spoken of it. I mean, I haven't followed all of your items, but I'm sure you have a little bit of information on that.
Well, just so everybody knows, the octopus was one of the original conspiracies, so to speak. It was like one of the original postmodern conspiracies, where you had a reporter consumed by what he was investigating. And basically, the part that I remember, and granted, this is only what I can consciously recall. What I can consciously recall is that there was a journalist who was one of those old-fashioned cigarette-smoking, hard-drinking journalists, press agent type that, others try to emulate, until recently, like that guy who was helping out Alex Jones, whose name I can't remember. But you'd have these old press agent types that were kind of like, this was their life. They were consumed by their investigations, and they're the stuff of films and legend. You'd see this portrayed in the film Capricorn 1. And in the film Capricorn 1, you see the journalist in that film just basically becoming terrorized. People around him literally disappear, like the moment he turns his head and they'll be abducted. this sort of thing it was happening in real life to the guy who was investigating the octopus, which was basically he was investigating corruption and just found out that it was all connected, and that it was all connected to the degree where there had to be a central source of the corruption. That basically he was kept getting deeper and deeper. So this is one of the original investigators of the deep state. And that's pretty much all I remember was that in the end it consumed
this is what it was. Yeah. This is what it was. My professor in the first class, I thought I got away from the apocalypse and conspiracy, and I'm in calculus. And my professor goes, "Do you think you're learning calculus?" No. He goes, "You want to talk about the CIA?" It's so random. And he goes, "There's a little island. It's called Dominica. It's not on any map, right?" So he talks about this island called Dominica that has a heated lake that forms its own energy, that the CIA housed all its information at the time. I forgot why this was so important. So I bought the octopus file, and lo and behold, I think the first page or two of chapter 8 or 10, it talks about this secret island of Dominica that's not on any lake, where the CIA housed all their data. That's the part I forgot from all those years ago. Sorry to interrupt, Douglas.
No, it's perfect. That's perfect. Because I can't offer any more.
Yeah, it's like, so that's how I knew. My professor was like, "Oh my God, this guy wasn't there to teach calculus. For whatever reason, he was there to just tell me about this fucking lake in the ocean that isn't listed anywhere." And that's how I knew he was involved in it all, so to speak. So that was the story. That it was unbelievable. So Dominica was the island listed in that book alone, and there's no depth of detail that he goes into. It's literally like on one page for one sentence, and they move on because there's nothing else on it. I think it's a boiling lake on an island that is no longer listed on maps.
Yeah, no, that figures. And I vaguely remember Dominica. And but other than that, the details have been given by our man Aaron and our man Aristides as an engineer. Thank you so much, of course, for posting the hyperlink. Deeply appreciate that. And but share with us what that brings to your mind. What do you think of when you?
Well, I wish I had professors like that.
Yes.
Yeah. Wait. Okay. Back up just a little bit. This Dominica thing, a boiling lake. Wait. Say that again.
Okay.
So I can
you
see
have
that.
I'll recap quickly at the risk of losing the audience, but.
Oh no!
Douglas,
by the way, I want you both to know that our numbers are maintaining the same as if Peter Moon were here. So both of you gentlemen are doing great. Go on.
Aristides is an awesome co-host. So I thought I had left the apocalypse and conspiracy behind because in the group I was raised in, it was very conspiracy minded. And, Bill Cooper's book was passed around, and the Jesuits, I forget his name now, there was a Jesuit priest who turned rogue and would go to visit different churches. And so this mindset of the apocalypse was like ever prevalent, but it was so negative to life that I'm like, I have to live my life. So I'm like living my life. I go to college, and all of a sudden I get this professor Lodato who he helped develop the neutron bomb, and he had cold fusion. And all of a sudden the first day of class, he tells us about this boiling lake in Dominica. So then I get the book, The Octopus Files, and I'm confirmed of this lake because it's literally in chapter 8 or whatever of this book, the Dominica boiling lake. But again, this is where the internet's rather new. Cell phones are rather new. And the professor's on the phone with me telling me how, your phone is a bomb. Like, they can kill you as soon as they want to because it's a lithium bomb as a battery. Yes. But, at the time, and this is before the cloud and the fact that they've been able to maintain the data more articulately, the CIA was mimicking the SS in compiling data on everyone and everything. And they needed a place to house it. And they did it at this base they built on this boiling lake, which created its own energy source because it was a boiling lake. So that's what I remember from it. And there's really not much else there. But there were also a lot of bases in upstate New York where I used to live as well, and a lot of underground bases where, like, in the middle of nowhere, you'd see like an old farmhouse, but underneath it would be, a major elevator to go down to a military base. And there's a lot of nuclear missiles hidden underground and a lot of Navy bases and things.
Okay.
So that's really the history of that. I wish I could go deeper, but, I was going to college and I was trying to earn a living. I didn't, it's hard to delve into the conspiracy genre full time when you have bills to pay.
No, it sucks to have to make a living. Yeah, I mean, I just so people understand, honestly, the stress involved with just producing what I produce, it's people just don't get it because they don't have to assemble and disassemble something like this with every episode. I have to set up, my little campsite basically on, like I said, with Judith Agard, called appropriately enough my deathbed, and then get it going. And with the other things that I'm involved with, especially when you have the death of electric blankets, etc. It's one of these things that it's just not worth the stress, except for the fact that I can't live without doing this. I don't mean in the sense that, I must do this because it's somehow therapeutic. It's literally my major source of income to help me make the rent and survive. So it's one of these things I literally have to do. By the way, so our what I put inside of the text box here in Skype is what I've also put in the chat room. This is a link to a different book than what you're talking about, but if you can find the link to the book you're talking about, please put it in both the text box and the chat room. In terms of this one, this is a book about the reporter who probably wrote the book you're talking about, and and how he died. He was ultimately consumed by his investigation, and they ate him alive. So it is a it does bear looking into. It's kind of required reading for anyone who's trying to educate themselves about the deep politics. And both of you gentlemen, I will be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to probably grab another liquid Coke and just kind of ease my way towards some form of oxygenation and caffeination enough where I'm feeling somewhat normal. In the interim,
I'm always like perplexed, Douglas. So when you go and grab some Coke, I'm glad you said liquid Coke this time. Sometimes is it the other version of it?
It is usually when it's after. This is how my biorhythms work. The biorhythms work where, and just so people understand this, for people who again are unfamiliar, I'm infamous, obviously, for the drug abuse, as some people would think of it. But people need to understand, I'm not paying for these drugs. These drugs are sourced from the estates. They are essentially the highest quality. They are, of course. Nothing I would recommend a baseline human be abusing regularly. It's obviously people get impacted by this and it destroys lives. I can get away with what your baseline human cannot, and it does impact me differently. It does affect me differently, where it's more of the cocaine that you usually hear me doing lines of it. You don't hear me doing it on air, but you hear me doing whenever Peter Moon leaves, and then I try to take a break, and then the people who come on, whoever comes on, who's able to spell me, and I go away for that 15-minute period of time. It's usually when I do a few lines of the cocaine, but that's then I do the rest of the night, especially towards monologue and whatnot. But it's more of a calming effect on myself as opposed to your average person. It is a working man's drug, so it does impact me somewhat the same as it does for other people. So it is energetic, but basically I'm doing this twice a week. And by the way, this is not something that I'm trying to belittle or diminish. I'm not trying to say that, I'm doing this twice a week, it's okay. This is, you want people to understand that there's no moral, I don't operate on a moral judgment when it comes to this sort of thing. But I do warn people that, people hear stuff that I do, like for instance, my Africa habit. When I came back from East Africa, I was just using khat a lot. It's also known as cat, and it's cathinone. This is an herb, the Cathinona edula. It's an herb that grows in East Africa, and everybody's on it over there. So this is, but it's completely illegal in Europe, completely illegal in the United States, and it's something that if you don't build up a tolerance to it, it'll blow your mind. It's just it's a stimulant, and so it if your average person takes too much of it, but again, there's truly racial differences, and I've told this to people before. It impacts people in medicine, it impacts people in drug use. Like I said, over there in Africa, people smoke it, people put it in tea, people sprinkle it like paprika on their pizzas. They'll put it on their rice, their food as kind of like an herb that they're just adding, almost like a garnish, but your average European or American will take it, and they'll just be, they might get so stimulated that, once they're addicted to it and keep taking it, then they'll start getting hyperparanoid. So it's, I smoke it. I don't smoke it nearly as often as I did a few years ago, but it's something that I was smoking regularly for a long time. But I don't talk about it as much anymore because I got tired of people saying the same shit. Oh, can I have some? Can I have some? No, you can't have some because, my source is exclusive and I'm not going to share it because all I'm going to get is I want more. But the point was, here's a good example so people can get some morbid entertainment out of this. So for a while there, I was affiliated with Abdul Karim Haq before he became apostate and gave up Islam and changed his name because Abdullah means, of course, slave, as in a proud slave, a slave of God. Abdullah, a slave of God. That's what it literally means. But it means that with the sense of pride. I am God's servant. So he changed his name because he felt, I will be a slave to no one, and I am God. He changed his name from Abdu to Abu, which means daddy. So I am Big Daddy. And it's just all this hubris. And I had to disaffiliate with him for any number of reasons. But at the time that I was still affiliated with him, and this guy was one of these big drug experimenters, and he went to Europe, and this is what people would do all over in Japan and Europe. They would pay this guy to fly to parties in Japan or Europe so they could have a black Muslim on hand doing all these illustrations and claim they weren't racist or Islamophobic. Look, he's so harmless and he doesn't have a suicide bomb pack strapped around him. Isn't he nice? And, and this is how he made his living, was, being paid to show up as your token black Muslim. And so he'd sit there and draw pictures of everybody and shit. And so, my dad would have said he had life by the balls. But then he was always blowing it by stupid things he was doing. So he was in Europe and he had been smoking a bunch of pot, which that to him is like, he's just shake and bake. It's just as soon as he wakes up in the morning, he was doing that. So he already had all this THC in his system, which is the norm for him. He's got more THC than blood. And then he basically was doing some other, hashish. Yeah, then they gave him some hashish. And then he said, oh, what's this? And there were these herbs that were in the room. This is when he was in Europe, France, when he was in France. And then they said, oh, that's cat. That's the cathinone from Africa. Oh, I got to try that. Oh, I got it. And I was like, when he was relaying this to me before he even got to the punchline, I was like, are you fucking crazy? Are you fucking out of your mind? You're on THC. You've done hashish. I know he'd been drinking and doing some other shit as well. And then he's going to try the cathinone at that point. I mean, okay, this is just a recipe for disaster. And then, so then he took it like an idiot, thinking, oh, I'm black and it's from Africa. Of course, just a match made in heaven, right? Oh, nothing's going to happen. And then, of course, he couldn't breathe. And all his asthma kicked in. I can't breathe. And then, so they have to take him to a hospital. I guess that kills the party, right? And so they're taking him to a hospital. And then, of course, the hospital's going to charge several $100s. Oh, I can't pay that. And I'm like thinking, at that point, I really knew this guy's an idiot. I mean, like, what's more important? You want to live? Or you're just going to say, I can't pay that? I mean, are you insane? Are you that crazy? Anyhow, then they took him to a Muslim hospital where he claimed he was still Muslim and they treated him for free. And I thought that was so cheesy, sleazy. But at any rate, so just so people understand, these drugs, I can do combinations people can't. I can do things people can't. Just don't do it. Just don't try to think Douglas can do it. I can do it, because it's not the same. But with the cathinone and the cocaine and all this stuff, the one thing that you will notice, or even when I'm drunk, which I have been during interviews, the one thing people will probably notice is that usually there may be some alteration, but I'm usually still able to process. Aristides just put this very funny picture in the text box. That's hysterical.
That's great.
If you had a Hitler mustache, it'd be funnier. Yeah.
I'm looking up other things that are more useful than that, but I just thought I'd send you that.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, after all, I'll take after my biological father. He was addicted to the cocaine too. Okay, so I'll be back in a few minutes. You guys are holding strong. And honestly, I have, both of you have lived up to my expectations and beyond. I know both of you are really good at this. You have a good ability, a good rapport, and I know that it's safe in your hands. I'll be back in just a few minutes, and gonna go mute, pick up some stuff, and okay, I'll be right back.
All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead. All right. You look. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask. So it reminded me. The book Douglas posted was co-authored by Jim Keith. He was one of my favorite researchers. Did you ever read his books?
Did he do one on black helicopters?
Yes, Black Helicopters over America.
Yep. I seen that one, or that might have been something Peter had at one point. I think that's the only one.
So he was interesting. He was kind of ostracized because, like Bill Cooper, when Bill Cooper turned face, he was talking about the cattle mutilations and all of the alien agenda, and saying, no, this is your government's technology, is basically what he was saying. And nobody liked him for that, because everybody wanted it to be aliens. So it was very tragic. He was one of the foremost conspiracy authors, and he was actually onto a very true thread that it's just your government's technology. And he was paranoid that he was going to get taken out. So he went to a live event. I don't even know where it was. And he fell off the stage. And at this point, he was super paranoid that he was going to be killed by a government agency. And he hurt his knee. He went to the hospital, and he's begging. He's like, please don't put me in the hospital. Don't put me in the hospital. So he went to the hospital, and they had to do a routine operation on his knee because he tore something. And he's like, they're going to kill me. Don't put me under. Don't put me under. They're going to kill me. And long story short, he died of an infection he got in the hospital of that surgery. It was a Clostridium or a Clostridium strain of infection. And it was the very strain that he was saying the CIA uses for assassinations. So basically, the irony was what he was exposing, they used to take him out, and then he was gone. But he wrote some incredible books, and two of the most potent books were on mind control of the masses. But he did dabble in the black helicopters and the Men in Black and things. They weren't and admittedly, they weren't his best works.
Right.
But the other stuff was. I'll try to screenshot some of them because I just pulled them out of storage, and I'll send them to you via the Skype message. But
no, yeah. I didn't know that. I'd only was aware of that one book. I don't know. I got some channels here. I dig around for like PDFs and stuff. I found something on the octopus thing. It's not I don't think it's the book that we have here. The Amazon link. That was in 96.
Yeah, it was a while ago. Like, so when I sound rusty, it's because it's been so long since I've looked into these things. They're like the beginning of the journey, and unfortunately, as you get older, you try to disclose things to people.
Yeah,
and
Okay.
There's a lot of time that has to go into getting to the point where you can digest some of this stuff now, because you have to start at the beginning. And the beginning was all of these items here. Like Douglas said, it's almost required reading some of these things to get into it at the beginning. You know, like you have to understand how these things began, and these are the formations of the conspiracy. It was so large, and these are the books and the investigators that started it all.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I seem to have found some PDF I was able to download. It says it's about the octopus stuff, and it says dedicated to Jim Keith. So I guess that's after what you.
Yeah.
But it seems to, maybe it's a later kind of retelling of that story. I put it in the chat.
Awesome, thank you.
It's a PDF to download there. So
yeah. So
wow.
What is, I'm curious, because you have such a sharp mind, you're working in engineering, what is your current reading list? Like what are you currently digesting?
Well, to be honest, I mean, right now I'm not getting to a lot of textbooks, you know. I'm collecting a lot of PDFs for, you know, someday, you know, some quiet rainy day.
Yeah.
Spending a lot of time listening to the transmissions there, and kind of getting it that way. I wish I could read more books. I kind of dropped off on Peter's books. I was, you know, for a time I was like, you know, every new one that came out, I was like, oh wow, yeah, you know, and I would read through, and Seven Seal and all that. I read that. The last few years, I don't know, life got kind of crazy, and I kind of didn't manage to keep up. He rolled out with the whole what is it, the stuff, the books about the Romanian stuff.
Yeah, the Radu Shinemar stuff, I, you know, out of respect for Peter, I dove into. I fell a little bit out of love with it because it kind of got dry, and it's not his fault or Radu's fault. It was just, it wasn't intriguing, and life gets busy. I mean, we all get busy, right? Like life gets
that's kind of what happened. I read the first couple, I think, and then a lot of stuff went down, and I kind of dropped off. I've recently, though, I've gotten all the books that I haven't you know, needed to catch up on, and I've got them. So
well, what's cool is I didn't realize your iPhone will actually audio read anything text. I didn't realize how to do that. So I watched a YouTube how to set that up. And Peter recently released the Philadelphia Experiment book, which he used to sell the paper copy of. So I listened to that, and that was interesting because that goes into the Phil Schneider stuff. And as wacky as Phil Schneider was, like, that book was well done in that it brings out a lot of detail about his story that, I don't know if you read it.
Which book?
The Philadelphia Experiment. Hang on, I'll go into my. Hang on. It was. Let's see.
Is it the one called The Philadelphia Experiment Murder?
It was the one that Peter sold. Hang on. So the yes, Murder. Yeah, it's
the one that Alexander Bruce wrote.
Yeah.
Or co-wrote, or.
Yeah, because Peter said it was something that was on his list to write. Yeah. But he was so busy at the time he couldn't, and he told his friend, "Listen, just write it and get it done because I can't."
That was Alexander Bruce wrote that. Yeah, I met her actually.
Oh, awesome! So, tell me about her. I'm jealous.
She's see, I read the book. I don't remember all the details of that book right now. But she's I mean, I think she's been a great researcher over the years. She's pointed out a lot of good stuff. She's still pumping stuff out.
Okay.
More like video stuff. I don't know what book she's put out recently. Okay. She had another one on 2012. What's it called? I think I got it right here. 2012 Science and Superstition. She wrote that. I think that was probably prior to 2012. But she's a cool lady, very, very bright. Researched a lot of things. What has she been putting out recently? I don't know. She's some of the stuff she's put. I'm putting out videos on an email list. Let me see, or linking a lot of things, and some of them get into some of these characters that I don't really follow. I don't know, different levels of the conspiracy movement here, and I'm like, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of psyop-y, but
yeah.
Yeah, she was cool though. She I had a chance to meet her. She was traveling through town, and I've been communicating with her somehow, and
that's awesome.
Caught up for a bit. Yeah,
I love that, and but that's what happens. Like, it's the same as philosophy, right? Like until your bills are paid and you have a little bit of excess in the bank and a couple extra hours, you really can't engage in the exercise of philosophy and the greater meaning of life. And it's the same with conspiracy. It's like you can't really start to dissect what's wrong with your society and what atrocities are being perpetrated upon the masses until the bills are paid, there's a little bit in the bank, and you have a couple extra hours, and eventually life catches up and you're busier, a little less in the bank, a little bit more hours at work, or a little bit more to handle, and you lose the track of the information, or you just lose the new version of everything, and it's hard to keep up. So and that's life, really. That's life.
Yeah, I can relate, but I think you come back to it when you need to.
Yep.
Here I'm dropping her. Let's see, she's got a website, a central website. So I just dropped that in the chat. ForbiddenKnowledgeTV.net.
Awesome, thanks.
So good stuff. You got to pick and choose. She kind of finds different interviews, different topics. A lot of it I found value in. Some of these, I don't know. Depends which characters you buy into or not. I don't know.
Did you ever?
I'm back. Go on.
Run across the character in England? His name is Christopher Everard.
Oh, I feel like I've heard the name, but not placing it too well.
He wrote. His biggest publication was he basically said that Jesus was tripping on mushrooms. So basically the whole religious experience is like a mushroom trip, which it was interesting.
It kind of is,
yeah. So he made a splash in England, but he made a point of boycotting like Amazon and all the traditional avenues of selling your data. So like he's got a limited audience. He grabbed whatever he grabbed. I don't know if he had 100,000 people or 50,000 people. I don't know, but then he would just basically sell his book directly, and right. He got sabotaged a couple times, and people stole his information and his mailing list and his order list. So like the danger of not using the mainstream formats is you can get sabotaged pretty easily, and so he's had some setbacks and things, but he's brought some interesting things forth. One of the major things he brings forth is the fact that most governments are actively using voodoo. He talks about Haiti and the magic that runs Haiti, and the top hat and the tailcoat and things like that. Like he brings some interesting points of that, and that all comes through, Europe, down through New Orleans and through the U.S. as well. So he's got some interesting threads of information. Just wasn't sure if you had bumped into him.
Christopher Everard.
Yeah.
Heard of him. Yeah, go on.
I just kind of plugged it in here. I'm looking. It comes up. Stone Age Psychedelia.
Yeah, that's his main publication, and basically it's like Jesus was tripping the whole time.
There's a lot of obscure books out there about how early spirituality was. Had a lot to do with psychoactive substances, and everybody would eat mushrooms and chant in the forest. And I mean, if you want to find God, I guess that's one way.
Actually, the same episode that Henry Rollins went to a Baptist church where they were handling venomous snakes, he went into the forest and witnessed two people like trip on some massively potent toad venom. So that was interesting segue.
And by the way, all those guys stealing his mail-in list and shit, they all just thought that he had a mail order service going concerning his psychedelic mushrooms, so they just wanted to find out his clientele. Establish themselves a little business going there. That's what they thought that was all about. The guy's doing it. I mean, look, the guy's coming across. He's going, hey, man, Jesus did it. Yeah, it's cool, dude. Yeah, you can too. This is why he's not using Amazon. This is why. Come on now. See, this is where our man Aaron is a little naive here. He's trying to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. He takes them at their word. He doesn't understand this guy's a drug dealer with an angle, It's like his sales pitch is, Jesus did it, you can too. Breaks down a lot of those taboos those stuffy people in England otherwise would have had. And, gets his mail order going, can't use Amazon. Of course not, It's nothing to do with just being anti-establishment. It's like he's trying to avoid the law. Yeah, that's why they're breaking into his little list there. But he's just lucky that all the crooked agents that were doing that were trying to establish their own base of business so that they didn't bust him. Yeah. Exactly. But I think, of course, of Terence McKenna when you bring up something like that. And
sure,
But when it comes to the mushroom trip, is always something to. It's odd. Now, there's plenty of decent people who are into mushrooms, but it's the majority of them I did notice are fairly. Heavy into the psychedelics, and even now I happen to be enthusiastic about the mycologists. By the way, for those who don't know, mycology is the study of mushrooms. There are mycologists out there who produce documentaries like how mushrooms can save the world, and they try to tell us about how the mushrooms are very important, and we can learn so much from them and cultivate them, and they can do so much for humanity. And I'm enthusiastic about all of that, but I also notice that when they make their documentaries, they tend to go a little heavy into the psychedelic aspects. Somehow that always seeps through, and then you realize that some of these guys, it just I have no doubt that the mushroom essentially consumes them. That at some point, some of these people, the mushroom literally overtakes, like, it's like a possession. It's like after a while, it's like all they can talk about, and then at that point, it becomes kind of like you have to make a choice as to whether you want to continue being influenced by this person because of the danger of becoming like that. I mean, does every person want to become that enwrapped and enamored of mushrooms where this is like what's coming out of your mouth 24 hours a day and what you're dreaming about? It becomes very bizarre. And the one creep, and this is what I'm segueing to, there was this one creep that was brought on by George Norrie, who was everything is a mushroom, Santa Claus is a mushroom, and it turned out that he was a hardcore pedophile, and so it made perfect sense he was on George Norrie, and he ultimately was busted, and of course he was passing out the mushrooms and getting the parents high and psychedelic, and then he'd go after the kids, and while they're all shrooming, while they're all like the parents are pretty much incapacitated. And, and how would he approach the kids? Guess what? I got a mushroom. Get it? And so it's, see the mushroom. And so they got to admit the subject kind of creeps me out. And
understood. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, obviously. Yeah. And the people that do tout it do lean heavily on the psychedelics. So I agree with you there, but it was just a segue for somebody who did bring some interesting tidbits. Like what I was saying, Douglas, is he brought out the deity that runs Haiti. It's mainly voodoo, and I believe that deity in particular has, like, he wears a top hat and wears this
Baron Samedi. Baron Samedi. But just so people understand, Baron Samedi is, of course, a very important voodoo deity, but he's one of many. Not too many, but there's not too many big ones, but there's about at least half a dozen, more like a dozen. Yeah, voodoo is far more important than people realize because it's so prevalent in so much of Latin America. And I think that when Everard is talking about the Vajahuduns or the voodoo in Haiti, in particular Haiti, I think that that's, of course, something that is informative. I think certainly more people should know about the religion simply because it impacts such a large part of the world that people are ignorant of. And it's essentially the religion of the majority of the black population in the Western Hemisphere. And so outside of the United States, where, of course, obviously, and of all people, Aaron Tice knows this more than anyone, in the United States, of course, the overwhelming majority of blacks are Baptist or some kind of Christian denomination generally. But, you go into the Caribbean and then you go further down south, and that's not the case. It's the voodoo. And so when William Gibson originally started his cyberpunk novels, he was portraying voodoo as a big wave religion of the future, which still may yet come to pass, simply because of northerly migration of the religion. The population brings the religion with it. So that may well yet happen. I've tried to educate people about voodoo in the past, and may go into the subject again in the future. But certainly, just so people understand, it will probably become more of a factor in. Now, was Everard arguing that all governments, or other governments beside these Caribbean and Pan-American governments, were getting more involved with voodoo? Was he arguing that?
Yes, he was saying it's more prevalent than people realize, and the Western governments were, well, obviously you saw the Clintons involved with Haiti, with taking advantage once the earthquake happened and stealing the granite, I believe, and the other resources they had, but taking the power that they had through their religion and infiltrating it into their own systems. So basically, he was saying they were stealing their religion and using the power of their deities to impact the Western world, because in voodoo, really you need a picture, and when you get to the social media genre, like, you put everything out there that anybody needs to control you via these religions and deities, but you don't realize it. Like, your picture's there, your date of birth's there, like everything is there that they need to literally bind you in any way, shape, or form. And I think that's what he was trying to make people aware of.
Okay. Very important point. And so when you see there was a film that I cannot remember the title of, but it was about photography, early photography, and the Chinese wariness, the fear of their soul being captured by someone taking a photograph. And so it was a Chinese film concerning this kind of topic, where the people would fear their soul being captured if they were captured in a photograph. And I think that it was not so much a supernatural film, I know that much. It was more of a romantic drama. But when it comes to the ancient belief that Native Americans had in that, many of them originally being afraid of having a photograph taken, other cultures having that fear, there is certainly truth to that. It's also the primitive belief is that you cannot have someone know your name, your true name. You have a true name that you offer only to those who you either love or are intimate with, or you offer to no one at all. And then there is a social name. This sort of concept is in the more primitive religions, and that is also the concept of a binding, the fear of binding from people with ill intent, knowing your name and your appearance. And of course, all of us have all of that out there. So it's
like
almost,
the burning bush. So, sorry to interrupt, but like the burning bush with Moses, it's like a type of that.
Yeah. Yes. And we'll go further with that analogy. Articulate that.
So when Moses encountered the bush that was burning, he asked, "Who are you?" the bush answered, "I am that I am." So basically, the bush was a greater magician than Moses because he gave him a name without giving him a name. So all magicians seek to know your name, which is to know you, but to not give you information on themselves.
Yes.
So really, it's very similar, and it's just knowledge. Basically, knowledge is power, right?
Yes, absolutely. Very well said. Very well articulated. And yes, all of our information is out there. And I always wonder about people who are afraid of sharing their information. Certainly, there's some legitimacy to their fear, but at the same time, it's almost like a hopeless struggle to try and preserve your privacy, quote unquote, in this day and age is like a forlorn cause.
It's over.
Yeah, so I don't understand why some people make such a big deal out of it. It's kind of like it's like in the end, what you have to take up is the attitude that no one can truly own or bind you unless you really let them do it, and you have to kind of center yourself and protect yourself in a different sense than quote unquote your privacy. But such being said, of course, we should be cautious about giving corporations in particular everything. And people say, well, governments fall into that category too, but then you have to ask, where do you stop? It's there's obviously certain things that governments have to know or they cannot govern. Obviously, in my case, it's, well, we've gone way beyond government responsibility. In my case, it's state terrorism at this point. But yeah, that's the difference, of course, that people will notice between someone like Bill Cooper and myself is how vulnerable Bill Cooper was compared to myself because of, well, any number of things. But basically, the tragedy is that a lot of people who become crusaders for truth or right or just causes, they just have not been so familiarized with the depth of corruption in the government as I have that they don't know how to fight as dirty as the government does. So in my case, I stole government property, etc. And if you're not prepared to do that, you're not going to survive, let alone, come out on top. So at least I can survive for the moment. I do want to thank everybody in the chat room, especially El Nemo and Viv at the moment, because Viviana Sanchez, love you, honey. Mwah. She says people have a right to privacy regardless of burning Bush's theology. I like that. Of course, she's referring to the Bush dynasty, and that's her particular specialty. She said, ew, based on the mushroom story that I told. And I don't blame her for that. And she's busy interacting in the chat. And T-Tankberry was here earlier, who said, better yet, when people convey their opinion about a particular topic, that Doug can spell out the actuality of the matter, refreshing what it may have meant for someone. Thank you, T-Tankberry. And he's this wonderful individual who contributed 50 United States dollars by dropping it through the door slot the other day. He does that basically about once a month. Effectively, he drops something by at least once a month, generally speaking. Our dear friend Aaron TICE is, of course, the man who I owe the most for making rent this last month. God bless you, dear Aaron. And with that, of course, El Nemo and the others, everybody's helping out in the chat room. I want to thank them all for what they've done here. A nice little ghost and Dracula little icons added by our dear Clarice Claudette. That's so cute. And when I was speaking earlier about I can see the irony in a vampire being sucked dry by a bunch of ghosts, and just aside from all of that, yes, I do want to thank everyone. And we do have a lot of people here. Again, a very large audience. In fact, it's actually larger usually than it usually is when Peter's here. So, by all means, gentlemen, continue. Now, our man Aaron has a photograph of himself beside Red Elk, right?
Yes, yeah, and he's one of my dearest teachers, and we lost him a few years ago. And it's a great story, and I'll tell it before I retire. So I used to listen, and I'm sorry, Douglas, it'll trigger some memories. You'll get angry, but hopefully we can keep you calm. I used to listen to Art Bell because there really wasn't anything. There wasn't anything else at night, and so one night, I'm listening to Art Bell, and this Native American red elk comes on, and he starts telling some stories, and I was like, this is amazing. I have to write to this man. And he put his P.O. box, and it was in Thorpe, Washington. And I just wrote his, and now this is a rebroadcast show. It was probably 10 years old at the time.
Oh,
okay?
wow.
And so I took his P.O. box down, and at the time he was talking about Mel's Hole. And I don't know if you know what Mel's Hole is, but
yes,
Thorpe,
the
Washington,
infamous Mel's Hole, where they found puppies and seals and shit with no eyes. Go on.
Yes. So I actually drove with red elk within a mile of Mel's Hole, and so at the time I was listening to red elk speak on Art Bell, and I wrote him a letter. I said, I really enjoyed what you said. My name's Aaron. Here's my email and my phone number. And I mailed him a letter, and he called my cell phone. And I remember coming home to my wife and playing the voicemail, and he had broken English because he had no teeth. And it said, Aaron, this is Red Elk, and you can call me back. And I was just dumbfounded. Like, how does this happen? A 10-year-old rebroadcast program. And he called me. It was like so stupendous of a moment. And so we got in communication, and, I was really working hard, a lot of hours every week. And I wanted to go out and meet him. And I said, well, I'd like to come in the spring. And he goes, well, if you come in the spring, we're going to be snowed in. How about like next month? Right. So I went to the general manager. I said, listen, I'm going to go meet this fella. He goes, somehow I don't think I have a choice, do I? I said, well, not really. He goes, have you told your wife yet? I said, no, I haven't. So he goes, all right, go enjoy yourself. So I went out to meet with Red Elk for a week, and we spent some awesome time together. But most of his teachings have been taken down. He taught a lot on biblical meaning. He taught a lot on the false rapture and the true rapture of the New Testament. He's the only other person that actually validated what William Cooper said about Paul in the New Testament. He said very similar things. And he was just an incredible human being. And so that was the time in Washington. That was December of 2011. Time really flies.
Wow. Well, the year my mother died. And of course, that was much later. That was December. That would have been her birth month, but she had died in March. So in terms of Paul, yes, just to reemphasize that Paul created Christianity as we know it, which is a doctrine which had nothing to do with how Christ was living it. And he definitely was the creator essentially of the church. So Paul essentially created the church instead of I know to the Roman Catholic it would be Peter, and they honor, of course, Saint Peter and all the rest, but really it was Paul that was influential in getting like a doctrine out there. And it's exactly as Bill Cooper said, and Red Elk were saying that Christ was this is going to be a very bizarre analogy, but the allegory that I've tried to used before so that people would understand it is that he, from a more modern sense, because he's closer historically, people need to understand that the communist doctrine that was formulated by Karl Marx is, of course, a religion. And this is what I was explaining to the Bulgarian bozos who were interviewing me for 12 hours. By the way, what did you think of that interview? Did you review it? Did you find time to review it?
I reviewed. So the beautiful thing was you've gone through some of that data a few times, right?
Yeah.
And so the beauty of some of the clips you posted was that you were so rehearsed in the data that you compacted it to such a short amount of time. Like the 1 hour and 14-minute clip I listened to twice because you've never relayed that amount of data in that amount of time to actually have. Most people can't digest a 12-hour episode like myself and Aristides. So that 1 hour and 14 minutes is like if you want a snapshot of like what's happening, this is the 2 or 3 hours to listen to. So it wasn't the bozos that interviewed you. It was your ability to actually compact that information into a small setting so that people could digest it. And it's still overwhelming, but it's digestible and in a short setting. So it's your magic, not the bozos that tried to steal the information.
Yeah, no, I agree. Are you talking about part of that whole thing, the 12-hour thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. No, in fact, I mean, even the whole thing, I agree with what you're saying. But like, I even sent that along to somebody like that. It's a very, there's not usually, that much explanation packed together. So it's a good, if you just kind of forget about those guys and just listen to what he has to say, it's a very, good summary to send somebody.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an hour. There are 2 1 hour and change sound bites that actually articulate so much that I can't count on people that I know anymore to actually digest 4 hours and get anything out of it. It's like, it's sad, but that's the reality of the times we're living in. People's attention spans are so limited that 1 hour is very valuable. So that's more a testament to you, Douglas, and the fact that you've gone over the material in a way that came out that way.
Thank you. Bless you, both of you. I really appreciate that. One of the things I tried to explain to them as survivors of communism, not that they were old enough to remember communism themselves, though they might have been born into it, but one of the things I was trying to explain to them was that this was all part of the westernization of the world, and what that most of these people who are in Russia and these Central European nations that were behind the Iron Curtain do not understand that they've been westernized, because Marxism is just a Western heresy. And so when I tried to explain it to them, the Western heresy of Marxism, you're talking about this man who was born in Prussia, Karl Marx. He moved to London. Forget the Jewish aspects of it for a while, and his real name being Mordecai Levy and all the rest of that. But the fact is, he creates this anti-religion, which is just another religion. It's a religion to replace religion. And so, but it was not Marx that made it in the world. Marx was just doing his trip, and pretty much he, even though he got sponsorship, it wasn't that if it had not been for Friedrich Engels, you never would have heard of Karl Marx. And so,
interesting.
Yeah, Friedrich Engels basically created the Marx myth. And during Marx's lifetime, if you had read anything Karl Marx had written in his private correspondence, you would have thought he was Adolf Hitler. He was just extraordinarily pro-German, very German nationalist, had gotten into fights in pubs all the time, saying that German workers were far superior to British workers, who he deemed as lazy and etc. He was very anti-Russian. He was profoundly, and when I use the term, you would have thought he was Hitler. I use that very, very loosely. Of course, their ideology is not exactly alike, but you'd be surprised at the parallels. It stopped at things like Karl Marx supporting slavery and the Confederacy, which is what Karl Marx was on the side of. But the point that I'm making is Karl Marx was essentially this racist, and he was also he just everything that they didn't teach you in school. Then what happened was that when Friedrich Engels took over and he essentially reformatted Karl Marx, that was what created the Marx myth. So it was Friedrich Engels who created the communist church, so to speak, the doctrine. So when everybody who's really educated in communism, the professors in the Soviet Union or various other places, when they would be the specialists in Friedrich Engels, and Marx would be looked on as this kind of like this Christ figure, but all the doctrine and the church, so to speak, would be based on Engels. So this is the way to look at Paul, was that Paul kind of took Christ and then created this Christ that you wouldn't recognize. And that's the Christ that the majority of Christianity has inherited, is the unrecognizable Christ as recreated by Paul. as opposed to so not saying that Christ was an asshole like Karl Marx, but, whatever he was different than what we've inherited. So so points be made, and so our dear Aaron, with all his responsibilities. Now, you said you were going to explain something before you checked out. Are you intending to check out about this time or at the top of the hour?
I was gonna. I forget what I was gonna get into. I lost my train of thought. I got
enraptured. We were talking about the. You said that you were going to explain a little. Help me out here, Aristides. Aaron was going to explain a little something beyond mushrooms.
I don't know. I'm kind of stuck back in the mushroom thing.
I brought you back there. Yeah.
Well, we were going, Douglas, during your last break, we had talked about Jim Keith, and he was one of my favorite researchers, and I think
he wrote that book. I put the book that I
Yes, and it reminded me of his work, and basically he was very much a proponent that there were no aliens but government technology, and he was so paranoid that the government was going to take him out, and he ended up getting taken out by one of the strains of infection that the CIA used to assassinate people, Clostridium. So he died prophetically, and it was very sad because he was a very prolific investigator who could cut through the bullshit, and nobody else at the time was cutting through the bullshit. Everybody was like, UFOs, and he's like, no, it's your government's technology, wake up. And so I do miss him dearly.
That's so sad. And there's so many of these reporters that die like that, in ways that should be obvious to everyone, and or at least that's what used to happen to honest journalists, is they died. I remember one of the last ones to die was somebody who was investigating the Gulf War or something like that. I'd have to go back in my notes and recover his name, but he was literally taken out by a drone while
Wow.
I mean, like, while he was on the highway. He was like on a highway, and people said his car blew up, which of course, but it was described in such a way, and there were witnesses to flights overhead, something flying overhead, that it was like a drone strike in Iraq, and but they just and he was trying to expose the military, so it makes perfect sense. They just deployed a drone domestically and took his ass out on the highway. They weren't even worried about causing other accidents, and technically they didn't need to, because the car just essentially disintegrated. So it's not like cars behind it just drove right through the fireball, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, and it makes you wonder why they're pushing electric vehicles, because if a lithium battery phone is a detonation device, what is an electric vehicle with a giant lithium battery, if not a detonation device, right?
Thank you. They could just blow you up at any time while you're in the car.
Exactly.
So now, obviously, when your calculus instructor was telling you about this, the lithium battery was... Now, forgive my ignorance here. He's not talking about the old handheld phones then. He's talking about cell phone, or what?
Yeah. At the time, I'll never forget it. I was on my porch, the first house I bought, and I was on a BlackBerry. And you remember when BlackBerry was huge? They got all the government contracts, so you had the little round ball, and so we were on the BlackBerry, and he was telling me all this, and we had reconnected after I had gone into the professional world. He had wanted me to sell wine for him when I was in college, and because he had a wine import license that George Bush Jr. gave to him, and George Bush Jr. gave it to him because George Bush Jr. was under so much strain and political, basically assassination, and Lodato basically said at some big function, he's trying his best, and he gave him a little support. So George Bush Jr. threw him a bone, and I think it was MI5 or MI6 showed up and said, "Listen, here's a Chinese wine import license," and so in the midst of all of his endeavors, which his main endeavor was he wanted to create electronic currency. He was a laser physiologist. He had bought patents from a company called Busy Bee in Poughkeepsie, New York. And he wanted to generate an unhackable chip for a credit card for less than $1 a piece so that he could create electronic money. And IBM wanted that token. And so one of the high-level leaders in IBM went after my professor hardcore, and they actually burned his house down and sent goons to him. And this is where some of it intersects with Peter. Like, my professor bought a brainwave machine from Brookhaven Labs, no less. And he got it for $500 on eBay. And he shows up to Brookhaven Labs to pick this thing up on a trailer with like a 5,000 page manual. And this ties in with Montauk because it was mapping brain waves, what they were, what they look like, why they're there. And two goons in white coats were loading the machine for him. And they said, people get in trouble for having a machine like this. And by the time he had driven home, which was less than 3 hours, his wife had supposedly committed suicide by by taking poison. So the next 10 years of his life, he was litigating against the hospital that actually finalized the job, because basically what they did was, against hospital protocol and medical protocol, they upped her morphine drip to the point where she died.
Right.
And he went through 3 or 4 attorneys. The first 2 committed suicide because they couldn't get anywhere with it and they were attacked. Yeah. And the third one basically dropped the case, and he never let it go because it was his life's greatest tragedy. He lost his wife, and it was over a brainwave machine.
Jesus Christ!
So that's part of it. But what he wanted to do was create electronic money, and I have the whole story.
Would you say that he was pioneering crypto, Bitcoin?
So in his hubris and ego, he wanted to be the guy that pioneered crypto and electronic money. Absolutely. And there's no other way to describe it. He knew he could do it. He needed 3 or so years with top scientists, and he could have got it done. But IBM, being the powerhouse they were, wanted to do it themselves. So they wanted his patents. So when they burned his house down,
Jesus Christ! I mean, that just came into the story, right? I didn't miss something. That just came into the narrative. You simply inserted that now, right?
IBM was after him, and they ended up burning his house down because he had these patents from the Busy Bee company, but he had hid them somewhere else. And so he never gave up the patents, but he never attained what he wanted to, because it's hard to go against large corporations like that.
Of course.
It's just not possible. So that was my calculus professor.
Oh my God! Well, it's not that it's not possible, but he's doing it the wrong way. You can't. People have got to understand. There's first off, the one thing that people have to understand. One of my advantages that I have in life is I have almost nothing to lose. And for people who just don't get it, I came from.
No, that's a huge advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, I do not have any conventional family. I do not have I don't have any conventional job. I don't have anything that's conventional at all. And everything about me is a specialized situation where even down to where I live is one of the most impossible places in the world to take somebody out. You're basically stuck with taking out the block. It's there's no way you can take me out without. And they tried, and then they made mistakes. And you remember definitively, I'm sure, the time that I was down in the Super Soldier Summit in Las Vegas. And then Russian Hill got cordoned off by the men in hazmat suits, and they parked snipers on the roofs across the street, and everybody thought they were making a movie. And then they raid the wrong house, and this happens all the time. And so it's just one of these things where they have to do something like that, and then they fuck it up 9 times out of 10 anyway. So it's just horrible. And by the way, just so people know, the man that they busted and had to follow through with, simply because they couldn't go back. Once they started, they couldn't go back. They had to take him out. He was eventually released. I do want people to know that several years ago, he was released. So, I was shocked. Honestly, sometimes people like that die in a concrete hole. So he was very lucky that they just decided that they were going to, just get out of here and, let him go finally. So
crazy.
Yeah. But just so people understand, they've, they've tried things, they failed, and don't think they'll stop trying. But it goes in waves and cycles. But in the interim, they do things like try to sabotage the show. I mean, it brings us back to how they take advantage of certain things. When Brooke had the argument with me the other day, the numbers went up impossibly high. It was while she was arguing with me, the numbers like quadrupled, and there's no sane reason for that. All I could think of was that they NSA agents and a number of other people monitoring the show all connected with each other, and the rest of the show went on normal. Mark H was brought on after that, shortly after Brooke left, and then things were like going along normally. And then I said I'm going to go into monologue, and for those of you who don't know, it was the episode so that people can listen to it. It was I'll give you the date for it. The moment I said I'm going to go into monologue was the moment they took out the modem. Nothing else in the house, none of the other powered implements were disturbed. It was just the modem was taken out, and then I had to unplug and replug the modem. But something like that, it kills everything, and you have to restart. So that was 9 days ago, and it was still have to hit on to get the date. That was the episode of here, let me look. Geez, what date was that? Oh, Wednesday, July 23rd. So it was Wednesday, July 23rd, and then by the time that I got the modem restarted and did the second part of the show, it was Thursday, July 24th. So people can listen to both of those episodes, and of course I was pretty exhausted. What they were hoping for was that I wouldn't do the monologue. That'd be too exhausted to do the monologue. But this was obviously coordinated. It's just something that it's not random. It's something that they take into account who I'm interacting with, how upset I might be, and then they'll hope that he'll be too tired to go into the monologue, and then just took out the modem the way they did. So I wound up doing actually far longer, much more longer than I would have. I did like an extra 6 hours once I got the modem started, because then Peter Moon happened to come in and then started asking me a bunch of questions about the Peacock Angel. And so the second part of the episode is like a totally different episode where I was talking about the Peacock Angel. So everybody can, reference that, but it's one of those things where the enemy tries to take advantage of whatever they can, and they do fear my monologues, and that's the part of the show that is the most dangerous to them in many ways. And yet what we expose when we're simply having conversations like this, I think, is profoundly important. And I want to congratulate both these gentlemen for their courage and the fact that they even investigate this kind of subject matter. When it comes to the other thing that happened with your calculus teacher, I like the fact that you point out his failings, and his failings were that he had this sense of aspiration that he could do something, and yet the failing was that despite all the loss, he could never muster enough anything to get it done. Was it because he couldn't scare up any investors, or? Well,
it was had he been left alone, he would have accomplished his task. The issue was he had IBM and their squad of goons taking him out at every corner. So he had the ability, which he was a laser physiologist, and he had the patents of a company that he could stand upon. He bought patents that were key to manufacturing what he needed to do. And the issue with electronic money is, until blockchain came along, it was too expensive to build an uncrackable chip. So the only way to make electronic money feasible was to build a chip for less than $1 that nobody could hack, which was his goal at the time. And this is before blockchain happened. And from what I understand of blockchain, this is now what the banks have basically hijacked. Now, instead of blockchain freeing the common man from needing banks, blockchain has freed the banks from having to police their own fraud departments, Wow. So it's before blockchain, and it would have been very useful, and it would have catapulted him to fame once again, like the neutron bomb. But again, it was his own hubris.
But he wasn't Dr. He was working with Dr. Cohen, who did the neutron bomb, right?
Yes, but he was not listed. His name is not listed anywhere, but he was working with him in the government. Yeah. So basically, when they took his notes on cold fusion, which I can send you the article that I have, his story to me several times was he immediately got a government scientific job and immediately got a 33rd degree Mason card. Like that was basically his instant membership for, they're like, look, you can't do this, but here, go work over here. You'll have a career and a pension.
Oh, wow.
So that was his exchange for those things. But yeah, so that was.
So when he told you about getting the Mason card, this should have been his ticket to kind of a better life, kind of like being a made man, right?
Yes. And he had, he had many wonderful parts of his life. And I met him later in life. He was teaching in a community college to give back to the community. It wasn't because he needed to. He just wanted to. He loved calculus and taught math and wanted to do it. When I went to, so he bought a house in Kingston, New York, and it was a rundown old house, but he had magnificent artwork on the walls. He had a Salvador Dali on the wall, and he had
an original
Christ. Yeah, an original. Yeah, and he had a picture of the head of Christ that was from the School of Da Vinci that might have been Leonardo da Vinci himself that painted it, and it was very dark. It needed restoration, but he had things that spoke of a life of extravagance, So I just caught him in his waning years and at his decline, which, we'll all have a decline at some point.
Right. But his story otherwise sounds like an unmitigated tragedy. Oh my God. So he did have, though, wealth and comfort, but he had paid such a high price for it. It obviously was not worth it in its own way.
Correct. Yeah. Once he lost his wife, he had successes too. Once he lost his wife, he built a wine cave, and that's when he got the import license through Bush Jr.'s administration. And the wine cave, he housed wines from all over the world for people and sold wine to the Rothschilds in New York City. And
wow,
he sipped champagne with Madame Rothschild, he told me, and that was his
holy shit.
Yeah, he just kept whenever he would have failings, he would rise to the occasion and succeed again. And I was in the wine cave, and I went on a couple wine trips with him and sold some wine for him as a favor, but I didn't see long-term sustainability there, so I went other directions. So my 20-year career in sales was elsewhere other than with him. He was extremely an unstable individual.
Right. So Aristides, as someone who majored in engineering, there must be mad engineers you've run across as teachers, kind of like leading lights, so to speak, that kind of had their own issues similar to this?
No, nothing that beats that. I don't know. I knew it. No, not like that. I knew of a guy, not through, not as a professor, but otherwise, who he supposedly somehow stumbled into like a cold fusion thing. But, and I think, I don't know. I don't know how much I should say about it, but.
Yeah. It's whatever you can think of that you feel comfortable about.
No. Well, no, I probably shouldn't. But no. They're quirky people, engineering professors, but
it's
understood. I'll see if I think of anything.
Oh yeah. Sure. And when it comes to someone like like Dr. David Lewis Anderson, Obviously, just so people understand, there are many other aspects that I might speak about to these gentlemen privately that I wouldn't necessarily say publicly, that again reinforce what I say about him as basically being not human. And so when it comes to Dr. David Lewis Anderson, one example of this was for a long time he was living in the abandoned city of Rochester, New York, that belonged to Kodak, kind of like the sub-city of Rochester, New York.
Yes.
Yeah, where they had their own incredible power plant that was big enough to power several cities because they were a major industry. And so, again, understand the context here. Kodak Company died because of the Japanese industrial expansion that killed Kodak, and along with Xerox and so many others, the Japanese photography industry pretty much killed American industry, period. But one of the ultimate fatalities was Kodak, which was a major part of America, right down through to defense contracts and the like. And so they had their own company town, and when they ran a company town, it was a company town. It was like they gave everybody everything. It was a company town that had, behind all the electrified barbed wire and razor wire, it had its own school, its own hospital, and this was so people who were injured on the job would not be reporting any industrial safety malfeasance. And so they treated them in their own hospital. They had their own school so the children could be raised. I mean, this is what people would imagine a Japanese corporation to be like. But Kodak had it for Americans, and they still failed. This was because they were still operating in a very real sense in another century. But when it died, the family that owned it ultimately allowed Dr. David Lewis Anderson to live there alone. So you had this man living in a deserted city alone. And the point is that he's in there with chemical factories that used to be pouring out so much toxic waste. For each one of the parts of the photographs that were taken that was colorized in Kodak, old school, they'd have one side of the Kodak company producing yellow and other side producing blue, etc. And they would pour out all this industrial effluvia into the river, where if you were to take a drone these days as opposed to a boat in the old days and go up and down that river, you'd never want to go in a boat, I would presume, or certainly not swim in it. But they'd say that those parts of the river that passed by the part of the company that was bluing the photographs, the part that were yellowing the photographs, the part that were greening them, the entire river would be that color. Just that red, blue, yellow, green. It'd be like, these primary colors, and all these other colors would be, that part of the river would be colorized in that color. And nightmarish. So you've got these powerful chemicals there, and obviously there's vats where you could disintegrate entire human bodies. There's all these things that are in this city, but nothing that really support anybody anymore. Once all of the infrastructure left and the people left, some guy living in that city alone, that's no way a normal human being could survive. I mean, how do you eat? What do he's got this power generator that can power several cities at once, but, as I said, he's basically living off of that, is what I was arguing. But when it comes to a normal human being, what do you do? It's not like somebody's delivering you sandwiches every other, 3 times a day or something. It's like... Yeah,
Instacart started much later than that.
Thank you. So this guy was like... he's like there for the power facility. And so I was describing things like that, and of course there's other elements I wouldn't speak of publicly, but just so people know, David Lewis Anderson is, of course, just a profound individual that is, by my argument, I would argue he's not human. And of course, we've gone into this before, but aside from all of that, what else comes to your mind, Aaron, today in the few minutes we have remaining, where we're blessed with your company? I'm hoping that after you take off, Aristides will stay with me for several more minutes. And
yeah, I could stay around.
Excellent.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you, Aristides. Yeah, I would say that the thing that comes to mind with Dr. David is he never speaks of anything of substance.
Thank you.
Any one of his interviews is so pedestrian, and it's almost like he's talking down to the audience in a way. Like you're just assuming everybody is in a third grade mentality.
Thank you.
It's so every word, it's almost like Hillary Clinton, where you're just talking down to everybody to a point where it's like, okay, like I'm an adult. I've never garnered. The only item I ever got of information from his many interviews was the fact that he said we should be terrified of China, and he didn't even give any detail on that. And obviously, we know we should be terrified of China. It's like they've been after us publicly for my entire life. You know, China wants to take over America for our entire life. The NBA kowtows to China. The NFL kowtows to China. YouTube kowtows to China. YouTube is Google. So everybody's scared of China. So really, he's really brought nothing of substance in his public lectures, but yet he has a framework of humanity and humanitarianism. And I just personally don't buy it, and that's just my own personal opinion.
Right. Thank you. That and of course, just again, for anybody like Aaron who's tried some martial arts training, it's just again the mixed martial arts fight where he just jumps in. That's the part that nuclear physicists.
Oh, it's impossible. It's not possible. Like a lifetime of training, and if you take a few years off, you're not jumping in. That is not possible.
Thank you. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Well, any professional fighter will tell you this. Anybody who's professionally training in combat, but especially martial arts, where you're literally kissing close to the enemy and you guys are going right up against each other. It's the way they'll describe it is, if you take a day off from training, you'll feel it, and if you take 2 days off from training, your enemies will know it.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I love going to I train in boxing gyms, and the guys there, like, it's so intimidating. Like, it's not something you jump into. You don't just walk in and put on gloves. It's just not done. But that being said, I've had another wonderful evening. And Aristides, thank you. You're awesome to bounce things off, and I appreciate your history.
Thank you, Aaron.
Your research. And Douglas, you're always so gracious. And the audience, thank you for listening, because goodness, I get bored of my own stories, so I'm glad that I can share them with somebody else. I hope everybody else isn't bored with them, and I'll be back Sunday if you'll all have me.
Please, and we look forward to both of you, of course, and please, our prayers to all your loved ones, and we hope you have a great time, and we look forward to seeing you Sunday.
All right, I'll talk to y'all later. Have a great night.
Okay.
All right, Aaron. Thank you.
To it. So we're here with Aristides now. What I'll try and do is see if we can bring a few other people online, and I might take another short break and then veer my way towards the monologue. And Aristides, you have no idea how grateful I am. And let's take a look at the call here and see what we can muster up. Love that little photograph. I got to make certain to download that, of course, with the lines of coke in the shape of the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the swastika.
Yeah, I put another PDF there. It wasn't the same book that was being talked about. It was something about the octopus. You could find it there. I don't know. Great.
Thank you. Our man Nemo says he's downloaded the PDF file. He may be talking about exactly what you've sent us.
No, there was a book in the 90s, and then there was something after that, written after the guy died, and it was dedicated to that guy, Jim Keith.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Yeah. And so, do you know anything about Jim Keith's death?
No. Aaron had the whole story on that. I've got one of his books, but apparently it's not as even his biggest one. It's the one that Peter was selling years ago.
Okay, yeah. And so let's see now. Just going to poke around, so to speak. When it comes to people to bring on, there's a few that I'm not comfortable with bringing on tonight. And I still want to have a long talk with them before bringing them on. So just poking around. And So it's not the normal scatter shot where I'm just hitting everybody. I just want everybody to know that.
I did have another thought.
Sure.
If we talk about drugs some more.
Yeah, sure.
No, I mean, like going kind of doubling back to the mushrooms thing, and I guess you know what you talked about is kind of I think a lot of the impressions people have of it are from people who've taken it too far or not used it in the right context. I will say it's like from what I understand, it is a shamanic, drug, and there are other ones, and that's not something you want to use all the time. Shamans don't go do their shaman drug all the time.
Thank you.
They go off to the mountain. They do whatever it is they're going to do, and they get their vision and their understanding, and then they come back and then there's other people that just think it's some kind of recreational party drug, which it really shouldn't be.
Thank you.
It can be, it depends how it agrees with the person, but it done correctly, it can, and in measured quantities, or it can help people with, depression, and very, who are trapped in very negative cycles of thought with their life, but it has to be done wisely, and maybe with somebody's guidance, and you have to take little steps, and it kind of helps you free up, damaging thought patterns and the cyclic depression, that spiraling hopelessness feeling, and it can help with that, but it has to be just enough, because too much and it's more than most people can handle. And the people have taken it too far. Everybody has impressions of them, they don't realize how many people have just done it a little bit and gotten where they needed to be, whether it's getting over trauma or depression or something, and went on with their life and didn't just, go off, being Terrence McKenna, because not everybody can do that. But it can help people. But like I said, it's like anything taken to excess or used incorrectly. It is not going to be a great outcome.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Yeah. Amy, I am so happy Amy Como could join us. And thank you, Aaron Tice said, what a pleasure. And the pleasure was ours, Aaron. And so, dear Amy, love you dearly, honey. So glad that you could join us. And, I am so tempted to run with the joke here and say that Amy can tell us all about these drugs. But maybe.
Why do you think I said yes? Why do you think I was like, except we need to talk about the mushrooms.
Oh, tell us.
We need the mushrooms. No, I'm not really into the mushrooms. I know a lot of people use them therapeutically. Mm-hmm. The microdosing is really big. Yeah. People love that word.
Micro being the key word here.
Yes. Yeah. And,
yeah.
Like the tragedy of alcoholism is so much more pervasive that if anything is going to help, let it be a mushroom, right. Don't do it on your own. Like, do it with other people, do it, like you said, with a therapist. But I want people who drink hardcore and see no way out to have options. So if I guess in Oregon, this is, and even like my friend in Washington told me years ago, and he was able to just stop drinking. Like he just, for whatever reason, was like, I'm done with this and was over it. But he still struggled with the depression. Like he had a really tough life and the depression was just hitting him really hard, even though he wasn't, like he said, like, I've tried, I was trying, like, I was just smoking this really high grade weed, like all the time. And it wasn't even affecting me. Like, it wasn't like I just felt fine. Like, no, not stoned, not happy. And I was smoking a lot of it. So he was like, I just got into this program, and he was in Washington State, and he's telling me, yeah, I do this microdosing and I go for my run, and it's so much more fun with my headphones on, like just running. He's like, sometimes I can't answer your call because I'm tripping and I just can't. But I was really glad that he had an option, that, you know, like when the weed stopped working, that he had something else. And like, it was combined with some therapy. And I'm sure that, you know, just because it might have been beneficial for him, that it might not be beneficial for others. And I wouldn't suggest that, you know, people do it on their own. Like, it's not necessary. Like, you know, you want to experiment with this stuff with people who know how to do it.
Yes.
Like, don't just hunt down mushrooms in the woods and think that's
oh
good.
God, no, don't ever do that. Go on.
Well, I do that. And when I find the lion's mane, let me tell you, I have a really good kitchen experience after my lion's mane hunts.
Wow.
I'm really excited. Yeah, we've had all this rain, and I'm really excited. Like, in the fall, there's probably going to be some pretty great mushrooms out in the bog. So I am excited for a little bit of change of season. Douglas, before you take off, did you talk about what the photo is? I'm so happy that you're doing photos again.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. Oh, well, this was a hotel photo when I was with an escort, but she took the photo, and I'm looking rather pensive. It was just more of a mood photo. Of course, on my promotional banner for tonight's show, which is on my Facebook timeline, you get a better face front of myself with the white hair, purely white. Because that's the color of my hair after the night of the broken circle and the peacock angel experience. I was left with pure bleach white hair, snow white hair. Shining Shadows, who's our dear friend Chris Collins, says mushies have helped me out quite a bit. So I swear I wasn't on mushrooms in that photograph, but when it comes to it, it's just no real story behind it. The escort was kind enough to take the photograph, and so just so people understand, this was like one of the holidays that we've had fairly recently, in which I was unable to publish photographs because I was banned off YouTube quite a bit lately. So for those of you who are somewhat familiar, have been following the story, we've gotten banned a number of times. They're seriously trying to take our channel down. And we're, all we can do is be very careful of who I bring on from this point forward. Because at this point, my channel could get taken down. They're trying to report anything they can. They tried to report closed captions. And so we have closed captions, and they filed a fallacious report. We did not. So just various things like that. So understand that this is one of the reasons why I'm being hyper cautious about who I bring on. And Amy Como is, of course, very adult, very, somebody who's behaves herself. And thank you. I'll have more of a story behind some of the other images I put up lately, and some of the other ones I'll be putting up in the near future, because we're heading into Chinese Ghost Month, as well as the Japanese Halloween, these are horrible analogies. There's no real cultural equivalent. So understand that very soon, as a matter of fact, I'll just do a screen share here and we'll show the calendar. So doing a screen share right now, and we'll show a calendar. And basically, when it comes to what the month is, it's very busy. We're going to have of course, National Sister Day coming up on Sunday, along with the Hiroshima commemorative day. Father's Day in Taiwan will come up August 8th, 8th day of the 8th month. Nagasaki commemorative day will be the day after that. When it comes to the 11th, this is going to be National Mountain Day in Japan. The Montauk Phenomenal Day, as Peter Moon says, will be manifesting the 12th of August. This Montauk Biorhythm, as Preston Nichols taught him about, he will be returning as soon as Montauk Biorhythmic Week is over. So Montauk Biorhythmic Week will be to the Ides, or till the mid-August, 13th through the 15th. Not this Sunday, but next Sunday through next Wednesday. will be the Montauk Biorhythmic Week, and that will start on next Saturday, not this Saturday, but next Saturday. With Peter Moon, he'll be returning, hopefully, right after that, but he'll be in Romania throughout the Montauk Biorhythmic Week. And that week will also be the Oban Matsuri, the Lantern Festival, which the ancestral spirit season, which Westerners view as a kind of Japanese Halloween. So as well, we will have the basically the end of the war, the end of the war day, in which the Japanese won. So if Real Tech Geek were here, I would say that emphatically because of his not reading the book. And that's also when we begin, basically, that'll be the New Year's Eve day for Chinese Hungry Ghost Festival month. So that begins on the lunar month of when the ghosts return to Earth, and that'll be when Peter Moon returns here. So there's something very rhythmic there. And so Chinese Oban Festival month, this will be ongoing, and then a few other things coming up. The commemorative day later in the month, the 25th, of when George Lincoln Rockwell was assassinated, the year after I was born. The anniversary, the 12th anniversary of the Kaiser of Germany, who may someday be recognized as at least a constitutional monarch once again. Then, of course, we'll have the Metaversal New Year's Day, the Chinese Hungry Ghost Festival, part of that anniversary coming up. That's kind of the pivotal part of that month. And so an Armenian holiday, just very busy, extraordinarily busy the rest of the month. And so there'll be a lot more photographs, and I'll obviously be celebrating quite a bit, so there'll be a lot more celebratory photographs. But I certainly want to thank our lovely Amy Como for her questions. One of them would be about maybe some of these other photographs. This is, for instance, is a, let's hope the sound doesn't come on, a biofacsimilacra. This is not a human. Is it? Yeah, that's a biofacsimilacra, yes.
I didn't know what was going on with that one. I particularly was interested in the gloves, of course.
Yeah. And
yeah. It's interesting that the one for tonight was not your son taking the photo.
No.
No. So, yeah, so that excellent to know who was behind the camera.
Well, he kind of helped before. She just basically snapped, right, but he kind of set it all up.
Don't give too many details. You're fine. You get a private life. It's
fine. No. I mean, I don't mind if it's truly private. I'll let people know. It's because so people understand this. My son and I, we're very comfortable with each other to the point where we obviously, my son, when he was a girl, as he was originally born, a female, then we were intimate. We were physically intimate. So he obviously is very comfortable with me from those days. So when escorts are hired for me, he's often there to introduce and just kind of help them get comfortable with any eccentricities or specific requests, etc. And then which escorts prefer, because of course every client has different requests and different fetishes or whatever that they prefer. So then he just helps break it down very quickly, because he was once a professional prostitute himself when he was female. So he helps immensely with everything. But he just gave her a chance to take the photograph, and we used it. And of course he took some others. The one that's published on, because I don't think Amy Como has a Facebook timeline. So on the so on the Facebook timeline, this is the baseline. This is myself with the white hair that was taken quite recently. Basically shorn my hair a bit. I love
your white hair. I love it. I'm clearly jealous.
Oh.
Like I really wish my hair would just turn white right now, so I could stop looking at the half-seas, at the salt and pepper. Like, just go white. Yeah. No, I think it's lovely. I think it just makes you more you.
Oh, you're so kind. It is certainly my baseline. It is the baseline, and I love you for saying that. Yeah, and it's So, yeah, I mean, you could always just dye it white, but here's the warning. Unless you have a professional photographer like my son, especially against this kind of background, the horror of white hair is, unfortunately, most of the time it'll look like you have no hair. That's the problem, unless the photographer knows what they're doing.
That is an excellent point to make. Like, to get it to come out from the background the way that it did, and then to maintain some of the definition in the skin as well, like to see some shadow in your neck. Like, I mean, this skill level, I think, is really well, and perhaps it is your comfort. You know, it's your comfort with the person who's in control of the image.
Yes, you were involved with photography, weren't you?
Oh, I didn't even want to go there. Yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking thing because I really did love it. Like, my grandmother's sister was a naval photographer, and I'm convinced she'd taken some pretty interesting photos for the Navy that they had to erase her record. That when I wrote the archives, they said she didn't exist, and I'm like, I have photos of her in her naval suit.
Oh, wow. So
she did exist, and she did take photos for you. She inspired me to study photography when I went to school.
Well, that's so important. That's so important. I'm so glad that you're willing to share that, because it's, again, this is how you understood my experience. And they're erasing my records. So, yes, by all means, continue.
So I studied at Tulane, and photography was my concentration for 2D. And then I basically was like, I'm not taking pictures of children and pets for money. I'm like, that was what my mentor in the Tulane publications department had told me, is like, if you're going to do this, it's very competitive. And this was like before cell phones. This was before everybody was a photographer.
Right.
So he had said to me, you're going to end up taking pictures of kids and pets. And that was exactly what happened. Wow. So I just was like really just like deflated in my love for visual art. And so it's kind of heartbreaking to me to think about, but I still have a very fond appreciation for the way that you express yourself.
Oh, bless you.
I want people to see it as it is. It is a part of how you work through your own emotions too.
Right.
Like, the image that you choose is generally something that says, this is a little bit of me that I'm giving for you for this 12 hours.
Thank you. This was for when I had to raise the rent, and if it weren't for Aaron Tice, I wouldn't have made it. Certainly other people like T-Tank Barry helped, as much as they can. I want to thank Stephen Myers for sending money to get me through that desert between paying rent and when my check is deposited. So this was what I was expressing at the time. Wasn't sure whether the rent would be made, but Aaron made certain that it was. So blessings to him for that. Another person who contributed was Michelle Carmela Saldana. So my thanks to her. Of course, excellent. I told my gang brother Beaver that a young lady with cancer contributed $250 to me, and of course he said something that you'd expect: "You're going to go to hell." And,
I have something I'm going to share with you. Maybe I'll just send it to your thing from my friend, my Beaver friend.
Yes. Oh, she's so wonderful.
Yeah, she sent to me a while ago, and she's like, "This is for Douglas," and I was like, yeah, I'll get it to him. But it has to do with our beaver joke about how both of our friends are, this is my beaver, that's your beaver.
Yes. No, delightful. Of course, I
gotta pull it up, but I'll get to it.
Oh, take your time, honey. When I was just kind of emphasizing an all-night episode in which I was trying to maintain a sense of equilibrium, sometimes I'll just go for the illustrations. I haven't done that in a while. So Peter thought that this was good enough for a book-in set. He felt when the pensive look, he felt, this looks like the man that could take on a Kino. This is what I want to show the world. And I said, okay, yeah. And so it looks rather scheming, or he felt Machiavellian looking enough. Of course, now this, I almost died. So this was Japan's Marine Day, Maritime Aqua Day, in which they celebrate the fact that they're a seafaring nation, and all the Blood Boys created a costume that was a single flipper, both feet trapped. I'm sitting on a wet rock. Do not ever do this alone. And I wasn't alone, of course. I had, but the same Blood Boys who made the costume all had to jump in and rescue me from the waves when I fell in. Or I would have drowned.
God. That's so funny.
Yeah, dude.
That is so great.
Yeah.
I love that costume. They did awesome work.
Yeah, well,
awesome. What is that pink thing? Is that like a floaty?
No. My son's pulling it up with some wires. It's a scarf, and so it's like he's keeping it held up, give it more of a mystical look there. And of course, Judith Eggert used to say about these kinds of costumes that the Blood Boys or my son would make for me. They look really gay, and I'd say it'd be kind of like if I had adopted a black kid and he grew up to be a rapper. And then he dressed me up for an event, with a diamond-studded $ necklace and a fur, neckwear and the like. And she said, that looks really ghetto. It's kind of like, what do you expect? It's just kind of like part of the subculture. They've got a real eye for certain things that other people don't have. And the aesthetics, sometimes I just try to adjust to the aesthetics. And I'll have to admit, not always particularly comfortable. This is a hair piece, just so people understand. My hair doesn't grow that long, but this is an extension. Real hair, but it's an extension of someone else's hair that is added on. And again, something that almost resulted in my strangling in it while the waves were tossing and turning me about. That.
Were you a Marine?
What's that, honey? I was a Marine.
Weren't you a Marine? You almost died in that getup in the ocean?
I almost died in uniform. It was in a swimming pool. It was in a swimming pool.
Almost.
Yes. And the way...
While wearing that costume?
Yeah. Well, not this costume, but when I was in the Marine Corps, we were in a swimming pool and we were practicing swimming in full uniform. And the way that I survived that was to pull down two of the cadets around me. We were in boots and the uniform, and it all gets waterlogged immediately. And I just pulled two other guys down and got out of the pool that way. They both almost drowned. So
only you have stories like this. Seriously. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, good thing I'm rather psychotic and sociopathic, or I'd feel guilty about myself. So much more of a calmer thing here. Of course, what people need to understand is that obviously, for the sake of photography, there will be a lot of light. The reason that I can actually stand some of these things is either I'm in the light for a very short period of time, or it's very filtered by the fog. This is actually a fog picture. So people need to understand that it may be broad daylight, quote unquote, but San Francisco is extraordinarily foggy. So foggy you can see the mist. You can actually see the dew that collects on the window panes. So it's effectively almost raining, but that's the effect of the fog. But it collects with the dew, and then the light's filtered enough where I can stay there for a while. I can actually be in the sun for a period of time, but ultimately, if I abuse the privilege, so to speak, I will get sun sickness, and have had sun sickness at times. It's no fun. And probably spend more time in the sun than I should, which, most of the time I don't. But when I do, I'm usually there for too extended a period of time. This is another Biofx simulacra, and this was actually used on one of the embedded shows, so you probably saw it. This was the one I was using as a promotional banner. This was because of Marina Sarin, and we felt that it was apropos. I had discussed it with Peter Moon, and we were talking about some of her challenges. And what people should notice about the bioeffect simulacra is, like a human being, the whites of their eyes, the sclera, will redden. If she had been loaded up with enough liquid, she would have tears, but she hasn't been refilled with water. So this is how human that they truly are in their own way, like a developmentally disabled child. Beyond that, of course, this had to do with the illustration I produced to talk about the story of the young lady who had sex with me at Letterman Army Medical Center when they were trying to see if the nanoplasma would disable me. In other words, would I be able to still harbor an erection, still perform? They truly were interested in that, and were monitoring us on camera throughout all the time we were having sex, which was about 3 times a day, the few weeks that she was essentially living with me in that wing that was dedicated just to myself after the nanoplasma transfusion. But what they ultimately wanted to find out was if the nanoplasma would transfer through the sperm, which by all evidence it did. So that is why there's this young lady who's very mentally disturbed in Canada, or just challenged to the point where she's processing so quickly that she has obvious challenges in social interaction. It's because she was never raised to understand why she's processing so quickly and can retain so much information, and it overwhelms her. If we were speaking privately,
I appreciate. Yeah. I remember you giving that story, and I remember the part about you talking about the tattoo on the back of her neck.
Yes, the implant, the chip. Go on.
Yeah, and I felt like that was a fine answer to my question that had been asked, or maybe originally when I first came on, about the woman who was saying that when she was on a military base that she felt all the frequencies coming from her body shut down. And I wanted to know what your thoughts were on that. And so thank you for coming around to that, albeit however long it was. But so indeed, like, you know that this happens, that you know that there are people who are living robots.
Yes. Yeah, in their own way. I mean, that might be considered unfair to call them that, but in a sense, well, they're certainly slaves, and they're enslaved. And as I said, the name that they gave her was not the name she should have had. Not that she ever had a name, but the category that she was classified as was Class B FemJuve 879. And that means Class B as in not a sex doll alone, as in someone who was simply a sex doll, but also someone who was trusted with assignments. And that would mean like luring people into compromising situations where they could be blackmailed. So given a bit more responsibility than someone kept in a cage like a dog and then brought out as as a fuck toy, as many young ladies were. So she had a degree of socialization. But the FemJuve would stand for female juvenile. 879 was supposed to be the month and year she was born in. And that would have made her like 4 years old. And the reason she was given that miscategory would have made her probably younger than 4 years. At the time that I was in there was the 80s. Something like maybe early 80s. So she would have been like 2 years old or something like that. And the reason that she was given that category was so on record, I would appear as someone who was fucking somebody who was 2 years old. And that like made me, on the records of the dossiers, it made me a pedophile. And that made me one of them. That was actually the way that Aquino was doing me, quote unquote, a favor, so that they accepted me as part of the crowd. He felt he was doing me a favor. But in terms of the young lady herself, of course, I fell in love with her, and but she herself was insistent that I never try and follow her, never try and find her, and was so adamant about it, almost threatening to kill herself if I did, that I never did. And later on, of course, the quote unquote daughter thing came up when I was applying for social programs, and then the man casually brought up, this was after the death of my mother and I was in danger of homelessness, And then the man at the San Francisco County Documents Office, who was working with trying to get me on a program, asked me what about your daughter? And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, when he looked at the files again that were coming up, I couldn't see what he was looking at. He said, "Oh, I see. You would have been 14 years old when you fathered her. You're not legally responsible for her, so we can forget about it." And then that's when I tried to ask for more, but then after that, he just changed the subject violently, like we'll speak no more of this, and just went on with processing myself. Later on, of course, we thought we found who's probably her, and that's a whole nother story. Of course, she was terrorized after that, and but then again, she had lived such a stressful life, or the terrorism that she suffered from couldn't be too much different from everything else she was through. That, of course, I did use in a thumbnail from the one of our latest episodes. Oh, yeah. Yes, and
so the detail of that shin guard.
Oh, yes.
The last gird.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, the detail of the shin guard was so interesting on that one. I like to go to that one when people ask me about what your drag is like.
Thank you.
Well,
yeah, thank you.
It's inherited.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
It's totally inherited. He got it from his mama.
Yeah, yes.
He didn't just go out and make it himself. It was part of who he was going to be all along.
Yes. Yes, just so people understand, the term drag was even used by myself just for convenience sake, but the reality is that people need to understand that the difference between myself and quote-unquote drag performers in the United States is that drag performers in the United States are essentially entertaining themselves, they're entertaining others. Like I said, they're like ambulatory or bipedal parade floats. That has nothing to do with the art that I learned from my mother, which was to present myself as either a girl or a boy or androgynous, so that basically I could seduce people and then kill them. And most of what I show are the traditional garbs of such boy prostitutes that are bladed, heavily bladed, multiple blades. All of these are knives. These are all knives. So every time I'm dressed in one of these outfits, I'm armed to the teeth with at least 24 blades, and usually carrying more. Outside, there's 3 blades down here, for instance, that are unsheathed. These 3 blades up here. These blades are too big to fit in these sheaths. The sheaths are holding throwing blades. So these are not throwing blades. These are blades which actually have handles. That's not a throwing blade. So these are used basically in a raking effect, 3 each hand, so that'd be more of a Wolverine effect. And of course, that's where the character was inspired by ancient Japanese martial arts. The others would be for throwing, and of course the sword, the katana, would be for killing or beheading. And of course the leather, that is what differentiates it from any other Japanese clothing, is that this would be like, to Japanese, this is the equivalent of someone wearing human skin. So it's something that you don't normally do, except in cases like a child prostitute seducing an adult, and they're already entering the forbidden territory, so they groove off that. At any rate, so Peter Moon has joined us, dear sir, and welcome aboard, and catch us up on what's going on in Romania, by all means.
Well, thank you. I just got up. I kind of had to force myself to get up, and I to bring you up to date. Wow, it's been incredible. I mean, I just was still adjusting.
Yeah.
I've got over my jet lag. Yeah. I've done a lot of tremendous healings with Qigong. Tremendous stuff, and it's been a really good experience. I met one of my dear old friends, and I don't know if she's up early. I'll have her come over and say hello. But I have another very special friend. In fact, Douglas, you might appreciate this. I was doing Qigong, and one of the women had a problem with her neck. Now, I can do a lot to help somebody with their neck, and then one of my other new friends that I met, he's making smoothies for everybody with mushrooms and stuff. He's really, really good. He's going to go to Transylvania with me. He's got an interesting name, Rezvan. And I was told I would be picked up by Rizwan. I think I said this.
Wow.
I thought that, I didn't know if that was a name or it meant a company that was reservation van. But it's a name. I never heard that name before. No, I met two Rizwan.
Wow.
And anyway, he told me that it was actually a friend of mine, Pierre, who has this whole device that you put your head into. You stretch it by pulling a bar down. He's got you connect to a computer. He can fix all your muscles. He can fix scoliosis with this thing.
Holy shit! Sounds like a torture device.
It's not at all. It sounds like it, but it's not. And I took my friend over there, and then the next Qigong session, there was another lady, and I helped her. I said, oh, she said, can you do anything? This? And I said, you got to see Pierre too. Mm-hmm. So I brought her over with her best friend, who I didn't know was her best friend, who was the star of my movie in 2010, who I know well. And so we brought those over, and Pierre says, what do I do to pay you for all this promotion? And I said, well, do you notice I only bring you beautiful, beautiful ladies?
Yeah.
He goes, yes, I do.
Cool.
And I have another beautiful lady who's going to see him, and she's right next to me here.
All right.
She's my original friend in ꜲRON, and she's the one who took me to Somerset Jatu's. I've talked about her many times, Nicole, and she got up this morning to be with us. And this is Nicole Veselkovsky, who is a teacher, professor of economics, teacher in China now, from the town of Suceava. One of my friend for life. Here she is, Nicole. Say something.
Good morning to you all. I'm so glad to be on air with Peter Moon today from ꜲRON, and I hope to have you all here one day to meet here. Yeah, I'm very glad to be back to Europe. We could not make it out of China last year. We were very close to Tibet just now, trying to hike there at 3,000, 4,000 meters. Was an amazing experience. And now we are close to the Danube on an island where you can swim in the Danube, but we are brave enough. And we enjoy the most beautiful sunsets you have here. And also the healing that Peter is talking about is also mixed with science research, because Pierre, his friend Pierre de Hillerin, that he just spoke about, is actually working with the National Organization of Sports of Romania, preparing the best athletes of Romania for international competitions. So what he's doing here is also connected with the science. So no worries about any torture.
Oh.
It's actually a pleasure for people to be healed. But what I would like to say too, if I may, can you guys hear me well?
Absolutely. You sound wonderful, and it's an honor to have you with us, as well as a pleasure. And I'm hoping that you're able to travel freely out of China. Are you able to now return home, or are you returning to China, or what's the general situation?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
You know, I told you last year we could not do it, and we went to Tibet where we got a lot of energy. We went to actually the Qing Tibetan area. We saw in Shangri-La the Potala Palace, the small Potala Palace. The other one is in Lhasa, but it's very touristical, and you need a guide, and you need always someone next to you, which is a Han Chinese, is not a local from there. So, but you can do it by yourself. You can go, if you get a visa for China, you can go in Tibetan areas and close to the Himalayan mountains by yourself as well. And you can hike around there close to a Tiger Leaping Gorge, which is an amazing area for hiking, and you get the energy from there, from the Tibetan tea, from being in a very old Tibetan house there, and from enjoying the very high peaks. And we could not make it out of China because it was difficult to get in. You should stay like in 1 month of quarantine with 2 weeks entrance and then other weeks. But no, when we go back at the end of this summer, we have to do a test and be negative. So I hope we'll be negative, but I'm sure we'll be negative. and we can get in. If not, we have to wait until we are negative. Even if the airline companies are not, it's not mandatory for them to request us this to enter China. They have a system where they check the records of your health, and they can see if you have to prove you have a negative test. So you go to the pharmacy, get a test. You have to be negative. You take a picture and you upload it.
Mm-hmm.
You have your a green code, which is connected to having a negative test. But I want to come back to what I wanted to say. You see, I'm a teacher. I speak a lot, so
that's fine.
I don't want to lose my idea. The first day I came here, when I arrived with Peter Moon, we had a Qigong session, and
okay, so there's a glitch
with her ear.
Go on.
And with her balance, and
she's an
singer. And imagine that we did a session on her for several minutes, and we saw her later. I saw her later, and you know that you guys did a miracle on me. I have nothing anymore. I'm totally healed. And she was able to actually perform last night, and believe us, it was an amazing performance here.
Great.
Yeah.
It was an amazing healing, because she had a real problem in her ear, and she came up to me the first night and talked, and then she didn't come to the first Qigong session. She came and then she left when I was going to start the healing for her.
Okay.
And I ended up with 2 other people, 3 other people, and she came back the next morning and we worked on her.
Great.
And it's interesting. I mean, you're putting chi, is just the technique I show to generate chi with the hands, and then we put the person in a circle, or we're circling around them, and it, in addition to the chi you're putting into them, there's just a tremendous amount of compassion that effectuates on the person, and from everybody doing it. We did this 2018, and my friend Lavinia, who's just a natural healer, we just had these huge numbers of people surrounding people, and it was really tremendous.
Incredible.
This is not something I do ordinarily in the course of if I introduced this to the guys at football, it'd be very interesting. I could probably pull it off, but it would not be easy to. It's hard to get all their attention just to choose up teams.
Yeah.
But in any case, it was dramatic, and thank you for sharing that, Nicole. What I would like you to now, Nicole, is talk about how you first met me in our first trip to Sarmasijatuza. This was 2008 is when we met.
Yeah.
We met over at the beach.
Mm-hmm.
And
close
then,
to the telescope. We were actually.
Yes. So tell the story from your viewpoint. What happened 2008?
Before that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
go on. Oh, I was just going to say, before you go there, Nicole, I just want everyone to know there was a little glitching while Nicole was relating the story of this miracle healing. I want everyone to understand that the way I understood it from what was able to come through was that there was a singer, and this singer had some hearing issues, some ear issues, which they healed. We were able to hear it much more clearly when Peter started talking, and then the glitching stopped. So hopefully everything will be smooth from this point forward. But I think that was the basic outline of the situation, correct?
Yes.
And she was able to perform after that. Yes, and it was a wonderful performance.
She performed last night.
Yeah.
She waited for several days until
Yes.
she was actually able to perform.
And she was incredible. Incredible voice.
Excellent. I do want Nicole to know that for a moment there while she was talking, her voice was very far away. So make certain you stay near the microphone, Nicole. And so there we are. And now go back to what Peter was asking you about meeting on the beach, I believe.
Yeah, 2008, and he discussed about the chi energy and its importance. You know, chi in Chinese is related to air, which is one of the most important elements of our life. It's actually how, the little bacteria helped this Earth billion of years ago to actually develop into life later to what is today, and to what arrived in 2008 when I was a little participant on ꜲRON, and here came David Anderson with his time travel experiences, bringing actually people in a time of eternity, which is an amazing concept here. But anyway, that I like to develop in my books, in my poetry books, because I'm an economics teacher, lecturer, but I'm also a writer.
Wonderful.
And yeah, I met with Peter and I hugged him and I said, welcome to our home. And he's like, oh, that's my first time in Romania. We are actually close to the telescope, ready to have some observations in that night, because it was actually a very clear night. So it was very easy for us to have the observations at that point. And Peter was for the first time in Romania, and I told him about one of the strongest energetic points in the world, which is this Sarmisegetusa area. And we decided to actually have Peter go there actually next year.
It was the following year, 2009.
2009, we actually went there. And Peter came here with some of his books with the Black Sun.
I don't remember which books I brought.
And Transylvanian Sunrise.
No, I did. That wasn't published yet.
Was later, because I know after our trip you published something, Transylvanian Moonrise.
Yes, maybe I did have Sunrise, and I had the Montauk Book of the Living, and I gave a lecture to two people, which was you and Heather,
and another lady that read your books. So it was a lady called Christina. She read your books.
Okay, I don't remember.
She was also one of the
a lecture to three people. But anyway,
yeah.
And that was before we traveled. So tell him about the actual trip that we took when we left here. We left at 4 o'clock. I mean, we sat there at the train station.
This would be in 2009. So
yes,
we met 2008.
For 4 hours with your friend Christina.
Yeah. We went to the train station, and imagine that we arrived there in a very, very dark night. If you read Dracula,
oh, wait, excuse me.
See that.
This was the train station at Chernovoda. We had to wait there for 4 hours before we even left on the trip to Bucharest, and then the trip to Transylvania.
Yeah, and of course in Transylvania when you arrive, it's like the middle of it's in the dark. We arrived there in the dark. We could see just our eyes actually in the light, and we also had some hours there to work. We had the last time there. It was I remember we running actually in the night in a dark where you could not see anything, and of course we had no lanterns with us, and they were not the best smartphones. We had drones. We had just phones that we could use for a call. So imagine Peter Moon with 3 bags on his back, like a Santa Claus coming in the middle of Transylvania.
So actually, it was 2 bags, and they were big bags. I was carrying your bags, yours and Christina's bags, and you carried the little bags.
Not to mention the bags under his eyes.
There were no bags, and then we're running on the gravel on the side of the train track to catch. Because somebody says you got to go get the train down there, and we weren't just the ones running. No. Everybody who got off with us.
Yeah, and they knew the way, so we just followed. Very, 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 very fast, because we had to do it. I remember when were you told to jump? When they told you jump?
Yes, when we got off the train, I was the first one there, and I walked down. There's a little ladder, and then it's about 3.5 to 4 feet or something, and there's no way. I mean, you're not. It's not easy to get down, and I'm sitting there, the first one to get off, and somebody, and there's nobody who speaks English.
Oh my God!
We wouldn't think so, because they're all like mostly peasants, chattering in Romanian, and somebody in English yells, "Jump!" And I jumped.
You had to jump. You could have.
And then I jumped, and then I helped everybody off the train. Because I was on the ground, so that they wouldn't have to jump.
Yes.
So that was an adventure, and then by the time we got to to our destination, which was the old Orthodox monastery.
Yes.
The bishop was showing us. He wanted to take us in and show us pictures of Jerusalem. His pictures when he went to Jerusalem. and I was trying to stay awake, and Christina she was good at elbowing me whatever she wanted to, when I wouldn't, wasn't drinking enough alcohol for the people who stayed, she'd elbow me, and I'm trying to stay awake, and finally I think I just fell asleep, and I looked up and you were all looking at me, and he knew that he had to send us to bed.
Oh my God.
And from Peter jumping from the train,
yes.
And helping the others, there was a sign that Peter Moon is going to be a guide for others that like to come to explore the esoteric
absolutely
lands.
Yes, he took the leadership role.
That's the sign that you saw.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
So destiny,
yes,
Peter.
and then,
destiny. Go on.
Then he took us. We spent a day with him, and this was very funny because the bathrooms there were Turkish toilets.
Mm-hmm.
Means it was horrible.
Because you have to balance. You balance in a. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And I had never done this before, and I was worried about, squatting and, hitting my pants. So I had asked her to talk to one of the monks to tell me, basically how to take a shit. The monk got very embarrassed. He said he is getting embarrassed, and I don't know why you couldn't have told me, but he was.
You never asked me about
that. Wow, you could have volunteered.
He was like, Peter was actually, when he was there, he was like, oh, Nicole, it's amazing. I go in the morning in the balcony and I do my qigong, and it's so beautiful to see the sunrise there. You like that balcony you had? We didn't have a balcony, me and Christina.
Yeah, they didn't want me going in their bedroom, even to have coffee or to, that was a big no-no to have a man with a girl in the same room.
Because we were in a monastery.
Understood.
Monks. Yeah.
Populated by four monks.
Yes.
But and he would feed us, and then I guess finally so I was not eating. I didn't eat the whole day, hardly. I ate very little because I didn't want to have to use the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And then he took us on a trip to Deva in his car.
Mm-hmm.
And he took us to the Fortress of Deva, which is the inspiration for Jules Verne's castle in the Carpathians.
Yes.
And he drove us around. We had a nice day. He was very generous with his hospitality. At the end, he would not take any money. I tried to give him money. He would not take it. Mm-hmm. We eventually brought him some food from his neighbor, who brings him food all the time. But and then when we went to Sarmisegetusa early...
that's a story.
Well, okay, you tell the story.
When we went to Sarmisegetusa, he actually arranged a car for us.
That's correct.
With the local, Roma people local.
Yeah.
And we were supposed to go with that person. But in our way, at the White Stones up a hill where we went climbing, we met a family from around the Danube that wanted to move in that area. We met them at the White Stones, right?
No.
To the stones.
I met her, Lenutz. I met her in the circle.
Oh, you met her before?
You and Christina were sitting afar, and we were the only ones in the park. I walked over and I saw her in the circle alone. Oh. And I went into the circle and I talked to her. You can't go in the circle anymore. There's guards that will keep you out. It was
in the time circle.
Yes, it was very, very wild. It's very wild then. It's much more civilized now up there. And, I conveyed to her in very broken words, because she understood almost no English, who I was, and she started crying. She understood. Oh. She started crying because it was a Radu Sinamar thing. And we hugged, and then she had her husband there, Mihai, and he was the one who years later would see the white bat with this little girl Lavinia, who didn't admit it was white. She said his heart was black, but that's not. He doesn't have a black heart, but he's a very nice man. But yes, they took us to Fete Alba, which means white faces, was the last stand of the Dacians.
Yes.
And last night, Theodore Vasily was saying, he was telling me about, or telling Heather about white faces. And I said, I've been there. He says, no, you haven't.
Yeah.
I said, I've been there twice. He says, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. And then he said he was drunk. So,
So yeah, we went. It's white faces were very, very white stones from also probably old fortress, right?
It's an old fortress. So they call it white faces because that's where the last Dacians were women. They were fighting and they didn't have beards. So because they didn't have beards, their faces were white. So the Moorish army there was a legion of Moors from Rome that were fighting them. They called them the white faces.
Yes.
Fete Alba is what they would have called. And that's what the area is called, Fete Alba, or white faces.
Yeah, Alb in Romanian is white. And then we had those people to drive us back to the monastery, but the monk had his own driver that was assigned to us. So I remember that we were, in Sarmisegetusa, when you enter, you have impression that the land there is shining like the gold. I actually took some of that land and it's still shining like the gold. It's an amazing impression.
There's not as much of it now because people walk. It was
really?
mica. It's mica. It's mica in the dirt. And this was the Golden Trail all throughout Transylvania to get to Sarmisegetusa.
And if you translate mica as Romanian word, means mother. It's
yes.
Traditional word.
Yeah, I was about to ask Peter to clarify that for our listeners because there's also people named Micah. It is also a common name. Right. So do explain that it's a mineral that apparently glistens in the soil and gives it this effect. By all means, thank you.
Yeah, it's all around there.
Yeah, wonderful.
And it's a place that it's not just giving you a lot of energy. It helps you to connect with the others and connect that energy around the world. It's probably one of the places, it was when we were there, a place where you actually enter inside the universe and see that whole energy we're all coming from and actually connect with that 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years in the past and with probably what is going to come in the future. So it's like a little portal in time. Mm-hmm. That circle that Peter speaks about is actually what was used it could be used as a way to see the sun above and then how the time goes around. And there is also the calendar that is made by wood.
Lunar calendar. Yeah, they have a lunar calendar. And then there's a guy who wrote a whole book about it, Daniel, I don't remember his last name, archaeologist, and he's the one who took Paula and Joan and Alan and I to Choklavina Cave.
Yeah,
which is close to Hunedoara.
That's all close to Hunedoara. But yes, so that's how I got to Choklavina Cave, was through the archaeologist who was, explained all these places archaeologically, and also he's done another book on spiritually.
Yes.
Spirituality of the ancient docks. That's a bit about our first trip to Sarmisegetusa, and then.
So those docks are the Dacian people that lived in that area 3,000-4,000 years ago, before the Roman invasion. Yes. Before 101, 102 was the first invasion, and they lost completely, and they tried again in 105, 106. The Romans to invade there, and their only chance was to find a traitor, someone to betray their group and to help them, because it was impossible to fight those groups. They were very, very strong. They had resources, and they had a strong shamans and connection with the very high energies.
Yes, incredible. Go by all means. Always a wonderful history and captivating. Please continue.
Well, she talks about the future.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 2010.
Yes.
I came back the next year, and you didn't make it that year.
Yeah, I was in Luxembourg.
Yes.
Wow.
And she's traveled all around the world and speaks so many languages, but
incredible.
She can even speak some Chinese to you, and you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
no one else would understand. Do you want to say something in Chinese, Nicole?
哦，你说中文吗？
Oh, you're so delightful.
早上好。
Yeah. And how? Thank you so much. Oh, you're delightful.
Oh, he said 知道，知道 means I know.
Yeah. And thank you, so cute. They must love you in China. And you know, it's just wonderful. I just hope that you've never felt trapped there. Because of course, you know, sometimes people are simply not allowed to leave. But in your case, it was different. It sounds more like it was due to circumstances as opposed to being forbidden to leave. It's very, of course, I was born in Taiwan, so very different from the mainland, and the mainland language has been quite simplified, as you know. And so, yeah, but
from 1950s, they simplified it. But they still use the traditional characters. Like when you learn a new word, you can see the traditional form of it and the simplified form of it. But they mostly use the simplified form of it and the four tones to help also the foreigners to learn the language faster.
Yes.
And but wow, so you have a great experience with Chonghua as well.
Well, you know, I will say, interrupt the narrative about Romania and say that Nicole also is not only has read your book on Roswell.
Oh, yes.
She has also read the first 4 or 5 chapters of the new book. She's the only one who's read it.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, the draft, and she said, she said you should talk about his mother. But anyway, say your impressions of everything about what you've read with him.
Please.
It's I think you can explore a lot the descriptions there in the book, because some of the chapters, like, you start very short.
Yeah.
And then people will be eager to find more details. That's what I told Peter about
his mother.
Yes, about like how will you describe her? And you see that he actually took us into this point when he said about Micah in Service Jatusa. So you maybe have some connections with this area as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. You said about the Asia, but you know that many philosophers in the past, they actually had some connections with Asia and the
Lao Tse had connections with Bulgaria.
Yes.
As well. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
and well, certainly during the time of the Cold War, Romania and Zhonghua were deeply economically exchanging, and cultural exchanges were quite heavy. And so they've been...
是的，罗马尼亚和中国很好的朋友。我们对，是的。You understand? Yeah.
我的朋友 yes, our 朋友 yes.
My friend.
Yes.
Okay.
My good friend.
我 means I. 我的 is the possessive in Chinese, but it's not a lesson of Chinese. So I was wondering, how are you going to describe these connections that are made between the different worlds? How do you...
Different worlds?
Yes, different worlds. Our world and what is outside in the universe. We have different
we're
worlds.
trying. You have to, I mean, we're basically exposing so much evil.
Yes.
Shining it into the light.
Yes.
That's what we're doing.
Yes.
That's amazing. That's a difficult task, though.
Well, yes, and you haven't read the chapters about the Chichewa.
No.
No.
You
Not
just
yet.
send me the first few chapters.
Yes. She read about the Helazon.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
Remember? The Tekalat Blue.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have anything to say about that?
I don't know, because what I told Peter, I want to see the final book, and he said I have to wait for that, and I'm stressing him about.
Oh, I will send you more.
To send me more details.
But I have to finish it. I have to finish what I have. Didn't have time to send the first 12 chapters to Douglas. I have to refine them.
Oh, really?
I have 12 chapters, but I have to refine the last 4.
12 chapters, and I just got the first 4 or 5 chapters. So.
Well, I think, that was a complete picture. It gives you of the Jewish apocalypse. So, Nicole has a gift.
Yes.
A Christian gift.
Absolutely.
And tell us about your Christian gift. It starts when you're 6.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Are you sure you want me to?
Yes, please.
Tell.
Can I say no, or I wait for you to finish?
No, you can't say no. No, you have to tell us now.
Okay. If you read his Transylvanian Moonrise, you find the details about that, because it describes our trip and how we met, and so a little bit the story. But it's an amazing story that actually changed my life as a little kid, born in Romania, as you say. This is even how the Pangyoman with Chungwa,
Yes.
right? So it was kind of the same system, even stricter. More strict than is China now, but anyway, it depends of the points of view. Born there, everything was in black and white, right?
Yes.
Even the TVs for us were in black and white, and not everyone could afford to have that. And sometimes for having enough food, you had to actually get an onion and some little oil if you could find, and then a little full wheat bread, which was healthy but difficult to find, and then you could eat a little bit of that. But then you could keep in a good shape and it was okay. But I was a kid, and I wanted to learn more. So also, of course, that religion, our Orthodox religion, Orthodox religion is similar with the Catholic religion. In 1054, there was the split between the two, but
Schism.
anyway, in schism, exactly. And then the eastern side of Europe stayed with the Orthodox religion in majority. And in Romania, we speak the Romanian language, which is a Romance language, which goes connected with other languages that are connected with Latin, like French and Portuguese and Spanish and Italian. And I was that little kid that could have just this black and white atmosphere there. And I was taken by my parents somewhere in a village where my mother was a teacher, a primary school teacher. So I could also get a little connected with people living around the hills and mountains, and where they could actually perform their religious beliefs freely. So my parents could find a little book and describe me about the religion of Jesus Christ, and then they said that no, you decide how you continue to read those little books and find more details. And then in a night, I had a very, very powerful dream. It was a vision where Jesus was all embracing the planets and the universe, and hugged me so powerfully that like a ball of light just came into me and made me to just share light and energy around. And I woke up and I was so happy. I was a very, very happy child, and I was like, I could not see anything in black and white anymore. Everything was actually shining. And I'll tell you another story that I haven't told Peter Moon yet, but it's an interesting story. I was with my mom once on a street. So I was, I think it was before having this dream, but I'm not very, very sure about it. But anyway, we were on a street in a city in the northern side of Romania. And there was, we saw for the first time a lady, an African lady, probably coming from Senegal, from her traditional clothes. She came probably to study medicine, because many from Africa came to study in the medical schools in Romania, which were quite important during the years. And anyway, we were for the first time seeing her. She didn't know us, and she just took me. She stopped. She took me in her arms, hugged me, and kissed me. And my mom was shocked, like, you see someone from another continent looking totally different, and you do, taking your kid in her arms and hugging that kid and kissing that kid. And my mom was like, wow. So there were some signs that
That's incredible. Yes.
Yeah, for some signs that little kid is going to do different things.
But you could all of a sudden read the Bible.
Yeah, in Romanian I started, and then I could read it.
But the point is 6 years old kids can't read.
Yes.
Yeah,
of course not.
Slowly they can start reading, but I had also the help that my mom was a teacher, so I had books all around me, book shelters, and for me, library was always a place to go.
It sounds like H.P. Lovecraft on the other opposite end of the scale.
Yes, that's right. That's right. It's very similar. H.P. Lovecraft learned to read at a very young age, and you are the same way, young lady, except that your life had a much more positive arc, as well it should have.
Yeah, it was an interesting path.
And what's interesting is that she learned English. To when she met David Anderson, so she could talk to David Anderson.
Exactly.
Wow.
Talk about that. Talk about meeting David for the first time.
Yeah, being there from Bukovina, from northern of Romania, we studied. We talk Romanian, but also French and German. So I studied English a little bit by myself, also starting when I was 6, 7, and 8. But I could not really express myself very well in English because I was fluent in French and German and Romanian, and I used those languages. So I met David in 2004. He came to the island. He was our instructor of different sports as well, and not just presenting the time travel experiences. And
he would teach kickboxing and wushu.
Exactly. So I was one of his students as well, and I wanted to speak with him because we had a chance to speak with him, and my sentences were so short, and I was like, I want to express myself. So I started learning by myself. So my English is not based on studying it at school necessarily. 99% is from what I learned by myself.
Oh wow, incredible! That's called autodidactic, teaching yourself, and it's incredible, your talent. Truly, you're intrinsically brilliant. Please continue.
Thank you. So it was an amazing experience because this motivated me, and as I said, David actually was here as an instructor, but he motivated us to find more in ourselves and to explore more, and to be able to understand that we are able to do things that we want to do, that we don't actually have limits, that actually those limits we impose them in ourselves, but they don't really exist.
Mm-hmm. Incredible. Yes, and that's so important. Really, we limit ourselves. Yes. Go on. And
when I came, she had met me. She had met me on the beach.
Okay, so we had a glitch there where you dropped off until the point you said she met you on the beach. Yeah.
Yeah, she had met me on the beach in 2008, and then during that year, David came up to me and he said, there's this lady, Nicole, who would like to interview you and write an article for a paper. Oh wow! And of course, I didn't know why she didn't ask me directly. She went through him because she'd already met me. But and then when she interviewed me, it was, I don't even remember what we said. You might remember, Nicole, but it was the most intelligent questions I've ever been asked.
Wow!
About time travel or my work or anything. It was just super intelligent. Mm-hmm. Do you remember what you asked me?
I remember that I asked you about your research and your books and about your experience in the States as a writer, and you were delighted to speak about that. And then I remember that I was your translator for all that summer for you and the other guests.
Well, yeah, she was, but that doesn't. Those questions weren't particularly intelligent. What are your experiences? You asked me very intelligent questions about time.
Yeah, it was. I probably have to read again because we published them in the Journal of the Island, and also we had the Radio Atlantic Run where we discussed for our interviews but I have to check them in details to see what we discussed about the time travel. I don't think it was something about the time travel.
It was about time travel. It was about time travel. It wasn't about me.
Okay.
And it was very intelligent questions. But, okay, well, you don't remember.
And by the way, Nicole, maybe, Nicole, you can tell us why you didn't ask Peter Moon directly for the interview, why you went through a third party.
Here it's more like you have the organizers of different of different activities, and then it's also the respect that you have for the elderly, like in China, as you know, like in the eastern side of the world. So this respect goes that you cannot actually be too direct to someone that is a guest. You have to also ask to someone else. And then David is actually a connection between many of us that come here on ꜲRON. So that's why I asked him.
Yeah, David was a coordinator at that time. Very active in coordinating all the activities.
That's right. Without David, none of this would have happened.
As is Heather, his wife, and I do not get active in that. I don't even want to be active in that. I just and I will, sort of filter through the island and work with people individually. And I was doing a lot of connecting people, like with healing activities and whatnot. It was amazing some of the things that have transpired here in terms of interconnectivity. And what was very touching to me last night is I was sitting next to Nicole, and I at the amphitheater, the big event at night, and I for a minute I lay down and I look up at the sky and I said, wow, this is just like 15 years ago, when I would be right next to her and she would be translating into my ear what they were saying.
Wow.
It was just like, wow, this is just like, wow, 15 years. And then we were at the beach in the morning while you were doing yoga with Heather. It was you and Heather and Adrian. Adrian was the first one to take me around the island. And, I said, God, the four of us are here 15 years later, all four of us. And then Susie is this tremendous woman. I met her in 2010, and she was helping me with the film I was doing. She was a young girl who was moved to Los Angeles, age 14. So she's a perfect blend of Romanian and American.
Yeah.
And she, introduces herself to me a few days ago, and I said, yeah, I know who you are. Blah, 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 blah. I started repeating her history, and,
Wow.
And she's now turned into Douglas the Wingman. She's going to come with us on our trip, or she's certainly planning to.
Yeah.
And she's, she'll drive. Well, we're working out details, but I've been, effectuating healing for her, and tremendous human being. And has set her life up. So she's now, she's only like 36. She has properties in Honolulu.
That's amazing.
One here, and one.
Okay, a little glitch there.
She's just, wow. She's just a real dynamite of a human being and personality. But to get back to, so the ꜲRON, it's so fun. You get sad when people had to leave early this week, and then you see new people, like Nicole came when some of my friends left. And
well, I like the way you described
so
meeting Nicole in 2008, how she was acting just like my mother, basically translating while people were speaking. Simultaneous to their speaking, she was essentially instantaneously translating for you. So you have my mother's capability for linguistics. That's incredible.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, deeply impressed.
That's really synchronicity.
It is, because I've had other translators, and some of, like Maria was very good, but Maria spent so much time in the UK, and she can imitate any voice. But so, for instance, Gabby, Serene's daughter, she's a horrible. She talks. She says what she wants to say when she wants to say it. It's like, it's very funny. And she can speak English very good.
Yeah.
But
it depends on the.
Yeah, she speaks like a dictator. She can even act like a dictator, although she's like, you know, she's getting married. I just gave her a wedding gift, surprised the hell out of her, because she, you know, I watched her grow up, and her little sister too. They're tremendous people. So yeah, it's like to be here for so long, 15 years, and there's such a magic, and you forget, like, everything that's come to me in Romania has come from Atlanticron. And if you think of Nicole with her experience of seeing the escape of the earth through the filter of the Jesus filter,
yes,
and the largeness, the magnitude of it, it reminds me of some of the demonstrations or stuff I've done of the time reactor when it's, you know, comparing it to the earth, the whole,
tell you about that.
Yes, the whole time dilation effect with the earth.
yes.
And then Atlanticron pulls in David Anderson.
Mhm.
It acquires David Anderson. It acquires Nicole. And he told me about Nicole, that he said when she had was here, that, like, she won all the competitions.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, 2002, I won.
Yeah, she won all the
prize.
competitions. She was like an exceptional student. And you said that changed your life in so many ways.
That's true. Yeah, in 2002, when I came, I was with other students from high school. We came like the best kids from our area, and I won the award of the best participant in this summer academy, which is it's one of the largest in Romania. You have 200, 300, 400 people coming here every year in August, and this is happening for the over 3 decades, 34 years already.
Yeah, next year will be the 35th anniversary.
Yeah, incredible.
And Douglas, you might appreciate this. So I was doing the dream workshop, and this, 15-year-old, 16-year-old young lady was asking me questions. We got to talking, and I, volunteered to do her astrology chart.
Mm-hmm.
And I did, and she was very eager to do that. I'd helped her with something else, and I looked at her chart, and I said, the first thing I saw, her Taurus is rising.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, your Taurus is rising. Taurus is ruled by Venus. I said, this means you're pretty. So you have beauty. You appear to be beautiful. And it got into a deeper discussion, and she's a very pretty young lady, and she said, you're the first one that's ever told me that.
Oh, wow.
And she didn't know she was pretty, because kids at school talk shit.
That's right.
You see? And then I had another friend that went to Choklavina with me, that she was also pretty, and the kids would tell her she looked bad. And I told even this, in both cases, they thought their older sisters were pretty. I said, not the case.
Yeah.
And just deeply appreciated. And then so I took her up to Rezvan, and I said, Rezvan, I said, is this, you think this girl's pretty? He goes, oh, very. And she was shocked. I said, see, I'm not lying to you. I said,
Yes.
So it's like, it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's, wow. I said, is your mother pretty? Oh, very pretty. Well, see, it comes from your genetics.
Yes.
And, I did her whole chart, and it's a very positive chart. To do foreign travel and to communicate, and she says, yeah, this is what, and higher learning. She says, yeah, that's what I want to do. She'll probably become an art history professor, because she's an artist. Did beautiful, some beautiful art that I was just very impressed with. So it's created quite an impression on her. And I'll coach her from the States,
Great.
And that's some of these connections are very very deep and long lasting. So it's like, really, there's so many little stories like that happen here, and then they happen over periods of years. And like Heather and I did the dream workshop together. Now this dream workshop is a precursor to what I'm doing in Transylvania.
Mm-hmm.
And but we work for
Okay. Got a little
together
glitching.
and
Go.
I'll do the qigong after the yoga,
Mhm.
and we seamlessly work together, and this is really just good, and this is built up over years. I've known her for 15 years, and yeah, so it's just a tremendous energy here, and to try and integrate Romanians into this trip to help cross-pollinate the group. Right now I have, I think, Americans and 2 Swedish guys.
That's cool.
Yes.
Can you speak Swedish?
I cannot speak Swedish, but
Because you haven't tried.
But speaking German, I hope it helps me to understand some Swedish. But I cannot speak Swedish. Yes.
And you can speak Polish.
I can understand some words in Polish, the basic words in Polish, because my name is connected with a Polish language.
And you had a Polish boyfriend at one point.
I had a Polish boyfriend at one point, but my husband, that is half British, half Canadian, he has also Polish and German background from his grandparents.
Okay.
And Scottish and from the Netherlands as well. So, yeah, the genes they just go around the world.
Yes.
And, spread.
So, the other day when we were talking with Heather at night, Nicole was talking about energy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, you can talk about energy, but I'm talking to her, and I'm just looking at her, like, what was the expression on my face as I listened to you?
He was like coming from the future and saying, Nicole, that's amazing what you're saying here. It's actually, you should say this in front of a camera because it's so powerful.
Well, yeah, and I was looking at her in awe, and she said this is how her students look at her.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Okay.
They love when I speak, and they're like, why are you not teaching more? We want you to teach genetics and biology and chemistry, not just history and economics and more math and come. And I'm like, I cannot teach all the subjects. They actually asked me to also do a lot of activities with them. So we organized interesting extracurricular activities, because the curriculum in China is quite strict, and even if you teach in an international program, as I do in Canadian program, you have to be to have a lot of discipline during classes. Like, you have students paying attention for those 2-3 hours that you have classes with them or courses with them. And it's not always very easy for them to concentrate. So you need to find ways where you include also other strategies where you give them the chance to express themselves. And they love this. Even if they are very shy at the beginning, they actually love to express themselves. And they can be a very creative if they learn how to express themselves, not just through memorizing things as they are used to for their exams. So yeah, it's an amazing experience with them, and that's what Peter was saying. It was like, wow, that's amazing how you can explain things. And
Well, she's a very charismatic speaker, and she has enthusiasm, and it's infectious.
Yes.
Infectious. So, we're very lucky to have each other as friends for life, right?
Yeah. Oh
Yes.
yeah. For eternity. But,
yeah.
Incredible.
And, but I have to warn you, Douglas.
Yes.
Yesterday morning, I was sitting under, tent nearby, and instead of that cute little song coming in the morning,
I thought it's a joke.
they played Highway to Hell.
Oh my fucking God.
And it was so nasty. And because this psychiatrist friend of mine was saying,
why?
Ovidio, listen, he's trying to say, sometimes I feel very ashamed of being Romanian. Very ashamed. And I said, no, wait, I said, this is a great country. And he says, well, of being ashamed of my fellow Romanians. And then that song came on, and he said, this is why.
Oh, that's delightful. Truly synchronous.
And then it kept going on.
Oh,
and
geez.
so my friend Susie tried to go up there and block it with put some something over the speaker.
Right.
And then he got up and was trying to disconnect the speaker because the speaker's right hanging in the tree.
Of course.
And I sure as hope when it's time to wake up the island that they don't do that again.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's because some of the persons that put the music, they don't actually listen to the lyrics because if it's
it's not the lyrics, it's the noise. It's the noise.
And they just use the noise to have people waking up. So they were like, okay, 7:00, we woke up. We want everyone to wake up.
That doesn't even make any sense. It's like you don't want people to wake up to shit like that. That's like
exactly.
Oh my God.
You'd rather wake up to Robin Williams.
Yeah, thank you. Anything is better than that, almost.
So I hope we don't get blasted because it was so loud
Oh yeah.
that if it does, I'll have to go get my
hammer and just destroy
earmuffs.
Or get a baseball bat and just destroy the speaker at that point as a sign of protest.
Yeah,
It's
a good idea. So that was I just hope that doesn't happen this morning.
Well, you should just complain, lodge a formal complaint, so to speak, or informally. Just
this is really our last day here.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
So it's kind of like, it's our last day.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll wake up tomorrow. There will be no wake up tomorrow morning. There'll be wake up. We just start leaving the island.
Yeah.
And so, tomorrow.
Yeah.
When this island, just boom,
Yeah.
This massive evolution occurs, and Heather says that she needs to stay till noon to wrap up everything.
Yeah.
That's late. That's pushing it.
Yes.
By that time, you might have to swim across the river to get home. And I mean, there have been times when I left when I had to wade through the river.
Oh my
you
God.
take off your shoes, roll up your pants if you're wearing shorts, and you walk across the river through the mud, and then you get on the other side, and I think there was something to wash your feet off, and then you get in the car and with Kathleen, and we drive off. So there's all sorts of amazing things. Like sometimes if it's shallow, which it isn't this year, he'll hire a donkey, and you'll see all these suitcases on the back of a cart and a donkey pulling it.
Good God!
You are forced to take a boat.
Cheaper than renting a truck or whatever to move all the luggage.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, imagine this island is somewhere closer to Capidava Fortress. It's an old fortress here. But this island particularly is not habitated during the year. It's just habitated for 10 days, 7 days. That's the song. It's coming. I don't know if
but it's not Highway to Hell.
No,
Thank God.
But it's loud.
Good morning song.
Anyway, yeah. So we just come here during the summer, and that's when people can come here. And UNESCO, I think, has it as an area that is protected.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's the teddy bears. It's the Care Bears.
And they are singing.
Translate the song.
The ursuleții s-au trezit, bună dimineața, means the bears are awake, good morning. Then iepurașii, the little rabbits are awake, good morning. Bună dimineața means good morning in Romanian.
Delightful.
Much more pleasant to wake up.
Yes. Oh my God, the two of you were up so early. Oh my God. You guys were up way before.
What happens here, Douglas, is you wake up, and I'm still getting adjusted. I got 6 hours of sleep last night, which was really good, but I complemented it with a nap or two.
Yeah.
And then, but before that, I'd be sleeping. I'd get up in the morning and sleep, get up, sleep. Mm-hmm. And then you're supposed to be a certain place at a certain time. This is why I don't like to have too many things scheduled, because as I say, some people come to Atlantic-RON to teach, some come to study. I come to sleep. This is what I say. It's not really why I come, but I try to get to sleep, and then I get very interactive with people, and some people come and they want to ask me questions. I think this Rezvan He came here in 2017 to meet me. I didn't come in 2017. And he's very involved in all sorts of, he's had a lot of experiences, what he calls UFO experiences, but they're not UFO experiences. They're experiences with orbs, quite extensive experiences. They're not UFOs. They're not aliens. They're, entity consciousnesses. And I sat there, Douglas, with this guy 2 nights ago.
Yeah.
And, in the tent, the food tent, and people gather in different places. And I started telling him all about your book. He mentioned something about something. And I just went into a whole, must have been a 45-minute, maybe even longer diatribe describing what happened. And he just said, wow. He absorbed it all.
Great.
He says, this is true. He got it. And he wants to read the book in full.
Many people
Wonderful.
Do that.
Thank you. I appreciate your... Yeah. Have you been able to talk about the book with anybody in China, dear Nicole?
Not yet, because about your book, right?
Yes.
No, because Peter told me that I have to wait. This is a draft, and I have this chance to see it, but no one else will know about it.
He's talking about the Roswell book. He's talking about
the Roswell book.
No, I haven't talked in China about it. No.
Right.
She hasn't talked in China about the Roswell book.
Right.
No.
Yeah, it's probably because it would be dangerous, wouldn't it? It would probably be too politically
I don't
sensitive.
think it would even register with people. Would it make any sense to them?
How do you feel,
do they
Nicole?
even care?
It's difficult to say about that, because it's the literature, and any kind of literature is quite censored and controlled.
Yes.
So it's not very easy, to just approach the people and tell them about it, because you don't know if they are interested, or you don't know if they are going to actually spread the good word, or to not necessarily help you to promote that.
Yes.
Book. So, for example, in 2013, when I went first in China, in the southern China, before moving to Canada, and then I went back to the northern China. But in 2013, when I went there, I wanted to do something for like an international summer camps where I could send my students there to improve their English and help with their English. And the school I was there, in the program where I was there, where I worked with an Australian program, UNSW Foundation, and Advanced Placement for the American program for micro and macroeconomics. And I tried to help my students because they struggled with economics. It was a difficult subject for them. And I could not have them even applied for visas to go abroad. They were like, no, here we are in charge. We know where they can go, who can go, and everything like that. It's not everybody as you want to. So it's quite difficult. I don't know if things changed. I don't know how is the situation now. But I can maybe find more details and see maybe there are some improvements.
It just would... you'd have to be very careful. I would never want you to get into trouble.
Exactly.
Yes, you have to be very careful and cautious, and probably best, I would say, just as a general rule, not to speak about it to anyone in communist
China. I will
China.
tell you a very short story what happened, and also in the southern China. I was trying to find the Yangtze River with an American friend, and we were going around, and there was a lady, we were in a park, and she said, oh, this is shortcut, but there was written dangerous area, a military area, forbidden entrance, and we were like, and it was written in English as well, and I was like, but this is not accepted to get there. She's like, no problem, it's a shortcut, just go. And guess what I did? I looked at my colleague and I was like, okay, let's go. And we were around, and the area was even nicer. They had little lakes, or people were all dressed in army clothes and fishing and going around. We were the only civilians walking around and going, and I was like, oh, this place is so quiet. So nice. And imagine, we spent like 1 hour wandering all around in an area where they could do exercising and shooting and stuff, right? Without having any idea we were around. They probably had cameras, I don't know. But nobody came to disturb us all the time we were around. So imagine now came the time to get out. We could not go out at the same place where we came in, because we were looking for Yangtze River. So we went straight in a nice straight to get out to the river. We could not see the river. So when to get out, they have like these areas where they have security guards everywhere, even if it's this area where like is a community building. But anyway, security guard came and I was like, how were you two able to get in? And we were like, we're looking for Yangtze River. So imagine we went in a building where we were taking the separate rooms and asked questions. They realized we are teachers and we're really looking for the Yangtze River. And they put us in a taxi and sent actually us to the Yangtze River, where we finally arrived by the end of the day. But it was a kind of a little dangerous expedition we did.
Absolutely.
Following the advice of the old lady.
Yes.
It's a good shortcut.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
You are so lucky nothing happened. And what year was that?
2014, 2015.
Okay,
when
it'd
I
be
was
much
in the
more
South.
dangerous. It'd be much more dangerous now. Yes.
After 2018, things changed a little bit in their law, because they have extra commissions with that have to check on everything, and it's a little bit more difficult, and especially after the pandemic period.
Yes.
The things change, but who knows? Maybe through books we can have some nice changes as well there. We'll see, but it's difficult to predict. It's very difficult because it's not a free world, you know.
Yes.
In some areas of the world.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And I can only hope that your familiarity protects you. You know what to do and what not to do. After all, you come from a background of a country that was under communism in the past. So you understand quite a bit of how these cultures can operate. So there was a photograph of you with a robot. Tell us a bit about the robot that you were taking a picture of beside.
Picture with a robot. So you saw a picture of you with a robot.
Yes.
Oh, you saw a picture of me with the robot?
Yes.
You probably saw the picture in Japan that I took.
Okay, that's right. That was in Japan. Yes.
Tokyo.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Yes.
Yes, that one in the Japan. And actually, it was a robot that taught me how to dance. It was a dancing robot that could dance any types of dance, and it was actually I was surprised to see a robot so flexible, because I'm worse than a robot when I try to dance. If I don't actually learn the steps. So I actually followed that robot and I tried to dance, and it worked. And I was amazed to see that that robot so friendly. I actually hugged the robot. It was so strange feeling, because you actually have that body of the robot around you hugging you. And there is another one, a transformer, that was in China on a street just this year, and was on a street, and again this transformer hugged me, and it's I'm little there, and the huge transformer above me. And so I said that transformer is my dream. You know, you have a robot that hugs you and then transform itself in a car that can drive itself. So that's
amazing, incredible. So
everyone can dream for.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Nicole, let's talk about last night. There was a author who Skyped in, and what was his name? Watson.
Yeah, Ian Watson.
Ian
from
Watson.
UK.
Have you ever heard of him, Douglas?
I believe so. Yes. Go on.
He's a writer, science fiction writer.
Yeah.
And he knows one of the people from ꜲRON, Roberto Quaglia, an Italian science fiction writer.
And he helped with the movie AI.
Okay, he's British. And
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. And AI was a film that they changed very much. I think he was working with Steven Spielberg, and originally it was supposed to... Yes, it was supposed to be about surrogate children that people could molest, essentially, so that people could molest them without legal repercussions. That's what essentially the movie was supposed to be about, but then Steven Spielberg changed it and completely changed the plot. So he would know about that, and maybe you could ask him about that, because it's...
Well, this was the thing. He was very British.
Okay.
And he spent time in Tokyo.
Yes.
And he had one book. What was the name of his book? Orgasm
Machine.
Orgasm Machine.
And in another book, one of the characters, I think, was the sex robot.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So finally, I think it was Serene who kept saying, hey, there's children in this audience, quit, in a nice way, he says, quit saying the word orgasm. Knock it off.
Interesting.
He finally did acknowledge it. Took a while, but it was like...
So it sounds like he has some social issues. Like it sounds like he's unsocialized or somehow socially retarded. Like there's words for it.
Well, he didn't know who the audience was.
I see. But okay.
I think it was more of a personal issue of his own.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
That's what I think. But nevertheless, because he'd spent time in Tokyo, I had to wonder if he was exposed to the
biofac simulacra.
The biofac simulacra, which are these robots that I wasn't going to get up and say anything and ask him any questions because I don't want to, I don't want to be like he is talking about orgasms and I'm talking about heavy duty satanic bullshit, and I'll be saying it to this audience. But, what's called discernment, knowing your audience.
Yes.
But the thing is that what I was going to say to Nicole is that these were used. The Japanese made these for the United States for generals. So they're like virtual people, but they're robots, and they even have like skin, and they're for sexual purposes. Now they make higher level ones for their own culture. They give the lesser ones to the generals, but they had all these stored at the Presidio in a certain area, and when the people came and burned the child care center because to protest all the abuse, Douglas went in and stole all of these robots.
Wow.
Stole them, and they thought that they burned up in the fire. So he has some of them. He puts them in his pictures sometime. We'll have pictures in the book.
Oh yes. I mean, I can actually show you both some of the pictures right now, but what
well, we don't have. We don't.
Oh, you don't have the screen share.
Maybe on Skype. Maybe you can. If you. Because all we see is a picture of you.
I see. So if I do the screen share, I'll ask, do you see the cursor moving around? Okay.
Yes, it works. It works.
Okay, so what I can do is go over to Facebook and we just go over to the photographs and show her the photos. Here we are. And then this would be one example of a biofac simulacra. So just to explain it in a way that was a bit more detailed than what Peter Moon said, this is again a biofac simulacra. These are life-size, the size of human beings. So what Peter was describing is the fact that Japan has for many hundreds of years, literally thousands of years, there are ancient Japanese robots that have been built that people can look up. They can look up ancient Japanese robots. They are to the point where they are equipped with tear ducts. So if you supply the water inside of the body, they are able to cry. You can even see to the point where the sclera reddens before tears would come out. But this one is dry because its tear ducts are not loaded. So they respond like children very much, and they respond to pain. They can feel as if they're hurt. And so it's like dealing with a developmentally disabled child, some very limited forms of response and a limited learning arc, but nevertheless the learning arc is there. So when it comes to these biofac simulacra, what Peter's talking about is the Japanese have produced them to be as human as possible and respond. And then what happened was the Americans would contract many of these Japanese creations so that the Americans could abuse them. And when the Americans would buy them, they would try to use them for practice, for interrogation, because if it's an attractive and charismatic subject, and if you're able to do damage to it, it builds a callus to the interrogator so that they can torture normal people without a problem. So actually these biofac simulacra are much more sympathetic than your normal human being. Your normal human being will spit at you and argue with you and call you names, but the biofac simulacra do not. So it's like hurting a child. So what they're trying to train the interrogators to do is be capable of hurting a child or something attractive, then they'll be capable of hurting anybody. So this is what the Americans would contract. Now, the Japanese would never directly sell these to the Americans, especially for a purpose like that. But what happens is that in Japan, there is a classless subculture known as the Barukaman. Barukamen were, in the old days, the people who worked with things like dead animals, like leather. They created leather that was needed for samurai armor, for some of the strings that would attach samurai plates together. People who worked with dead animals were considered doing the work that was antithetical to Buddha, and therefore were considered damned for hell. And so nobody in Japan would deal with them. So this outcast class, the Barukamen, they would sell these dolls to the Americans. They would be the slave traders that would sell such. These are, again, life-size. Understand this. These are life-size. Their eyes do change color. They do cry. They do. They are much more attractive than your average human being, and therefore, again, much more charismatic. Most people would be not inclined, one would hope, to harm them. But the American interrogators would train to harm them. And they do respond to each other in a limited fashion. In Japan, of course, they become more and more advanced with the years. But the ones they had in America, because my affiliation when I was growing up, I became involved as an Asian who needed a network and sponsorship and just a kind of an establishment that could support me, because I grew up in a ghetto and went to public schools that were essentially the same as being in prison. I became involved with a gang, and because I was involved with a gang that specialized in human trafficking, this is how we had the wherewithal. My gang brothers and I came with several trucks to steal these robots. These are very heavy.
Wow.
And so we had to load up entire trucks with them. This is not something like, it was just like I'm taking something off a shelf. This was like, it took several men to carry a box, and we carried hundreds of boxes that we uploaded into these trucks to save them from the military. And then we burnt the building down, because at that time, all the buildings in Presidio were being burnt down. The parents had burnt down the child daycare center. Then the military responded by burning the record center to hide all the records of all the children they molested. And then there were several other buildings that were burned down after that. So with everything burning down the Presidio, we could get away with this. And they just thought it was another fire, another arson job, and thought the majority of the biofacsimilacra simulacra were destroyed. But we stole the majority of them, if not all. Again, here another example, and this one was actually imprinted with a supposedly what was supposed to be a tracking chip, but it was never tracked down. And so it was we took many of them, those that were too damaged to really help, so to speak. We literally buried them as if they were people. Just they were in containment units, so that perhaps someday they can be dug up again and repaired. But some of them were not damaged, but many of them were. And so, again, these are, here we are, a great example of the kind of what we're talking about. Now, for some reason, this one is not showing up. I don't know why, but maybe this one. I guess what happens is Facebook has really censored me. And so much of what I've published in the past is no longer even available for recall. So I'm not surprised that some of this is not showing up. But this is the first time I've discovered this. Some of my photographs are not showing up, but it looks like the further back you go, they're not recoverable. So that's interesting, and that is not surprising. Facebook is really, I've been scrubbed from the internet so many times that literally I have to reach back into my files to try and find much of these things. So that's sad, but I've just discovered this now. It looks like much of what you can see here is not recoverable. Yeah, and so. And
some of them they're not shown later.
Yeah, and then some of these are not displaying at all. It could be, of course, maybe it just needs to reset, but I doubt it. Facebook has truly censored a lot of what I've posted in the past, and Peter Moon. Our websites, for instance, are now classified as terrorist websites, both Peter Moon's websites and mine. So they simply do not allow for these websites to even appear. Or it could be I've been knocked offline. It's very bizarre, because I discovered the other night towards the end of my transmission that I was effectively knocked offline, and that the transmission continued and it uploaded. But by the time the transmission uploaded, I was essentially knocked offline. It was, so, after several hours, this sort of thing happens. Could be that. But I think it's more that Facebook has essentially just censored everything that goes further back. It's very sad. So let's take another look down there and see if it works. But other than that, you get the idea. And it's, of course, a controversial topic that most people do not want to face. And they'll do anything to attack it. People say this isn't real and you're making this up. They really get, here we are, so it does show up. You can see some of them have damage. This is actually damage from beatings, literally beatings to the Biofex simulacra. They do bleed. And again, that depends on how much liquid it has been stored inside of them. And sometimes it doesn't come up, but that depends on whether it's been bled out. The work that went into them, of course, is obviously a lot of work. And like I said, these are sold by an underclass that's not recognized as Japanese citizens in Japan. They're called barukamen. And if you ever ask Japanese people about them, they'll just turn around and walk away and never talk to you again. But barukamen are a class that, as I said, is unrecognized, and only they would deal in this kind of business where they would do things like sell the Biofex simulacra to Americans. They are, of course, usually based on models. Now, this is just an example of something that I was showing. It's not like their sizes, of course, would be this size, the ones we're talking about, but this would be like a prototype that was just made based on a person, in this case myself, that would be used to build a Biofex simulacra. This is, Michael Aquino had ordered Biofex simulacra of myself to be built. That is what happened, which Peter Moon is aware of and probably remembers the story of. So I actually stole this. I just stole by, of course, just lifting. But this was a prototype of myself that was shipped to Japan so that they would build a life-size model of myself, which I have many of. Yeah, and so Michael Aquino had that done because he was obsessed.
Douglas, I don't remember. I don't remember this at all.
Okay.
This is fantastic, incredible story. But go ahead.
Yeah, so many of these Biofex simulacra are based on myself and my mother's physiology. So that is something that, well, you know now. If I haven't talked about it before, you know it now.
Douglas, this makes you more of a, like some character in that movie. I think it's the Raven with Bela Lugosi.
Yes.
Or is it the Black Cat? Well, it was one where this is torture. It's like you're like Aquino's. He'd like to have you as his personal torturee.
Yes.
But he's not torturing you physically, but it's like he's got this obsessive fascination with you that's beyond. It's Douglas, it almost mimics the it's a sort of a lower degraded mockery of the Artilect.
Yes.
In other words, he's like, okay, so he puts your mind into a computer, and then he's got this physical attraction to you, but then he wants these bodies of you.
Yes.
God, this gives me a whole new perspective on everything, and it's weird.
But you can see the similarity between the Biofex simulacra, the white hair after the Night of the Broken Circle, and how I really look.
There's no question of there's no question of the similarities.
Yeah.
The problem is, or the problem is trying to fathom for what purpose. I mean, there was obviously the purpose for using the Biofex simulacra, but there's another purpose here. It's very existentially puzzling.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's obsessive compulsive, but it's far more agenda in it. It's very complex.
Well, there's the thought of binding that comes with it. Much of this, don't forget that he performed the ritual at Wewelsburg Castle on the night of my birthday eve day. So much of his life centers around mine. And of course, you can see the Biofex simulacra and the depth of emotion that they can convey, that they truly do retain a kind of awareness. They do respond to their environment. And so we keep them most of the time just in their containment units that are like coffins, just so that they are inactivated, because there's too much trouble to have them around. It's not that they can move very well. It takes a lot of time to try and get them to move at all. But when they do start moving, there's problems at times with balance. I think a great example is what we were showing with, of course, Peter Moon. And if we scroll up more, we can find ultimately the message that I had sent him, where, of course, we had sent him an image footage of the biofax simulacra in some level of motion in Taiwan, where Taiwan had purchased a number of them. And so I'll just scroll up a bit more and try and find that. So do be patient. But when it comes to the kind of issues that we're dealing with what Aquino's own obsessions, he had the budgetary money where he could, of course, tell the government this is for national security reasons, we're training our interrogators, and then have money dedicated to buy hundreds of these units. This, of course, would be the Dietrich Artillect as a hologram. This portrays a hologram, but that's an illustration that I provided of it. There are some photographs I can share in the future, but of course the important thing was to basically show Peter a general awareness of what the hologram looked like. In terms of the other communications that I'm trying to convey here, let me see if I can find this a little further up beyond when Peter actually put it on his own timeline, because he was trying to show people the reality of the biofax simulacra for any who had any doubts. I'm not quite sure how many people understood, because many people, what Peter and I talk about, I think, really escapes them. It's just too much for them to absorb, too much information, and they have a hard time handling it or accepting it. For instance, the fact
hard to process. It's difficult to process, and right now, this has thrown me for a little bit of a loop, because it's just so insidious. And it's like this story, Nicole, wouldn't you say it's too deep to make up? Nobody could make this stuff up.
And it's actually, it's this white hair.
Yeah.
And those games are actually, they start to be common in Asia, in China as well. Like the girls like to have the fake white hair and use the same makeup. They find it very innocent, very
innocent.
Cute. Yeah.
Sure. Well, the tale of the white-haired girl in China is part of their classical. That's part of the classical heritage. Is the tale of the white-haired girl, and that's where they try to. That's where the Chinese tell the story of a person who's been through great stress and they're traumatized, but also it represents the level of malnutrition. That certain Chinese, of course, due to malnutrition, would be born with white hair, and so it became symbolic. I, of course, my hair was traumatized. I was traumatized and my hair turned white. But the end result is that in China, it's looked on as like a good sign. It's a sign of wisdom, So you're looked on as being wise at a young age with white hair. But you've seen that, of course, and how people respond to it. But when it comes to the how do I say it? Otherwise, the white hair and everything else in China, they're going through like a lot of changes right now, where they're trying to decide exactly what they'll permit in terms of how people appear. So they're like telling people, for instance, no more pretty boys, no more boys that look like girls, that sort of thing. Xi Jinping was very much saying that he wants all men to start looking masculine. You're familiar with what's going on in China, of course, right? You've seen them.
Oh yeah, it's interesting what's happening there. Let's see what will be there in the future years. It's interesting to see the changes there. I hope it will be the voice of the white hair people that have something to say, and it comes from their heart, and that the white hair comes from experience and actually from doing something good for the others, and not destroy the dreams of any generation, because no one has this right. We have the right to to help to improve people's life and not to try to destroy anything around us. So I hope it will go into being a better perspective. But I'm a dreamer sometimes, and I hope more people will join me on being like on applying what they dream, transforming dreams in reality. And I hope that that will be possible.
I hope so. Honestly, we're all, of course, so concerned with what happens in China. We're all very much it's very troubling. And so do you feel safe there? In general, you feel safe there? You don't feel... Yeah.
As you know, it's one of the safest countries. You have cameras everywhere, so...
Yes.
Cameras everywhere.
Yes.
So nothing can happen to you, right? You can be anywhere at any time.
It's a surveillance state.
Nothing can happen.
Yes, it's a super surveillance state. And so in terms of but you said you're married. You're separated from your husband for years at a time, or is he?
No. She's married.
My husband is here, but you know what separates us? I just broke the door of my tent, and because mosquitoes, he's inside the tent, and I'm outside the tent here on the coast of the Danube.
And he can't get out.
And he can't get out because I broke the entrance. So I have to go to fix it so he can get out.
Oh my God!
And it won't be easy to fix.
So he's like several minutes from here. So yeah, he's around in the tent.
Oh my God!
Well protected.
Oh, okay. It's but he lives with you in China?
Yes. He's a soul teacher. He's an English teacher. He used to live in Korea as well, teaching English, and in
North Korea.
He visited North Korea,
okay.
But he lived in South Korea.
Okay.
So, but he had a chance to visit North Korea and to film a little bit around there.
Okay.
When he visited.
Yeah. And if I can't find that footage right now, just how much time do both of you have? Do we have a few more minutes with you, or how much?
Right now it seems okay.
Yeah, I think we have to. Peter has to do Qigong. Peter.
What time is it now, Nicole?
I have no idea. We are totally out.
Oh.
What time is it, Douglas?
It's 11:03 over here. So how much times are you ahead of us?
11:03. If it's 11:03 where you are, that means it's he's 10 hours behind us.
Okay.
So that would be
California. Don't forget.
11:03.
Yeah.
No, I know. That's 10 hours.
Okay.
It's hard to think with that 1 o'clock. 10 hours.
It would be 9 o'clock here.
9 o'clock here, and then I have to. Well,
yoga, we can take 5 more
yoga
minutes.
is at 9:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I.
Yeah, it would be 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Okay.
We have a little bit of time.
Okay. I mean, I might as well stop looking.
You got to go.
Yeah. Time in Romania. Let me look
you
up.
have to rescue your husband.
Yeah, you have to rescue your husband. Oh my God, but that's an amusing story. Time in Romania right now is 9:04 a.m.
Exactly.
Yeah.
9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, and I should say this now, Douglas.
Yeah.
While I have you.
Yeah.
Sunday morning.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Sunday morning for me will be different than Sunday morning for you.
Okay.
So, let me see. No, it won't. Yeah, no, it'll be Monday morning.
Yeah, where you're at.
Your Sunday transmission.
Yeah.
Will be
Monday for you.
On my Monday morning.
Yes.
And Monday morning is the 7th. That'll be the big day. We go to the. Nicole won't be with us, but we'll be going to the Yalamita Cave in the morning and the Sphinx in the afternoon.
You went there to Yalamita.
Well, yeah, Nicole was the first one to go. I went with her when we first went to Yalamita Cave.
Yeah. Oh, here I found it. So give me just a second, and I'll try and zoom in on it. And I thank you both for your patience.
But Douglas, the point. Let me just finish. The point is, I don't know if it'll all be. It'll be easy for me to transmit. I should be able to.
Okay.
Of course, then I might be in the lobby of the hotel, which might be awkward because I'm not sure that my room will have internet capabilities.
Got it. Got it.
So, because last time
we're trying.
It was only my floor. I had a presidential suite, which Heather will have with her sisters in-law, but they'll have internet. But if I'm on a different floor, I won't.
Understood.
So I don't know what floor I'll be on. So there's a possibility, but and then we have a big day. But I might check in for a bit. So that's iffy.
So just let me know, like you did today. I'm going to call, and that'll prepare us to merge the call. So I did want Nicole to see this. So Nicole, you can see this. This is a bioeffect simulacra in motion in Taiwan, where she actually is responding to the. She says it hurts. She's actually responding to the physical sensation while being worked on. So this is how they move and how they respond. So now you have an idea. Of course, this is before the skin is put on them. And so I've seen interrogators skin them alive, cut them open to bleed. This is training them to abuse people. And so now you have an idea of the effect that they have. So you did get to see that before we closed the call. And so thank you for your patience. And so Peter, just like today, do what you did, and we'll make it happen if we can.
But I have a question.
Sure.
When you're interrogating somebody like this, whether it be in modern times or in the Inquisition times, people will say anything to stop torture.
Yes.
So what I mean, it's like they're going to spit out every bit of information they can just to stop the torture, like a roulette wheel.
Yeah.
What?
But understand, they're not seeking any information from the bioeffect simulacra. They're just practicing.
No, that's not the point. Oh. When you're doing real torture that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, well, you see, this is why the bioeffect simulacra were often children, and because really the torture really works on children, because children retain information they don't consciously recognize they're retaining. They absorb much more information than they know. And this is why the interrogators would prefer children as targets, absorbing information in the environment around them. When it comes to pain, it does actually extract information. It's honestly, anybody will tell you whatever you want to hear, but after a while, an interrogator is given a set of parameters as to what is already known. So the torture is the fastest way that's often used to extract information. And usually people are left without time when it comes to field interrogations. There's not the time to take someone in and slowly break them down by kinder methods. So field interrogators rely on torture because they have a parameter of what they do know. They know what it could not be. And so they're actually asking for a set of A, B, or C, and then they can narrow it down through the torture. So it does have its uses. I'm not advocating it, but I'm putting it in context. And
what I would say is this is so much of what the Montauk stuff was, and even Preston was obsessed with information.
Yes.
It's like this obsession with information. I got to have information.
Yeah.
I got to have information. Yeah. And
it's an unhealthy addiction. It can become an unhealthy addiction. It's like you said, what for? What are you doing with it?
What are you going to do with the information?
Yeah. How does it help?
I wrote an economy of information and how important it is to actually have the right data for that information.
Thank you. Little glitch there.
So it depends on your sources as well.
Yes. So thank you.
Yeah, that's.
Thank you.
Had a little bit of glitch there, Nicole, but she's talking about information and sources, and depending on how much time you have, you can repeat that, or you can say goodbye, whatever you wish to do.
Okay, yeah, I just said that I. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It was a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just said that some years ago, I wrote an article about the economy of information, and it is very important to have the data that you put together for that information.
She said it's
information because it's easy to get information everywhere now, but it's very difficult to filter it.
Thank you.
And it's important to know how to do that.
Thank you. Very important, profound. So what she said was that you need to be able to filter the information that you access because so much is available now that we have information overload. There was a little bit of glitching there, so I'm trying to make that clear for our listeners. But I hope we can speak to you again in the future, dear Nicole. And even if it's through Skype,
Perfect.
Maybe in the future you can communicate with us from China. And
perfect. Thank you.
Can you communicate through? Can you communicate
through Skype? Yes.
Excellent.
Using Skype.
You won't be censored.
I have to use a VPN for that.
A what?
Sometimes it's like a special
permit
tool that helps you to use other websites.
One thing I want to say before we go, though, Douglas, is
take your time.
Got my video series on, and I was talking to Heather about this last night. The psychology of space-time, which is all about dimension.
Yeah.
The quantitative aspect of psychology as opposed to the qualitative. But the next two videos in that series that I have years for having produced are on power and censorship.
Excellent.
And censorship is what David has always said is the key tool of politics is censorship.
Yes.
And we're working right in the face of censorship here when we're talking about this stuff.
Yeah.
And, maybe it would be good if I could address that subject of censorship, because it's, this is exactly, now it's colliding. See, that leads right down to the alley of what we're doing.
Absolutely.
So it's like, it's bridging the two modalities. I guess things really are busting open with this 2013 biorhythm.
Yes.
And if this experience at ꜲRON which is always a precursor to my travels, it's going to be incredible, because I'm going to be meeting up with people, bioenergetic healer from Vancouver, and my other friends, other people that I don't know, 2 gentlemen from Sweden, and it's going to be a dynamic group. There will be old, familiar faces and new faces. So, and of course, an environment that is loaded with phenomena.
Yes, I've been telling people, I showed them this calendar here, which if our dear Nicole can see it, Peter Moon's going to be in Romania all the way through the Montauk Phenomena week, that basically the 12th of August biorhythm starts, and he won't be returning home until just as the Montauk Biorhythmic Week, which is exactly correspondent with the Japanese Lantern Festival, the so-called, the Americans look at it as Japanese Halloween, but it's the ancestral spirit season.
I saw that in Japan too.
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yes, so
with the lights.
yes, this will all be ongoing during the Montauk Biorhythmic Week, and Peter Moon will come home just as the Montauk Biorhythmic Week ends and the Chinese Ghost Festival.
I'll be coming. I'll be traveling.
Yeah.
On the way home from Transylvania on the 15th, the day of the kamikaze.
Yes, excellent. That's correct. That'll be.
And then I'll be flying home. On the 16th.
Yes, absolutely. So he'll be on the day of the day that America sued for peace is when Peter Moon that'll be the eve day of Peter Moon's return. Then he'll return. Just as the ancestral spirit season is ending, which will be coincident with the day the Americans sued for peace, and then he'll be coming home just as Chinese Ghost Month begins. So bless you both. We love you both so much. Thank you both for your joining us.
我们爱你们。
Yes. 哦，好了，谢谢你。
好了，对，是的。
再见。
谢谢您，也ありがとうございます。
どうもありがとう。どうぞ。
She can speak some Japanese too. Do you want to say something in Japanese?
I just said that.
Okay.
元気ですか?
Yes. 元気です.
Thank you, Dad.
And so you're both so wonderful. And
one other thing.
Of course.
She wants to come to California very badly.
Oh, yeah. We will tell about the story.
And I don't know, if you come to, I mean, I know you want to visit me in New York, but if you go to California, we'll arrange for you to meet Douglas.
Of course.
That's in San Francisco.
Oh,
excellent. Yes, I would look
The
forward to
Healy
that.
tone.
Yes. And
Yep.
so wonderful. It was a gift to have you both, and so Peter will try on Sunday, and we'll work it just like today. Just say I'm going to call now, and then I'll try and merge the call, and we'll see if it works. And but Nicole, we must have you again, and I'm so glad that Peter brought you to us. And thank you for reading my book.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bless you.
If I can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Douglas.
Sayonara.
Yes, sayonara.
Oh, he knows Japanese.
Of course he knows Japanese. La rivedere. La rivedere is goodbye for Romanian.
Yes.
I'll be over there.
Yes. Excellent.
I was,
Yeah.
Bless you both.
I hope
Heather wants us for yoga.
Yes.
to be there.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Douglas.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Good night to everybody.
My love to all.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you. So everybody else stay online. Thank you, Nicole. Bless you. See you soon.
Yeah, I have to press the button.
Yes. Okay. And so we're back to Amy Como and Aristides. And both of you have been incredibly patient. Thank you so much for that. George Knight, of course, had to leave. Oh, wonderful. Bless you both. George Knight had to leave, and he, hopefully might check in again soon. If that's not the case, I'll start monologue soon enough. But honestly, both of you being through that, don't be afraid to interject yourself sometimes. Obviously, they were kind of on a roll, but so if I could ask you both to speak to each other, and I know you can both bounce off each other. I think you've been introduced. If not, this is Amy Como. She's a lovely lady who is in Vermont, and Amy Como, this is Aristides. He's an engineer of Greek descent. And I understand that he helped design the original Parthenon or something. But at any rate, he's with us now. And when it comes to, I don't even know. By the way, that's sometimes we throw things out there, and that might well be fucking Roman for all I know. But I believe that, I think it's Greek, right? Correct me if I'm wrong there.
The Parthenon?
Yeah, there we are. Thank you.
Yeah, it's Greek.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't even say it right. I didn't even get it out right. So Amy, she of course is.
Yes.
Yeah, you can tell them a little bit about yourself. So while you introduce yourself, I'll go mute for a few minutes, and I'll be back in a matter of minutes. Okay? Thank you so much.
Okay.
Oh, bless you both. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. It is nice
doing?
to meet you. I'm
Nice
good.
to
What do
meet
you
you.
think about Nicole's stories?
Wow, that was very very entertaining. Very a lot going on there. Very fascinating stuff. Very interesting people that show up there apparently.
Yeah. Do you have a mechanical engineering view on the Biofax simulacra?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how it would all work. I don't. Who knows what? Who knows how they would pull that off? I mean,
The Japanese. Well, of
yeah,
course.
exactly. They just. I mean, and some of these were, I guess, from years ago. You would almost expect that kind of technology now, but
The fact that he mentioned that search the ancient Japanese robots.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's always another place to put your focus.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mystery to me. Is it? Are they just programmed to respond, or is there some kind of sentience there, or I don't know.
And what is I'm thinking about the innate capacity for bonding.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the human experience interacting with that? Not necessarily the people who are being trained as interrogators,
right?
But maybe just what in your psyche would make you want to create something that cannot bond with you?
Sometimes it's one-sided. I mean, you see that even with people.
Yeah, just like this fountaining ego where you're just like, oh, it's all about me so much that I don't really even need anything but this doll.
Right.
Yeah. I thought it was fascinating. I also really like I did want to respond to her, but of course, like they're on such a whole different plane being at the Atlanticron.
Yeah.
The fact that she teased out from the few bits that she's read of the new stuff, that it's missing stuff about the mom. It's missing stuff about his linguist mother. And because that was my comment to him also, and it was more in relation to the first book, to the vampire book. Like what, like I got it thinking I might be able to hear more about his mom's lineage. And they had none of that. It wasn't included in there. And I know he had talked about doing another, like maybe a sequel to The Vampire, or maybe just a brand new edition. And I'm saying it incorrectly. I should be saying vampire, right? Like it's not vampire, but vampire, maybe.
Is it just a spelling difference? I don't know if you say it differently. I don't know. I would like to know more about that too.
Have you not read that one?
No, I have not. I did get it. I haven't managed to read it yet.
Yeah, it's short, so you tell yourself you could do it quickly, right?
Yeah. Once I get to it, it'll go quick.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I always enjoy when he talks about his mom.
She said she's so different than most other women of that time period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Do you have any questions for me? Seeing as with this talked, we've not spoken yet.
No, I was only on last time. I've heard you guys talk before. I don't know. I'm also getting kind of tired here. So
I know we're both on the East Coast. Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
It's a long stretch. This last bit before he dives in.
Yeah.
It is always a long stretch. Yep.
Trying to hang it in there though, since he's mostly been without Peter. Nice of him that he can call in.
Yeah. I'm always impressed with like how he gets over there and everything always works out just fine, and he shows up anyway.
Yeah.
Like, and the stupid wake up music. Really? Like, I don't even, like, it's so disturbing to me. I wouldn't even want to be there. I'm like, I don't want to be woken up by any music, or I love camping, don't get me wrong. Right. But the music thing about being on a schedule and, hey, it's going to be annoying. Like, it's going to, like, you're going to be fine. But this wake up song is going to happen.
I know. Was that somebody's idea of a joke?
Did you? Well, last year when it played, it was worse. Last year it came on, it was so much louder. I think they were prepared for it this time. So they kind of sheltered us from the terrible, terrible music they play at Atlanticron to wake people up. But the last year it came on so loud while he was like running out of his tent and trying to talk to us while on the broadcast. But yeah.
So Vermont, huh?
What do you need to know? Here, all 4 seasons.
Believe Vermont was so. I was there once, and that was, and I still don't know why they had it there. They had the Montauk Symposium. That was actually the first time I met Peter.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. They had running out a little. I'm trying to look it up what the place was. Some little New Age center,
It was down south.
So what?
I'm sure it was like below Montpelier. It was like the southern part of the state.
It wasn't too far in at all.
Yeah, I like that kind of stuff only happens down there. Like it just doesn't get up north because these communities are closed. Like we just
yeah.
talk
Let me see. No, I'm trying to thinking here. Rutland?
Yep. That's like suburb. It's like grown into like the second largest city in Vermont, like across my lifetime.
As far as I recall, it was right near there, right outside of there.
Yep. They do have a lot of business in that area. Like they have a really big hospital system there. It's closer to Burlington. I've really only driven through there. I've taken the train through there. I've taken a bus through there. But I don't really have any experience in Rutland. But you guys were doing a Montauk meetup in Rutland.
Believe it or not.
Instead of just going to Montauk.
Yeah, I still don't really understand it, but I went. Peter was there. A lot of the characters they talk about were there regarding Montauk Project. All of them were supposed to be there, but it was right after 9/11, and that complicated some people's travel plans.
Yeah. We are just a parking lot for New York City. So most of I did hear a lot of chatter about people we know who were on some flights, because we fly through, like Burlington to New York is like less than an hour flight. It's really beautiful when they started offering that shuttle service. I used to fly back when I traveled. I used to fly from Burlington to New York for $50 on JetBlue. JetBlue was the only one that was like really offering reasonable flights. And then they expanded, and it was like you could fly to Florida for $100. And so that, that really gets us out into the world from this corner, because we really are up in the woods here. We're really far north. I'm like right on the border. Like I could go an hour away to the Newport and then just get on a boat and be in Canada.
Right. Wow.
In an hour. And even from here, I'm really closer to the border, but I haven't been across. I haven't been across in years. Like I let my pass card expire even. Like I was like, I didn't even use this. I got it for 10 years. Didn't even use it. Not even one time. But that's
a separate pass card, or can't you
you can just show your birth certificate too, I think. I'm not sure. I just haven't been. Like I went up. I did check out some hot springs up there in 2016. 2016, I went up to a spa, but that was it. And I was only up there for 4 hours. I've been up to Montreal a number of times, just not in the last 8 years.
And have you lived there a long time? Or?
I was raised here. My whole family's here. Okay. Like I have generations back to the Civil War of grandparents who were from this area, from like exactly like this county even.
Wow.
You're in New York though, right? Don't you know you're from New York?
I'm not in New York. I'm in kind of like the Philadelphia, Delaware sort of area.
Okay. Those are areas I haven't been to. Not with any regularity.
Right. That's okay. Not so much.
We don't have that in common. But that is interesting that you met Peter in Vermont.
Yeah. I don't know why they had it there. This
place is creepy. I keep saying that. Like this place, it's got something going on in these mountains. Like there's a lot of really strange stuff that goes on here, and it's part of the history. It's, it's not really. I'm not judging it. I'm just pointing it out. Like I was talking to the Vermont Production Collective, which is like this new group with a board that's looking at bringing more film to Vermont. And I was talking about like the town of Enosburg had a little short, like a YouTube film about hunting the hounds of Cold Hollow.
Mm-hmm.
And that was done like rather recently. And it was I thought it was well crafted, but it was supposed to have like local people and I didn't recognize any of them. So that was interesting. But I knew the guy who had produced it, like one of the photographers who'd helped with the drone photography, which was it was really well done. Like they picked a really crappy, typical Vermont day with lots of fog and rain and snow, and they took the drone out into Cold Hollow, and it was really pretty to see Cold Hollow from that view. But that kind of stuff, it's just like, I don't know, like you just hear about it all the time here. Like the Eddy brothers, who in the 1800s were having seances for tourists.
Mm-hmm.
It's right along with all the great tourist spots up here. It's just had like the weirdnesses. I don't know why we're so accepting of the weird, but we sure are.
Yeah, there's certainly those areas around.
Yes, indeed.
All right. What else? Yeah, so I'm glad you chimed in and you were like giving me some support there about like, you know, medicinal microdosing of mushrooms and stuff, and somebody to be like, you know, it's not just all crazy people. You know?
It might be. I'm all for it. Get crazy. It's fine.
Well, right.
But
sex are crazy.
They can be. But there's so many kinds. There's so many different kinds too. And like, I feel like it's one of those areas where if we had retained more of like the natural medicine in our culture, we might be more skilled with how to apply some of them.
Yeah, for sure.
I find really weird ones that are like just stuff that doesn't even show up in books. Like they're just like jelly trumpets. Like I really love looking for them, and I'm fascinated by the variety.
Yeah.
I'm not really touching them all, and I'm not really like experimenting. And even when I pick them and take them home, I often just throw them away.
Mushrooms? Are we talking about the mushrooms?
Yeah. We couldn't get any more creative. It's late, Douglas.
Oh, delightful. So, tell me a little bit about your drug recipes. Go on. I mean, you both seem to be...
That's not all drugs. There's just medicinal. She was picking what? Lion's mane? That's not psychedelic. That's just... Although it's supposed to be neurogenerative, fix your neurons, but it's not...
Good.
It's not a trippy... No, it's not a trippy one. It's not a trippy one. There's ones that, there's actual ones that are just like do medicinal things without... making you blast to outer space.
I do feel a little high when I take the lion's mane, so I probably need it. Like, I do feel like when I eat that stuff, even though it's weird, it does seem to like connect stuff.
But by the way, you're on speakerphone, so it sounds like you're coming from another space. She's coming. Yeah.
I know. The people that I talk to in this room, they're like, there's such an echo. I'm like, because it's fucking empty, yo.
Yeah. But it's not empty. You live in a hoarder's crypt like I do. Wait, you fixed it.
I forgot to tell you, the apartment lady didn't work out, so I went and got the cat.
What a surprise! What a surprise! Oh my God! I could have made bets on that, but go on. Yeah, go on, honey. Yeah. Apartment lady with how many kids? How many kids was it? Yeah, it's like...
I know, and that was her excuse, too. She was like, I didn't know what to do with my kids. Well, you're a professional planner? That's what you do, is plan? Okay, anyway, we're done.
She didn't plan for this.
Still here. I haven't put it yet. She's got like a couple things. But I did go and get the cat, so I've just been hanging with the cat in the empty rooms. And I had to plug in. That's where my phone... Jack was living. I know. My my crypt over here is still full of dogs downstairs, which is why I had to mute earlier. Let them loose. Yeah.
So, honey, yeah, go on. Tell us a bit more about these medicinal, yes, plants.
I feel super good when I take those.
I bet. Yeah,
I
like the way Aristides keeps qualifying it. Now, Douglas, this doesn't blast you into another world.
Yeah.
It's like he's like trying not to disappoint me or something. It's like,
it's not all about the drugs.
Yeah, that's
just sometimes.
But hang on, what if the lion's mane is what like magically turns the biofact simulacra into fairy people?
Well, there you go. And if I were on it, they'd probably look like that to me. Yeah.
No, that's a different kind. Lion's mane's has a mild nootropic effect, but it's not a hallucinating one.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it makes me hallucinate. I'm saying it makes me
feel good.
All about feeling good.
Yeah, like drinking a beer. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, beer doesn't make me feel good. But...
yeah, it actually probably doesn't make most people feel good. But yeah, go on. It just makes them fat. Yeah, but this doesn't make you fat. That's right. Our girl is skinny, right, Amy? Tell them. And but your hair's like mine, silvery, and you're working on the white. We're stressing you out till we get you there.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks so much. Just keep stressing me right the hell out.
Yeah,
that's what I really need.
Then you'll be finally looking cool. You'll finally look sexy as hell with the all white hair. Yeah.
What was she saying? Yeah, the white-haired girls.
Yes. Yeah.
What was she saying about China? Tell us the story about the white-haired China thing. You never got around to it.
Oh, wait, because it's stunning to me she didn't really know it. I was waiting for her to actually kind of, go into it, but I don't think she's really knows the story. And so that's surprising to me. And just so people know, there are different iterations. But the most famous is the communist one in mainland China now, of course. And they turned it into a revolutionary opera, kind of like a ballet. And it's a peasant woman who lost her family, lived in the wild like animals, basically a feral child, and then was found by the Communist Chinese 8th Route Army and basically sent to the front lines. Like, you would do that with any feral child instead of trying to find them a better life. And so basically she has a child raised by animals, is very much able to sense things, so they use her as kind of like basically like a dog, so a scout essentially, though it's portrayed in a far more humanistic and romantic sense in the operatic ballet that the communists then developed. But the white-haired girl is an ancient legend, of course, the white-haired female immortal. There was a tenant farmer who shares his life with his daughter, Ji. And then you have a despotic ruler, and again, this was communized, where they turned it into a class issue, and therefore it's, something which they use to exploit, to say that she's really a peasant who is raped by the landlord, and therefore she's the sufferer of oppression caused by the old society, but shows the resistant spirit of the laboring people. See, all of this has been propagandized, but the original old legends are about these traumatized girls who come back for vengeance, essentially. So the white-haired girls are not ghosts. They're literally human girls who, throughout Chinese history, have suffered enormously and then come back. So just think of a franchise of various rape and vengeance movies. So that's how you get the white-haired girl. They suffer traumas that are so traumatic they are physically, literally aged. At least their hair ages, which happens with stress, as I can attest. So our dear Amy Como just sent us an image. And of course,
this is from Kara.
yes. Oh, that's right. Yes. And I like what you said earlier, Betty Beaver's fuel stop, yes, and it's like fuel with the beaver, yes, truck stop
Or
and
the
diner.
diner.
Get the fever, fuel with the beaver, Betty Beaver's. So, the woman, if there's any woman who worked there, they must be harassed nonstop. As for the, if there's men working there, they must be harassed nonstop. What are the staff like?
She looked it up on her way back from New York and was like looking at the different gas stations. She's like, oh, Stewart's. No. Oh, Betty Beaver. She drove over there just to get these pictures for you.
Thank you. Tell her thank you. I'm going to download them. Yes.
Yeah. They're hysterical, aren't they?
No, they're delightful.
I love them. Advertising for some crazy place in upstate New York, but it's worth it, I think. I don't know. I thought it was hysterical myself.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's upstate New York. Everybody's fucking crazy. You know that. It's like, and I say that perhaps affectionately. I'm not quite sure. It is what it is. So I've downloaded them. They're delightful. And, it's a pity that... So did she go inside? And what was it like inside?
Oh, yeah, she was looking for a gas station. She got her gas there.
Okay. And what's the staff like? What was the staff memorable at all? Or they're not dressed like Hooters girls?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'll tell her that you want memorabilia.
Yeah.
Be warm.
That's adorable. That's adorable. And thank you, Hoodie, for that. And by the way, there is a book on white-haired girls in the Chinese sense. So let's take a look at a book on white-haired girls. That would probably be something that should be in your collection. Book on Chinese white-haired girls. Let's see. All right. See if I can find the proper one that I'm looking for. Here we are, Adventures of a Little Red Soldier. There's one, but I'm trying to look for one that talks about the phenomenon as a phenomenon rather than some communized, version of it. I'll be on the lookout. If I find it, I'll send it to you, so to speak, the link. But otherwise, most of what's out there, unfortunately, has been, severely communized and turned into like class warfare bullshit. But when it comes to here we are, take a look at this. Just both of you can see this here in the phenomenon of the white-haired girls. This is like a good example in Chinese movies, but they are quite real. This, of course, is makeup, so to speak. I mean, just dye. This is real. This is a Chinese girl who's born with white hair due to probably malnutrition, probably a vitamin deficiency. So believe it or not, blonde-haired Chinese people are not uncommon. They happen, and blondie is actually a nickname in Chinese for people like this who are like born due to vitamin deficiencies or malnutrition. Then they can look like that. And that's one, they were viewed as very special, of course, being just as close to supernatural. But then the white-haired girl has become a fixture in Chinese mythology and culture and ultimately action films. So,
My friend's ex-wife, her hair turned gray, like very young, like 13 or 14. She grew up on a farm. It's interesting that it might be nutritional.
Yeah. And and as you can see, of course, it has its appeal, most certainly. And what our lady was saying was that, a lot of the girls are doing the white-haired thing. So this is probably, I didn't bother going into it with her. It's probably a national protest. If a bunch of girls are going white-haired in China, like with dye, that's a national protest. It's basically they're saying, fuck you to the government. That's what's going on, because the government's asking each one of them to have 3 children. So they're just basically... Yeah, it's true. It's true. The fucking communist Chinese government is like saying, we want all of you to have 3 children each, and so they're probably putting on white hair so they could just...
Come crawling back. Make us do what we do anyway.
Yeah.
Come crawling back. You fuckers trying to tell us what to do.
Yes. Yeah, fuck them. Yeah, no, disgusting. And, it's just like... you just there's no words. There's no words that does justice for that kind of bullshit. And and you notice when I asked her about the book, you notice how Nicole just kind of blanked out intentionally. It's like kind of said, "Hey, what about my book in China?" Oh, well, Peter only wrote the first, few chapters. I'm saying, no, the book that's published, and that's when Peter's going, oh, yeah, the Roswell deception, and then she's getting very evasive, and I'm saying, yeah, it's best you just don't show it to anybody. They would probably arrest her for that. They would have no idea what it was about. They would probably demand she translate it and keep her in prison until she did. And
energy.
It's like she'd better be careful that no one ever gets a copy of it. They could react differently. It might become a bestseller in China because I'm talking about the fact that Chinese are. If anyone's read the book, they understand. I talk about how the Japanese were committed to biological warfare in China and definitely perfecting the technique in China. So I think that it should not be disturbing to them, but I did hand it to Rose, who is basically raised and pretty much ideologically conditioned in communist China. She's like this salonist who was a partner or friend, not partner in any romantic sense, but friend of V's, the medical cosmetologist for many years. And when I handed it to her, she really just had nothing to say. She follows pretty much the Communist Chinese Party line. So if she didn't find it anything that she could respond to, it probably wouldn't be taken well by the Communist Chinese Party. But there you go with that. And so aside from that, please continue, Aristides.
Okay, I've got something. It's since you're kind of on the subject of Communist Chinese ruining things.
Yeah.
No, I had something. I dug up some pictures, and I want to try to add them. It's just going to take me a second here. That are supposedly everyone's favorite here. Hitler meeting with nationalist Chinese. You want to see this?
Oh, please. Yes, by all means.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a second here and take it out.
Thank you.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. I think that's all. Wait. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So this is something I found on Telegram. There's some interesting channels that just try to, get into the history and stuff like that. So if this is legit, let me know what you think.
Sure. Give me just a second here, and then I'll take a look at it.
Supposedly it was meaning some of the nationalist Chinese who they were supporting.
Of course. And let me take a look at this.
Which you've talked about.
Yes. Oh, here we are. Excellent. So here he is meeting with some nationalist Chinese, and there we are. And yes, there's some of them uniformed and equipped by the Germans. So yeah, very important and very much appreciated. Thank you. Profoundly. So yeah,
that was interesting.
Yeah,
there was some caption of who the guy was he was meeting with. It was some minister.
Yeah, if you could type that out, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Then
I'll try to go find it again.
Or cut and paste it. Thank you. That while our dear Amy goes sending her friend out to get some memorabilia from Fuel with the Beaver. And, I'm just kidding about that, Amy. You don't need to have your friend do that. But
she's over there all the darn time. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
I got the dog.
That's funny.
I'm always with the dogs. Yep.
Yes. And the cat now.
We love the cat. The dogs love the cat too.
It's
great.
As a chew toy?
No. They love that she's impossible to catch. They love to just chase her about, and they're just gonna drool on her.
Yes.
But she just is up the tree faster than they can get her. So
that's cute.
It's really
that's so adorable.
We knew it was necessary. We knew it was We got to do something because they keep running across the road for the chickens, which.
Oh, so this keeps them from doing that.
Yeah, because they're chasing the cat over here.
Okay, that's wonderful.
See our ploy.
Oh yes, no, that's brilliant. No, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of you. That's incredible. Thank you for sharing that. That's a good job. Good job. And,
all right. All right.
And wonderful. So aside from all that, tell us about other Aristides, other interesting things going on in your life as well. Come on, both of you were on such a roll for a little bit.
Wait, you're talking about dogs? What kind of dogs you got? You got out there?
Big dogs. Big dogs.
Yeah, these are big dogs.
Annoying. They're really fluffy right now, and they just shed everywhere. They're Shepherd Staffordshire Terriers. The mom is half terrier, half shepherd, and the dad's all shepherd. She had 11 and 9 survived, and I just got her fixed. She's done having puppies. But yeah, they're fluffy. I've been having allergies super bad because of the amount of dog fur. You can't escape it.
Oh my God, I would die. I would die if I. Actually, I was told that I wasn't that allergic to this sort of thing, but I still feel it. I'm sorry, Aristides, go on.
No, oh no, I just so we have dogs, and one of them today found something I just can't even describe to Roland. I you might think it was like shit or something, but it was even worse. I don't know, some wild animal like just had some kind of glandular excretion, out this and. The dog came, and I came in. I didn't know anything was going on. And like, something smells awful, and it was the dog, and it was the dog all over the couch. And so I had to wash the dog, and wash, blankets that they lay on, and so
I gave up.
I was late to work today.
You were late to work because the dog every time. I know.
Every time, yeah.
They bring it to you right before you leave. Like, don't go.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Don't go. Yeah.
So that was fun. I found the caption that came with those images here. And so,
okay.
And so China sent Finance Minister H. Kung.
Okay, great.
A direct descendant of Confucius.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Isn't everybody? I mean, I think. I'm kidding. But that's so here we are. So great. I'll download these captions too. So thank you so much. Wonderful. And aside from that, so you had to clean this up. I take it, and whatever identifiable thing.
Wash the dog. Wash some blankets.
Oh. And I'm sorry. Wait, you have a pet dog?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your dog.
A couple of them. Yeah. Yeah.
So, well, that's interesting. I mean, in terms of, I was going to say Brooke would think highly of you, because of that.
Yeah.
Sure, that keeps you.
They're little dogs, and I didn't want to bring that up because then you would think of her.
We're gonna flood Douglas with the dogs. Yes. We all talk about dogs on this show. Even Amanda was talking about her dog again. I was so happy to see that she got on again.
Yes, Mandy, that's right. Of course, she I don't think she has dogs now. She doesn't have dogs now. Right now,
she's not ready. They're not ready. Her son doesn't even want fish.
Yeah, but they got all kinds of other pets though. They got whatever they can keep.
Do the rescue.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, the squirrel, the peacocks, of course, have been an on-running staple with them. Even though many of them have met horrible fates. Her peacocks have suffered terribly, like heads torn off, all this stuff. And it's not done by predators because predators would never waste the food. Predators would, take the bird away. But these have been like pinned and crucified to the door and all that crap. It's like. This is what so she's been suffering that for years, and that's a indirect attack on myself, and she maintains the peacocks as kind of like a a symbol of the peacock angel, and of course they're constantly attacked. So she's been suffering this ever since her affiliation with myself. And it's, of course, just par for the course. And they target females, and some more than others. Amy, of course, they wouldn't dare because, you know.
I'm brutal.
Yeah. And what was that, honey?
I'm fucking brutal, and
Yes.
I'm tough,
Yes.
and I see him coming, and it's over with already.
Thank you.
It's fine.
Thank you. Thank you. And so, I mean, that's you know, good. Good for you.
It's practice.
Yeah.
It's fucking practice. It's not, you know, I had to get to a point where I would be able to talk to you.
Yes.
Right? Like I was already ready.
Yeah.
But I've had so much go on that, like, the fact that I was going to be able to talk to you was because I needed somebody who knew how terrible shit could be. And you were there. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, it's just how it is. And you just take it for what it is. And it's not you.
Yeah.
And she knows it's not her. Like, she's maintaining those peacocks as a ballast. She's like, you know what? I'm not going to stop.
Yeah.
And I hope that she gets, like Real Tech said, like, she's able to get into a safer abode.
Yes. Yes. Ultimately, though she seems somehow attached to that book, it's that you know, home. I mean to say, and it's which is bizarre to me. You know, she does grow bamboo there on the lot, and you know, it's hard to find a place where you can grow bamboo. Maybe not. Bamboo actually, the biggest problem is stopping it from growing. But you know, all that being said. So, by the way, are you working tomorrow, our man Aristides? Are we?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I am,
oh God! You got to leave then.
I probably should.
I mean, I'm not suggesting
But-
you do. By the way, I mean, by the way, I mean, I appreciate your being here profoundly. It just is a comforting. Don't you feel a comfort here with Aristides, Amy?
Yeah, he does. He does bounce in with some interesting stuff. I'm glad that you joined the online Fill Space for Douglas crew.
Yeah, me too.
You know, we do have those levels of gatekeepers in the chat room, which I love. I mean, it's just such an evolution of where you were, like, even 2 years ago. Like, you've got people supporting you.
Yes.
I mean, the fact that you're still doing it. Come on.
Yes. No, definitely. It's profoundly appreciated, and I am profoundly appreciative of both of you. Honestly, both of you worked a miracle for me, just being here this time and giving me the sense of comfort and warmth and support. So is this in terms of whatever you're willing to share or whatever you're comfortable sharing? You don't need to. If you're uncomfortable sharing anything, just tell us so. But your work, like, what time does it normally start? I mean, is it a shift work?
For me?
Yeah.
No, it's pretty flexible. So luckily,
Okay.
so it's not like, you know, you got to be here bright and early or you're fired.
You steal cars for a living.
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it like. That's right. So we got to figure out how to engineer this ignition column here.
Patent that shit. Do it.
I like the way Aristides said me. You mean me when I was talking to him about work? Like, no, I mean Amy, of course. I mean, she's just famous for, you know, got to be there at 8 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that.
Amy has been trying to, you know, it's just been. Amy, tell us a bit about, you know, the work situation out there. Is just like people are just. What do they do? I mean, nobody does anything up there, right? Yeah.
Does seem like that a lot.
Everybody seems to be just sitting in their houses all day. I mean, what the fuck is the economy up there? It's just like, is it like Stephen King economy? They just eat people that come by or something? That's why the cars don't stop. They have to keep going through.
Oh, that sounds terrible. Oh no, here's the tricky part is I've just had I have interviews all week. Like I tried to make sure I only had one a day. But so clearly they need people to work. You know, like they're calling me. So they definitely got an issue with staffing at this point because we're height of the wedding season. Freaking everybody wants a Vermont wedding. And so everybody does weddings here. Like everybody has like a cute little event center that you could rent out. So that's a big thing. Catering's really big. Weddings are big. We're coming into fall, which is huge tourist trap time with all the beautiful colors. I myself have not really done that much yet. Like I really wanted, like I said, I was planning a screen-free summer, which is not at all what happened as usual. But I would like to do, like I just got out of my bike for the first time the other day. And I rode down the road because I hadn't ridden since I left the lake. So I wanted to make sure I got some training in so I can go further next time. Great. But yeah, pretty much we're recreation specialists and we got all kinds of cool places. If you need a guide, I know a dude who can hook you up and get you what you need. But I don't know what people do here. Like I don't know what people do here. I drove by the lake today. People were fishing. There's lots of people fishing with the cyanobacteria signs up.
Oh,
and,
fuck!
Great, good for you, recreation specialists.
Yeah. Oh my God.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of professionals who are employed here. I mean, like when you go into town, there's lots of people who are there at 8 a.m. until 5 in the afternoon, and then they do other stuff. I'm just not one of those people. I'm just like I had one interview tell me, I see you doing great things, but it isn't what I need to ask you to do. I was like, this is the most annoying second interview I've ever had. It's so annoying. And my doctor agreed today when I went and visited him. His wife, who's in the front desk, was like, that's really annoying. And I was like, thank you for seeing how why give a second interview if you're just like, I just want to talk to you, but I don't have work for you. Wow. So I don't know. I have no idea, really. I talked to the Vermont Production Collective, which is like this new film production group. And apparently they are having meetups in Burlington that are over full. Like there's too many people for the frickin' building. So there's a huge interest in film here. And I like photography and I also like playing tour guide. Mm-hmm. But they were asking me to find them some event space in my area. So I'm looking at some new restaurants that have opened up that have really nice landscaping and settings so that it could be outside if there were no rain. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm just like hustling like I do. I hustle. I do hustle.
Right. Wow. And how about yourself there, Aristides? Hustling is what you call it?
Yeah, I'm always hustling. It's just not always at work, you know. It just seems like a lot of other stuff to do, you know, around the house, stinky dogs, whatnot, you know, take care of something and, you know, and finally get to work. But, you know, when I finally get there, I hustle stuff.
We're going to have a couch burning party.
All right. Yeah. So
just burn the couches. Don't wash. Yes. Don't wash nothing.
Yes.
Let them chew everything to bits and then burn it. Oh and just be like, this is your fault, dog. This party and this fire is on you. Congratulations.
They don't chew things up, luckily.
No, because their little teeth can't bite the way these
Nope.
big dogs do.
No, right.
We have to keep stuff in their mouths because they just can't help it. They're just vicious.
Oh my God, that's awful. But both of you love your dogs. That's incredible. And so, like, aside from all of that, I think both of you have been wonderful here. And honestly, Amy's welcome to stay with me for a while longer, even after Aristides checks out to go to sleep. But you know, Aristides, when it so I mean, again, just curious. You don't need to share this at all. Is there a title for your job? You can tell us if you don't want to share that. I don't need to share that.
I mean, I actually don't really have a titled position. It's academic research.
Wow.
What do I end up doing is helping out grad students and stuff with their work, do experiments and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot of what I'm doing. So.
Mm-hmm. Whoa!
Yeah, but meet a lot of people. I mean, there's a lot of people come to any major university environment from all over the world, especially in the graduate category. You know, people from other countries. Meet a lot of interesting people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's wonderful. Yes. And how about you, Amy? You could tell us about some of the interesting people you met when you checked into the homeless shelter.
No, I can't. It's like against the rules. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to even say where you are or who you're with or what their name is. Like, it's tragic. It's just awful. Whoops, sorry. No, like that. It was just 2 weeks, and it wasn't like I said. I mostly had my own space, but like nothing locked. Like anything of any value, I had to keep in the vehicle. So that wasn't cool. But I mean, it was like this old couple and a mom and her kid. So it wasn't like in the building that I was in. And then when they moved me, like I said, it was more of a dorm, and it wasn't safe. So I'm grateful they gave me 2 weeks, like, in order to try to, like, do stuff down near the hospital. But, yeah, like, that was okay for a while. But it was like trauma. It was, like, constant trauma. Like, having the fire alarm go off all the time. Like, the neighbors would start their grill and the fire alarm would go off.
Holy shit.
It just was, yeah. I mean, it just seemed to me like really perpetuating an inability to think, you know, because you're not sleeping and the kid's traumatized. So, I mean, you're always trying to placate this poor traumatized child. Yeah, I'm not allowed to talk about any of it. And it's, it's fine. I'm okay with not going back to that experience. Right?
Of course. Oh my God. I'm like so. Aristides, does this raise any questions with you? Any questions about her experience?
This. Okay, I mean, you guys were talking about this before, and it was like
But you weren't here.
Shelter.
Yeah, but you weren't here at the time.
No, what? No, but you guys have talked about this before.
Yeah,
right?
but you weren't here.
What?
Yeah, but you weren't here.
Yeah, right. But
Yeah.
I'm trying to recall this was like the shelter situation, or it was like something, or it was like
yeah,
it was hard to even talk on the phone. You were like, there's it was like all that, right?
Yeah, it was not like so. Yeah, it was a building where the walls were pretty much useless. There was no the sound carried really well, like you could just hear everything everybody was doing in the building.
And you're out of there now.
Oh yeah. No. Yeah, it was this ridiculous culmination where I had been asking for assistance for so long, And they kept telling me, well, you don't have intimate partner violence, so till you're beat within an inch of your life, we really don't have a spot for you. And it was so bad. And then like everybody was telling me like, you can't get help until you're in the system. And I kept telling them, I keep trying to force them to take me and they won't. I keep calling them and saying, how do I get into safe housing? You know, because I'm living on a toxic lake and I can't get my name off of it. So, you know, like, can you direct me? I'll talk to anybody. I'm not afraid to talk to anybody. I'm like this short, I'm not thin, like French girl, like with graying hair. So nobody's really offended by me.
But like yeah, go on. No, please, go on.
You know, so like I do have the ability to like just approach random strangers and start a conversation, and most of the time they're not going to pick a fight with me. You know, like they're just, for whatever reason, they might ignore me. They might like be rude, but for the most part people like attention too. So I can approach anybody. And you know, I'm not even going to say that the shelter experience was horrible, because I survived it and it served a purpose. You know? Like I got,
but it got to the point where I feel you were physically threatened with the people who moved into the bed next to you, and where they were basically.
Oh, yeah, but that was like the first encounter, Douglas. It was like these kids, and they were young, and they were clearly fucked up on drugs. They forgot who I was multiple times within a 2-hour span of meeting me. They would go downstairs, come back, forget they'd met me.
Man.
And they smelled so fucking bad. Like, I'm sorry. I am so sorry to say this, but
go on.
I met these people. They were
they a boy and girl couple? They were a boy and girl couple?
They were a boy and girl couple. They were very young. They were very sincere. But they were fucked.
And you said they stank? They stank. Really smelled.
And they reeked. And it didn't make fucking sense to me that anybody would be getting it on with somebody in that smell. I don't know. I just couldn't even. I was just like, out. Done.
Okay.
And I've lived in New Orleans. People freaking naked everywhere doing what the hell ever. But I couldn't deal with this. This was too much. This was not. This was not for me. And so I bailed. Like, it was like maybe 6 hours. Like, it was awful because I had a procedure at the hospital and it was causing me a lot of pain. Like, just the procedure itself was like causing me to have muscle spasms that I couldn't really mitigate. And so I had to lie down. Like, I just had to rest. And like, they just couldn't freaking stop doing drugs. So, and I'm not getting paid. That's always my thought when these people are like, oh, well, we need you to do this. We need you to stay in this room with strangers you don't know, and you're going to be on camera. And I'm going, where's my money? Where the hell is my money? You people are nuts. And so I drove back, and, you know, my friends had said, do not go broke down there, you know, like, make sure you keep yourself with some flow. And I did. I flowed right back up to my border town. And it's so funny. We always say, being up north, like, as soon as we get past on the interstate, when we get past Barton, yeah, it feels like we're home again. Like, once we get like certain exit on 91, we're like, oh yeah, this is much better. It's, you know, maybe it is a ley line, maybe it is whatever, but there's just a bunch of us who really, we can go down south for a little bit, but not forever.
Yeah.
So what kind of situation do you have now after all that?
Yeah. So this is something
she's moving in with you, didn't you know?
Oh.
I'm moving in with Douglas, you forget. We're going to set up your aquarium somewhere fancy. Oh my God. No, I'm doing like, so I had a friend who, we had been living together, and his house was trashed with a water damage this winter. So this has been a struggle all summer, like just dealing with his family, like trying to get him out of that place. Like we got to clean it and then repair it. And they've got a lot of stuff. So it's just a bigger project than we had ever clearly imagined. And so I was hanging out with them quite a bit, camping, which I loved. They have a really cool spot. But this other friend of ours that we went to high school with bought this farmhouse. And she had told me she has an apartment in the farmhouse. She's got like 3 rooms. I gave Douglas a tour so that he wouldn't think I'm like not safe. So.
Thank you. Yes.
But like we've been friends forever, and she and I lived together in Albuquerque, 2 white girls in Albuquerque, and then she had talked to me about this ages ago, because it was like 8 years of me listening to nonsense from my mom and dad about selling this property. They didn't sell. And so like we talked about, like, you know, I have a room for you, you just come, I'll feed you, don't worry. And you know, and then the timing just worked out really well. Like her dog had her frickin' puppies. Like the dog was 5 years old before it ever got pregnant. Like she really went through a lot of time before she found her shepherd friend next door. But yeah, so that had happened, and you know, I was just done with the lake. Like my parents were just being cruel, and they're still on timeout. I still don't need to hear from them just yet. So
you have a toxic lake.
I was living on a toxic lake full of cyanobacteria, and this is like, it's in northern Vermont, and it's not Lake Champlain, but it's kind of like a local spot where like they used to have muscle car shows out on the beach. Like it used to be kind of fancy. Like it used to be like this spot where people would hang, like in the 50s and 60s. And it's just really deteriorated. And the fishing, like a lot of fishermen really like it because the fish they have really fat fish. Like the pike are huge in that lake. But I wouldn't eat anything out of it. You know, if you're an angler and you want like a big fish, they got good big pike up there. But I just was like out there without a phone or the internet. And then when my friend left, I didn't even have a hotspot, so that I couldn't even check in. So it was just like, and you know, it was my life, like the freaking cars. Like there was one winter, we had 5 cars in the yard. We woke up 5 dead batteries. Like we could have switched out one of the batteries to get a car to leave with, except they were all dead. This is what happens. Like when people know exactly where I am, it's just hard. It's unbelievably hard. It's like the things that are supposed to go right will characteristically not. And you have to just carry on. Like you can't go back. You can't change what you did before. So you just keep trudging forward. Like, oh, okay. So, freezing outside. We don't have a phone or a vehicle running in the freezing cold. But I mean, we knew everybody. Was the other thing is like half of them were related to my friend. Like they were all cousins or uncles, like right in the neighborhood. So yeah, it was okay. It was okay, and I'm glad it's over with. I'm glad I finally just was like, I'm not doing this anymore. It's not happening. Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, it's you've been through hell, but what about when you were young? What did you envision to be your future? I mean, if obviously if the young you could get in contact with the future you, Aristides would be completely disappointed. But how about you?
Yeah.
What was it? What was your intent? What was your dream before all this, homelessness, I mean, obviously, in a sense, you're a product of extraordinary parental abuse. Your parents are a couple of assholes. They essentially are just plain evil, really. Maybe you never had a chance for any sense of normality. But what was your original vision? What was your original vision?
You say that, and I was just trying to survive, Douglas.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I was just trying to survive. I look at pictures and I was just like, oh yeah, frozen trauma. Hey, your favorite cat is right here. Right here, making her appearance. Yeah. So yeah, I pretty much did what I was told all the time. Yeah. I was obedient. And I spoke today to a lady from the Philippines. She was waiting in line with me. Uh-huh. And this is the second woman from the Philippines I've run into up here, which is just weird because, I mean, there's plenty of Asian countries. Like, why am I only running into Asians from the Philippines? But I was talking to her. Right. She was saying that she really appreciated the discipline that the nuns gave her.
She appreciated being beaten and spanked and cigarette butt burns on lesbian rape.
Maybe in the Philippines you're nicer. I don't know. She didn't want to get into any of that since I didn't really know her. But she was an older lady, and I just was like, I'm going to be here for at least 20 minutes standing here. Who am I going to talk to? It's going to be the old Asian lady. So that was kind of how that happened. But yeah, I feel like they were really damaged. Mm-hmm. I might be giving you a slanted view of my dad. I do think my dad tried really hard to be a good dad. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I don't have bad memories in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they're not fucking right in the head. That's not right. No, it's not. It's not right. And I understand why my brother is so like a step beyond them even, like I am the only witness. I'm the only one that could possibly understand where he's coming from in a lot of ways. So I do feel like you have you have a role and then you get a new role. It's like you just like, I can't tell you what I thought I was going to do. Like, a lot of people told me what I was going to do, and it never really sank in. Like, it never. I was going to be a teacher. I was going to go and teach other kids. I couldn't put down my guitar. I wouldn't go anywhere without my guitar. Like, I mean, these are just the insane ideas that never came to fruition, ever. Like, I do sometimes play guitar, but it's just like 10 minutes. And then I'm like, oh, it's not as fun. It's not as fun as I used to think it was. It was more fun when there were other people doing it with me and we all sucked. Like, super bad at making music. Yeah. But I got through it. I really think that part of me really did always want to be old. Part of me was always like, I can't wait to be a grandma. And in that sense, not necessarily having my own children, but having the status, the gray hair, the white hair. So that's kind of like one of the ways that I feel good about, having come so close to 50 years old, huh? Mm-hmm. Like that's really that's a real challenge for like, I have people in my life that I cared about a lot and they didn't make it. They couldn't, they crumbled, they just gave in. They knew what they were doing and they just gave in.
What did they do? Kill themselves?
The drugs with the frickin' getting drunk and crashing cars. That's a big pastime up here, and it's really, I would like to see it change. Getting drunk and crashing cars in the Northeast.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make dreams come true. It doesn't. But and here's the thing is, like, they never paid any attention to me, Douglas.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't really credit them with anything that like with any joy or like sense of satisfaction that I have about things, because they weren't really present. Like my dad tried really hard. Like, he brought us to all the work stuff. Like, we always, like, me and my brother were always the only kids that would show up at these like pharmacy trade shows. Like, we were just like in that way we were really special, because nobody else brought their kids, but my dad always did.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, like, my mom is just not okay. Like, I don't know what it is, but she's just not okay. Mm-hmm. My grandmother is fucking great. Like, she's like 99, August 1st. I'm just cheering her on to 100. But I know it's such a struggle for her daughters who are caring for her. So, and I know she's not even in her body anymore. Like, she hasn't been there in a long time, but it's still pretty great that, like, the body itself is like containing some remnant of her that wants to be with us still, because if she didn't, she would have checked right out.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like a prison, but I don't think you're in charge either, and I think she knows that, and that's probably why she's still here. It's just that gift that we all have. Like, she does have a lot of grandkids.
Okay.
And it was, there were times growing up where, like, I remember my grandmother with her sisters. Mm-hmm. Like, she was the youngest of 4 girls. They were all born boom, 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 like 21, 22, 23, 24. Mm-hmm. And so they were always in the summer times and at holidays laughing. Mm-hmm. And it was such a ridiculous thing. I was talking to my dad about it like maybe a couple of years ago, when he could still have a conversation. And he didn't even know why they were laughing. Like, that was like the big joke. Like, we would all get together and they would just start cackling. And none of us could figure out what the joke was. Like, none of us really knew. And they would just go on and on and on. And we could go down to the lake because they have a different camp. So we would go out to this other lake that was cleaner, actually. The lake we swam in as kids was cleaner. Mm-hmm. And we would go like a quarter mile down to the lake and hear the 4 of them, like, just like howling for hours. And I love that. I love that I had grandparents.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh. Wow. What about you, Aristides? Did you have any grandparents?
At some point, right? I was fortunate.
Oh no, I was a test tube child.
No, I knew my grandparents. I was very lucky, with my parents. Sometimes you don't realize how lucky you are. Right. So you hear some other people's stories how fucked up it is. So, I don't know, I just kind of cruised through and kind of was a little bit on and off of school. Finally graduated.
What drove you into engineering? What drove you into engineering?
It just seemed like what I needed to do. Okay. That's what I seemed to be like, what I liked,
Okay.
Yeah.
You go on.
No. So, graduated, and then, finally I got a job as a professional, and then, sometimes you get the person you're with pregnant. So then everything you thought, whatever you thought before that probably doesn't matter. So.
Oh my God. So this is what you did.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's how it happens.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Well, there's different ways that can happen, and situations, but one way or another, it's always a gift,
Yes, that's right. That's at least that's how we rationalize it to ourselves. Yes. Yeah. And go on. So then, but you were talking about your parents and how you finally realized how lucky you were when you heard how fucked up everyone else was. Yes.
Right. Yeah. They were good. They were good, and around one of them is gone now, but
sorry. Yeah.
But a lot of people lose them a lot earlier than that. So I can't complain.
Okay.
I mean, I can't complain about my some of the repercussions of my own decisions, but.
but well there you go. I'm really glad for Amy that she got out of that homeless situation, that she jumped into her car and just drove away. I mean, that's they were going to pretty much entrap her. I mean, they were trying to get you to pretty much become a slave circuited to the system where you would be forever trapped there, right, honey? I mean, pretty much that's what was going.
Douglas, nobody's ever trapped.
Yeah. Okay.
That's ridiculous.
Okay.
No, I never would have allowed that. And I don't believe these people that were in there with me are just, doomed forever. Like, they're not. They're just people.
Okay.
They're just, these were just kids. Like, the one girl, like, she seemed to have her head about her a little bit for a minute. And then she was telling me she had been homeless since she was 17. In the same town. And there was an old guy at the resource place. Like, I went and I met, because out at the lake, it was a drive to go use the internet, and the library didn't have private rooms in town, like where I could get to quickly. So when I went down to the homeless shelter, everything was in walking distance. Like, and here's the thing is, my great-grandfather, Elphage Laporte, was raised in that town. That's why I went, because I wanted to see the places that he had lived in with his mom and dad. And I got pictures of them. Like, it felt really good. Like, it felt like this is the bricks that they lived in. It was a brick building in downtown Claremont, across from the Opera House. So, and they built that Opera House like while they were living there. So, it was interesting to me in that regard, like that I hadn't ever really been there, and that my great grandfather, who I'm the only grandchild who remembers him, because I was the only one born when he was alive. And I remember he would make little he would cut strips of comics, fold them, and then make like decoupage. Do you know what that is?
No, tell us.
It's like a paste.
Yeah.
It's a powder that you add water to, and it becomes like a glue. But it's transparent, and they would make things. In that time, they would like decorate stuff with decoupage, like lampshades. Or he would take these comics, cut them into strips, all while smoking his hand-rolled cigarettes at 89 years old. And he would roll them up onto string and make beaded curtains with them. And I loved flapping around in the beaded curtains of my great-grandfather. Isn't that weird? Like, isn't that just a strange little...
That's
like,
cool. Yeah, cute.
They were very maker-oriented. Like, his mom had been a weaver, and we have blankets from her. My great-great-grandmother's weavings are still up in my parents' house, and I'm the only daughter. So who's going to take them, right? And my mom with her 50 quilts. I got a car. I need a mute.
So that brings us back to our man Aristides. Aristides, has been quite the night, and I'm glad to find that your life was quite normal otherwise. So we love you dearly, and get some rest if you need. But how do you feel now that you need to go get some rest, or
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we appreciate the time you were able to share with us, and and hopefully you can join us on Sunday. Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Rest up for a few days. We'll do it again.
yeah. I think this is great. And
all right. So you're okay if I just drop? Like, it doesn't matter. I was the first call, right? It'll stay on.
It should stay on. It should stay on. So wait a second. Let me take a look at the call. Make sure everything's all right, because I'll hang with Amy a few more minutes. Should stay on. You're gonna be listening to us while you go to sleep, or you're gonna review the monologue tomorrow after you wake up.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll do.
Okay, it sounds good. Thank you so much for joining us. You take care. Sweet be thy dreams, and blessed be thy slumber.
All right.
Hugs.
It's been fun, guys. Bye, Amy.
Yeah. And
bye. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. All right, we'll talk soon.
Yeah, look forward to it. And Amy, so it's just you and I now. Let's talk for a few minutes and go on sharing these lovely little quirks about your life. I think that they're adorable. And aside from that, go on about other odd things that
Douglas, I have you all to myself.
Yeah.
I have you all to myself, Douglas.
You do. Yeah.
So I can ask you anything, right?
I get to within certain limits. Yeah.
Have limits. Come on.
So go on, and I'll see if I have the attention, because I'm multitasking. But go on, and
okay.
yeah. But go on, honey. Yeah. Ask away. All right.
Well, I just wanted to point out, just to make myself feel good, because I need to be fluffed up.
Yeah.
Nicole pointed out the same thing about nothing about your mother in the book.
Interesting. Yeah. That's interesting. And that she said that there should have been bits about my mother introducing every chapter.
Which is exactly what I told you about the vampire book.
Yes.
Vampire.
Yes. That's right. Absolutely. So, all kudos to you. I mean, you were right on.
No, it's not. I mean, I think everybody wants to know. I do think there's a faction of your fans who are like, man, that is such an incredible story that she has. And I'm curious about, you had mentioned once she did not want to speak about the past, or she might have had a fridge, and that there are Asians that are related to you, although they don't speak to you.
They actually, she, just so people understand this, and I'll be happy to go into it. I've actually gone into it in the past. So when it comes to this subject, I'm not averse to it. So just so people understand, my mother had a family before she was married to my legal father, and she had been married at some point to apparently a short man with glasses. That's the only thing I know about him, and that she hated him with a passion, and that this individual and his family that she produced with him were essentially abandoned and disowned by her. Effectively, they were dead to her. And that, I do know that some relations came to visit us at some point in the maybe the 1980s or something like that. It was what year was it? It had to be a period of time when I was relatively young. I think I was still working with the Department of Defense, and so one young lady. I'm sorry.
Any indication that it had been arranged?
You mean the marriage?
She didn't choose him. Yeah, she didn't.
Yeah. It had to be something like that, and she was one of the few people to get a divorce in Asia. A modern divorce. So it was it was definitely she was a pioneer in so many ways for women's rights in Asia. And nobody really stood up to her. So it was kind of like she was able to, pull off quite a bit. It was amazing what she pulled off. But I do know I have relations in Taiwan, and half brothers, so to speak. So I know one of them is like an executive for the some kind of company. I think might be electronics, but in the old sense, my understanding of classical electronics, like electricians would work with, not like modern microchips or anything like that. And that I do know that there was an uncle named Uncle Tiger who was very important to our family. Kind of like somebody she retained some level of connection with at the time that I was born in Taiwan. So there were elements of her family that she was maintaining some communication with, but not the man she divorced or the children she produced with him. When some people were trying to seek her out later from Taiwan, she adamantly refused to speak to them. So it was one of these things where she truly severed, and yet we had this one young lady who came and stayed with us for a few weeks, and she was from Taiwan and was supposed to be a relation. I took her around Golden Gate Park and some other areas. It wasn't, couldn't do much. It was what it was. So it was a kind of that's what comes to my conscious mind. But ask some more questions. I'll see what else I can remember.
Yeah, my thought is they might have been a little afraid of her too.
Yeah, of course. Oh God, yes. Oh God, yes. That goes without saying. That was so when it came to my mother, she the other half brother I got became like a Buddhist monk. I know that much. So I got one half brother who's like a Buddhist monk in Taiwan, and another one who was supposed to be like the CEO of some small electronics company. And like I said, old style electronics, wires and shit, not the modern microchip stuff, which even in its own day was, quite the position to be in Taiwan. They had kind of a head start, of course. I mean, my greatest regret in life, of course, was that if we had stayed in Taiwan, I would have probably had been a very successful person myself, much better educated, grown up in a much better environment, happier. And instead we came to this hellhole. In a very real sense, I really resent my parents for that. Of course, I took care of them and everything and loved them dearly because, once we were trapped here, and there's no other word for it. It truly was trapped in America. And now, of course, I'm stranded here, as I've explained before, because the art elect has my citizenship in Taiwan, and therefore, as far as Taiwan's concerned, I'm home. They've got the intellect. The rest is me. So in terms of,
it's a bit like what you were saying about you have a name and then you have a name you don't say.
Yeah.
This is how we're you back into Taiwan, is by the name we don't say.
Yeah. But like,
I really hate to think of any of us really being trapped here. I feel like you can't live like that. You can't live like you're an animal in a cage.
Yeah.
Which again brings us back to these slaves who are chipped or controlled through manipulations, whether they be occult, whether they be scalar weapons, whether they be manipulations or coercions. Like you say, like they know exactly what's going to break a person. If you were meant to be gone, you would be gone. And I feel that way in my heart, that if I was meant to be dead, I would have checked out. I would have gone. And I'm here because I'm meant to be here. And to think that I'll never be able to get free of something I might feel binding me. This seems like the worst kind of manipulation. Like to make you believe you can't get out of something painful that's the end of you. And I want to believe like you're in the space you're in because it's a launch pad. It's where you kick off and go into the space where you need to be. And if you'd stayed in Taiwan, I probably wouldn't have ever met you. you never would have met our dear Brooke. And
is that a cut? I mean, it's a part. Yeah, something to make me say,
No,
"Oh my God!" with the loss. Go on.
Just to get your chuckling.
Yes, understand.
No, but you understand where I'm coming from. Like, you can't have the sense that there are no options. Well, you know, those are the things that get you. Like, those are the things that get you when you truly believe it's a corner and there's no backing out. Yeah. And it's just not true. It's not true. And, you know, you praying the Lord's Prayer got you out of something that is beyond any of us knowing. Like, we're not.
Honey, I mean, it did and it didn't. I mean, Tavush Meliek, or the Peacock Angel, is still very much within me. It's it may have alleviated the immediate, overwhelming, crushing pressure of being within all of us in a far more pressing sense, to use a pun. But the withdrawal left the fragment that is still very much part of my life and sometimes comes to the fore. And it's not, at this point, of course, it's not unwelcome. It's I've grown comfortable with it like an old glove. It's just part of me now. But to explain a little bit about, say, for instance, the entrapment that can come. When I was awarded the SSDI, Social Security Disability Income, by, again, a white male judge who, older man, white-haired, who effectively I owe my life to. He was a person who basically burned through all the bullshit. He knew that I couldn't get help from the Veterans Administration because of my dishonorable discharge, and for that reason, he knew that the SSDI was paramount. And just so people understand, usually when you go into a hearing for something like SSDI or Social Security, this can take years. Normally, it takes years. And people will go through this process, and it can be like half a decade of appeals. And but in my case, I was awarded it right away, which was very much exceptional. So exceptional that it was like the attorney was floored. She was floored, and she couldn't believe it because it looked like everything was going against me. And so when I shared it with my psychiatrist, she said in all her career she had never seen anyone awarded it with the first hearing. She had never seen anyone awarded SSDI with the first hearing. Huh. So the reason why was, of course, he knew what I had been through. He really had done research. He knew that I had my own YouTube show. So, which, by the way, is why many attorneys would not take me on, because I was considered, quote unquote, self-employed. And so in order to get the attorney that I had to lie to her and basically not tell her about, the digital on bandwidth show that I was doing with Revolution Radio at the time. And you're just starting with Revolution Radio. It had to be Revolution Radio at that time. And so when she went in, she was sideswiped. She was, what do they call it? Sucker punched. Had no idea about what he was bringing up, or at least alluding to. He never brought it up directly. But he understood that I advocated for the rule of law. He understood that essentially where I was coming from. He understood that I was historically aware. I think he appreciated all of that, and he understood that there was really no other alternatives for me. So when he made happen what, the SSDI, he put a few conditions on it. One was that I promised never to drive because of my complex post-traumatic stress disorder. He allowed me to maintain my firearms for self-defense. Because, as he pointed out, far more people are killed by automobiles than are ever killed by firearms. And what he was far more concerned about was road rage, which veterans with complex post-traumatic stress disorder or even simple PTSD are infamous for. So he just made me promise never to drive again, which I will always uphold that promise. And he made me, allowed me to keep my weapons on that condition and for self-defense.
You realize when you come and visit me,
yeah,
I'm going to get you an ATV because you can't get around without driving here.
Well, I'll just be slave circuited then to dependence on yourself or someone, or your friend, your beaver. And so when it came to the situation, the otherwise that stood out when I got the, because I'm trying to make a point here with the slave circuiting. So the other condition was that he wanted me to perhaps go under the supervision of my sister or somebody for a year. He brought up my sister specifically and asked if that was possible. I tried my best to explain how that was really impossible, but I had to have a designated recipient. They called it, I forgot what it was, but just a designated recipient effectively for the money for at least a year, after which I could... I'm sorry?
This is the fish lady who...
Yeah, that's right. Esther Fishman, who the first person I brought was my gang brother to the Social Security, and they asked him about his taxes, his history of paying taxes, etc. And he had never paid taxes a day in his life because he's a gangster, right? So then they said, well, you can't be the designated recipient. You're not an employed adult. You're not a responsibly employed adult. So the only responsibly employed adult I knew was the lady who worked at the bookstore. So it paid off that I had gotten acquainted with everybody at the bookstore for so many years. And Esther Fishman had been working honestly all her life, paying taxes all her life. So I brought her down to Social Security, and she became my designated recipient. So I tried to give her $100 a month for a while, and after a while I just couldn't afford it. And, but she ultimately wound up getting blasted anyway. Something happened where she certainly had traumas in her life, but she never had a history of breakdowns. She had no history of mental illness. But sometime during the middle of her tenure as my designated recipient of my checks, she was found by her family on the floor, stark raving mad, and had to be institutionalized. Like they zapped her with a beam or something. And no doubt at that moment they started the process reporting to the authorities that I no longer had a designated recipient for my money, and therefore investigations needed to be launched. But by the time they probably got anything through, I was already independent. I had already signed off as independent. But before I had gotten to Esther Fishman, between that period of time between, I can't be my sister, can't be my gang brother, and finally Esther Fishman coming to the rescue, between that period of time, I was talking to my psychiatrist, who innocently, in her ignorance, she had no knowledge of the situation, said, well, why don't you just go to a homeless shelter and have them become the designated recipient for a year and just then become independent? And but fortunately, my gang brother Beaver was dating a drug counselor. So his girlfriend, who's still his girlfriend, white chick, actually sang in the San Francisco Opera, the San Francisco Opera House and shit, doing opera and shit. She was dealing in drug counseling, and she heard that from Beaver and warned me, don't ever go into the homeless shelters and have them become your designated recipient, because you will be slave circuited and trapped the rest of your life. You cannot escape. So the way she explained it was that what happens is if they become your designated recipient and they get the check, that's their money. And they give you only what they want. They literally will decide what you get. And they can say something like, all you need is $20 to live. And in order to get anything, you have to suck cock, rim ass, do slave work, janitorial, clean the toilets, all this shit, and then they'll give you $10 for each little thing, every little act. And that's it. They're keeping the rest of the money because they're the designated recipient. And the only way you could get it back was to declare yourself, fit, mentally fit, at which point then you lose the check anyway. So that would be the only thing you do out of spite, just so they don't get the check anymore, but you certainly won't get it. And at that point, you can never file for it again because you've just given up all rights to it. It's like, see, the reason I had to go for SSDI was because originally I had Social Security. I was awarded Social Security years and years ago, right after the Gulf War, because my mechanical injuries were undeniable. My lungs had collapsed so many times I had to staple them to my rib cage, and I was given Social Security, but it wasn't jack shit. But nevertheless, I had to give that up when I started caring for my parents because they said, well, you can't care for your parents unless you're recognized as a member of the local 250 SEIU Healthcare Workers Union, very large union in California, and therefore you have to, you're fully employed. So then I had to sign off on my Social Security and give that up forever. I could never get that again. So because I couldn't get it again for mechanical injuries, I had to go for the psychiatric issue, which, of course, was quite real. I'm complexly post-traumatically stress disorder. And when the psychiatrist, helped me, vouchsafed for that condition, and the judge, acknowledged it, then I got the SSDI for that. If I were to get rid of the SSDI, then I couldn't get anything back for physical injuries. I couldn't get anything back for mental injuries. At that point, I'd be truly incapable of getting any government benefits. I'd be truly left I might as well kill myself. So that was what had happened. That's the slave circuiting I'm talking about. So, so when, you were there at the homeless shelter. Make no mistake.
And I remembered you saying this. This is not a new story. I remembered you saying this about having been warned by the opera singer that they're going to take your money. Yeah. And I was seeing it happening in front of my face. Yeah. And I'm understanding that, here's the deal is I'm paying. Yeah. I'm a commodity to them. Yeah. I'm paying to be here. Yeah. And so that was really my attitude was you can't keep me here because I'm your money. Yeah. And so I know that my power is being able to say no, thank you. And I want to impress this upon young people who are in this system and can't get out and who've been there since their youth or have been there because their parents were there. Yeah. And they need to understand that you are a commodity. Your power is in your ability to set boundaries. And I don't want to diminish your how you arrived at where you are. Yeah. But I want to consider at this point, because we have been dealing with this trauma problem. Yeah. All of us in the world are dealing with what trauma does to people and how much we've learned from the Inquisition forward. And what if we consider, instead of calling it a disorder, which makes it appear as though there is no order, what if we called it response? What if it was complex post-traumatic response? And therefore, a response is something you have power over. You can choose. So instead of thinking about the condition or the label as a disorder, we want to think about, but this is a response. And complex means it's not just one response, but several responses based on multiple traumas. Post-traumatic stress might be just the one trauma that you are recovering out of. Complex post-traumatic response would be multiple. You not only have the one traumatic thing that happened, with your family leaving New York, but multiple things that occurred ongoing throughout your childhood and continuing with your military experience. And I think a lot of veterans might be able to comprehend that. They might have the capacity to understand that these triggers or responses are within their control still, and it's not a label that is just completely immovable. That there is some mutability in your ability to respond. that's just something I've come across recently, and it was through people who do this work, who do counseling of others who are dealing with narcissistic abuse, who are dealing with multiple traumas and relationship patterns that have existed based on your family unit, your family of origin. I find it really interesting in my friends groups that we're all in these family of origins with a boy and a girl, no others, just like a one daughter, one son, and we all get along super well. And I find it just so clever that the world is organized in such a way where many of my friends have that same original family structure of one girl, one boy.
Oh.
And and then looking also at like the other possibilities, like our families where there's large groups of brothers and sisters, where there's like Sammy Romero, who has so many people in his family that contribute to his life, whether he gets along with them or not. They're contributing. And so and so then I like to also consider like the single child, like when there's just one, like Lovecraft. He was the last, right? He was the last of a line who on his mother's side, they'd collected the fairy cup.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So like I do like to consider like what is the structure of the family, and looking at like the breakdown of how each birth order exhibits their role within the family. Like my mom one day just surprised both me and my dad with her. She was talking about being the third and how she knows it's always about needing something because the first two get everything.
Yes.
And I thought, how do you have this insight and then you just simply cannot apply it? Like that was my inner dialogue, and listening to my mom come at me with like, the third birth order is always going to feel like they're behind the other two. Oh,
no worries about that. Though they sound like jets taking off.
It must be this, like we've got a lot of moonlight, so people are driving around still. I don't know.
There you
Usually
go.
at this hour there isn't that many people out, so and it's summer here, so there's lots of tourists trying to get somewhere too.
Yeah, but go on. Yes, so you're on a roll. Continue. Yeah.
I mean, these are just areas that I like when I meet somebody. I like to get those details. I like to find out, like, what kind of birth order are you?
Well, I'm the second. That my sister was first.
Right. Yeah, the older sister, younger brother. The second child's always the rebel. It's always the one that pushes the parents because the first child's breaking in the parents.
Well, kind of. In my situation, of course, it became somewhat different. I was the one who took care of the parents, and my sister who just, checked out. But
you're the son. You were the son.
Yes.
And in some ways, the son has a greater responsibility.
Right.
Because, I mean, and I see that in my family as well. Like, I'm the older daughter, but I do feel like my brother needs to step up and do what the son should be doing for his parents.
Right.
And, and whether that happens or not, I have no expectations, but it's comforting to me to have a group of people with the same family structure, like older daughter, younger son, and just, having that support of their feedback, because they're like, it's easy to get caught up in all your social engagements where there's a lot of superficial talk, where you don't really touch on things that are uncomfortable. But with my particular support group, we have so much history, like we all can point out the patterns for each other when we are emotionally dysregulated and need need to be reminded. We just need to be reminded that this is the way we fit into that group, the group of our family. Like, you're not going to necessarily need to continue your responses in the pattern that they've been for the last 40 years. You can go ahead and, rely on these other people who are kind of mirroring to you the other possibilities of how things might work out if things were just a little bit different. And I guess maybe I could contextualize.
Yes.
That's our that's like the next podcast we do. We'll call it contextualization.
Yeah.
So, like, there's just other parents who have passed.
Yes.
And my friends who no longer have that person in their life are always providing me with insight for reasons why I should change my response in order to see if I can maybe I'm not going to have a relationship that looks the same, but I'm going to feel protected and safe and caring for myself as primary while changing my response to the same manipulations, to the same provocations, the same old like dismissal or minimizing of whatever I contribute. Like, if I just respond differently, it does seem like there's a little shift, even if it's an internal shift towards a healthier state of mind. Even when my, physical circumstances aren't changing, I'm still going to be the daughter. I'm still going to be the one who's present. But I can look to these people who have gone through losing their parents, have gone through being the scapegoat and being put in positions where you're the one doing all the caregiving while the other child is getting all the benefit.
Right.
And then just kind of watching those situations evolve. And I guess for me, it's a little bit more distinct to rural communities. But because I do find that in the cities, people have larger groups of social structure where there's just multiple facets of people coming in, like people from other places that can provide different insight. And in this place, it's isolated, and there is just like a core group of people that I interact with, and which is okay, because I did, spend a lot of my life traveling and meeting all kinds of people from everywhere, and finding that to be really interesting to me, like, turning that into an asset that I can somehow utilize.
Yes.
And then feeling good about that, and then having that as a source of a wellspring for feeling good about myself, and that I've done this before. I've overcome this in the past, and these are the steps that I had to take to feel like it's not always going to be the same story. I'm not always going to start over. It's going to evolve and be a little bit different each time.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate your sharing that. And this has been beautiful. It's been very therapeutic. You're a wonderful human being. And I think that so how are you right now with you're on a cell phone, right?
I'm using the phone. Well, I was going to suggest, like, I know that you like to keep the call going so you can add people to it in the morning if you need a break.
Or sometimes I like to, just, it just makes certain that I have something to where I can more easily check that I'm audible or something. But if you need to hang up when I go into monologue, go ahead. Shouldn't be a problem.
What I was going to say is it's not going to be a problem to leave it on for me, but I might not respond.
Oh,
so
understood.
if somebody else wants to join the call, like as they wake up, I need to get some sleep because I do have stuff I'm doing tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah.
But,
So probably the
I'll
best.
leave it on.
Oh no.
And then
Um.
I'm just gonna plug it in. I'm
Okay.
gonna be in the other room.
So okay. So it's not going to. Is that won't hurt your phone then? It won't hurt your phone. You feel your phone can. Okay. Great. Then. Feel free to do that, and I again I thank you profoundly. I love you profoundly. You're a wonderful human being, and I'm so glad I know you. And your lovely friend, who we'll simply refer to as your Beaver for right now. I don't think she wants her name known. Is she comfortable with just her first name being known? If not, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she really cares.
Okay.
She doesn't. She really doesn't care. It's fine. And I've encouraged her to try to come on and have a chat with you because her dad was in the military.
Oh, great.
We're not really. We don't really spend that much time together. Like, I'm just here. I'm here, and she's here. But she's usually somewhere else too.
That's incredible.
At this point.
No, forgive me because I don't, I talk to so many people and I don't remember her name. What was her first name?
Kala.
Kala! That's right. Okay, yes. That's not easy to remember in certain ways because it is a simple 2-syllable kind of name. So I'll try and remember that. Oh my God, Kala. It's an unusual name too. What were her parents, what were they inspired by?
I've been spending a lot of time with her mom. Her mom turns 80 this week.
Uh-huh.
And her mom says that, so there was, her mom's father her name was Calixe, mm-hmm. and she didn't give that name, but she wanted a more feminine name, so she picked the Lily.
Okay.
She picked it because it's, like if you look at the Diego Rivera mm-hmm. murals, he has one it's just a woman with calla lilies, okay. And it's a very beautiful depiction of the calla lily.
Oh wow. Mm-hmm.
And so it's a flower.
Now I can remember it.
Flower.
Go on. Yes, delightful. Okay, say hello to Kala for all of us. Go ahead, leave the phone plugged in, and okay, I adore you. You have a
okay. We'll listen later.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Thank you. You as well. Blessed be thy dreams. Okay, sweet be thy slumber, and say hello to Kala in the morning. So that's the lovely Amy Como. Thank you so much for that therapeutic intercourse. So with that, I want to thank as well David Fitzsimons in Atlantic City contributed 20 United States dollars. He's a man in need himself, so the fact that he does that is profound. Michelle Carmela Saldana helped me with $250 United States dollars. As I told my gang brother Beaver, a young lady with cancer contributed money to help me make the rent. And of course he said, you're going to go to hell. And aside from that, Christian Timoney contributed $250 United States dollars from the United Kingdom. Christian Timoney in the United Kingdom. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. I presume most people would say Timoney. Christian Timoney in Great Britain. God bless you. Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother. A Chigro, as they would say in the old days. Chinese Negro. A Blasian, as they would say in this day and age. Black Asian. Lives in the belly of the beast, the heart of Manhattan Island. Stephen Myers contributed $750 United States dollars, 75 US dollars from Stephen Myers. He said, team support. God bless him. And let's hope other members of the team, are cool in the future, and we'll see how that turns out. And, of course, ultimately, it was Aaron TICE who contributed 100 United States dollars towards my rent and helped me make it in the most immediate sense. Goddess bless him. He was, of course, guesting with us this night tonight, and just checking into my PayPal account and checking if there was anything else that came into Kevin, KP, he said he was asking for the name of that film, which I believe I gave him, and hopefully if he followed up on that. Other than that, I think I got pretty much everyone covered for the most recent contributions. Goddess bless them all. And David Fitzsimons, who, his life's just beginning. Our Carmela, hopefully her life will be extended for as long as she wants it to be, as long as we can help her with our thoughts and prayers. Christian Timoney in Great Britain, Stephen Myers in Manhattan, all of you incredible people. Now, I've reviewed a number of books lately while going through some of the library over at my son's husband estate. This was, of course, books that I also take home with me, and some of these are reviewed with every intent of teaching the transfusion affiliates, IDS, the Blood Boys. And I am their history tutor. There are other tutors who specialize in math and science, etc. But I do the history. I don't interact with the other tutors. Obviously my appearances are not rare, but certainly based mostly on holidays. Sometimes I do approach the estates or brought there when it's not a holiday, when the teaching needs to be just kept up. So there are some remedial course teachings that I perform, and at all times I've given access to their blood. Obviously I'm only taking it from one lad at a time, and it is something that of course has kept me in much better health than I've been in for many years. Certainly getting over a lot of the malnutrition that I suffered for a long period of time. That impacted me to the point where my nails were impacted. So they're much better now, having recovered, and that plus a lot of supplementation, which your contributions have helped towards, and that's one of the most important things in my life aside from paying rent. That and maintaining myself in the bottled water, the bottled mineral water that I purchase, imported from Germany, Gerolsteiner, which I get, and not that expensive as you might think, but certainly I cannot use the sink water. It's not potable in my home. And therefore, the important things are, of course, Coke and beer, aside from water. These are the liquids I drink so that I don't drink up too much water, too much bottled water. And the Coke is actually not as bad as people might think. Actually, I'll go into that some other day. But all that being said, now we will go into some of the books I've been reviewing and what I can tell you about history. I'm in the mood for China and Japan tonight. I'll go into that, try and work our way back towards Europe and then America. As always, geopolitics on my mind because that's my love, my passion. So a number of the books that I picked up were actually intentionally. I went for books that were published in the 1990s, right between the time that Japan was how Americans viewed on top of the world economically, and how Americans were very hostile about it, and extraordinarily geared towards a renewal of armed conflict. So the first book that comes to mind by George Friedman, who is a quote-unquote geopolitician who I despise, and he was an individual who actually wound up getting a person whose name I forget. He was interviewed by Joseph Boyer, and as a matter of fact, I should be able to find him when I look up the Joseph Boyer interviews. I don't know if Joseph Boyer still has his interviews up, but Joseph Boyer was interviewing this individual who was put into jail by George Friedman. Actually spent years in jail, and then had to ultimately escape the United States. And so that being said, it's just a incredible, just the kind of power that George Friedman has. And but he's a person who has been banking on a coming war with Japan for years and years, forever now, and still feels that that war is inevitable as part of the 21st century. There is another book called Japan versus the West, Image and Reality by Endymion Wilkinson. The Rise of Modern Japan by W.G. Beasley, Japan's Administrative Elite by B.C. Ko, and Japan's expanding role and influence in the Asia-Pacific region, subtitled Implications for U.S. Interests and Policy, by Richard P. Cronin. This is for the Congressional Research Service. This was actually a free pamphlet that was 79 pages long. Back in the day, they don't do these things anymore. You have to find these things online now. But in the old days, I could pick up pamphlets, and this one was actually in the library. There is a report, 88 pages, passed out for free by the Japan Development Bank, JDB Research Report number 20 from the 1990s that I picked up from the library, titled Deepening Economic Linkages in the Pacific Basin Region, a subtitled Trade, Foreign Direct Investment, and Technology by Masaharu Hanazaki. The White Paper on International Trade, published in 1990 by the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, from Tokyo, of course. 77 pages, used to be one of those free pamphlets, again, passed out to anyone who asked for it. And it was something in the library, and these were examples of the kind of information that serious people would get, and as like collectibles, and put them in their libraries. You can't do this anymore. Everything is online. There is a book that is 113 pages long that I found in the library, Arming Our Allies, subtitled Cooperation and Competition in Defense Technology, by the U.S. Office of Technology Assessment. This was actually sold. You had to buy this. There was the MIT Japan program. It was 23 pages that sold for an astronomical cost. These days would be the equivalent of something like $250 for 23 pages, basically $1 a page. And this was titled Thoughts on U.S.-Japan Security and Economic Linkages in East Asia. Back in the day, I would have bought this because of my passion for this subject, by Michael Chinworth. Again, the MIT Massachusetts Institute of Technology's Japan program, in which they were contracted by the U.S. Department of Defense for the potential of a second Japano-American war. Finally, there was a book that I checked out from the estate library, so to speak, titled Kokusanka, subtitled FSX and Japan Search for Autonomous Defense Production, by Michael J. Green. Again, an MIT Japan program research paper, again outrageously priced, this time at the price of probably about 50 cents a page. 64 pages for its day, and they were selling it at the time for $12.50. Both this and the other book were selling for the same price, so they kept them at the same price even though the number of pages is triple the size in one paper as it is in the other. So let's take a look in the Sino-Japanese situation that we're dealing with, where Americans could be considering both nations as potential hostiles in the near future, and it would take us, well, it takes us in search of historical parallels for the Communist Chinese Empire's rise. History can be helpful in making sense of what the Chinese Communist Party is doing within and beyond the borders of the People's Republic of China. But when it comes to understanding today's Red China, history is an imperfect guide. Neat parallels with the past are not possible. Certain aspects of communist China on the mainland today are completely without historical precedent. And even when certain parallels do become possible, history is not helpful in quite the way that either communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping or others promoting comparisons to the past may assume. Now, some have warned that as Red China threatens to displace the American empire as a world power, which until Donald Trump looked inevitable, war is inevitable. The so-called Thucydides' trap. While it may be tempting now to view the American empire as Sparta to Red China's Athens, which would make Red China the academic power and America the totalitarian state, this analogy does not stand up to scrutiny. There are more than just 12 major states locked in competition here. moves by the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, the European Union, the Empire of Japan, and other powers will affect what does or does not happen next. The existence of international organizations and nuclear weapons alone makes it problematic to summon ancient Greek wars as templates for contemporary geopolitical tensions. Xi's own ideas about the past are particularly significant and similarly flawed. In promoting his outward-facing Belt and Road Initiative, an ambitious global infrastructure project, and his more domestically focused Chinese Dream, a vision of national rejuvenation, he advances the idea that Red China should be seen as both rebooting and rejecting the past. In terms of rebooting, he presents the Belt and Road Initiative as putting a glorious new high-tech spin on the ancient Silk Road. In terms of rejecting, he presents Red China as breaking completely from the way previous rising powers, the United States and the Japanese Empire, behaved during the so-called Century of Humiliation, the period between 1839 and 1949, when they were part of an imperialist ganging up on China, as he and the Chinese themselves are mass indoctrinated, I should say, into perceiving. But there are no perfect historical analogies for the Belt and Road Initiative. It is not the modern version of the ancient Silk Road. That road was actually a set of roads, and they evolved organically, not via a top-down edict. In addition, Silk Roads also were defined by flows in different directions, with China being transformed by things moving into the country as much as by things heading out therefrom. Similarly, there be no perfect analogies to Beijing's aggressive actions in the South China Sea or its creation of a vast network of indoctrination, I should say mass indoctrination camps, for the Caucasoid Turkic Uyghurs, the Turkic nationals, or rather extra nationals of Turkish ethnicity in northwest China, the Uyghur people, in Muslim majority Xinjiang, which of course is historically Far East Turkestan. Now, as historians of the past, or myself as a historian, particularly of both China and Japan, what intrigues myself or anyone who preceded me who specialized in East Asia, however, is that some of the most revealing imperfect analogies that come to mind lie precisely where Xi claims no precedents should be sought. In the actions and rhetoric of the American and Japanese empires between the First Opium War and the Second World War, the period encompassing China's Century of Humiliation. As Japan and America leapfrogged up the world's geopolitical hierarchy, they each, as Red China does now, generated awe, anxiety, and an admixture of the twain. Much like Communist China today, these two empires were associated with rapid economic development, facilitated by limits on the rights of laborers, technological advances, such as impressive new train lines, and territorial expansion, including, in each case, asserting control over islands in the Pacific Ocean. Exactly what the Communist Chinese are doing today by treaties with such island nation-states as Kiribati. Now, leaders in Washington and Tokyo then, like those in Beijing now, often claimed to be breaking with the playbooks of previous empires. They asserted that their actions were motivated not by any naked desire for greater power, but by a wish to improve the lot of people already under their control in borderlands or those being brought under their control farther away. When they used force, or at least so they claimed, they did so only to ensure stability and order. Now, as I pursue this subject while checking around for various things about me to ensure that I've got some level of control over my own environment. I want to emphasize that Beijing's recent actions in Xinjiang, northwest China, historically Eastern Turkestan, and Tibet, where our dear Romanian friend, Nicole, was on the borders of when she was expressing some of the more anxious experiences she had, have echoes in Tokyo's actions in Manchuria in the 1930s and Washington's in the Philippines at the turn of the 19th century. Tokyo sent soldiers and settlers to Manchuria and exerted direct and indirect influence over the territory. Japanese official publications treated Manchuria's people much in the same way as China's Xinhua news agency now treats those of Xinjiang and Tibet, as inhabitants of a backward and dangerous frontier that needed guidance from a government in a more advanced capital. In the Philippines, American proponents of expansion similarly celebrated the influx of new people and the importing of modern ideas, institutions, and influences via genocide of what the Americans termed niggers. Now, history does suggest that Beijing's leaders might consider doing things to make their actions less similar to what are perceived by them or propagandized by them to be the negative models of the Japanese, and certainly understood by anyone with any sense of cognizance or awareness to be the truly negative expansion that took place under American aggression, that both loom large in Red China's textbooks. They could grant greater urgency to the Uyghurs and Tibetans in the path of their assimilationist development moves, allowing various languages to be taught in schools, for example, and reverse the trend in Xinjiang of disappearing people into camps forever, which conjures up other troubling historical analogies as well. In the South China Sea, Beijing is doing things that anyone steeped in the American and Japanese pasts will find familiar, but there are new twists. In the 1850s, the Japanese government built 6 odaiba, island fortresses, in Tokyo Bay as a defensive strategy, primarily against the Americans. During an 1879 tour of Red China, or what was then Imperial China, under the Qing dynasty of the Manchurians, and the Japanese Empire, under the dynasty of Yamato, as it is today, former U.S. President Ulysses S. Grant boasted about his own nation's completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, which is notable in this context because it was a grand belt-like project that, among other things, facilitated his successors' annexations of Hawaii and the Philippines, as well as other islands. Beijing's recent pressure on international airlines to shade my Taiwan the same color as the mainland on their maps is a rather new turn, going on for the last several decades by now, but new to history. It does, however, recall schoolchildren's maps in America being modified to include Hawaii in the 7th of July in 1898, when Washington annexed the island into its growing empire by force. The same thing occurred again in the 10th of December in 1898, when America subsumed the Philippines through genocidal violence. One important difference between Red China's expansionist maneuvers and those of the United States and Japanese empires is how they resonated at home. Until the American empire took its dark turn in the late 1930s that resulted in the cataclysmic events that forced America to sue for peace by 1945, American critics of Washington's territorial ambitions could express their views in public. Mark Twain, a writer Xi admires, found it distasteful when the American empire took control of the Philippines, when, as he put it, the eagle put its talons into new places with rapacious greed. Remember that Mark Twain was a soldier of the Confederate States of America. This was a man who had fought the United States violently in what he had felt was a war of American aggression. Now, some communist Chinese citizens doubtlessly feel similarly about their government's actions in the South China Sea, as well as its repressive maneuvers in Xinjiang and Tibet. Unlike Mark Twain or domestic critics of American expansionism, however, it would be dangerous for Red China's people to voice their concerns openly ever. That may be one of the most troubling comparisons from the past and the present. Now, in Japan, one of the reasons that they headed towards economic success to the point where they were viewed again as a threat by the United States were to try and give the Americans some credit in terms of creating their own threat, the way the Japanese later created on the communist Chinese threat. In other words, the Americans helped to hone to a razor's edge, to polish what became the economic juggernaut that threatened them so much the Americans considered Japan an enemy once again. The Japanese did that later with the communist Chinese. It made them the threat to the world by divesting in America and reinvesting, or investing in the first, in communist China. Forced because the Americans basically tried to contain Japan by outing them from American markets, just like they did in World War II. This was in the 1980s. Now, Dodge and Deming, when it was fashionable for many governments around the world in the 1940s and 1950s to seek advice from whiz kids and planner types in the ivory tower, the Empire of Japan, to its credit, did not pay them much attention when it was free to look elsewhere. In fact, by taking advice from notable men from the entrepreneurial private sector, the Empire of Japan avoided the stagnation that left-wing academicians usually produced. Their names were Joseph Dodge and W. Edwards Deming. Now, President Harry Truman dispatched Joe Dodge to the Japanese home islands from his perch as chairman of Detroit Bank in 1949. He was to be financial advisor to the Supreme Commander, General Douglas MacArthur, and help the empire emerge from the economic doldrums. And what became known as the Dodge Line did the trick by implementing a balanced national budget and shutting down the printing presses. It ended hyperinflation. It stabilized the exchange rate between the yen and the dollar. It drastically reduced government economic intervention across the board. Dodge's intention was not to plan the Japanese economy, but rather to finally leave it alone. He killed every subsidy and price control he could get his hands on, and MacArthur cheered him as he did it. Truman would later make Dodge his director of the budget, and in barely a year, he cut the United States federal deficit in half. Now, W. Edwards Deming was another private sector genius with both feet planted firmly on the solid ground. He was an engineer, statistician, and management consultant who introduced quality control techniques to Japanese manufacturing. In the postmodern sense, techniques that achieved previously unheard of levels of productivity. As Toshio Murata writes, and I read therefrom, Japanese exports in pre-war days were regarded as cheap, but of poor quality. W. E. Deming, a U.S. professor, played a major role in improving the quality of Japanese goods. A prize established in his honor is awarded to individuals and companies making important contributions to quality control. Today, thanks no doubt to lessons learned from Professor Deming and from taking consumer wishes to heart, Japanese appliances and automobiles are rated among the best in the world. The Japanese owe these trois men a great debt for their important contributions If the empire had followed the prevailing wisdom of left-leaning academics at the time, recovery would likely have been stalled or reversed. Now, if my remarks strike you as uncharitable toward leftist academia, please allow me to cite trois illuminating comments from the economist Thomas Sowell, himself an academic. In 1997, he wrote, "The most fundamental fact about the ideas of the political left is that they do not work. Therefore, we should not be surprised to find the left concentrated in institutions where ideas do not have to work in order to survive." In 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered, Sowell opined, "Socialism in general has a record of failure so blatant that only an intellectual could ignore or evade it." Now, after that, we had the phenomenon of General MacArthur's amending of the Meiji Constitution. This was essentially the other factor in Japan's economic miracle that was by no means the least important. Let's put it this way. The Meiji Constitution is the constitution that was established by the emperor who reclaimed secular control over the empire of the Japanese. That constitution was amended by General Makatura, Douglas MacArthur. It was by no means ever usurped. Think of it very similar to our Constitution in these United States, where our Constitution is not what people are ever cheering or commending or finding inspiration from at all. What people are in love with, quite rightly, or what people appreciate, are the amendments. Our Constitution alone is not what Americans understand as having made America great. People speak of our Constitution as constitutional fundamentalists, the way a fanatic would speak of a literal interpretation of the Bible, but it is the amendments that have made life just in the United States and even livable. As was said about Japan with its industrial revolution post-war, the postmodern industrial revolution making it great, the next revolution that Americans think of as the lost years of stagnation is what made Japan just. America's Constitution did not make us great socially. Our amendments did. MacArthur simply added amendments, and without the vision and personality of Dogarasu Makatura, the emperor's general, it's difficult to imagine that either an economic recovery or Japanese-American relations would have emerged as robust. MacArthur, of course, was bought off by the emperor. He was at that point a paid mercenary of the emperor. He was rolling in wealth, untold of in the United States. No one in America realizes how wealthy the MacArthur family is. A dynasty bent on treason, or certainly rooted in terms of its wealth in treason. The treason of MacArthur becoming a mercenary to the Japanese Empire, for which he was fired by his executive commander-in-chief of all the armed forces, his own president, Truman, and in which his response was to cross the Pacific Rubicon in an attempt to actually take over the United States government by sheer charisma of his personality, and failed miserably. After which he retreated into essentially retirement, embarrassed, perhaps even shamed. But MacArthur, on the basis of his selling out, worked so amiably with Japanese leaders, including Emperor Hirohito himself, who was essentially his primary employer, more so than his president at that point, that most people in Japan mourned his departure in 1951 as American Reconstruction neared its end. He personally supervised the amending of Japan's Meiji Constitution that, just so people understand, which I should take advantage of this moment to actually check the electric blanket. One of the shortcomings of our Dear Brooks electric blanket is that it is something that lasts only 10 hours. And of course, this transmission lasts fucking 12. So it checks out on me every time. And I am going to have to correct, basically turn it off and turn it back on again soon enough. So when it comes to Emperor Meiji and his constitution, this is known as Meiji Kempo. So understand that Emperor Meiji the Great, it was, let's put it this way, the whole argument of World War II, if you could say, if you could misuse that term, the cataclysm of World War II does not, is done no justice by the term argument. But basically, when the emperor took power in their own civil war, which was immediately following, or pretty much simultaneous to the American Civil War, just as the Chinese were suffering their own Taiping Rebellion, their own civil war, their own North-South conflict. All of the Japanese also had a North-South conflict where they were fighting the samurai, the Satsuma Rebellion, that is portrayed in the Tom Cruise film The Last Samurai. Which is, like pretty much the only film you've got in America that's accessible to the American public. Obviously, there's hundreds of films in Japan. You will not find them accessible or easy enough to understand. You're stuck with Tom Cruise in The Last Samurai. It's not that bad. Has its failings, but it basically shows the Japanese Civil War. And so when the emperor took over Japan in that civil war from the samurai, the emperor having retreated from secular power ages ago and now was coming back in full force to reclaim it, the imperial dynasty of Yamato, then he made himself the source of all power. When Hirohito formally ascended to the Koi, the imperial throne, the chrysanthemum throne, on Western Roman Christmas Day, Yuletide, December 25th of 1926, 3 years after my mother was born, his official coronation at a quarter century of age, 25 years of age, with unlimited powers per kokotai, the Japanese national polity, such was embodied in the current Nipponjin, or Japanese People's Constitution, enacted in 1890. The post-war constitution being but effective via the regular procedure for amendment per the Dai Nippon Teikoku Kenpo, or the Constitution of the Empire of Japan, as proclaimed by Meiji Tenno, the Emperor Meiji the Great. So understand that this was, at the time that our man Hirohito took over, said imperium was already among the great powers by dint of military prowess, globally engaged as one of the 5 permanent members on the Council of the then extant La Société des Nations, the League of Nations, till withdrawal therefrom, circa 1933, the year that both Franklin Delano Roosevelt assumed dictatorial powers, with unlimited emergency status in America, and reinstigated conditions of war, such as reinstituting daylight saving time, which was immediately termed wartime. It was wartime, of course, when he reintroduced it. It's since been changed to daylight saving time to take away the onus of war, which we are still under conditions of, which I've explained in great depth in the past. At the same time, my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, assumed power in Germany in 1933. That's when Japan withdrew from the League of Nations. At the time, manifesting the 9th largest economy in the world contemporaneously, after fascist Magna Italia, and floating the 3rd largest naval force at sea worldwide, with the same diocracy, the diakratikos, the diocratic, literally power unto God, because the emperor was God, the God Emperor, Meiji Kempo. The Meiji Constitution serving as model for the 1931 Constitution of the single independent black nation state, contemporaneously extant upon the then colonized African continent, the Kingdom of Abyssinia, the Holy Abyssinian Mangesta, Ethiopia, or the Holy Kingdom of Ethiopia, whose emperor declared descent from the days of Solomon and Sheba. So, of course, at that time, allied with Japan, and even the Germans were going to aid the Ethiopians, along with Japan, in fighting the Italians. Both the Germans and Japanese were originally against the Italians and pro-Ethiopian. There were several factors that changed that. And it's one of those factors that, of course, then in turn changed history. So all that being said about the Japanese Constitution should put it into some context. And MacArthur, of course, when he personally supervised the amending of Japan's Meiji Constitution, that included provisions to ensure a limited representative government, free and fair elections, private property, and individual liberties. Okay, these were the amendments, and they took effect in May of 1947. Now, for 7.5 decades, that amended constitution has governed Japan. As one commentator put it, without the change of a single comma. Now, in April of 1951, the Emperor's General, MacArthur, who proved as indispensable to the commercialized Japanese empire as he was to salvaging the war on the Korean Peninsula, was able to tell Congress in person the following good news to stoke the American ego. He said, "The Japanese people, since the war, have undergone the greatest reformation recorded in modern history. With commendable will, eagerness to learn, and marked capacity to understand, they have from the ashes left in war's wake erected in Japan an edifice dedicated to the supremacy of individual liberty and personal dignity, and in the ensuing process there has been created a truly representative government committed to the advance of political morality, freedom of economic enterprise, and social justice." Imagine General Douglas MacArthur talking to you about social justice. Well, in 1960, the Empire of Japan honored General MacArthur with its highest honor, the Grand Cordon of the Order of the Rising Sun. You can see a short video of the official presentation. Well, I'll have to provide it for you in the let's see if I can reach it. Get there on YouTube, and then recover the code, and I'll put it for you into both the text box here on call, and of course into our live stream. Okay, and everyone, I do want feedback here, and that helps immensely. Let me know if you can access that, and that, of course, is important to me, and of course I will also put it within the text box of our call, should anyone else ever join us on this call, which I doubt anyone will do. And of course I just need to remind myself of when I need to check those electric blankets so I don't wind up feeling chill towards the latter half of tonight's monologue. I guess I'll check into them about when it's 10 hours into live stream. Okay, so that being shared with you, nevertheless, the balance of power changed as a result of the Greater Soviet Union's economic and technological stagnation. Moscow's counterproductive military intervention in Afghanistan, the Saudi-American pact to bring down oil prices, boiling turmoil in the Warsaw Pact states of Eastern Europe, the rapprochement between the American and Communist Chinese empires, and the growing process of European integration all took their toll in a world that made the Greater Soviet Union increasingly irrelevant. In the late Cold War, some American geopolitical forecasters anticipated that the Japanese and American empires would eventually collide again in the coming decades. In turn, Japanese business and political elites started flirting with the idea of adopting closer ties to Asia and mitigating over-reliance on the American empire, a course of action that would be convenient to strategically harness the regional presence of Japanese firms, generate mutually complementary economic partnerships, and leverage Japanese cutting-edge advantages in a quest to attain regional leadership. Finally, another distinctive trait of this era is an active effort to strengthen Japanese soft power. This pursuit responded to the need to minimize the shadow of militaristic survivalism that still impacts Japan's international reputation among the so-called superpower victim states comprising the World War II allies, along increasing business opportunities for Japanese firms in foreign consumer markets and bolster the international prestige, attractiveness, and influence of the Japanese superstate itself. This is what brings us to the myth of Japan's failure. You see, despite some small signs of optimism about the American economy, unemployment is still high, and the empire seems stalled. Time and again, Americans are told to look to the Empire of Japan as a warning of what the country might become if the right path is not followed, although there is intense disagreement about what that path might be. Here, for instance, is how the CNN analyst David Gergen has described Japan. It's now a very demoralized country, and it has really been set back. With that, you hear that Japan is facing a demographic crisis, that Japan's recorded its steepest population decline. Japan's population decline continued breaking records in 2022. That we have an era of mass closures. The Japanese businesses are without successors. And that we must let the nightmare in Japan be a warning to childless millennials. Not just this side of the Atlantic, but in England. According to an alarming new poll, only 55% of people aged 18 to 34 in Great Britain say they ever want to start a family. Those who said they never want children gave various reasons, including anxieties about money and the impact on the environment. But the most common reason they gave was as follows. Apparently they want more time to focus on myself. Well, if they can manage to focus elsewhere for just a brief moment, they might want to read the latest news from Japan. Figures show that last year, the empire's population plummeted by almost 1 million. And it's all because so many young people aren't having children. In 2022, the Empire of Japan saw a mere 771,000 births. The first time the number has fallen below 800,000 since records began, all the way back in 1899. This shortage of children spells doom for Japan's economy and for its public services. And Fumio Kishida, the prime minister, is extremely worried. Recently he declared, "Our nation is on the cusp of whether it can maintain its societal functions." He isn't the first to sound a warning. 5 years ago, Toshihiro Nikai, who at the time was the Secretary General of the Liberal Democratic Party, told the youth of Japan that choosing not to have children is selfish. Clearly, his words fell on deaf ears. In the year before he spoke out, the Japanese had 941,000 babies. Last year, they had 170,000 less. It's not just politicians who are panicking about Japan's low birth rate, of course. Even its criminals face a bleak future. Like the country's businesses, its gangs are struggling to recruit fresh young talent. As a result, there are now said to be more Japanese gangsters in their 70s than in their 20s. In theory, this should at least make them easier to catch. Unfortunately, however, Japan's detectives are aging too. Their crime dramas must feature the world's slowest car chases. I wonder if there's a Japanese equivalent of Richard Osman. Except, instead of writing about elderly sleuths, he writes about an elderly crime ring. At any rate, the way things are going, Great Britain will soon be in the same position as the Empire of Japan, with the nursing homes overwhelmed, and the nurseries empty. It's a terrifying prospect. By the time George Knight's generation and John Warrington's reaches old age, it is feared, there won't be enough taxpayers of working age to subsidize their care. Or, for that matter, enough nurses to carry it out. Still, at least they'll have plenty of time to focus on themselves. In particular, they can focus on how silly, short-sighted, and self-indulgent they were. Funnily enough, another reason young people gave for not wanting children in Britannia is fears about the state of the world. But if they don't have children, the state of the world is only going to get worse. But that presentation of the Empire of Japan is a myth. By many measures, the Japanese economy has done very well during the so-called lost decades, which started with the stock market crash in January of 1990. By some of the most important measures, it has done a lot better than these United States. The Empire of Japan has succeeded in delivering an increasingly affluent lifestyle to its people despite the financial crash. In the fullness of time, it is likely that this era will be viewed as an outstanding success story. Now, how can the reality and the image be so different? And can the American Empire learn from the Empire of Japan's experience? It is true that Japanese housing prices have never returned to the ludicrous, the laughably ridiculous highs they briefly touched in the final stage of the boom. Neither has the Tokyo stock market, till recently. But the strength of Japan's economy and its people is evident in many ways. There are a number of facts and figures that have never squared with Japan's projected, and it is even their self-projected image as the laughingstock of the business pages. This is the kind of deception the Americans would talk about as the sneaky Japs of World War II. It's an echo of military deception in the economic front. Japan's average life expectancy at birth grew by 4.2 years to 83 years from 78.8 years between 1989 and 2009. That means the Japanese now typically live 4.8 years longer than Americans. It's, I think, doubled that now that Americans' lifespans have been cut by half a decade since COVID. And the progress on the other side of the Pacific in the Japanese home islands, moreover, was achieved in spite of, rather than because of, diet. The Japanese people are actually eating more Western food than ever. The key driver has been better health care, which Americans don't have. The Empire of Japan has made remarkable strides in internet infrastructure. Although as late as the mid-1990s it was ridiculed as lagging, it has now turned the tables. In a comparatively recent survey by Akamai Technologies, of the 50 cities in the world with the fastest internet service, 38 were in Japan, compared to only 3 in these United States. Measured from the end of 1989, the yen has risen 87% against the United States dollar and 94% against the Greater British pound sterling. It has even risen against that traditional icon of monetary rectitude, the Swiss franc. The unemployment rate is at 4.2%, about half of that in these United States. According to skyscraperpage.com, a website that tracks major buildings around the world, 81 high-rise buildings taller than half 1,000 feet have been constructed in Tokyo since the lost decades began. That compares with 64 in New York, 48 in Chicago, and 7 in Los Angeles. And the Empire of Japan's current account surplus, the widest measure of its trade, totaled 196 billion United States dollars. Last time I checked in 2010, admittedly, but that was up more than threefold since 1989. By comparison, America's current account deficit ballooned to 471 billion United States dollars from 99 billion US dollars in that time. Although in the 1990s, the conventional wisdom was that as a result of the communist Chinese empire's rise, the Empire of Japan would be a major loser and the American empire a major winner, it has not turned out that way. The Empire of Japan had increased its exports to Red China more than 14-fold since 1989, and Sino-Japanese bilateral trade remains in broad balance. As the longtime Japanologists, the Japan watchers like Ivan P. Hall and Clyde V. Krestovitz Jr. pointed out, the fallacy of the lost decades story is self-evident, apparent immediately to any American visitors the moment they set foot in the country, typically starting their journeys at such potent symbols of American infrastructural decay as Kennedy or Dulles airports. They land at Japanese aeroports that have been extensively expanded and modernized in recent years. William J. Holstein, a prominent Japanologist since the early 1980s, had visited the country for the first time in some years, maybe 10 years ago when I heard this from him. But to quote his T, there's a dramatic gap between what one reads in the United States and what one sees on the ground in Japan. The Japanese are dressed better than Americans. They have the latest cars, including Porsches, Audis, Mercedes-Benzes, and all the finest models. I have never seen so many spoiled pets. And the physical infrastructure of the country keeps improving and evolving. Why then is the Empire of Japan projected as a loser? On the official gross domestic product numbers, the United States ostensibly outperformed Japan for many years, but even taking America's official numbers at face value, the difference has been far narrower than people realize. Adjusted to a per capita basis, which is the proper way to do this, and measured since 1989, America's GDP grew by an average of just 1.4% a year. The Empire of Japan's figure, meanwhile, was even more anemic, just 1%, implying that it underperformed these United States by 0.4% a year. A look at the underlying accounting, however, proves that, far from underperforming, Japan actually outperformed. For a start, in a little noticed change, United States statisticians in the 1980s embarked on an increasingly aggressive abuse of the so-called hedonic method, like a hedonist, a pleasure seeker. The hedonic method of adjusting for inflation, an approach that, in the view of any expert, artificially boosts a nation's apparent growth rate, like their communist Chinese counterparts. On the calculations of John Williams of shadowstats.com, a website that tracks flaws in United States economic data, America's growth in recent decades has been overstated by as much as 2 percentage points a year. If he is even close to the truth, this factor alone puts the United States behind the Empire of Japan in per capita performance. If the Japanese have really been hurting, the most obvious place this would show would be in slow adoption of expensive new high-tech items. Yet the Japanese are consistently among the world's earliest adopters. If anything, it is Americans who have been lagging. In cell phones, for instance, Japan leapfrogged the United States in the space of a few years in the late 1990s, and it has stayed ahead ever since, with consumers moving exceptionally rapidly to ever more advanced devices. Much of the story is qualitative rather than quantitative. An example is Japan's eating out culture. Tokyo, according to the Michelin Guide, boasts 16 of the world's top-ranked restaurants, versus a mere 10 for the runner-up in Paris. Similarly, the Empire of Japan as a whole beats France in the Michelin ratings. But how do you express this in gross domestic productive terms? Similar problems arise in measuring improvements in the Japanese healthcare system. And how does one accurately convey the vast improvement in the general environment in the Japanese home islands in the last 3 decades? Luckily, there is a yardstick that finesses many of these problems. Electricity output, which is mainly a measure of consumer affluence and industrial activity. In the 1990s, while the Empire of Japan was being widely portrayed as an outright basket case, its rate of increase in per capita electricity output was twice that of America, and it continued to outperform into the new century. Part of what is going on here is Western psychology. Anyone who has followed the story long term cannot help but notice that many Westerners actively seek to belittle the Empire of Japan. Thus, every policy success is automatically discounted. It is a mindset that is much in evidence even among Tokyo-based Western diplomats and scholars. Take, for instance, how Western observers have viewed Japan's demographics. The population is getting older because of a low birth rate, a characteristic the Empire of Japan shares with many of the world's richest nations. Yet this is presented not only as a critical problem, but as a policy failure. It never seems to occur to Western commentators that the Japanese, both individually and collectively, have chosen their demographic fate and have good reasons for doing so. The story begins in the terrible winter of 1945 through to 1946, when, newly bereft of their imperial colonial holdings overseas, the Japanese nearly starved to death. With overseas expansion no longer an option, Japanese leaders determined as a top priority to cut the birth rate. Thereafter, a culture of small families set in that has continued to the present day. The Empire of Japan's motivation is clear: food security. With only about 1/3 as much arable land per capita as the Communist Chinese Empire on mainland Asia, the Empire of Japan has long been the world's largest net food importer. While the birth control policy is the primary cause of Japan's aging demographics, the phenomenon also reflects improved health care and an increase of more than 20 years in life expectancy since 1950. Psychology aside, a major factor in the West's comprehension or miscomprehension problem is that virtually everyone in Tokyo benefits from this doom and gloom story. For foreign sales representatives, for instance, it has been the perfect get-out-of-jail card when they don't reach their quotas. For Japanese foundations, it is the perfect excuse in politely waving away solicitations from American universities and other needy nonprofits. Ditto for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in tempering expectations of foreign aid recipients. Even American investment bankers have reasons to emphasize bad news. Most notably, they profit from the so-called yen carry trade, an arcane but powerful instrument strategy, an investment strategy, I mean to say, in which the well-informed, benefit from periodic bouts of weakness in the Japanese yen. Economic ideology has also played an unfortunate role. I spoke of those leftist academics earlier. Many economists, particularly right-wing think tank types, are such staunch advocates of laissez-faire, the free hand of the market, that they reflexively scorn the Empire of Japan's very different economic system, with its socialist medicine and ubiquitous governmental regulation. During the stock market bubble of the late 1980s, this mindset abated, but it came back after the crash. Japanese trade negotiators noticed an almost magical sweetening in the mood in foreign capitals after the stock market crashed in 1990. Although previously there had been much envy of the Empire of Japan abroad and serious talk of protectionist measures, in the new circumstances, American and European trade negotiators switched to feeling sorry for the fallen giant. Nothing if not fast learners, like MacArthur said, Japanese trade negotiators have been appealing for sympathy ever since. The strategy seems to have been particularly effective in Washington. Believing that you shouldn't kick a man when he is down, chivalrous American officials have largely given up pressing for the opening of Japan's markets anymore. Yet the great United States trade complaints of the late 1980s concerning rice, financial services, cars, and car components were never remedied. The fallen giant story has also even been useful to other East Asian nations, particularly in their trade diplomacy with these United States. A striking instance of how the story has influenced American perceptions appears in The Next 100 Years, a book authored by the consultant George Friedman. In a chapter headed China 2020, subchapter titled Paper Tiger, Mr. Friedman argues that, just as Japan failed in the 1990s, the Communist Chinese Empire would soon have its comeuppance. Well, we have to say it seems to have arrived. Now, before the Russians hacked Donald John Trump into the Oval Office, talk of this sort powerfully fostered complacency and confusion in Washington, D.C., in the face of a Sino-American trade relationship that was already arguably the most destructive in world history and certainly the most unbalanced. Now, Red China's collapse is imminent, with only 10 years at most remaining before potential disaster. The 100 million population drop, as opposed to Japan's 1 million, could lead to economic disaster. The crux of this prediction lies in the fact that Red China has misrepresented its population numbers, the country's actual population being lower by 100 million than what the government has officially reported. Some argue that Red China's massive military, control over its people, and economic power are safeguards against its demise, but others point to concerning signs that hint at potential challenges ahead. Red China's economy is showing signs of strain from various angles. Civil unrest erupted as a result of its strict zero-COVID policy, leading to lockdowns, reduced industrial output, and restrained consumer spending. Yesteryear, economic growth experienced a significant decline, reaching one of its lowest levels in the past half a hundred years. The fourth quarter, in particular, was severely impacted by strict economic policies and political decisions that were deemed unwise, to say the least. With the Communist Chinese Empire's population aging rapidly, there are fewer working-age people to support retirees. The one-child policy, which lasted for more than 3 decades before ending in 2016, worsened the situation and threatens long-term economic prospects. While Red China has attempted to address this by allowing couples to have up to 3 children, the extent of its impact on the workforce remains uncertain. The Communist Chinese real estate market has been grappling with a prolonged slump. In 2022, the country saw another major drop in home prices, marking the steepest annual drop since 2015. The downturn has reverberated through various sectors of the economy, including construction, steel, and cement, causing a decline in demand and leading to job losses and an overall slowdown in economic growth. The ongoing real estate slump has become a major cause for concern for the Communist Chinese government, To counter the decline and stabilize the market, the government has implemented a range of measures, including tax breaks and subsidies for home buyers. Despite these efforts, the decline in home prices has persisted, posing a significant challenge for policymakers seeking effective solutions. The Communist Chinese Empire's exports also saw a 9.9% drop from the previous year. Trade plays a significant role in Red China's economy, with exports accounting for around 20% of its gross domestic product in 2021. But this reliance on international trade makes Red China susceptible to global economic fluctuations and trade policy shifts, as demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic, when demand for Communist Chinese products considerably declined. Red China is now attempting to pivot toward domestic consumption to drive growth, with electric car manufacturers showing promise in leading the way. Nevertheless, a comprehensive shift will necessitate significant changes in Red China's economic structure and policies. While the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, predicts Red China's economy will grow 5.2%, an increase from its previous 4.4% forecast, the economic headwinds and demographic challenges facing the nation could have significant implications on a global scale. Any slowdown in the Communist Chinese economy may trigger price pressures in these United States and impact the demand for American products. But clearly, the question of what has really happened to the Empire of Japan is of first-order geopolitical importance. In a stunning refutation of American conventional wisdom, the Empire of Japan has not missed a beat in building an ever more sophisticated industrial base. That this is not more obvious is a tribute in part to the fact that Japanese manufacturers have graduated to making so-called producers' goods. These typically consist of advanced components or materials or precision production equipment. PPE, precision production equipment. They may be invisible to the consumer, yet without them, the modern world, the postmodern world, literally would not exist. This sort of manufacturing, megatechnic manufacturing, which is both highly capital intensive and highly know-how intensive, was virtually monopolized by these United States in the 1950s and 1960s and constituted the essence of American economic leadership. The Empire of Japan's achievement is all the more impressive for the fact that its major competitors, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, South Korea, my own Taiwan, and of course the Communist Chinese Empire, have hardly been standing still. The world has gone through a rapid industrial or post-industrial revolution, or a third industrial revolution, in the last 3 decades, thanks to the targeting of manufacturing by many East Asian nations. Yet the Empire of Japan's trade surpluses have risen. The Empire of Japan should be held up as a model, not an admonition. If an empire can summon the will to pull together, it can turn even the most unpromising circumstances to advantage. Here, Japan's constant upgrading of its infrastructure is surely an inspiration. It is a strategy that often requires cooperation across a wide political front. But such cooperation has not been beyond the American political system in the past. The Hoover Dam, that iconic project of the Great Depression, required negotiations among 7 states, but somehow it was built, and it provided jobs for 16,000 people in the process. Nothing is stopping similar progress now. Nothing except political bickering. Hence, the Empire of Japan has projected its cultural influence through representative elements of its traditional cuisine and beverages, martial arts, anime, classical and contemporary literature, poetry, films, music, video games, ceremonial items, decorative handicrafts, mysticism, and iconic characters of Japanese history, samurais, ninja, geisha. Likewise, the sophistication of Japanese technology, the allure of Japanese luxury items, as well as the entrepreneurial prowess and the world-class prominence of Japanese firms, have also made Japan simply look cool. Now we need to ask if the samurai will return. In the post-Cold War era, Japan's strategic environment has changed dramatically. The rise of the monolithic communist Chinese superstate as a great power that harbors far-reaching geopolitical and geoeconomic ambitions, the emergence of India as a regional heavyweight, the increasingly complex strategic competition between Beijing and Washington, the efforts undertaken by the collectivized Middle Kingdom to upgrade its naval capabilities, the confrontation between Putin's Russian Empire and the West over Ukraine, and North Korea's intermittent acts of nuclear saber-rattling are all game changers that entail tectonic impacts for Tokyo. Likewise, the prospect of conflict over my Taiwan, a potential Korean reunification by force, and eventual geopolitical realignments in the Asia-Pacific region, an area that is becoming a global center of gravity in terms of both high politics and economic dynamism, would be problematic too. So far, it seems to the uninformed that the Empire of Japan is firmly anchored to the orbit of these United States, particularly in the domain of security. The Empire of Japan is classified by the Americans as a major non-NATO ally, and the East Asian Empire hosts a significant military presence, including aerobases, naval facilities, and arsenals, all leased by the Americans. In other words, Japan's mercenaries are paying Japan to, quote-unquote, defend it. Tokyo has privileged access to the purchase of sophisticated American-made weapons, including fighter jets such as F-35s. Additionally, there are collaborative ties between the Empire of Japan and the Five Eyes, as in eyeballs, a comprehensive intelligence sharing alliance headed by the United States that also includes the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Notably, the Empire of Japan has also joined the so-called Quad, an alliance which also includes these United States, Australia, and Asian India, that intends to operate as an Asian equivalent of NATO, whose purpose is to contain the influence of the Communist Chinese Empire, an understandable maneuver if one considers that Tokyo does not have what it takes in the immediate sense to challenge an increasingly powerful and assertive Middle Kingdom on its own. Furthermore, the Empire of Japan belongs to the G7, a group controlled by Atlanticist powers and Japanese elites, have been co-opted through their participation in secretive networks of power brokers, strategic thinkers, and business moguls, such as the Trilateral Commission. On the other hand, the Empire of Japan is seemingly preparing to challenge the Belt and Road Initiative, a communist Chinese project launched to create an axis of geoeconomic interconnectedness that would cover much of the Eurasian landmass through transnational infrastructure networks. Tokyo apparently seeks to take care of that through the development of alternative multilateral frameworks and interfaces, which would involve logistical corridors, energy as well, digital telecom platforms, trade, rules, and the flow of investments, with Washington and Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, as a conduit to bypass and counterbalance the schemes designed by Beijing. Nevertheless, there are subtle signs which suggest that Japan's pro-Western strategic orientation must not be perpetually taken for granted. Siding with the United States military against Red China in a direct clash would bring dangerous risks, id est heavy retaliation, for Tokyo, and its political and material preparedness to deal with such outcome is unclear to the uninitiated. Relying on the protection of the American nuclear umbrella for defensive purpose is one thing, but joining a campaign of expeditionary warfare is an entirely different matter. Alternatively, the decline of American hegemony, or a reluctance to engage due to the influence of isolationist political sentiments in the District of Columbia, would naturally force the Empire of Japan to reassess its position in order to strengthen its independence and seek a favorable balance of power. Another paradox is that, even though the Empire of Japan proactively joined the Western campaign of economic warfare against the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire through the imposition of sanctions, the East Asian nation is, or rather the Empire of Japan on the Yamato Home Islands, is still an importer of Russian fossil fuels, including oil, natural gas, and coal. Tellingly, the Japanese private firm JERA, G-E-R-A, the empire's largest electricity generator, has recently renewed contracts for the long-term delivery of Russian energy from the LNG, liquid natural gas plant, located in Sakhalin-2 on that big island north of Japan, despite the atmosphere of mutual hostility between the Kremlin and the West and the fallout derived of the Ukrainian war. How this ambivalence towards Moscow will be handled in a foreseeable future is unknown. Some intriguing predictions that augur a Japanese strategic realignment have been formulated by geopolitical thinkers. Exempli Greciae, General Karl Haushofer, believed that, in the long run, the Japanese superstate would eventually join the bloc of pan-Eurasian powers against their Atlanticist counterparts, adding as a suggestive precedent that, as imperial states, both China on the mainland and the island empire of Japan had coexisted symbiotically for centuries, a reality that could be feasible once more in a multipolar world. Needless to say, this would require overcoming historical animosities and unsettled territorial disputes, as well as the shared willingness to foster collaborative ties as a way to promote some sort of accommodation, most likely through a geo-economic arrangement. Interestingly, Indian thinker Parag Khanna holds that the Empire of Japan will be gradually attracted by the economic, cultural, identitarian, and civilizational gravitational pull of an emerging and pluralistic Asian world order as one of its pillars, not as a mere satellite. In turn, based on the assumption that the Middle Kingdom's power will decline rather than continue its ascending trajectory, the American analyst George Friedman goes even further, contending that the national interests of the Empire of Japan and these United States will clash in both the Pacific Basin and outer space in the coming decades, a collision that might very well lead to an actual kinetic war. Although these predictions are heterogeneous, varied, they all agree that the march of history will convince the Empire of Japan to become a key protagonist in what is to come in one way or another. An important factor that needs to be kept in mind is that the Empire of Japan's national power has been underutilized. That might change if the Japanese superstate decides that it is time to assume a more assertive and independent role. After all, the Empire of Japan has the world's third largest gross domestic product. According to Harvard's Atlas of Economic Complexity, the Empire of Japan is the most sophisticated economy in the entire world. Its military-industrial complex manufactures state-of-the-art weaponry. The ongoing development of the Mitsubishi FX as a sixth-generation stealth fighter is an impressive reminder of that. It has a blue water navy. This blue water means high seas navy. Green water means coastal navy. And brown water means riverine navy. So the high seas fleet is obviously the most important projection of power. Japan has all that. And, thanks to a pool of formidable scientific cadres, is well positioned to harness the strategic, military, and commercial benefits of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Which means, of course, the involvement of orbital spatial industries and the terraformation of planets in our solar system. Likewise, the Empire of Japan has the technical expertise that would be needed to further develop its already extant nuclear weapons program. The Genzai Bakudan, the bomb of the original sin, or the bomb of the present moment. It's an option Japan has that's the equivalent to Israel's also illegal and unacknowledged Samson option. Officially, the United States Department of the Defense established amid talk-down processes conducted with the victorious enemy alien, Nipponjin, or Japanese peoples, which my own latent sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother was involved in, by President Harry Ship Solomon Truman, himself a former colonel of the United States Army Reserve and a Ku Klux Klan Democrat, no less. He, along with America's leadership, beside himself, basically, how do I say this? Well, despite the fact that said loss of World War II resulted in the Department of Defense's very foundation, because the Japanese demanded the dismantling of the American Department of War, the United States circumvented laws to help Japan accumulate tons of plutonium. The United States deliberately allowed the Empire of Japan to access the United States' most secret nuclear weapons facilities while it transferred tens of billions of dollars worth of American tax-paid research that has allowed the Empire of Japan to amass at least 70 tons of weapons-grade plutonium since the 1980s in a national security scandal. The United States circumvented laws to help the Empire of Japan accumulate tons of plutonium. I reiterate to emphasize. Now, on April 9th of 2012, there were news articles published about this. The United States deliberately allowed the Empire of Japan to access the United States' most secret nuclear weapons facilities while it transferred tens of billions of dollars worth of American tax-paid research that has allowed the Empire of Japan to amass 70 tons of weapons-grade plutonium since the 1980s, as revealed by a National Security News Service investigation. These activities repeatedly violated American laws regarding controls of sensitive nuclear materials that could be diverted to weapons programs in the Empire of Japan. The NSNS, the double NS, National Security News Service investigation, found that the United States had known about a secret nuclear weapons program in the Empire of Japan since the 1960s, according to CIA reports accessible via the government itself to you, the American taxpayer, which you can find at www.dcbureau.org. Just look up what I'm talking about, April 9th, 2012, about the United States circumventing all its own laws to help Japan accumulate tons of plutonium. The Empire of Japan has fielded a nuclear deterrent in place for 60 years, 80 years by now, 70 I mean to say, close to 80, 78 years. Well, maybe more like 70 years with the real heavy-duty nuclear shit. But delivery accuracy is high enough to hold hardened oppositional nuclear targets, deep nuclear command bunkers, nuclear missiles in silos, in abeyance. The Japanese had not one, but 3 nuclear weapons programs during World War II. The IJA, the Imperial Japanese Army's nuclear weapons efforts, was inadvertently bombed out of existence when Kyoto-shi, the capital city, the ancient capital of Kyoto, was hit. But the IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy, triggered a uranium-based Trinity-styled nuclear detonation off Konan Complex, Chosen, or Hungnam in the Korean, now integral to North Korea, and the site of its continuing atomic programs, 3 days after Nagasaki was bombed, specifically for American observation since the nuclear landmines of the Third Project, directly controlled by Emperor Hirohito's Unit 713, as opposed, or at least in disambiguation from, Unit 731, which commandeered biocidal researchers. Literally disintegrating the Soviet advance on the 39th parallel of the Korean Peninsula were far too inland for Americans to observe, so they had to blow one where the Americans could see it. While the United States propagandizes a profoundly anti-nuclear Japan, the empire has not only long possessed everything both necessary to and on standby to construct nuclear weapons, but has had such an arsenal of ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, operational since circa 1953, acting decisively in drawing down proactive hostilities as contemporaneously pursued by the Sino-Soviet Communist bloc on the Korean Peninsula, in other words, helping to end the Korean War. The Communist Chinese, whom the Japanese counterbalance, have long known this Japanese nuclear deterrent force exists, and it's fairly common knowledge even in the United States military and intelligence circles, which normally don't know jack shit. Now, Japan's ICBM force, amounting to a dozen or so pinpoint-targeted supermassive missiles of mega destruction, high-accuracy missile systems carrying 10 nuclear warheads each, with nuclear yields assessed as 750 kilotons, or a megaton, is deployed around the iconic Mount Fujiyama-sama, Mount Fuji, mostly on the reverse slope away from China, to complicate nuclear strikes by missiles confined to ballistic trajectories, which Red China's have been and generally still are in the majority. In an uncertain world in which the weaponization of complex interdependence, financial volatility, and the incidence of systemic economic disruptions have become commonplace, the autonomous preservation of reliable access to international consumer markets and the supply of natural resources is a vital priority for Japanese national security. Its satisfaction cannot be placed purely in the hands of foreigners. Flowery rhetoric aside, the Empire of Japan does not truly share the abstract principles associated with the so-called Western model of liberal world order or the cosmopolitan worldview held by the so-called open societies. Instead, the fact that Tokyo has been clever and pragmatic enough to instrumentally harvest the concrete benefits provided by Pax Americana, the peace of American empire, such as the United States nuclear umbrella and the availability of open waterways in the Indo-Pacific, projects that illusion. Actually, certain factions within the Japanese political class are staunchly convinced that reviving the Japanese imperial tradition is the wisest course of action, so that this empire can play an assertive role within the international system. The late Shinzo Abe, who was assassinated, was a political representative of this view. The hawkish ideology that encouraged the Empire of Japan to walk the path of war in the 20th century never vanished. Hardline Japanese nationalism simply remained dormant, waiting to be reawakened. The current circumstances are offering a window of opportunity for the pursuit of such agenda. A telling indicator that likely points in said direction is the reactivation of the Japanese military in terms of remobilization. It was never, of course, dismantled. The Japanese, after all, won the war. Their military has always been there. The name simply changed so that the people around them wouldn't panic. The proliferation of military cooperation with strategic partners and the rise of defense expenditures all combine with Japanese military remobilization to beg the question, for Americans, is Japan the enemy? Now, it's easy to imagine the dilemma the publisher faced when deciding whether to call its new book The Coming War with Japan. Got around to doing so back in 1991. The authors back then were not widely known. George Friedman was a professor at Dickinson College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania back then. Meredith Labard, originally from Australia, taught writing at a community college in Harrisburg. If a book by those two had been published under a title that would have accurately summed up its actual argument, such as After the Cold War, with the subtitle being Diverging National Interests Between Japan and America, few people would have paid much attention to it. By swinging for the fences with an inflammatory title and hyped up passages every few chapters on the inevitability of war, both the publisher and the authors virtually guaranteed that reviewers would say, well, as I am forced to, that the book never came close to proving its announced case. Still, if they had to choose between overselling the book and letting it die, the publisher erred in the right direction. The Coming War is unconvincing, but it's not stupid. It failed to convince the reader that the Japanese and American empires were likely to fight each other, but it demonstrated with surprising thoroughness why their interests would diverge more and more. So the book had to be seen as a counterpart to a book published in 1969, authored by the great dragonologist, the godfather of all sinologists, or China academics, Harrison Salisbury, that was titled The War Between Russia and China. Salisbury turned out to be right, since an all-out war indeed erupted, and he was overwhelmingly right in insisting that the spirit of the old alliance was forever gone. So when it came to Harrison Salisbury and his prediction, that war erupted where the Soviet Union and Communist China went nuclear. These were tactical nukes brought to the front line by the Russians to stop the advance into Siberia of massive Chinese divisions. And it was something that Americans thought were communist Chinese nuclear tests in the deserts of Inner Mongolia and Northwest Asia, Northwest China, today's Turkestan, occupied by the Chicoms, the Chinese communists, as Uigeria, or Xinjiang region, where the Uyghurs are now being exterminated as a culture, if not as a people. Now, I suspected when this book was published in 1991 when I first read it, and I felt the need to reread it, revisit it as I do many books, that the same would prove true of Friedman and Labard's book, Eventually a Conflict, when I originally read it. Now, in all the years since then, and there's been a lot. I mean, we've really gone through a lot in on planet Earth while I've been alive, and I can't tell you in a summary just how much has changed. But it's been 32 years since the passages warning about submarine duels in the Pacific between the Japanese and the Americans look bizarre and antiquated, anachronistic at this point. But the underlying analysis of why the Empire of Japan, or the Japanese and American empires, have changed from their still current partnership to more and more open rivalry, well, they've always not been so much prescient as inevitable. One way to illustrate the book's value is to contrast its message with the fatuousness of official political discourse between the two empires. In early April of 1991, just as The Coming War was appearing in bookstores, Prime Minister Kaifu of Japan came to Newport Beach, California, to meet with then-President Bush. The interplay between the two leaders and the pieties they expressed perfectly captured the larger frustrations of the relationship. Kaifu arrived in a condition of political weakness, which is the normal state of most prime ministers of Japan. He had tried to get Japan to send nurses, refugee workers, or non-combatant soldiers to the Persian Gulf, but he had been rebuffed in the Diet, their government, and in opinion polls. His government had extracted a relatively large amount of money, 13 billion United States dollars, much of it paid by ordinary Japanese citizens in consumption taxes, to contribute to the Gulf War effort. But the process had been so slow and grudging that it had won virtually no goodwill for Japan overseas, leading many Japanese to feel that the money had been completely wasted. Bush had spent less of his time worrying about Japan than Kaifu had about America. But on his way into the meetings, he presumably grabbed a sheaf of papers reminding him of some of the more annoying problems that have arisen over Japan. The Japanese government's threat to arrest American diplomats who dared to display sacks of California rice at a Tokyo trade fair. The U.S. military's quiet discovery that many of the weapons it used to beat Iraq could not have functioned without Japanese components. The realization that much of the recent improvement in the Japano-American trade imbalance came from larger U.S. shipments of fish, grain, ore, and other raw commodities to the Japanese home islands. Just before the Bush-Kaifu meeting, Kevin Kearns of the Economic Strategy Institute in Washington released a study showing that since 1987, the United States trade deficit with the Empire of Japan had actually deteriorated in categories like electrical machinery, computers, and some other high-tech goods. Much of the American export surge that followed the Empire of Japan's market opening campaign consisted of categories like cork and wood, up 53%, tobacco and tobacco manufacturers, up 105%, fish, up 106%, and paper and paperboard, up 52%. I mean, there were graphs about all this shit, and it was shit. After discussing their problems for 90 minutes, during which they also ate lunch, the two leaders declared that prospects looked bright. Prime Minister Kaifu said, as Japanese officials traditionally do, that Japan's only difficulty was the perception gap, which meant that sometimes Japan's efforts have not been understood and appreciated. For his part, Bush played the MacArthur-esque role of the generous big brother who refuses to get worked up about minor slights. Toshiki Kaifu and I are committed to see that bashing doesn't go forward and that this relationship goes on. It could have been a scene like this, and scenes like this were taking place every time a president and a prime minister met, that Friedman and Laborde had in mind when issuing this warning early in their book. By pretending that there is nothing basically wrong in the relationship between our two empires, By pretending that we can go on this way indefinitely, leaders are permitting the tensions that are dividing our two empires apart to develop beneath the surface, out of sight, and utterly out of control. Now, the essence of their case is that the differences in, well, national interest that led the Japanese Empire and, well, the Japanese and American empires to war, at this point, some 78, close to 80 years agone, were suspended but never resolved by the asymmetrical partnership of the post-war years. Asymmetrical, at least as it was perceived, in which these United States agreed to defend Japan, and Japan allowed or agreed to follow America's diplomatic lead. If the world conditions that prevailed from the early 1950s through the late 1980s could last forever, this relationship, according to Friedman and Laborde, could also have endured. One essential condition was that the American empire saw the entire world in Cold War terms, which made the Empire of Japan far more important as an anti-Soviet ally than as a competitor or rival in any sense. To quote as they from the book, as long as the Soviet-American competition remained the central fact of the international system, the United States was dependent on Japan. Japan was so important to America's strategic interests that the United States was willing to endure substantial discomfort from Japanese economic competition. The other related condition was the sense of economic robustness that let the American government keep its head in the clouds of grand strategy, while other smaller-minded governments worried about commerce. Friedman and Laborde concur that now both these conditions have changed. As time goes on, the American government will worry less about containing what was then the Soviets, now the Russians, and more about keeping up with its allies. As a result, the American empire will necessarily cast a colder, more self-interested eye on the Empire of Japan. Unlike many American warnings about Japan at the time, the coming wars case does not rest on any assumption of dishonesty, perfidy, or conspiracy on the part of the Japanese. Indeed, Friedman and Laborde's account of the origins of the first Japano-American War, which occupies about a third of the book, is much closer to the conventional Japanese understanding of events than to America's. From the Reconstruction onward, standard American theory has been that the hard-working and essentially docile citizens of Japan were led astray by an aggressive, warmongering government. Tojo and his cronies may not have been quite so evil as Hitler, in the American view, but their expansion in Asia, like Hitler's in Europe, was seen as morally wrong, as opposed to merely opportunistic, as, for example, France's had been in Indochina. By removing the evil leaders, as the occupation authorities did with a purge of the top layer of the Japanese military command, the Americans would therefore be able to resolve its problems with Japan. To the disappointment of many British and especially Australian officials, the United States exempted Emperor Hirohito from war crimes trials on the theory that he had been powerless to stop Tojo's cabal from launching the war. When the Americans presented the story as they presented it, that the Emperor himself presented himself to Douglas MacArthur in a famous meeting shortly after the surrender, which of course never happened. There was no surrender. I go into excruciating detail about this in the book, The Roswell Deception. Buy a copy of the book and read it. Pass it out to your friends. More importantly, pass it out to your enemies. Pass it out to especially anyone who's ever been in the fucking military. Anyhow, MacArthur, it has been told to the American public, The American public has been told that MacArthur began lecturing Hirohito on how much better the world would have been if he had stood up to the militarists. According to David Bergamini's account, Hirohito said, "The idea of gainsaying my advisors in those days never even occurred to me. Besides, it would have done no good. I would have been put in an insane asylum, or even assassinated." And I'm reading from the book written by David Bergamini here. "A monarch must be brave enough to run such risks," said MacArthur sternly. Hirohito replied instantly. His well-modulated nasal voice rose slightly. His eyes turned attentively on the interpreter, whose English seemed suddenly hushed and hesitant. "It was not clear to me that our course was unjustified. Even now I am not sure how future historians will allocate the responsibility for the war." Now, all of this, of course, was fodder for Americans. At the same time, it's remarkably, shall we say, bizarre that Bergamini inserted that qualifier. Friedman and Laborde contend that for Japan the war was a tragedy rather than, as with Hitler, that they have to go with the usual canards, was a sin. Japan's leaders felt that they were doomed to fight the Americans sooner or later, because the American empire was so bitterly opposed to Japan's expansion in China and Southeast Asia. Once they had decided that war was unavoidable, the Japanese leaders realized that their best hope lay in taking the initiative with the attack on Pearl Harbor. Delay would only give the American war machine extra time to get going. Meanwhile, the Japanese Imperial Navy would be running out of fuel. Before 1940, its main supplier had been the United States. Therefore, the American embargo on oil shipments made naval leaders desperate. Now, the way it's always been portrayed in the American fantasy, the mirage, the delusion, the Roswell deception, the mythification of World War II, is that virtually no one in the Japanese command believed that the country could beat the Americans in an all-out war, but many expected that such a war could be avoided. The American empire, they believed, would quickly tire of fighting and agree to a ceasefire. In that case, the countries might agree to a kind of demarcation line running down the middle of the Pacific, with the U.S. Navy in control from California to Hawaii and Japan in control of seas and territory to the west, including much of China, the Korean Peninsula, and the former French, British, and Dutch colonies in Southeast Asia. And, of course, the Americans always mispresent this as, "Oh, Japan's fatal errors were, first, to underestimate the galvanizing effect of Pearl Harbor in these United States, and second, to misunderstand the U.S. Navy's version of the domino theory." That Friedman and Laborde say that the Navy feared that if it lost the Western Pacific to Japan, it would eventually lose control of Hawaii and the Eastern Pacific as well. To quote from their book, the Japanese, having modest goals, did not understand the level of insecurity the Americans felt in the Pacific. They're acting almost as Japanese apologists. I find this quite ironic and very amusing. They go on to say, in the long run, the U.S. could not believe that Japan would stop at controlling the Asiatic Pacific. Thus, the Americans would spare no expense in driving out Japan. Negotiations would not take place before the surrender. Now, the force behind this tragedy, as Friedman and Laborde present it, along with, by the way, most Japanese historians, was the enormous material dependency Japan encountered as it rushed into industrialism in the late 19th century. For several centuries before 1860, Japan had run a practically autarkic economy, producing all the food its people could eat and all the fuel they consumed. By 1920, its population had grown so fast that it began to rely on imported food from the rest of Asia, including rice from its colonies in Korea and Taiwan. The imports of oil arose, well, they rose 20-fold during the 1920s. This, of course, was the decade in which my mother was born, most of it coming from the United States. Now, per Friedman and Libard, the very success of the Japanese economy was its undoing. It could not continue to grow without becoming more dependent on other countries, and this inevitably would undermine Japanese autonomy. This is not inaccurate, by the way. It's taken out of context, but it's contextual enough. Friedman and Libard contend that 81 years after Pearl Harbor, Japan is still tormented by similar worries about material dependency. Yes, this is where the argument may begin to sound strange to readers outside Japan. Japan's economic success, after all, would seem to have given it more and more control over its trading partners around the world. Korea needs Japanese components to produce its own exports, from semiconductors to automobiles. The United States government needs Japanese investors at its treasury bill auctions, or America goes broke. Poor countries around the world need foreign aid from Japan simply to live. Japan's industrial and governmental leaders are well aware of the leverage they enjoy over other countries. Yet, economic success is somehow not as reassuring as it should be. As Friedman and Libard emphasize, the sheer tonnage of imported goods required by postmodern Japan nags in the back of many people's minds. It is hard to pass a day in Japan without being reminded, in newspapers, on TV shows, in interviews, of the cliché that Japan is a small island nation devoid of natural resources, which must export or die. In the late 1980s, as in the late 1930s, Japan enjoyed a large trade surplus, but an even larger materials deficit. The empire must import 8 tons worth of fuel, food, wood, and other raw materials for each ton of goods that it exports. Friedman and Libard concur that economically this shows how valuable Japan's products are, but strategically it fills the Japanese leadership with chronic dread. Every day, Japanese ports must receive 80 million metric tons of oil, 30 million tons of iron ore, 25 million tons of coal. 8 tons worth of fuel, food, and wood, and other raw materials for every single ton of goods it exports. The worldwide scale of Japan's economic activity, far from allowing the empire to feel more confident, makes it all the more insecure. Now, this was expressed well by both Friedman and Libard. In the 1930s, Japan could satisfy its material needs by controlling neighboring countries in Asia. Now it depends on resource shipments from the entire world. Since the end of World War II, it has known that the shipments would get through, since the United States Navy has controlled the commercially significant shipping lanes. But with the end of the Cold War, as their book The Coming War contended at great length back in 1991, the American empire will lose both the incentive and the ability to patrol sea lanes for everyone else. The military alliance with the Empire of Japan will no longer seem sacrosanct. And the American empire will concentrate more on winning its trade battles against the Empire of Japan. The Empire of Japan, to defend itself, must expand its military. These United States, with interests of its own in Asia, will resist, and so to war. Now, the specific events or economic conflicts that might provide the casus belli, cause of war, are not laid out very convincingly in this book. Friedman and Libard try to get around this problem by saying that the immediate causes of war are always unforeseeable. Good call. To quote as they, Imagine being alive in the summer of 1900. Europe was powerful, peaceful, and rich. Could you have imagined the devastation of 1920, the fall of the Kaiser, the Russian Revolution, etc.? But the major motivating force, they concluded, would be America's decision to push Japanese exporters out of the North American market. Friedman and Labard correctly pointed out that Japan's post-war economy has been built on a Ponzi scheme-like promise of endless growth. Why do big Japanese companies so rarely lay off employees? Part of the explanation may lie in Japanese culture, but the principal reason is that they constantly expand their sales volume, even when they lose profit by doing so. Now, checking now on the amount of time that we have. Glad to see we're maintaining numbers. And appreciate the fact you're all here. On Japanese culture. Japanese culture does not keep the empire's small subcontractors who supply components to the giants like Toyota and Mitsubishi from laying off workers whenever business is slow. Just so you know. Now, why is a square meter of Japanese soil 100 times more valuable than any square meter of America? Mainly because Japanese banks have allowed land to be used as collateral for ridiculously inflated loans, which in turn obliges corporations to expand their sales even faster if they hope to meet the loan payments. So Friedman and Labard concluded, correctly in my view, the desperate scramble to grow so as not to fall behind the payroll, behind the loan payments, behind the other Japanese corporations that are scrambling just as hard, is what motivates the big Japanese exporters. Europe decided long ago that it would not let this struggle for expansion spill over into its domestic markets. The American empire, or at least the authors contended in this book, would soon do the same. Then Japanese interests would become truly desperate. Where would they sell their cars? How could they be certain that the ore and oil would still get through? In their anxiety, they would take steps that in turn put Americans on guard. So the following passage comes as close as any other in Friedman and Labard's book to saying why conflicts of interests, the COIs, conflicts of interest, would lead to a shooting war. As the United States forces Japan out of the American market, and indeed closes off the rest of the hemisphere to Japanese trade, and as Europe raises barriers in order to protect its internal cohesion, Japan will find itself in a position where it will have to create its own regional market. The United States will see Japan attempting to force it out of markets that it had hitherto been open to these United States, at the precise moment when the United States has made the decision to solve its own economic problems through more aggressive exports. The United States will respond to the decrease in its economic and political power in the region by increasing its military presence, and converting that presence into political pressure necessary to try to open up Asian markets to American goods. The Japanese will respond by increasing their own political activity and constructing an armed force capable of limiting American pressure in the Western Pacific. One does not have to argue that Japan is preparing for war. It is sufficient to note that Japan would be insane not to prepare for war. Does any of this make sense? The book's flamboyant conclusion that there will be a real war seemed preposterous to most. It was hard to imagine that the United States government could force Japanese companies out of its own markets, let alone those of the rest of the hemisphere. Friedman and Laborde saying nothing, or next to nothing, about the obstacles that would prevent the United States from trying to expel Japanese interests, or from succeeding even if it tried. These included the age-old internal debate between free trade and protectionist theorists within these United States, and the ever-increasing connections between American and Japanese firms at the time. Carlos Salinas, the then president of Mexico, had made a great show of sending his children to a Japanese language school in Mexico City. Many countries in Latin America were encouraging closer ties with Japan as a source of investment and as a counterweight to the familiar, overbearing Norte Americano presence. So, in view of what was at that time perceived as the United States Navy's overwhelming power in the Pacific, which is no longer there, it is also, or was hard at the time, to imagine that the Empire of Japan could even develop a war-fighting fleet unnoticed, even if it wanted to. Now, the thing that happened, of course, was ultimately the Japanese were forced during the Clinton administration, a decisive administration. That's when all contact broke off with Unterland, and the Clintons forced the hardest, most severe trade restrictions on the Japanese Empire since World War II. The Japanese divested from America and revested in producers' goods that created the Made in China miracle that resulted in everything being produced in China that was actually designed in Japan. The Japanese produced the overall assembly lines the Chinese used to become the production floor of the world, and therefore they were responsible for the Made in China boom. This created a situation which will lead to war in the Pacific, which everyone now presumes, quite logically, the enemy will be the Red Chinese. But at this time the book was published, the authors correctly pointed out that the Empire of Japan, with its generally advanced technology and its extensive nuclear power industry, could produce an overwhelming arsenal of nuclear weapons beyond what it has, around its deterrent core, into an offensive first strike capable nuclear fleet, an arsenal, almost immediately, if it so chose. Came as 1993, the Empire of Japan was scheduled to launch its own long-range missile, the H-2, which was theoretically used to deliver nuclear warheads anywhere on Earth. If anything, the Empire of Japan's nuclear potential made conflict even less likely. The old concepts of deterrence, which have prevented war between the great powers for nearly 90 years by now, have swung into play. If we are looking for plausible causes of combat between the Japanese and American empires, they are not to be found in future Pearl Harbors, that is, head-on collisions of national interest. If they were to arise anywhere, they would probably come from disputes like those in the 3 years before Pearl Harbor, struggles over influence and prerogatives in third countries. In the 1930s, the United States resisted Japan's growing role in mainland Asia, China, the Dutch East Indies, and French Indochina. In the 1990s, the two empires resisted each other's role in, say, the Philippines or Burma or Vietnam. It was not hard to imagine the Empire of Japan deciding to trade with or prop up a government the United States was attempting to bring down. Came as 1991, the Empire of Japan overtook the Greater Soviet Union as the leading exporter to Vietnam, even as the United States tried to enforce an economic boycott of Vietnam under the anachronistic Trading with the Enemy Act. This disagreement obviously never led to war, in part because the United States was going to abandon the boycott sooner or later. The case for war required that many things go wrong and that many people act recklessly. That is, it could have happened, could still happen, but it need not. The case for a breakup of the post-war alliance requires merely that already visible trends go on. Now, again, let me stretch myself for a moment here, move around for a little bit. Now, I'm going to ask everybody, of course, to stay right there and tolerate the noises that I make. Hopefully I don't, knock down the assembly that I have by which I communicate with all of you. But I definitely have to kind of move around a little bit and give myself a little break in the midst of this monologue. Of course, I'm still here and talking to all of you, maintaining, of course, my one-on-one discourse with all of you while looking around to just basically grab some items. And, of course, there you go. There's the microphone for you. And, okay. Back to another seated position. And what I should do while I'm doing this is fix the electric blanket so it doesn't go off on me. And that way I can make sure that stays on through the night so that I don't wind up freezing. Give me a second here to move around some more. Maybe knock this down yet again. Okay. See if I can do that. Or try not to do that, rather. Though it's almost inevitable that I do. Should have done this, of course, before when I was checking out with our girl Amy Como there. But might as well do it now. Okay. Put that on again. Put that on again. And so one of the reasons why I said that Brooke Elizabeth Gibson's electric blanket was the worst electric blanket I've ever had, is the worst electric blanket I've ever had, is that its controls are at the foot of my fucking bed. So I have to go over there and click them, re-click them, so they don't conk out on me in the middle of narrative in my monologue. So that being said, I'm almost comfortable again. Ready to continue with the review of some of the other books. Now, get my earbuds back on, which provide me kind of a resonance, a feeling of connectedness to all of you. Let's take a look at our live streaming here. Good. Good. Increasing numbers, and that's always appreciated. And all of you are welcome to leave commentary inside of the chat room. Let me know how you feel I'm progressing. Gave you, of course, a little link there to click onto. And we'll proceed now to continue. And such being said. Okay, so the other books under my review, like The Coming War, examined the political and strategic consequences of the Empire of Japan's commercial success. Japan versus the West by Endymion Wilkinson. Love the first name. Endymion. Endymion. A British official on the European Community staff in Brussels, erstwhile capital of European Union. That's what he was doing at the time. I'm sure he's retired by now, if he's even alive. His book, like The Coming War, offered a conclusion that was less impressive than the reasoning that preceded it, Wilkinson's conclusion being as implausibly cheerful as The Coming War's authors were apocalyptic. He's so arguing that mutual understanding would resolve most of what's wrong between the Empire of Japan and the outside world. The most valuable parts of Wilkinson's book, and I think that an updated version of, this was an updated version of the book first published in the early 1980s with, a just as interesting title as far as I was concerned. It was titled back then as Japan versus Europe. Then it became Japan versus the West. Well, like I said, the most valuable parts were contained in the first 150 pages. Well, I didn't say that yet, but I say it now. And they were mainly literary analysis, starting in the 1860s, when Japanese and Western cultures first interacted in an an extensive manner. Writers from each society registered strong opinions about the other. Before Wilkinson, several other authors had compared the views from west to east and east to west, and the way each side's perceptions of the other had evolved over the years. Sir George Sansom's book titled The Western World and Japan, published shortly after World War II, or what was perceived as the end of World War II, is the classic among them. John Dower in the book War Without Mercy, and Sheila Johnson in her work entitled The Japanese Through American Eyes were probably the most seminal authors in my day of similar works. My day, of course, being the 1990s, when I was still fresh from the Department of Defense and then entering security contract work. Now, in the historical section of his book, Endymion Wilkinson offered many droll examples of impressions that later proved erroneous. Exempli gratiae, the Anglo-Saxon certainty of the 1890s that the Japanese were too indolent and pleasure-loving, hedonistic, to succeed at anything requiring hard work. This is, of course, something that people would get the impression of if they saw myself dressed as a boy prostitute and the society that was catering to. The society of the floating world that had existed for hundreds of years and had gotten to the point where the Japanese had a third sex, a third gender, the girly boys that my mother raised myself to emulate, held sway over essentially the erotica of Tokyo pink culture, the red light districts, where people went for relief and release from their responsibilities. That is something that vanished only with industrialization after the catastrophic Civil War, vanished from the public eye. Now, as a matter of fact, to read a paragraph from what the Anglo-Saxons thought of us at the time, I think it's probably better to read a paragraph by what Endymion Wilkinson said about how the Anglo-Saxons fucked up by what they thought of us at the time, saying, "Small wonder that they constantly underestimated Japan. When it began catching the attention of the West by the defeat of China in 1895, or by the victories over Russia in 1904 and 1905, the West was completely taken by surprise." He cites other impressions that have proven more durable, especially Japan's tendency to have too much or too little respect for Western accomplishments. When Western economic and military powers seems vast, as it did in the 1880s and 1960s, much of the Japanese society organized itself to learn from the West. When the West seemed dissolute, as in the 1930s and in the 1980s, the prevailing Japanese view was one of disillusion and contempt. The implied message of much of the history Wilkinson recounted is similar to the coming wars in emphasizing long-term conflict between the Empire of Japan and the West. But in the second half of his book, Wilkinson asserts, with much less evidence, that the conflicts could easily be resolved. In part, this conclusion was dictated by the book's premise, Wilkinson saying that when cultures are as strange to each other as Western and Japanese society have been, certain stereotypes and images can emerge that blot out more nuanced thought. He is basically saying through this book that these images are handed down from generation to generation, and that each new observer thinks he is seeing Japan afresh, but is really trapped in second-hand perceptions and ideas. Now, obviously, stereotypes can be handed down, and not just about Japan, but Wilkinson's approach pushes him toward the bizarre position of implying that the more often foreigners have observed a certain trait about Japan, the more likely it is to be false, not true. By the same reasoning, we could say that America must be an unusually peaceful society, since foreign observers have consistently marveled at how violent it is. The trick is, of course, to distinguish mere handed-down stereotypes from observations that recur precisely because they are true. This Wilkinson does not do. He writes in the tone of a cultural intermediary, the man who assures us that he understands both sides and laments that others cannot do the same. This is a very familiar role in Japanese affairs, especially on the part of Westerners who, like Wilkinson, discovered Japan before its current success. Wilkinson says, "Over the years, I can count on the fingers of one hand the Japanese I met who reacted to me as just another human being." Precisely the kind of observation he would call a cliché if someone else had said it. Wilkinson is left at the end of this book issuing kaifu-like calls for mutual understanding between the Empire of Japan and the West, leaving much of the responsibility to the Japanese. Nothing can be achieved until the Japanese make massive efforts to be better understood. At the heart of appeals for mutual understanding, like Kaifu's and Wilkinson's, is the belief that any Japanese practices that caused friction in the past have recently changed, or will change by themselves very soon. Japan, it is said, used to be xenophobic, but is now internationalist. It used to have closed markets, but now it has opened up. It threw the GATT, the General Agreement on Trades and Tariffs talks, onto the shoals yesteryear by refusing even to discuss the opening of its rice market. But eventually its policy will change. The key is patience and understanding from the outside world. Another book, W.G. Beasley's The Rise of Modern Japan, although written with as much evident love for Japan as Wilkinson's book, takes the opposite approach, emphasizing the tremendous continuities in the way the Empire of Japan has defined its national interest and defended it. Beasley was an emeritus professor of Far Eastern Studies at the University of London. So his book was an updated version of The Modern History of Japan, first published in 1963, the year my late sister was born. The recurrent pattern in Japan's modern history, as Beasley describes it, is an effort to avoid imminent subjugation by the West. When Commodore Perry showed up with his machinery and gunships, Japan's leaders knew the country would be colonized, like Malaya or China, if it did not haul itself into the modern age. When Dogarasu Makatura, Douglas MacArthur, arrived on the Missouri, Japan's tattered post-war leadership understood that technology and industry were the only means of recovering independence of any kind. In the 1930s, the Empire of Japan, or at that point, we use the Japanese Empire to disambiguate it from today's manifestation. The Japanese Empire resented the Asian order that Britannia, France, and these United States had constructed for their own benefit. In the 1990s, the Empire of Japan was beginning to chafe at the American-dominated New World Order, for which the Japanese were expected to pay. All of these views were perfectly logical, yet they suggested that something more than mutual understanding would be required to reconcile American and Japanese politics. Like B.C. Ko in his book, that I also picked up and reviewed about the Japanese bureaucracy, Beasley was emphasizing how little the nature of Japan's government was changed, even by, quote-unquote, defeat in war. Well, imagine that. That's because there was no defeat for Japan in World War II. They won the goddamn war. They didn't need to change. That's what makes sense, right? About 100 of the most notorious militarists were dismissed, but most of the rest of the government continued as if nothing had changed because they won the war. And Hirohito wanted to purge all the assholes that he didn't like and that were plotting against him anyway. This way he could say the big bad Americans did it and just sit back and, basically take none of the heat. Now, the occupation authorities, as the Americans thought themselves, really the overseers of Reconstruction, announced bold plans for remaking Japan. And in some cases, such as land reform and quote-unquote demilitarization, they were propagandized as having made a difference. Yet even Beasley says, and I read here from his book, this change of direction can be overstated. Ahem! You think? To go on reading what he's saying, once the shock of the Reconstruction, he's implying occupation, with the Japanese, as Reconstruction wore off, and the Japanese again began to take the initiative in directing their own affairs, they gave to the new something of the attitudes and personalities of the old. Less of America of the 1940s, more of Japan of the 1920s and 1930s. The result is that in many contexts, one can trace today a far greater continuity with the recent past than would at one time have seemed possible. Well, no shit. That's because, again, that's what won them the war. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Understand that for those of you who don't understand what I'm saying, new listeners or people who are skeptical, have always been skeptical, read the goddamn book. The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Just fucking buy it and read it already, and then you'll understand what the fuck I'm talking about. At any rate, like the authors of The Coming War, Beasley was saying that dependence on foreign resources is another of the great continuities in the Empire of Japan's condition. Yet without making the point explicitly, his book indicated why struggles over resources would probably not lead the Empire of Japan to war again. The reason is money. The Empire of Japan has learned how to use money as the financial equivalent. This is the words of the author Beasley himself in this other book on Japanese bureaucracy, or where rather what Beasley was writing about was, of course, the modern history of Japan's update, the rise of modern Japan. He was basically emphasizing that, when he said that Japan has learned how to use money, in his words, as the financial equivalent of gunboats, as a way of keeping the ore and grain coming in, they've obviated the need for war. During the build-up to the Gulf War, most Americans seemed to share the Friedman-Labard view about the Empire of Japan's dependence. Since Japan relied on the Middle East for 70% of all the oil it used, compared to America's reliance for 12%, the Japanese should have been deeply worried about all that oil coming under Saddam Hussein's control. In fact, they weren't. To large Japanese companies, which had, they watched OPEC, the oil production exportation cartels rise and fall. Saddam Hussein to them was annoying, but not much more. Masamichi Hanabusa, the Japanese consul general in New York, made a famous speech a few weeks before the fighting began, saying that, of course, the Empire of Japan wished the Allied troops well, but saw no compelling reason to get into the fight itself. What he said was, "Who will control the oil is a serious issue for the United States this time, but it is not a very serious issue for Japan. It is, of course, better that oil is in friendly hands, but experience tells us that whoever controls oil will be disposed to sell it." Well, yeah. Otherwise, there's no point in having it. Part of the experience Hanabusa had in mind was the first oil shock in the early 1970s, which was far more traumatic for Japan than for these United States. Factories laid off workers for the first time since the war. Government officials toiled in offices that were cold and dark. The wholesale price index rose by 30% in 1974. But as Beasley carefully explained in his book, Japan responded to that shock in a way that minimized its economy's future vulnerability. Bureaucrats devised plans to shift the economy away from energy-gobbling industries like aluminum smelting. They imposed requirements that businesses and civilians conserve energy. One of the most effective was raising the price of gasoline, which now, well, by the 1990s cost $4 a gallon. By now it might be, I'm exaggerating here, but I would say closer to $40 a gallon. No, more like 5 or 6. Maybe 8 or 9. At any rate, the Empire of Japan built nuclear power plants, and of course continued to pile up trade surpluses with which to pay for future oil. These measures were so successful that by the time Iraq invaded Kuwait, the vulnerable Japanese economy was completely fortressed and much less threatened than the American empires. All industrialized countries suffer when the prices of oil goes up, but the Empire of Japan now suffers the least. Its industries are so much less energy intensive than America's that each time OPEC drives the price of oil up another $1, Japanese firms become stronger relative to competitors in North America, Korea, or Europe. It was this understanding of world energy markets, as much as the standard timidity of Japanese diplomatic statements, that lay behind the Japanese government's repeated declarations that it hoped for a peaceful outcome in the Persian Gulf. Saddam Hussein could take over every oil well, and the Empire of Japan would still prosper, relatively speaking. But actual warfare, however, just the cause, could interrupt the physical flow of oil itself and create bigger problems for the Empire of Japan. Now, in the other book on bureaucracy by B.C. Kaw that I was reviewing, Japan's Administrative Elite being its title, B.C. Kaw is of the University of Illinois, or was at the time of its publication. This was a useful complement to the Beasley book in explaining how the Japanese government had managed its energy problems so effectively. One basic tenet of Anglo-American economics is that the government should never try to guide the economy because bureaucrats will always be worse than the market at deciding how resources should be used. Economists in the Empire of Japan, Korea, and my own Taiwan, and even the city-state of Singapore have little to say about this theory because many people in those countries assume that bureaucrats can make better choices than the market does. The Empire of Japan has an energy policy made by bureaucrats. They would say the American Empire won from the market. Draw your own conclusions. Now, Kaw's book is a scholarly analysis of the Empire of Japan's bureaucratic traditions, which argues that the country's administrators are some of the most skillful in the world. Before the Meiji Restoration of 1868, the shoguns who ruled Japan had their courtiers and retainers, but the Japanese bureaucracy in its current form was created as part of the sweeping Meiji-era reforms that followed Commodore Perry's invasion. Like the Prussian bureaucracy on which it was modeled, the pre-war Japanese bureaucracy ran on a combination of the merit system and snobbery. In theory, admission was based strictly on academic merit, but in practice, only young men from rich families could afford the training necessary to qualify. Kaw says that the most destructive part of the current system is the structural corruption it creates. Most bureaucrats are forced to retire in their late 40s or early 50s, at which point they have only tiny pensions to rely on and many decades of life expectancy ahead. The successful bureaucrat's ideal is to land in a lucrative, cushy job with one of the corporations he regulated during his pre-retirement years. The jobs are widely viewed as deferred bribes, but the system seems beyond any attempt at reform. Outsiders often talk admiringly of government-business cooperation in the Empire of Japan, what they used to call Japan Incorporated, without dwelling on strong-arm practices like this that make cooperation work. The best side of the bureaucratic system, as Cole concludes in his book, is the exceptional caliber of Japan's administrative elite, broadly defined. They are the veritable cream of the crop, extraordinarily competent, highly dedicated, and singularly hard-working. This may go a long way toward explaining the apparent efficiency of Japanese government bureaucracy and the efficiency, or rather he says the efficacy, of Japan's public policies. Now, the Japanese government's clear-eyed, competent pursuit of its national interests may put it at more and more obvious odds with American policy, as the disagreement over Iraq indicated. But the same skill and rationality would presumably keep the Empire of Japan out of war. What was the point of building more destroyers when foreign aid payments, contracts, and investments could do the same job? The reports by Richard Cronin of the Congressional Research Service, Masaharu Hanazaki of the Japan Development Bank, and the legendary MITI, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry itself, all those free packets I was talking to you about, those pamphlets, differed in emphasis, but all remarked on the Empire of Japan's powerful economic influence over its nearby resource base in Southeast Asia, its de facto colonies. Japan's diplomatic power in the region was only apparently modest. In some countries, there were still bitter feelings about World War II, yet money, in large quantities, certainly evinced to secure Japan as many supplies as it would ever want from the region. In the early 1990s, the first 2 years from 1989, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, through to 1991, the beginning of the Yugoslav wars that I served in as a mercenary. Thailand's exports during that 2 years of electronic goods to the American Empire increased 40-fold. Nearly all of the goods were from Japanese companies that had set up factories there. Approximately half the value added of Korea's exported cars consisted of components imported from the Empire of Japan itself. For the preceding 2 decades, 20 years, leaders from Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, and other Southeast Asian nations always talked about integrating their economies. The only real progress in that direction had been carried out by Japanese manufacturers like Toyota, which was even then building engines in one country, brakes in another, and combining them into a regional car. Most of Malaysia's oil and Indonesia's timber goes to Japan. These were resources for which the empire, well, what was then the Japanese Empire, in disambiguation from the Empire of Japan today, fought for in the 1930s, and which it won the right to now simply buy. Since the early 1980s, American imports from Korea, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia have been mainly manufactured products. TVs, for the longest time VCRs, video cassette recorders. TVs were televisions. There were radios and telephones too. Japan's imports were overwhelmingly fuel, food, and raw materials. In the 3 years, 88, 89, 90, well, probably 89, 90, 91, in those 3 years, Asian countries doubled their exports of manufactured goods to Japan. Virtually all of the increase came as from overseas plants of such manufacturers, well, the companies such as Matsushita, Sony, or Hitachi. So if any empire is pushed toward a Marshall policy by economic developments in Asia, it would seem to be these United States, not Japan. As the rest of Asia looked to the Empire of Japan as the source of money and technology, the American Empire's comparative advantages boil down to 4. The possibility of immigration, the supply of movies and other pop culture, the continued strength of American universities, and the presence of the United States 7th Fleet. If it seriously reduced its military presence in Asia, the United States would lose one of its principal sources of influence. The Empire of Japan, then, had no apparent good reason to rush toward remobilization at a massive scale, a rearmament to the scale that it's doing now, at the time any of these books were written. The American Empire was then unlikely to close its own market, or Latin America's, so suddenly as to make the Empire of Japan go to war. This left the one plausible source of military confrontation between the two empires being the fears of the American military itself. In principle, the Japanese and American military establishment both worked on a complementary, if unbalanced, basis. The United States specializes in certain tasks that are defined as being too big for the Japanese. Theoretically, providing a nuclear deterrent, projecting power with aerocraft carriers, guarding the sea lanes through the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea. The Empire of Japan, meanwhile, was supposed to defend itself with a bristling local arsenal of tanks, anti-aerocraft missiles, and resolute home guards. At face value, the relationship left the Empire of Japan wholly dependent on these United States. Conceptually, if there were a war, and it happened at any time during the last 30 years, the Empire of Japan would have, in American popular perception, not have a prayer, since it had deliberately subordinated its military to the American empires. But American military officials, even then, had begun to worry about their dependence on the Empire of Japan. You see, in all of the reports issued at the time, all of the materials I'm referencing were published by MIT's, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's DoD, Department of Defense, contracted Japan program, Michael Chinworth and Michael Green described in detail the diverging paths of Japanese and American military technology. The central goal of the Empire of Japan's policy, as Green proved in his report, published in the 1990s, we're talking early 1990s, 1991, the central goal of the Empire of Japan's policy has ever been Kokusanka, the technological autonomy. The ability to produce weapons without relying on foreign suppliers for anything. In strictly financial terms, this policy is costly, and most outsiders would perceive it as irrational. When the Empire of Japan decided to build a T-2 fighter plane in the mid-1960s, for instance, its projected cost was twice as great as it would have been had they purchased a plane from American manufacturers. By the time the plane was finished, it cost 12 times as much as the American import would have cost. Remember, these comparisons are against the already astronomical prices the United States military pays. The drive for Kokusanka is a military irritant, since it means that the Americans and Japanese would be less able to use each other's weapons in battle. It creates obvious diplomatic problems with these United States. Yet, by the 1990s, 90% of all the Empire of Japan's weapons were even then produced domestically. In 1975, the Defense Production Committee of the ꜲRON, Japan's leading big business alliance, said that relying on imported weapons, in their words, I will translate from the Japanese for you because it's never been translated into English. In their words of the ꜲRON, Japan's leading megacorporate alliance, they said that relying on imported weapons prevents a nation from adopting hostile activities toward the supplier of its weapons. And even if one accepts that a country would not go as far as taking such hostile action, that country would still be unable to take action which opposes the intentions of its supplier. In other words, the Japanese already intended to oppose America. To this, the American military replied, "Precisely!" So through the preceding 12 decades of the 70s and the 80s, the United States military replied via a kind of reverse Kokusanka policy. Each year, a higher proportion of the advanced electronic components in its weapons came from the Empire of Japan. In its coverage of the American victory in the Persian Gulf, the Japanese press was much more skeptical about American high-tech mastery than were most American reports. Except for the F-117 stealth fighter, virtually all of the brilliant American weapons were designed and developed in the 1970s. Consequently, their technology was much more impressive to the Iraqis than to the Japanese. Moreover, the Japanese reports stressed the highest tech parts of the American systems were always Japanese. Semiconductor chips inside the Patriot missile and all other American smart weapons were housed in ceramic packaging made exclusively by the Kyocera Company of Kyoto, the ancient capital of Japan. Raytheon manufactures the Sparrow air-to-air missile, but certain crucial components in its guidance system must be imported from the Empire of Japan. The machine tools on which the defense industry depends, the optical elements of precision guidance systems, The composite materials used to make high-speed aircraft came as ever increasingly from suppliers in the Empire of Japan. Michael Chinworth, by then a longtime student of Japanese defense policy, said in his report, Japan does not look upon its relationship with the United States as something that inherently is desirable for its own sake, or as one that should be viewed, or as one that should be maintained out of a sense of philosophical commitment to shared ideals. This articulation explained much of the disagreement between the Japanese and American empires during the Gulf War. To read again therefrom, the United States must therefore project an image of strength vis-a-vis Japan in order to sustain the political leverage necessary to convince its ally to cooperate. If Japan perceives an American decline, and many policymakers already see that happening, remember this was written in the 1990s, it will be extremely difficult to secure Japanese cooperation. In the view of Friedman and Libard, extreme difficulty means war. This itself is extreme, but there has always been certain to be more antagonism than we've seen in the last 40 years. So this brings us back to, well, a look back at our coming war with China, with the other books I've been checking out. So let's take a look at how much time we got left for that. 2 hours, and higher numbers in the audience. It is unfair, but tales of war tend to be more exciting than stories of peace. The same is true, perhaps more so, for warnings of wars to come versus assurances of goodwill. Dire scenarios of risk and escalation are almost always more captivating than those dissenting voices that explain how to avoid a fight. It is a narrative advantage that hawks enjoy over doves, realists over idealists, and those believing in nightmares over those who dream of the alternative. The 360-degree rivalry between the American and Communist Chinese empires has yielded a barrage of recent books about the possibility of armed conflict breaking out, with plenty of advice on how to forestall it. If "Who lost China?" was an American preoccupation of the early Cold War, "Who lost to China?" threatens to become its contemporary variant. After 5 decades of engagement between Washington and Beijing, a period that featured both America's unipolar triumphalism and Red China's ascent to economic superpower status, the Twa empires are now on a collision course for war. Many of these books assert, even if the rationales are varied and at times contradictory. In these works, rather than saying if these works are true, let's put it this way, since they're basically all speculation, logical speculation, which makes them prognostication. In these works, the antagonists are bound for strife because the Communist Chinese Empire has become too strong, or because it is weakening, because the American Empire is too hubristic or too insecure, because leaders can make bad decisions, or because the forces of politics, ideology, and history overpower individual agency. A sampling of their titles: Destined for War, Danger Zone, 2034, subtitled A Novel of the Next World War, and The Avoidable War, reveals both the range and limits of the debate. Of course, even I myself don't know as for certain if the American and Communist Chinese empires will end up at war, but in these books, the battle is already a-ragin'. So far, the war stories are winning. The Sino-American Book Club is insular and self-referential, and the one work that all the authors appear obliged to quote is 2017's work entitled Destined for War, subtitled Can America and China Escape Thucydides' Trap? By the way, I believe on the book cover it's fucking misspelled. It's not that they misspelled Thucydides, but after the S there's an apostrophe and not a second S. That's really fucking bad English. It means they don't know how to spell. When you have an S and it ends in the possessive, you put an apostrophe and you don't add another S. It's simply Thucydides' Trap. You add the other S mentally, but not physically. This is authored by Graham Allison, a political scientist at Harvard. And obviously, he failed English. He looks at the war between ascendant Athens and ruling Sparta in the 5th century BC and echoes Thucydides, the ancient historian and former Athenian general, who argued that it was the rise of Athens and the fear that this instilled in Sparta that made war inevitable. Sub in China for Athens, being the literary rising power of, a collegiate elite, and the United States for Sparta, a bunch of professional soldiers, which is a title the Americans do not fucking rate at all. And you get the gist. Allison, best known for the work entitled Essence of Decision, his 1971 study of the Cuban Missile Crisis, does not regard a Sino-American war as inevitable, but in his book he does consider it more likely than not. He writes, when a rising power threatens to displace a ruling power, the resulting structural stress makes a violent clash the rule, not the exception. He revisits 16 encounters between dominant and ascendant powers, Portugal and Spain, España, fighting over trade and empire, the Dutch and British contesting the seas, Germany challenging 20th century European powers and other confrontations, and found that in 12 of them, the outcome was war. Allison warns that as Red China continues amassing economic and political clout and an American-led global order appears less sustainable, it becometh frighteningly easy to develop scenarios in which American and Chinese soldiers are killing each other. When there is mistrust at the top, when worldviews are irreconcilable, and when each side regards its own leadership as preordained, any nudge will do. He asks, could a collision between American and Chinese warships in the South China Sea, a drive toward national independence in Taiwan, jockeying between China and Japan over islands on which no one wants to live, instability in North Korea, or even a spiraling economic dispute provide the spark to a war between China and the United States that neither wants? In Destined for War, this is a rhetorical question. Such storylines are the lifeblood of the Sino-American literature. Hal Brands and Michael Beckley, senior fellows at the American Enterprise Institute, begin their 2022 book, Danger Zone, with a surprise Chinese invasion of Taiwan set in early 2025. U.S. forces in the Western Pacific are simply too scattered to respond effectively. And soon enough, an ailing President Biden is pondering a low-yield nuclear attack against Chinese forces in mainland ports and aerofields. Brands and Beckley ask, how did the United States and China come to the brink of World War III? Too easily. In the book, The Avoidable War, subtitled The Dangers of a Catastrophic Conflict Between the U.S. and Xi Jinping's China, Kevin Rudd, a former Prime Minister of Australia and a longtime China scholar, imagines 10 distinct plot lines, many revolving around the fate of my Taiwan. Exempli gratiae. What if Red China seeks to take island China by force and Washington opts not to respond? Rudd writes that would be America's Munich moment, eviscerating any American moral authority. Even worse would be the United States reacting with military force but then losing the fight, which would signal the end of the American century. Half the scenarios in his book, as Rudd himself notes, involve one form or another of major armed conflict. And he's the most dovish of the lot. An extended war story is found in 2034, a work of fiction written by Elliot Ackerman, a novelist and former United States Marine Corps Special Operations officer who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, and James Stavridis, a retired four-star admiral and former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. Published in 2021, 2034 is basically a beach read about how we get to nuclear war. The authors imagine a seemingly chance standoff in the South China Sea between a flotilla of American destroyers and a Chinese trawler toting high-tech intelligence equipment, which in a matter of months escalates into a world war that leaves major cities in ashes, tens of millions of people dead, and neither Washington nor Beijing in charge. One of the main characters, a Chi-Com, Chinese communist official with deep American ties, recalls taking a class at Harvard. A seminar, pompously titled The History of War, taught by a Hellenophile professor. If it's a dig at the ubiquitous Allison, it might also work as an homage, because in 2034, Red China and the United States are ensnared by Thucydides. In The Avoidable War, Rudd cautions that the incentives for Beijing and Washington to escalate hostilities, whether to save lives or save face, could prove irresistible. Ackerman and Stavridis followed that script. In their novel, a recklessly hawkish U.S. National Security Advisor, with the perfect last name of Wisecarver, and a smugly overconfident Chinese defense minister keep going until cities like San Diego and Shanghai are no more, and India emerges as a global power, both in terms of its military capabilities and its mediating authority. The United Nations Security Council even relocates from New York to New Delhi. Near the end of the novel, an influential former Indian official declares, "This conflict hasn't felt like a war, at least not in the traditional sense, but rather a series of escalations. That's why my word is tragic, not inevitable. A tragedy is a disaster that could otherwise have been avoided." By these accounts, the forecast for tragedy is favorable. Allison sees the rise of Chinese communist nationalism under the dictator Xi Jinping as part of the long-term project to avenge China's century of humiliation, from the First Opium War to the end of the Chinese Civil War in 1949, and restore the empire's top rank. Both the United States and Red China view themselves in exceptional terms, as Allison explains, as nations of destiny. Washington aims to sustain the Pax Americana, the peace of American empire, whereas Red China believes that the so-called rules-based international order is just code for America making rules and Red China following orders, an oppressive scheme to contain and sabotage the communist Chinese empire's pent-up national greatness. The extent and durability of that greatness are matters of disagreement in these books. Allison contends that the economic balance of power has tilted so dramatically in Red China's favor that American pretensions to continued hegemony are unrealistic. But Brands and Beckley, writing 5 years later, see a middling Middle Kingdom, a nation that, for all its saber-rattling and obligatory activity in foreign policy terms, is threatened by enemies abroad and an aging population and faltering economy at home. So Brands and Beckley declare, Red China will be a falling power far sooner than most people think. Where others see rapid Chinese growth, we see massive debt and Soviet's level inefficiency. Where others see gleaming infrastructure, we see ghost cities and bridges to nowhere. Where others see the world's largest population, we see a looming demographic catastrophe. By the way, I'm firmly in their camp, just so you understand this. These are the boys whose side I'm on. Except that those interpretations do not render Red China any less dangerous to American interests or security, but far more so. Brands and Beckley argue just the opposite, as I do. As Red China sees its window of opportunity closing rapidly, it will decide to make a move now in pursuit of its goals. Taking my Taiwan, expanding its sphere of influence, achieving global preeminence. Thus, these 2020s are the decade when the Sino-American competition will hit its moment of maximum danger. Note how Allison believes war is possible because Red China is on an inexorable path to growth and influence, whereas Brands and Beckley worry about conflict precisely because communist Chinese power is waning. This is the occupational hazard of national security thought leadership. Once you've decided conflict is likely, any set of conditions can credibly justify that belief. The notion of the American dream is inseparable from the national identity of the United States, no matter that it can mean different things to different Americans. But there is also a communist Chinese dream, articulated somewhat amorphously, by one single individual, Xi Jinping, who is also the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party and the Chairman of the Central Military Commission. In other words, absolute dictator and military command. The Sino-American books devote much attention to the motives and intention of China's dictator. Allison describes Xi's Chinese dream as a combination of power, prosperity, and pride. The 3 Ps. PPP. Power, prosperity, and pride. Equal parts Theodore Roosevelt's muscular vision of an American century and Franklin Delano Roosevelt's dynamic New Deal. That's his words, not mine. I think it's quite clever, really. Equal parts the Republican Theodore Roosevelt's muscular vision of an American century, and the Democrat Franklin Roosevelt's dynamic New Deal. Rudd devotes 11 fucking chapters of his book to dictator Xi's imperial ambitions and worldview, Weltanschauung, as my biological sire Adolf Hitler would say, including his relentless focus on retaining power at all costs, including planet Earth as a extant entity, his push for national unity, particularly regarding my Taiwan, his need to maintain Red China's economic expansion at all costs to everybody else and his own people, his drive to modernize the military, especially Red China's naval strength, and his effort to challenge Western-style liberal norms. Rudd writes that these objectives may appear more attainable to Xi thanks to the theory of American declinism that gained currency among Red China's foreign policy elites during the Obama years, because they thought, this is the communist Chinese for you. Swear to God, didn't make this up. They really talk like this. Because a nigger monkey is president in the United States, it shows they've come to their end. Particularly after the post-9/11 wars and the Great Recession. The corollary of that theory, of course, is that the time for Red China's primacy has arrived. In 2034, the same view comes alive in a melodramatic monologue by Red China's defense minister. He declares, Our strength is what it has always been, our judicious patience, in contrast to the Americans, who change their governments and their policies as often as the seasons, and who are governed by their emotions, by their blithe morality and belief in their precious indispensability. He states that in 1,000 years, the United States won't even be remembered as a country. It will simply be remembered as a moment, a fleeting moment. In the novel, the Communist Chinese Empire seizes its moment to try to end America's moment. Instead, both moments come to an end. In another book, titled Party of One, subtitled The Rise of Xi Jinping and China's Superpower Future, Chun Han Wong, a correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, obviously ethnically Chinese, notes that the communist Chinese dictator has no deep animosity toward the American empire and in fact has some affection for American culture. Wong writes that when Xi was vice president, he sent his daughter to study at Harvard, and he has shared his affection for American movies like Saving Private Ryan. Of course, a Chinese dictator's fascination with a film about brutality, heroism, and loss in a past world war may signal something less encouraging than the strength of America's soft power. Wong explains how Xi has hardened his control over the Chinese Communist Party with anti-corruption purges and has deployed state security and surveillance to suppress any threats to Red China's stability and, more to the point, to his power. Wong writes that the dictator is an ardent nationalist, one who is stoking a sense of Chinese civilizational pride among his empire's leadership and people. Xi has made a more robust military a centerpiece of his China dream, demanding that the armed forces be ready to fight and win wars. It doesn't take much sleuthing to imagine who the opponent in such wars might be. Wong writes Xi's assertions of a rising East and a diminishing West has become an article of faith within the party and beyond. Questioning such views is almost tantamount to disloyalty. Brands and Beckley are less fixated on Xi. They see Red China's revisionist project as long predating Communist China's latest dictator. They write, America has a China problem, not a Xi Jinping problem. But they might find validation in Wong's reporting. Wong writes that by centralizing so much power and control in himself and by governing through fear, Xi may have become the weakest link in his quest to build a Chinese superpower. Scared of disappointing Xi, the state bureaucracy becomes paralyzed, while the party is so animated by a single personality that any potential successor could struggle to lead it. So Wong concludes, Xi's China is brash but brittle, intrepid yet insecure. It is a would-be superpower in a hurry, eager to take on the world while wary of what might come. Or what may come, he says. Wary of what may come. Not wary enough. Throughout these books on the communist Chinese and American empires, scenarios of war abound, while paths to peace are less obvious. Allison pines for the era of Washington wise men like George Kennan, George Marshall, Paul Nietzsche, and other Cold War luminaries. Allison admonishes the United States requires not one more China strategy, but a serious reflection on American objectives in a world with a rival that could become more powerful than these United States. Allison asks, is military primacy essential for assuring vital national interests? Can the United States thrive in a world in which China writes the rules? Per his writ, we need the big thinkers, because, in his words, destiny dealt the hands, but men play the cards. Well, Brands and Beckley are wise to point out, contra Allison's Thucydides trap, that countries can be rising and falling at the same time, and that moments of great geopolitical peril happen not only when a country is on the rise, but also when its ambition and desperation cometh together. Unfortunately, their practical proposals are obscured by the self-help buzzwords of the national security set. They advise, the key is to take calculated risks and avoid reckless ones, and danger zone strategy is about getting to the long game and ensuring you can win it. Brands and Beckley even call for Washington to deploy strategic MacGyverism, using the tools we have or can quickly summon to defuse geopolitical bombs that are about to explode. Translation: wing it and hope that someone super smart will step in to fix any crisis. Well, I'm here for you motherfuckers, but you just suppress me. If you wind up blowing apart the world, don't say Douglas Dietrich didn't fucking try. Your Vulcan intervention. You're Spock, the most important person in your universe. But you choose to ignore the Vulcan and go down your path. Hopefully they come to their senses and my advisements are taken on. Or you have no future. And as for Brands and Beckley and their national security set buzzwords, adding the term strategic to any foreign policy lingo immediately gives it a loftier vibe, of course, and Rudd is a master of this approach himself. In his book titled The Avoidable War, he invokes strategic perceptions, strategic adversaries, strategic equations, strategic logic, strategic thinking, strategic community, strategic direction, strategic off-ramps, strategic language, strategic literacy, strategic red lines, strategic cooperation, strategic engagement, strategic temperature, and a joint strategic narrative. That's just in the introduction. That's just in the fucking introduction. No surprise, Rudd's plan to avoid this avoidable war is something he calls managed strategic competition. It involves close and ongoing communication between Beijing and Washington to understand each other's irreducible strategic red lines, thus lessening the chance of conflict through misunderstandings or surprises. Rudd likens it to Washington and Moscow's attempts to improve communication after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Under managed strategic competition, both sides could then channel their competitive urges into economics, technology, and ideology, and their cooperative needs into areas such as climate change and arms control, even though Communist China just declared that its climate change would be unilateral. In other words, it's going to do whatever it fucking wants. Washington may be employing some of Rudd's playbook. Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, and Janet Yellen, the Secretary of the Treasury, have recently visited the Communist Chinese Empire, and John Kerry, the Special Envoy for Climate Change, arrived long ago enough where it mattered, I guess. At a news conference after her meetings, Yellen was quoted as saying, "We believe that the world is big enough for both our countries to thrive." Yeah, I think Kerry just arrived in Communist China last month or something. But I think he's been there before. Except thriving is no longer either side's sole objective. Thriving under whose leadership and under whose terms? The Biden administration has imposed restrictions on the sale of semiconductor technology to the Communist Chinese Empire and is planning additional measures, whereas Chicom, Chinese communist hackers, recently penetrated the email account of the Secretary of Commerce, Gino Raimondo, who has been critical of Red China's business policies. All reminders that economic tensions have ways of spilling beyond the purely commercial realm. Even Rudd admits that his preferred approach may just temporarily forestall an eventual conflict. He also acknowledges that managed strategic competition would require unprecedented bipartisan consensus among the American political class to ensure continuity regardless of the party in power. Normally, the need for bipartisanship only guarantees the failure of any Washington initiative, but Red China has been one of the few areas of some consistency across the Trump and Biden administrations. In a recent and much discussed foreign affairs essay titled The China Trap, Jessica Chen Weiss, obviously of Chinese ethnicity herself, a former senior advisor with the State Department's policy planning staff in the Biden administration, notes that the current American president has endorsed the assessment that Red China's growing influence must be checked, and that on Capitol Hill, vehement opposition to the communist Chinese empire may be the sole thing Democrats and Republicans can agree on. The trap Weiss foresees is not China tricking the United States into conflict, which is what happens in 2034. Rather, it is that Washington, understanding nothing but a zero-sum world, will accept that conflict with China is inevitable or necessary. In other words, bipartisanship may be required for peace, but it can also lead to war. Weiss proposes meaningful American discussions with Red China's leaders, not merely about how best to communicate during a crisis, but also about, her words here, but also about plausible terms of coexistence and the future of the international system, a future that Beijing will necessarily have some role in shaping. So she calls for an inclusive and affirmative global vision, which sounds nice, but is never explained in any detail. Weiss instead arguing that, and here I quote as she, the United States cannot cede so much influence to Beijing that international rules and institutions no longer reflect American interests and values. But the greater risk today is that overzealous efforts to counter China's influence will undermine the system itself. It is the kind of distinction that can be parsed only in hindsight. Only in hindsight. Make sure you go far enough, but just don't go too far. In one of the disquisitions on world affairs and national character that crop up throughout the book 2034, a CHICOM official, Chinese communist, concludes that the United States suffers not from a lack of intelligence about other countries' intentions, but from a lack of imagination about how these intentions translate into actions. Judging from these various books, however, it seems that American and Western thinkers are perfectly capable of exercising their imaginations. That might be part of the problem. Writing recently in the journal Liberties, Ackerman wonders if a new world war becomes likelier when the generation that remembers the last one dies out. Per his own writ, without memories to restrain us, we become reliant on our imaginations. So far, though, the imagined scenarios for war are more persuasive than those for peace. These need not be the only stories we tell. A United States intelligence official told Brands and Beckley, China is like that long book you've always been meaning to read, but you always end up waiting until next summer. Well, this was the summer, is still the summer I finally picked up that book. I hope there will be more to come, maybe even books in which the stories of peace have at least a fighting chance. But what I must tell you is, when it comes to that lady, who I pointed out was ethnically Chinese, Jessica Chen Weiss, retains a hyphenated name because, of course, she married an American or is half American. Either way, she feels herself invested in both the Chinese Communist and American empires. I do not. She seeks peace. I will tell you flat out, I seek war. War is the only solution that will provide a better world, in this case, that we are in today. That I can tell you with all logic and all conviction. And the more we sweat in peace, the less we bleed in war. So prepare for war with all your heart and soul and resources. Mobilize all materials, and we can get out of this on top. In terms of some concluding remarks on this particular topic, having won the Second World War, the Empire of Japan could afford to adopt a comfortable policy of benign neglect during the Cold War and focus on business instead. However, the circumstances that favored the preservation of the status quo in the Indo-Pacific, underpinned by the strong presence of the Americans in said area, are withering away. Regional stability and the redefinition of the global projects, well, the global balance of power itself, are now at stake. In addition, the implementation of ambitious revisionist projects is already underway in several corners of the world. Therefore, the Japanese can no longer rely on inertia in an increasingly uncertain, dangerous, hostile, and confrontational international system, in which several expressions of conflict are proliferating in multiple domains. These Darwinian conditions, the push of impersonal geopolitical forces, the legendary strength of the Japanese national character, and the imperative to determine its own fate are reawakening a great power that had been watching the behavior of global affairs from the sidelines. Now that history is unfrozen, the return of the Empire of Japan to the arena of high politics as a reassertive major and self-confident stakeholder is but a matter of time. Yet how its performance on such a ruthless chessboard will ultimately unfold is still unknown. What is known is that in their updated ocean policy, Japan slams the Chinese and Russian military presence in their waters. In its new 5-year ocean policy approved by the cabinet, the Empire of Japan highlighted growing wariness over military drills conducted by Red China and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire in regional waters, saying that its national interests are under greater threat than ever before. The revised Basic Plan on Ocean Policy, approved on Friday as dated the 29th day in April, also pledged to increase cooperation between the self-defense forces and the Japan Coast Guard in preparation for emergencies, amid growing concern over Red China's increasing military assertiveness in the Asia-Pacific region. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida emphasized the need for a significant overhaul of oceanic policy by bringing together the wisdom of industry, academia, and government. The latest ocean policy guidelines cited several examples of threats to the Empire of Japan, such as ballistic missile launches by North Korea, repeated intrusions by CHICOM Coast Guard vessels into Japanese territorial waters, and joint imperial exercises, naval exercises, by Beijing and Moscow. The new basic plan said Red China's rise has rapidly changed the military balance in the Indo-Pacific region, with Sino-Japanese ties often strained over the Tokyo-controlled Senkaku Islands in the East China Sea, which Beijing claims and calls the Diaoyu. Relations between Tokyo and Moscow, meanwhile, have been deteriorating since Russia invaded Ukraine in February of 2022. The Empire of Japan has levied economic sanctions on Russia in tandem with other major countries, with the exception of all the oil and gas they're still getting from the Russians, but I've already articulated that. If anything, that just shows what a major player the Empire of Japan is, because the United States can't do shit about it. So as part of efforts to strengthen its maritime security, the Basic Plan outlined the Empire of Japan's commitment to the promotion of research and development of autonomous underwater vehicles and remotely operated vehicles for surveillance and resource exploration activities. A robot empire under the sea, or an undersea mecha empire. Go anime on us. The Basic Plan on Ocean Policy. That's the title of this agenda, which was first crafted in 2008, the year after my late and sainted sire, my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was murdered, and revised every 5 years, also stressed that the Empire of Japan's remote islands are important to secure its vast, exclusive economic zone, and to reap benefits from exploiting maritime resources. As I've articulated in depth in a few transmissions before this one, the Japan Coast Guard law explicitly prohibits the Coast Guard from functioning as a military force. Thus, as legislated in the last days of April, the government set a guideline on procedures to place the Coast Guard under the command of a defense minister in the event of an armed attack against the Japanese home islands. This related maneuver aims to better facilitate cooperation between the Coast Guard and the SDF, the Self-Defense Forces. In accordance with the direction by the defense chief following Japanese cabinet approval, the Coast Guard would engage in logistics support, including evacuating residents, in a bid to enable the SDF, the Self-Defense Forces, to concentrate on its operations. Defense Ministry officials told reporters that the SDF and the Coast Guard will also try to enhance their collaborative response capabilities in the event of a military attack by carrying out joint drills. Enacted in 1954, the SDF law originally stipulated that a defense minister could command the head of the non-military Coast Guard in case of emergency, but no regulations had been established on specific procedures. In the future, a defense minister would have the authority to control the Coast Guard and mobilize the SDF only if they faced difficulties in effectively and appropriately addressing a military attack through normal cooperation. In its long-term national security strategy policy guidelines, updated in December of yesteryear, the Japanese government promised to allow a defense minister to supervise the Coast Guard in the event of contingency. Now, by way of further and more immediate Red China fallout, the aforecited United States Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, who said there be world enough for both the communist Chinese and American empires, has now said that Red China's economic slowdown risks having ripple effects across the global economy, though she added she doesn't expect a downturn in these United States to result, emphasizing that the economy is on a good path to bring down inflation, to bring inflation down without a major weakening in the labor market after a raft of Chinese economic data came in weaker than expected yestermenses last month. Yellen qualified that in these United States, to quote she, growth has slowed, but our labor market continues to be quite strong. Many countries do depend on strong Chinese growth to promote growth in their own economies, particularly countries in Asia, and slow growth in China can have some negative spillovers for the U.S. Yeah, like war. Meanwhile, Macron's victory, in quotes, only exposes Brussels, erstwhile capital of European Union, as a narrow-minded backwater. A professor at Yale, a trained economist, an expert in competition law. In any normal circumstances, Fiona Scott Morton would be considered an outstanding candidate for a senior position in the European Commission's competition department, advising on how to make the single market work better and how to stand up to the crushing power of the technology giants. There was a problem, however. She committed the cardinal sin in the Brussels Weltanschauung, the term that my sire Adolf Hitler would use, their worldview, of being an American rather than French, German, or, at a pinch, Italian or Dutch. After a petulant outburst from President Macron, who criticized the possibility of her appointment as extremely worrying. Backed up by the predictably self-indulgent European Parliament, Scott Morton was then forced to withdraw. No doubt Macron and his allies regarded that as a great victory for European sovereignty, as they hustled one of their own lackeys into the role. And yet, in truth, nothing could better illustrate how small and narrow-minded the European Union has become, and how it has deliberately closed itself off to the best talent the world has to offer. The chief competition economist in Brussels is usually a fairly obscure appointment, expected to advise the competition commissioner Margrethe Vestager on the complexities of antitrust policy mergers and making sure big companies don't become too dominant. It is often technical, dull work, but it is crucial to making sure markets work effectively at all, especially at a time when a handful of technology giants have grown to unprecedented size and power. Does Amazon use its platform to rig markets in its favor? Or are its platforms a way of allowing small businesses to compete with established giants? Does Apple have too much control of its App Store, imposing an effective tax on the internet? Or does its quality control expand the digital economy? These are tricky intellectual questions that require a lot of expertise to even understand properly, never mind answer. As an acknowledged expertise in the field, and one with experience of consulting with the tech giants, Fiona Scott Morton, was an excellent hiree. At least she would have been. Instead, her appointment was met with a jaw-dropping display of petty nationalism. In fact, I would call it parochial provincialism. Macron found it hard to believe a European would be chosen for a similar role in Washington, presumably interpreting it as anathema to his drive for EU strategic autonomy. And I've been telling you the context of that word all fucking night, haven't I? Oh my fucking god. At any rate, Space Leash Q says much love in return. I presume you're female. Divan Bulldog says, what's up, my brother? Greetings from Yukon Territory, Canada. The Doing Land acknowledgements. Finally here. Yes, thank you, sir. Hugs, greetings to you both. Glad to have you both participate in the chat, and always welcome that interaction. Welcome aboard, and of course, Heartstall. Okay. Now, France's Europe Minister Catherine Colonna argued she was astonished by the choice. Other parties in the European Parliament, Renew Europe, the European People's Party, the Socialists, Democrats, and Greens also chimed in, sending an open letter expressing their dismay over the way the post had been filled. So, by late Wednesday morning in the last week of Yestermetzis, or something like the week preceding, a chastened Fiona Scott Morton had gotten the message and withdrew from the role. Perfectly understandably, she decided she had better things to do with her time. This petulant reaction to Scott Morton's appointment illustrates three hard truths. First, Brussels has become a place where nationality counts for more than talent. Great Britain may have plenty of problems right now, but at least they remain open to people from around the world. Mark Carney was pretty woeful as governor of the Bank of England, but very few minded he was Canadian. England football managers can come from anywhere, as long as they have a record of winning matches, and no one minds that the man running AstraZeneca is French. The same is true in these United States, where Lena Khan, President Biden's ferocious competition czar, is British American, born in the United Kingdom, while the top jobs at Google and Microsoft are held by men born in other countries. By contrast, in the EU, having the right passport counts for a lot more than whether you have the ability to do the fucking job. Second, it reveals how the French, but also many European bigwigs, regard the European Union as a gravy train. Many believe that what really offended Macron was that the well-paid job didn't go to one of his favorite énarques, one of the small elite of professional politicians and bureaucrats that run most major European institutions. After all, if they start handing out plum jobs on merit, all those lucrative tax-free roles would be at risk. Finally, it underlines the sheer shallowness of Macron's so-called strategic autonomy. It is pretty fucking pathetic that it amounts to not hiring American economists whilst depending on Washington for military security. If autonomy is so important, EU nations paying for their own defense would be a better place to start than vetoing Americans from advising the European Union. In short, the whole sorry saga unveils that far from being open, internationalist organization it claims to be, the European Union is an increasingly closed and insular clique, interested mainly in protecting the privileges of its governing elite as it presides over the managed decline of the continent. Oh my fucking God. Breathe. I have to remind myself to breathe. Great Britain has plenty of problems right now. An economy trapped in a doom loop of rising taxes that crush growth for one. And yet, at last, the weekend before last, by now, or was it last fucking month's historic maneuver to join the Pacific Trading Bloc, the CPTPP, to become an integral cog in the Imperial Japanese Greater Co-Prosperity Sphere, it proves, at least as Great Britain's openness to talent from around the world confirms, that there is an ambitious global alternative to the parochialism of Brussels. If the European Union does not remain open to the best talent from around the world and the ideas and expertise they can bring to the table, then its long-term decline will only accelerate. Something a Yale professor would probably have pointed out to them if only Macron and his ilk were big enough to let her take up the job she was originally offered. Incidentally, India was launching a new moon mission. Chandrayaan. Chandra means moon in Asian Indian. Hindi, the Vedic language. Chandrayaan 3. India's third moon mission. Well, that launched fucking last month with the aim to be the first to land near its little explored South Pole. If successful, India would be only the fourth country to achieve a soft landing on the moon, following these United States, the former Greater Soviet Union, and the Communist Chinese Empire. You know, as Allied history represents it all. But Russia's influence on India is waning even as affection lingers. So, will India's long-standing love affair with Russia ever end? At first glance, the odds appear slim. Despite drawing closer to Washington over the past 12 decades, New Delhi, capital of Asian India, has maintained tight diplomatic and military ties with Moscow. But Russia's and Vladimir Putin's popularity among Indians won't prevent Moscow's star from fading. The rapid rise of the Communist Chinese Empire, combined with Russia's relative economic and technological backwardness, all but ensures that Indo-Russia ties will diminish over time. A recent Pew survey of 24 countries found that 57% of Indians view Russia either somewhat favorably or very favorably, the highest proportion in all the countries surveyed. And 59% of Indians are confident that Mr. Putin would do the right thing regarding world affairs. And in these United States, that figure is 7%. Russia's invasion of Ukraine last year doesn't appear to have hurt Mr. Putin's standing in Asian India one bit. The proportion of Indians expressing confidence in the Russian dictator, the strongman as they call him, rose 17 points compared with a similar survey in 2019. The Asian Indians love his aggression. Asian India has steadfastly refused to condemn the Russian invasion. Instead, India has taken advantage of discounts, dramatically increasing purchases of Russian oil. Before the invasion, Russia accounted for around 2% of India's oil imports. In May, India imported 40% of its oil from Russia, nearly 2 million barrels every goddamn day. And for India, the world's largest importer of weapons, Russia remains its top arms supplier, providing the bulk of its strike force capability as well as technology for cruise missiles and nuclear-powered submarines. Which means you've got a bunch of fucking sinking Chernobyls in the Indian Ocean to look forward to. Thanks, India. And with all that Russian fucking weaponry and ammo, they're destined to lose every goddamn war they fight. Well, they don't really fight, do they? That's unfair. I couldn't resist. What explains India's affinity for Russia? Both countries have long sought to create a multipolar world to replace the unipolar one that emerged after America's triumph in the Third World War, misnomered the Cold War. Indian Foreign Minister Subramanian Jaishankar explained New Delhi's view in a recent interview with The Economist. Eurasia houses three big powers: Russia, Red China, and India. To quote St., it's been a cardinal principle of our foreign policy, which still remains valid, that maintaining a strong relationship and a good relationship with Russia is essential. Russia also benefits from close ties it built with India throughout the Third World War, so misnamed the Cold War. Indians still remember the Greater Soviet Union using its United Nations Security Council veto to back India on Kashmir, as well as Russia's support during the 1971 war with Pakistan, which led to the birth of Bangladesh. Indians with an anti-American attitude admire Mr. Putin for standing up to the West. For its part, Russia has abused its relatively advanced military industry and competitive prices to lock India into a long-term dependence for technology that Asian Indians say they can't get elsewhere. Yeah, that's because it's not worth anything anywhere else. But it is clear that Moscow's influence on India has declined dramatically and will continue to decline. 100 years ago, India had a planned economy and relied overwhelmingly on the Greater Soviet Union for diplomatic support and military hardware. Committed communists and communist sympathizers held senior positions in Asian India's government. Marxist intellectuals, or pseudo-intellectuals rather, dominated its universities and media, and communist parties were a force in electoral politics. The KGB station in New Delhi was among the largest in the world. Soviet's publishers cranked out cheap books to woo the Asian Indian middle class. Today, virtually nobody in India has even heard of the Russian nationalist philosopher Alexander Dugin, and Indian elites probably care more about Kim Kardashian than Karl Marx. Unlike during the Third World War, World War III, the so-called Cold War, hardly anyone in India studies Russian. As the Indian security expert, Happy Mon Jacob, fuck, if I were born with that name, I'd kill myself. He pointed out in Foreign Affairs magazine yesteryear, before the recent spike caused by oil and fertilizer, bilateral trade between India and Russia was only 13 billion United States dollars in 2021, less than 10% of Indo-American trade. More than 4.4 million people of Indian origin live in these United States. Indians in Russia number fewer than 30,000, many of whom are students who couldn't get into medical school anywhere else. Man, if I found out one of them was my doctor, I'd kill myself too. Most importantly, Russia's closest ally, the Communist Chinese Empire, is also India's largest threat. As the Indian strategic thinker C. Raja Mohan pointed out in a recent column, in the 1990s, India sought a multipolar world. But today it faces the more urgent challenge of creating a multipolar Asia to stop the region from becoming the communist Chinese empire's backyard. Only the American empire can help India with critical technologies like artificial intelligence and quantum computing. And Asian India can no longer rely on Russian weapons and diplomatic support in its confrontation with the communist Chinese along the disputed Himalayan frontier. According to Stockholm International Peace Research Institute data, between 2012 and 2022, Russian arms as a proportion of India's weapons imports fell by 65%. The proportion sourced from these United States, France, and Israel over the same period grew 288%. Russo-Indian ties survived the end of the Third World War, that we misnomer the Cold War because it made sense for both countries. But flailing in Ukraine and drawing ever closer to Beijing has made Moscow a much less attractive partner for New Delhi, capital of India. As the aforecited Mr. Jacob wrote, "When Indians think of their strategic partnerships, Russia is referred to in the past tense, and the United States in the future." So, Modi was a guest of honor at France's Bastille Day celebrations. The Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, received one of France's highest and most public honors, recognitions, on Friday into what was the second to last weekend of Yestermenses last month, if I remember correctly at all, as guest of honor at the Bastille Day military parade. That was the 14th. That was before the Ides of Yestermenses, the Ides of July. Part of a visit that has sealed high-profile defense deals between the two countries that continue to deepen ties in the face of the Sino-American superpower duel. Understand, all of these countries, quote-unquote, India, China, France, America, Russia, Japan, none of these are countries. These are all empires, the British included. They're just empires in transition. Now, a growing number of historians concur. You know, when I bring up France and India, why do they matter to you? All historians concur that the last battle of the American Revolution was fought in India. Let's say you've made the American Independence Day month of July quiz show. Final Jeopardy category: the American Revolutionary War. The answer is, the last battle of America's War of Independence was fought on this continent. Cue the familiar music and write down your response. If you said, "What is North America?" and wagered your entire pot, you've lost. That's what any conventional historian will tell you now. They'll say the correct response should have been, "What is Asia?" Of course, most of you will sit there and go, while scratching your ass. What? Now listen to Kathleen Duval, professoress of history at the University of North Carolina, one of the 13 original states. Just saying. To quote a she, "Americans and almost all historians of the United States until just recently focused almost exclusively on the Revolutionary War within the 13 colonies that rebelled against the British. The focus was almost all on Massachusetts and Virginia. But in just the past decade or two, historians have broadened their focus and started to write about the Revolutionary War as being, as you say, a world war." You see, all scholarly works back that up. Of course, I was saying this what feels like 100 years ago when I was working with the Department of Defense. Finally, in 2018, Smithsonian Books published a book entitled The American Revolution, subtitled A World War. Since I call the Napoleonic Wars World War Zero, this would make it World War -1. A collection of essays are in this book from 17 authors from 8 countries that gives, according to a review in the Journal of American History, a multifaceted but coherent account of the American Revolution's international geopolitics. Duval and others concur that 3 key protagonists of the Revolutionary War, Great Britain and the French empires, actually fought the final battle of the conflict in Cuddalore, India, in June of 1783. Wait! I know France helped the colonists beat the British redcoats, but what does India have to do with this? And even then, a world war? So Duval explainest, and here I quote she again, France's help for the United States has long been a part of Americans' knowledge of the American Revolution, but the French king decided to enter the war because of France's opposition to Great Britain more than any love for the Americans. After all, he was a king with his own empire. Okay, I get France and Britain didn't like each other, but they didn't control the entire world, right? Well, Great Britain, with its colonies across the globe, had more enemies than just France. Spain and the Netherlands allied with France to fight Great Britain as well. And the American struggle for independence was but simply a way to harass the greater British Empire, the original one-world empire, on another front. Don Glickstein, a Seattle-based historian and journalist who covered the subject in depth in his 2015 book titled After Yorktown, has gone on record to say, and here I quote his T, looking at this from, say, the French perspective, taking on a role in the American Revolution enabled them to stretch British forces in just another place around the globe. It was the second war in 10 years. The foresighted Duval told the American Fourth Estate that France and Spain were also trying to settle scores from a previous global conflict a decade earlier they had lost, the 7 Years' War, of which the French and Indian War, fought in North America, was but a front. And lest you think our North Carolina professoress is reaching here, Glickstein and even the United States State Department agree with her. On its website, the State Department's Office of the Historian confirms that in the 7 Years' War, which started in either 1754 or 1756, depending on whom you ask, Great Britain dealt defeats to France and its ally España, Spain, across the globe, from the Indo-Pacific to Portugal to Canada, but that came with a steep price. To read therefrom, the war had been enormously expensive, and the British government's attempts to impose taxes on American colonists to help cover these expenses resulted in increasing colonial resentment of British attempts to expand imperial authority in the colonies. It concludes that those taxes on colonists eventually led to the Revolutionary War. Of course, that brings us to the Battle of Yorktown, right? Where the statues in Yorktown, like I brought up before, you find George Washington's statue and 3 French guys. 3-1, the French were responsible for victory, and the Americans had Old George. Now, for much of America's 247-year history, it's been taught that the last battle of that war was at Yorktown, Virginia, from September 28th to October 19th in 1781. And that may have been why your Final Jeopardy response was North America. But the aforecited Glickstein emphasizes that even describing Yorktown as an American victory is all too generous. To quote his T, kids learned that Yorktown was an American victory. In reality, it was a French victory, made possible only by a French strategy, 2 French fleets, French siege engineers, French artillery that pounded the British, was fought largely by French soldiers, Marines, and sailors who outnumbered their American rebel allies 4-1. The National Park Service says about 600 French troops were killed at Yorktown and an associated naval battle. It says just over 100 Americans were killed at Yorktown. So 6 French died for every American that did for your freedom. Of the Battle of Yorktown, the National Museum of American History at the Smithsonian says on its website, and here I read therefrom, it was a victory not just of Americans, but of allies. French soldiers at Yorktown outnumbered Americans. Spain and the Dutch Republic supported the colonists financially and logistically. In a 2018 interview with Smithsonian Magazine, the historian David Allison of the museum put the foreign help for Washington in a broader scope. He is quoted as saying, "Without allies, the colonies would never have gained their freedom. We Americans are too narrow-minded in how we view our national history, as if we alone have determined our own destiny. Yet, this has never been true." See, there was fighting a world away, and you Americans are full of yourselves, which is kind of like another way of saying you're full of shit. Still, few would dispute that defeat at Yorktown had Great Britain looking to cut its losses. Peace negotiations began in Paris that would lead to the signing of a preliminary peace deal between the colonies and Great Britain in late November of 1782. News, however, traveled at the speed of sailing ships to the far reaches of the empires of the main combatants, Great Britain and France. After Yorktown, the fighting between Great Britain and France and Spain continued elsewhere, in places like Jamaica, Gibraltar, and India. Speaking to the Fourth Estate from his home in Seattle, Glickstein has proven that controlling India was a much bigger prize for Great Britain than controlling portions of North America. British colonizers coveted its resources, like silk, cotton, textiles, spices, tea, opium, and precious stones. Historians point out that the British plundering of Indian wealth during the colonial years turned India's economy from a near peer of Europe to something exponentially smaller. Emphasizing that India's strategic location meant it was a base from where Britain could protect its trade routes to the Asia-Pacific, he concluded, in his words, "Everything that India made, the Brits wanted." Great Britain, and to a lesser extent, France, were well established with colonies in India when the American Revolution began and had already brought their hostilities from Europe to the subcontinent. According to the website of the Museum of the American Revolution in Philadelphia, when France entered the war in 1778 as an American ally, the British East India Company immediately moved to attack France's Indian colonies, drawing both countries' Indian allies into the fight. Now, years before the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Japanese Empire, to disambiguate it from the Empire of Japan today, sank a U.S. warship in mainland China. So the garrison of the French and its Indian allies at Cuddalore on the Bay of Bengal was an important target for Great Britain in late June of 1783. Fighting took place on land and at sea. The naval battle of Cuddalore on June 20th was considered a French victory. On land, the besieged French forces tried attacking British troops around them on June 25th, but were pushed back. Back at sea, the French admiral ordered his ships to prepare a bombardment of British landing forces, or their land forces, their garrison forces really already on land, in support of the French ground operation. But before it could commence, the aforesourced Glickstein concludes, in his words, "A British ship appeared in the distance, flying a white flag. They brought news that 6 months before in Paris, the British, French, and the Americans, the Dutch were a little later, signed the Treaty of Paris ending the American Revolution. Cuddalore, India, was indeed the last battle of the American Revolution." Now, when it comes to the issues that matter, India, the new demographic powerhouse, has made up its mind. It's with the United States. While the country led by Narendra Modi remains attached to a form of neutrality, the Communist Chinese Empire's aggressive behavior is pushing it to Washington's side. But make us no mistake, India is not an American ally and has never wanted to be. With Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi having realized his June 22nd state visit to Washington, India was, if briefly, front-page news in these United States. Since President Clinton ended a chill in Indo-American relations almost a quarter century ago, successive American and Indian administrations across political parties have worked to strengthen ties. So it's fair to ask, how robust is this relationship today? As with the blind men and the elephant, the answer varies. Is India a bad bet, as I would say it is? Or is it, as the White House senior Asia policy official said recently, the most important bilateral relationship with the United States on the global stage? Despite careful nurturing by Washington over the years, many aspects of American ties with India remain challenging. Bilateral trade has grown tenfold since 2000 to 191 billion United States dollars in 2022, and India became the 9th largest American trading partner in 2021. But long-standing economic gripes persist, meriting 13 pages in the 2023 Foreign Trade Barriers Report from the U.S. Trade Representative. Multilaterally, India's role in the fast consolidating Quad consultation, comprised of these United States, Australia, India, and the Empire of Japan, has brought shared purpose to Washington and New Delhi, both of which harbor concerns about the Communist Chinese. But New Delhi also champions alternative, non-Western groupings like the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and it remains outside bodies central to American diplomacy like the United Nations Security Council and the G7. So, today, Sino, or rather Indo-American cooperation, spans defense, global health, sustainable development, climate, and technology, among other things. But deep differences remain, including concerns in Washington about India's democratic backsliding under Modi and India's failure to condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In other words, the Indo-American relationship has been transformed over the past quarter century, but that transformation has not delivered a partnership or alignment similar to the closest American alliances. This should not surprise anyone. India is not an American ally and has not wanted to become one. To see relations with rising power India as on a pathway that culminates in a relationship like that the American empire enjoys with the Empire of Japan or the Greater British Empire of the United Kingdom creates expectations that will never be met. Indian leaders across parties and over decades have long prioritized foreign policy independence as a central feature of India's approach to the world. That remains the case even with Modi's openness to these United States. For India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru. Jawaharlal Nehru. But that's not how you pronounce it, really. It's spelled like it would be pronounced like that, but it's always been something like Jawaharlal. Fuck him. Anyhow, protecting his country's hard-fought independence was a guiding principle for foreign policy. Speaking in the Indian Parliament in March of 1951, Nehru noted that by aligning ourselves with any one power, you surrender your opinion, give up the policy you would normally pursue because somebody else wants you to pursue another policy. And 12 years later, evaluating his country's non-alignment policy in the pages of Foreign Affairs, Nehru went on to observe that it had not fared badly, and that, essentially, non-alignment is freedom of action, which is a part of independence. So you can't trust the Indians for shit. Nevertheless, I really liked his fashion. Nehru had very distinctive collars, which became, they tried to make it a fashion statement as Nehru jackets. You can look them up, Nehru, look up Nehru jacket. Personally, I think they're the coolest things in the world, and, ought to make a statement by wearing them to bring the fashion back. He at least, shall we say, led the world in that. Now, for famously allied Washington, non-alignment in the 20th century was a bridge too far. In 1956, then Secretary of State John Foster Dulles proclaimed that neutrality was an obsolete conception, immoral and short-sighted. It did not help matters that the American empire had entered an alliance with India's arch-rival, Pakistan, in 1954, and sided with the Pakistani military in the bloody civil war that gave birth to Bangladesh in 1971. Nor, too, when Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi signed a treaty of peace, friendship, and cooperation with the Greater Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in 1971, definitively tilting India towards the Greater Soviet Union, even as these United States had tilted toward Pakistan. Especially since the end of the Cold War, Asian Indian leaders have sought to improve ties with Washington, but not by curtailing India's independent approach to foreign policy. See, after what was effectively World War III, or after World War III had been fought and won by these United States, the former Prime Minister, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, proclaimed India and the United States natural allies in a landmark 1998 speech in New York. Yet this was perhaps more a term of art than a call for an alliance, as it occurred against the backdrop of India's nuclear tests, underscoring New Delhi's willingness to upset global nuclear non-proliferation conventions, which it never joined. Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, whose 10 years at the helm greatly improved Indo-American relations, pursued a civil nuclear agreement with Washington and ushered in new cooperation in high technology, defense, and clean energy. But his government, too, defended its principle of strategic autonomy as a red line for its foreign policy, even as it maneuvered closer to Washington than ever in the past. Defending the civil nuclear deal with Washington before Parliament in 2008, Singh twice asserted that our strategic autonomy, isn't that term becoming a trigger word at this point, will never be compromised. In important ways, Prime Minister Modi represents a break with India's past, most notably in his emphasis on India's Hindu rather than syncretic and secular cultural heritage. But his approach to these United States remains consistent with the history of his empire's foreign policy independence. Modi has deepened ties with these United States, now across 3 U.S. presidents, through increased partnership in defense, in advanced technology, and in energy, just to name a few, as well as through moments of high symbolism, like his 2015 Republic Day invitation to former President Barack Obama, the first time an American president joined this day honoring India's constitution. Even so, Modi has leaned into the United States while leaning into many other countries around the world. The Modi government invokes a Sanskrit saying, "The world is one family." I wish Brendan Sogit were here to help me pronounce this. I believe it's something along the lines of Vasudhaiva Kan Kutumbakam. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. World is one family, to frame Indian diplomacy. If so, I'm reminded of the Manson family. Anyhow, this is to frame India's approach to basically fuck everybody, it's every man for himself. This approach has been termed multi-alignment, a theory of seeking positive ties as far and as widely as possible without seeing contradictions in this approach. That the rest of us do. In practice, New Delhi has carefully managed its relationships with Saudi Arabia as well as Iran, with Israel, as well as the Palestinian territories. Notice I said territories and not terrorists. With these United States, as well as the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. India's G20 presidency this year encapsulates this orientation with its Sanskritic theme of one earth, one family, one future, like they all joined the Baha'i Church or something, and its twin efforts to lead the forum for the world's 20 largest economies while self-consciously presenting itself as the voice of the global south. Yeah. Yes, as Amy Como says, Devon Bulldog, thanks for joining us. We need more Lake Kluane reps. Thank you, honey. And of course, yes, make certain to heart her, and other than that, give her the usual lips, so to speak. She says, "Good Doug Kluane." Glad that I pronounced that well enough. Okay, so in the time we have remaining, which is quite a bit of time comparatively speaking. Anyhow, with this history in mind, it's easier to perceive that momentum in the Indo-American relationship does not necessarily imply any path to a formal alliance or mutual defense treaty. In these United States, the mental model for positive international cooperation defaults to seeing ally as the ultimate endpoint. For India, that suggests a curtailment of independence. And with India, even as cooperation becomes more extensive than ever in the past, consequential differences remain. For many in Washington, the dramatic growth of coordination and joint activities under the Quad consultative group fills a growing need in light of the Communist Chinese Empire's rise, encompassing subjects as far-flung as maritime security, infrastructure, climate and resilience, vaccines, technology standards, and higher education, all underlining India's strategic convergence with these United States in the Indo-Pacific. Yet strategic convergence there does not mean everywhere. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its year-long war has elicited a tepid tut-tut from New Delhi, while India has escalated its purchases of cheap Russian oil at a time when Washington seeks to isolate Moscow. On closer examination, this foreign policy independence and desire to define its own path, so prized by India, may offer lessons for American foreign policy. The unipolar moment has passed. In its place, we have more actors with their own perspectives and a rising communist Chinese empire with global ambitions and its own priorities increasingly shaping the priorities of others. The array of special relationships and alliances nurtured by these United States over decades are still in place, but many of these are now inflected by divergences with Washington. Takest Turkey, or France, or Egyptus, Pakistan, or Brazil. These American allies do not always see their alliance relationship with Washington as barriers to taking decisions that contradict American preferences. Indeed, President Emmanuel Macron, too, invokes strategic autonomy. It's here that India's ambivalence offers a lens onto the world Washington is likely to encounter on a growing scale. In this world of more diffused power, a world with more diverse actors taking more distinctive foreign policy steps, partnerships and even alliances marked by substantial disagreements might be the new normal. In fact, managing ambivalence may be the central skill for American foreign policy in the years ahead. In the history of emerging great nations, there's always a champion of the moment, the one who is destined for the brightest future. Yesterday it was Brazil. Today it's India, whose Prime Minister Narendra Modi was the guest of honor at the military parade on the, help me out here, dearest Amy, Champs-Élysées on Friday, the 14th of July. Its country profile is widely known. It's a demographic giant with a young population and the world's largest at 1,428,000,000. It has the planet's fifth largest economy with a growth rate of 7% in 2022, potentially poised to take third place behind these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire. It's an unofficial nuclear power. It commands a sizable army, and it exercises diplomatic neutrality with a pro-American bias, carried out with skill and opportunism, a superpower in the making. Hosted by the U.S. from June 21st to the 23rd, Modi made no secret of his pleasure in celebrating an Indian moment with a discreet triumphalism. Striking the pose of an old sage with a flowing beard, he delivered a simple but firm message in a soft voice from the congressional podium. Ladies and gentlemen, India's time has come. Obviously, India's record-breaking population will shape the world. Current economic conditions are favorable, particularly given the conflict between Beijing and Washington. Many of America's technology giants, ordered by the Biden administration to secure their production lines, have been preparing to relocate to India, a promising market with a steadily growing middle class. Apple has already taken the plunge. Resolutely and actively pro-business, Modi has been opening wide the doors of a largely connected country. Robert Sternfels, the head of the consulting firm McKinsey, said last September that Modi could usher in India's century. That may be a bit hasty. India, which has always had a large population, has never given priority to education or health care. It has underinvested in 2 of the areas that had ensured the enormous success of the Communist Chinese Empire and South Korea in the past, and of Vietnam today. Brazil has experienced the same difficulties as India. It may be an interesting exercise, albeit imperfect, to compare these 2 countries, each of which is often referred to as tomorrow's major power. Weakening democracy and the path of illiberalism is pretty much what they exemplify. But then so do we. India, these United States, and Brazil showed the most worrying examples of decline in democratic tenets in 2020. The Swedish Institute concludes that India has turned into an electoral autocracy, so much so that India has lost its status as free in Freedom House's 2021 report. In their report titled Global State of Democracy 2021, published in November of that year, the International IDEA, International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, proved that more countries were moving towards authoritarianism in 2020 instead of democracy. There has been a decline in democratic tenets in several countries, with the most worrying examples of democratic backsliding seen in India, Brazil, and these United States. The report defined democratic backsliding as the sustained and deliberate process of subversion of basic democratic tenets by political actors and governments. The report said that the number of countries where democratic backsliding happened and the nations that were moving towards authoritarianism in 2020 was higher than those heading towards democracy. The report said that among all countries, most democratic violations during the pandemic took place in India. Those included harassment, arrests, and prosecution of human rights activists, journalists, students, academics, and those critical of the government and its policies, excessive use of force to enforce COVID-19 regulation, harassment of Muslim minorities, and internet shutdowns and lockdowns, especially in Kashmir, a colony of the Asian Indian Empire. The report concluded that India imposed the highest number of internet shutdowns that year. Another report, released by digital rights and privacy organization Access Now in March of 2021, had also noted that in the 2020th year of our Lord, India had the highest number of internet shutdowns, 109 out of the 155 globally. For all intents and purposes, there's no fucking internet in India. you just can't even get online. And what the fuck can they do when they're that fucked up? Jack shit is what they can do. Several human rights activists, including the accused persons in the Bhima Koregaon case, have been languishing in jail for a long period of time without trials. Tribal rights activist Stan Swamy had died in custody in July while awaiting trial. Beaten to death, no doubt, or starved, or both. There have also been reports of minorities being harassed, including attacks on Muslims for selling their wares in Hindu areas and opening their eateries selling biryani on Diwali. Several cases of lynching on suspicion of cow smuggling have been reported in the country. Muslims have also been harassed for offering prayers at public places. Multiple states governed by the Bharatiya Janata Party have passed anti-conversion laws to penalize love jihad and allegedly target Muslims, meaning that anybody who lovingly tries to convert you to Allah is basically beaten up or beaten down. The pejorative term has been coined by the right-wing groups to push the conspiracy theory that Muslim men lure Hindu women into marrying them with the sole purpose of converting their brides to Islam. Love jihad! Now, the Global State of Democracy 2021 report also confirmed that religion has been used as a political weapon in India, adding that, to read therefrom, in India, the government has used laws against cow slaughter and anti-conversion to target Muslims, while sedition and counterterrorism laws have been used to target human rights defenders, student activists, academics, opposition members, and other critics. In this report, former Chief Election Commissioner of India, S.Y. Kuraishi, said that he has been witness to the change of global democracy. But he added that despite India's poor ranks in terms of democracy, its spirit remains strong among the people. To quote us, democracy is on the back foot, and more countries are moving towards authoritarianism than at any other point since 1995. However, I am confident that democracy's resilience, perhaps its greatest asset, will allow it ultimately to triumph. We can only hope. Okay, in terms of other countries, the report pointed out that electoral integrity has faced increased questioning even in established democracies. It cited the example of former U.S. President Donald Trump's baseless allegations during the 2020 U.S. presidential election. It noted that Myanmar, that was recovering from military rule, fell victim to a military coup d'etat. The agency pointed out that the leaders of the coup cited faulty elections to justify their actions. To quote as they, perhaps the greatest blow to democratic ideals was the fall of the people's government in Afghanistan, which has seen war being waged for the sake of preserving democratic principles. Significantly, the United States, the bastion of global democracy, fell victim to authoritarian tendencies itself, and was knocked down a significant number of steps on the democratic scale. Now, in terms of any other findings and methodology, the report said that 20 countries were moving towards authoritarianism and 7 nations were heading towards democracy. It added that these negative trends had become more serious and added to concerns with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. To quote as they, over the past 20 years, some countries, particularly Hungary, India, the Philippines, and the USA, have seen a number of democratic attributes affected by measures that amount to democratic violations. That is, measures that were disproportionate, illegal, indefinite, or unconnected to the nature of the emergency. As much as 70% of the world's population lives either in non-democratic regimes or in democratically backsliding countries. This is what the reports noted, while adding that only 9% of the population was living in high-performing democracies. So this report is based on events that have impacted the global democratic governance since the start of the pandemic. The information for the analysis was collected from various sources, including from TICE of International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance Indices. The international organization's Global Monitor provides data on measures taken on the coronavirus pandemic in 165 countries. The Global State of Democracy has data on democratic quality for the same countries based on 28 aspects of democracy up until the end of 2020. And in conclusion, it reads, both data sources are developed around a conceptual framework which defines democracy as based on 5 core attributes: representative government, fundamental rights, checks on government, impartial administration, and participatory engagement. These 5 attributes provide the organizing structure for this report. Now, I think that what we can do is probably wait until Sunday to go into why this matters in a more immediate sense. For instance, in Europe, where Donald Trump has personally offered encouragement to Eric Zemmour, Macron's far-right Jewish rival, who has won backing from the Russian Empire, by claiming Russia has been frozen out by the United States and Great Britain while planking himself as a nexus between French populism and political Christianity. That's a lot to process, I know. But basically, the Kremlin has anointed a new favorite in the French political circles, the presidential elections. Eric Zemmour, the far-right insurgent campaigner who says that Moscow is a far more reliable ally than the Americans, the British, or the United Germans. He wants to make France a satellite state of the Russian Empire, their outpost on the Atlantic. And if this son of a bitch ever wins in France, it's the end of your world. Remember everything I said about France and India and the American Revolution? All of that is relevant today. If France falls to the Russians, then the world is in a, well, it's on the precipice. At that point, we're on the edge of forever. So, we'll get back to this on Sunday. Some of the details of the dangers imposed here, if we're not overwhelmed by something else that might occur, and go into a new subject instead. It seems like Amy Como is awake. She's welcome to come on and say good morning to all our listeners. And then I can go off into the gentle day. So you're welcome aboard, Amy, if you wish.
I'm here.
Okay, honey. So, how you feeling? You couldn't have slept too long. About what, 4 hours?
I know, but I have dogs.
Yes.
The dogs don't mind my schedule. They're like, it's time for breakfast.
Oh,
so I had, I had to get up. I was asleep, but they needed to get out, so they're on a run, and I'm just waiting for dogs to return.
How do they wake you up? What do they do?
What are you talking about? They're in their kennels and they just start yipping. Like, they're like, good morning. Remember, we have breakfast right now.
Oh my God.
And they need to get out. Like, they need to be, they need to be dogs. Here comes the cars.
Oh my God. So like, when you kind of put them to sleep by putting them in these kennels, and they go to sleep for a little bit, and then they wake up at this regular time biorhythmically. They just start barking.
Yeah, this is their routine.
Okay.
Well, when she's here, like, she gets home late. So and Kaya, last night I was late, so they got out once.
Kala. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So no, they have their routine, and it's really hard to get them to change it, and they're so little, like they need to run. And in the mornings is usually when I let them do their running around, because the road is less
what do you
dangerous.
mean by they're so little? Aren't they big? You mean they're big?
Oh, they're giant, but they're puppies. Like, they're 8 months old, so they're
You're serious? Okay, I thought you were just being metaphorical. You're serious? They're literally 8 months old. Are you serious? That's true? That's a biological fact?
Well, yeah, they were born in December.
Oh, fuck. I thought you were trying to say, I thought these guys were like adults, but they had never grown up. I thought you were trying to tell me before that they were just children at heart, that they were like puppies at heart. But they're actual puppies. They're just big fucking puppies. Oh my fucking God. How do you potty train dogs that big?
Oh, with treats. Okay. Very religiously, they get treats for running out, doing their business, and coming back. Okay. They respond really well if you give them enough attention. Okay. But we're bad. We let them run. We let the neighbors have their dogs greet them every day. They run off and greet the neighbors, their dad.
Doesn't this result in more pregnant puppies or something?
Well, we got her fixed.
Okay.
We got the mama fixed, so we're not going to have another brood of little buttercups. But,
or big ass.
So she decided she wanted 2 boys. Uh-huh. So she chose the 2 boys.
Kala decided this.
Yes. These 2 are their favorites. The Shep and Chief were her favorites. Okay. And then all the other puppies are spread all around. There's one girl who comes with the neighbors with the chicken, and she's a litter mate also. So again, she's tied up across the road with the chickens, but these guys are right across the road, and run over there every day to go play with her sister. And then her mom has her mom has the 11th, so she has the last puppy born, and she looks the most like the mom, and she's actually the best behaved of all of them. So I do take them over to her mom sometimes, because her yard isn't attached to the road. Like, there's a stream, well, it's kind of a big stream that runs between the road and her place, so they can just run. They can just run over there, and they love each other, you know, like they've got litter mates over there, and they just love being over there. So, you know, it's work. It's really, like, having big dogs is, you should have a plan. Like, you should be thinking about, you know, how are they going to get enough exercise? How can I train them so that they respond to me? And we're working on it. They're just puppies. They're giant puppies.
It strikes me that most everyone in these rural environments has dogs, almost like it's almost like de rigueur, like requirement for living, mostly as an alarm system or a defense of the home, as well as just companionship. But so you must have, Calla must have experience with this from several generations of dogs, right? Or is this something new?
Oh, she and her mom have always had dogs. And honestly, my friends all say the dogs are protecting you. And it's true. Like, when they're downstairs, I don't have to worry about somebody showing up, because they'll let me know.
Yeah.
Like, they'll let me know if somebody comes in the yard, or, you know, like when they're across the road, like I know when their sister is there, or when like they have kids. So when the kids show up, they love playing with the little kids. And those little kids are really good with these big dogs, like, because they're not well trained yet. They're just babies. So these little kids know how to take these big dogs and make them get down, lay down, submit.
Wow.
So that's really fun to watch. Like, when the little boys who are outweighed by a good 20 pounds by these dogs, but they're making a mind. So You're right. We do out in the pasture land. Yeah. We do. Most of the people around here have dogs.
Right. That's incredible.
Yeah. It's okay. I mean, I didn't really grow up with dogs, so it's work for me. It's really hard for me. I'm a cat person. I've always had cats. But she always had dogs, and, you know, most of my friends, like, it is like this kind of long running, you know, because they get hit a lot too, and in season, sometimes they're shot, you know, because of the hunters. Right. They get a little overzealous, and they'll just shoot at something, and occasionally people have their dog shot during hunting season. So
Jesus Christ, I'm surprised more people aren't fucking shot, but go on.
Yeah, well, you know, they're pretty good about not shooting people, but sometimes the dogs look a lot like something they could eat, you know, in the underbrush.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's awful to have someone's dog shot like that. That's gotta be cause for justifiable murder. I mean, that's like somebody's child to many people.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's, you know, it's part of your family, and that is one of, like, the worst violence scenarios that some people have discovered. Like, we know this one elderly lady who people ran up on her because she had a couple of weed plants, and they shot her dog. Like, they were like,
Jesus.
They went in on this old lady and were yelling at her, "Where's the rest of the weed? Where's the rest of the weed?" And she wouldn't tell them. And so they shot her dog. So that happened in the early 2000s to this woman that I know.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's.
So how did she handle that? How did she handle that? What happened after that?
Oh, badly. Like, it was a horror. I mean, she stopped growing. Like, she stopped having her own pot plants because it was too dangerous. Right. You know, so for years she just stopped.
Well,
she
that's
was
understandable.
not going to do it anymore.
Well, that's understandable. Oh my God.
She's lucky. It's a little ridiculous because everybody out here has weed. Like, why would they choose this poor old lady
No, that's
when,
awful.
There's
that's
fields.
Yeah.
There's fields that people maintain.
Yeah.
Like they could have.
But by the way, what kind of dog did she have? I mean, I would imagine
It was a Rottweiler.
Oh God!
was
So
a
it wasn't like a helpless. It wasn't like a. Why wasn't this Rottweiler tearing their faces off?
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't there, but I heard about it, and it became really like frightening for a lot of people who just wanted their own personal smoke.
Well, I
right?
can imagine, but again, one way of looking at it is that she's lucky she survived the encounter. But again,
no, they found the guy.
Okay.
They found they abused her. Like they bruised her up.
Oh, Jesus.
This old lady. She had to go to the hospital. There was a report made.
Yeah.
They knew who it was. Like the police know who all these bad actors are.
These ne'er-do-wells.
Yeah, they knew who it was, and they nailed him, and he went to jail.
Okay. Well, good.
Which was phenomenal because typically something like that, it's not.
Yeah. Usually, you never hear of anything being done. Yeah, I'm impressed. Yes. So.
Yeah. So in that particular instance, it did have a happy ending in some way.
As happy as it could be. Yeah, is considering.
Well, there was a little bit of justice, which for the people who listen to you, we're all like,
yeah, it's surprising.
The justice system is broken, but in that respect, they did right by her.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it's got to work once in a while, or we'd all be, in chaos at this point. So it's got to work to a degree, at least. It sounds like a mystery that bears a little investigation. Obviously, she's in too much pain to question about it. I wouldn't torment her by asking her personally, but one wonders why wasn't this Rottweiler tearing their faces off? I mean, most of the time, a pointed gun's not going to scare a rot or a pig. If they'll just rip somebody.
These dogs